Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Loris, the host of the PMWL East, and I am here with Shajin from You Level Up. So first things first, why don't you say a couple of words about yourself as well as your role within the team?
Hello，大家好，我是 U 的嘉欣，然后我在队伍打的是自由位。
Okay, so how were you first introduced to PUBG Mobile? What is your road to get to PUBG Mobile?
以前没有玩游戏的习惯，是朋友推荐给我一起和他们玩的。
What is your favorite thing about the game and why?
我喜欢游戏里面的衣服造型，因为这款游戏里面的衣服造型很多，然后可以依照自己的喜好来搭配。
So how would you rate your team's performance currently in the PMWL?
在前几场的 PMW 比赛中，还没有完全调试好大家的状态，但是我们接下来会展现出最佳的状态。
Is there something that has surprised you so far from the tournament, be it from the stages that you've played or watching the Super Weekend? What stood out to you as a potential surprise?
最惊讶的是对手的实力强度提升，然后东部地区的队伍会战那些个人能力都非常优秀，然后尤其是 BTR 还有 RQ 跟 U 度的都非常优秀。
Any shout outs that Shashin would like to give to his fans or his team? The floor is his.
我们下一周的比赛会更加尽力去比。
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Shashin, and good luck in your future games.
谢谢。
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kylaris, one of the hosts of the PMWL, and with me today I have Manparang from You Gang. So firstly, Manparang, why don't you say a bit about your role within the team and just in general about your team?
Hello, my name is Manparang. I'm from You Gang. My role in the team is support.
How were you introduced to PUBG Mobile? What's your story behind your PUBG Mobile road?
So actually, I started at 2017 on a different platform, which is PUBG PC, and then I converted to PUBG Mobile on 2018, and then from that, my journeys began.
How would you rate your team's performance so far in the PMWL?
Actually, I'm not very satisfied with our performance because we did a little bit of the mistake and that very impact our performance, and we're looking forward to improve our performance in the future.
Is there something that has surprised your team so far in the tournament?
Actually, there is some teams that actually surprise us that comes with another strategy that really we never seen before. So we try to adapt it to our game, to our next game. Yeah.
Right. And that kind of leads on into my next question then, which is what aspects of the game has your team looked to improve heading into some of the next games? Is there anything you've found?
I think we need to play more aggressively so that we can keep up our momentum and our confidence. So I think that's it lah. Yeah, sorry.
So I want to ask about the start of your Super Weekend and then kind of moving on from that. Obviously, at the beginning, you guys blew us away with the 3 wins back to back. Talk to me about how the team was feeling during that. Did you guys expect to get such an amazing start to the tournament? What are your thoughts?
I think for the first day, we boost our momentum and confidence on the first game, which is we get 19 kills. I think that is our start to get a triple chicken dinner. And I'm not really expected to get a triple chicken dinner in World League.
All right. Well, Manparang, thank you very much for joining me. Do you have any final shout outs or words for your fans, your team, before we let you go?
Thank you for supporting Malaysian team that competing in PMWL and keep supporting us.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16!
Really could be, let's see if they go to the engagement, seeing you sport out, oh, big shot!
Yes, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the start of our second Super Weekend here for the PMWL East. My name's Kyle Aris, your host throughout all of this stuff. You might have seen me in some interviews before. Thank you very much, Man Parang Base, for joining me for some of those as well. I'm going to head over to our commentators, who are going to be bringing you a few of the first games, of course, and see what they think about what is to come. I've got Imperium, I've got Maxman. Imperium, we had a closer race to get to this Super Weekend, and now our top 16 once again. This is a phenomenal top 16.
It was undeniably super close coming into the final games, but at the end of the day, that's all wiped, right? It now comes down to 16 teams qualified. I'm really excited to see, of course, what Freestyle can do, considering they performed so strongly in the league days.
Yeah, same as Imperium. I think Freestyle is definitely one of the teams we're going to be following very heavily going into this Super Weekend.
Yep, it's going to be exciting. I'm a big fan of Freestyle myself as well. Let's head over now to the desk as we check in with Avenger as well as Froz. Looking quite dapper, quite chipper, I must say, here for our first day of the Super Weekend. Avenger, you had 1 day off. How was that 1 day off? And are you excited for the Super Weekend?
I'm extremely excited. I didn't have a day off. I was working
No
all
day
days,
off.
but I was waiting for the Super Weekend to get started, of course, and I'm extremely excited to get it started because obviously we have some teams that are not playing and we have some new teams that are coming in to play this format where we have the same 16 teams with variation of maps.
Yes.
I love we're back to the variation. I love we're back to this PO15 for the weekend here.
Froz?
I'm very excited to see you level up and Freestyle coming in here, not playing the last Super Weekend, but they also did pretty decent during the week here. So
yeah.
I think they got something to show us. Same with Team Secret as well. They were 2 points away from taking the victory of the week. And I think they might have just been saving it for this Super Weekend.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Let's take a look at the format, of course, here, because we have plenty of games coming at you here, not only throughout this week, but also next week coming up, and then the week after. But we are in the midst now of week 2 in our second Super Weekend. So what is most important is that all the points accrued from this one will be added to the tally of our previous Super Weekend. And all the Super Weekends then will add up, and we'll find out who's also won the league there from that point, and which 16 teams have qualified on into our league finals, the final 4 days of the whole extravaganza. So that is as things stand here for the PMWL. It's the same in West as well, if you didn't know. We can take a look now at the point distribution too and how everything actually shapes up for who is getting those big points, because number 1 will be gaining themselves 20 pointer-roonies for that chicken dinner, and then down to the 11th through 16th we have 1 point per participation, because points mean prizes, and even if you're there for participation, you're still getting points.
Yeah, and we've seen that even you're able to have, you know, some bad games with not a lot of points from placement, you can still frag out and be able to get that. So that's also a big part of it, of course. About 42% of all the points coming out from the lobbies are kills. So that's also a very important factor.
I actually want to talk about the placement and the kills, because we have 2 teams that is currently doing very good on placement but not kills. You got to look at it like a seesaw like this. So here you got the placements, here you got the kills. And right now we're seeing you level up and Freestyle, for example, they're very tilted down here. But you need to have the balance. And 2 teams that we've seen the balance on is Bigatron and RQ Athena. RQ Athena was very heavy on the kills, but they found a balance. And that's what we're seeing then in top. And you gotta have the balance to be one of the best. If not, you're just gonna crumble up like this and...
My card!
Oh no. I thought the point of a seesaw was to go back and forth all the time for it, all the fun, like it goes up
No,
and down.
you gotta have the balance.
The point is to sit tight and then just balance it out.
Yes.
Okay, well,
All my notes are on that.
I've been doing it wrong all my life then.
You don't need any notes.
You're right, I don't. I'm the best! It doesn't matter. Let's take a look at the prize pool. I'm not the best. Cut that out. We have 50,000.
Cut it out of a live broadcast. Cut it out.
Cut it out. We'll do it live. Doesn't matter. 50,000 for first place for our regular season, of course. And right now, unless anybody's challenging RRQ Athena up towards the top, as Froz mentioned with his seesaw balancing act, it will be difficult to trump them. Let's see how that goes in the next 2 Super Weekends. But also in the grand finals, the last 4 days of gameplay, if you take first place there, you'll not only be crowned our champion, but you'll also bag $100,000. You could buy a lot of seesaws with $100,000 for us.
Don't forget that we have the weekly bonus though as well for the Super Weekend here.
Yes, that's also true.
That's also true, because last week we saw the RQ Athena, they came on top, they got the 2K bonus, and then you had Bigatron and GXL Celts. Now the other teams, they're of course looking to get this weekly bonus throughout these 3 days.
Most importantly, the bragging rights of winning a Super Week. And I think that's also a bit of a thing here. I mean, you can still, you know, we're going to qualify for the Super Weekends anyway, but who won the last Super Weekend, boys? It's the boys. RQ.
The Terminators of the lobby. Let's take a look at the groups then and tell you who is actually going to be playing out here our Super Weekend. Group A, as things stood going into our previous 2 days of gameplay, Bigatron Red Aliens, Box Gaming, and Freestyle will qualify. No Chance Team, ever since they had that 16th place in that Super Weekend, they've been having a hard time, despite Godless being a pumper.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not looking good, but it's good to see that we have a change going on in this group here. Last weekend we didn't have Freestyle. This time it's No Chance Team not being with us.
I'm sad. You didn't make a No Chance Team to not qualify for the Super Weekend.
No, it was low-hanging fruit. I wasn't.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I thought you were going to do it.
No, James had to do it. But Freestyle, they're here in the first Super Weekend for them to play. I'm excited to get these guys started. We saw some really good tendencies from them. We saw some good scouting, and I think they're going to be able to really stand out compared to how they played in the previous league.
Yes, let's move on to Group B then. Here, of course, we'll be talking about a lot of these teams in depth. It's Group B. We've got Orange Rock, Valdus, The Murder, and Megastar is going to be making on through. Unfortunately for Morph Team, they're one of the two teams that have not qualified for either of the Super Weekends. So it's a bit rough.
It's going to be rough, but they can still qualify for the next Super Weekend, of course. They just got to make it up a little bit. And towards the bottom, of course, we know that, hey, it's all about getting top 16. It's not about... Just don't get bottom 4.
just qualify for it.
Thank you, Froz, for your Twitch meme explanation.
That was him.
Both of you. You're a Twitch memer as well.
No, that's bad. Yeah.
Anything else about this group?
Yeah, like I'm just excited to get Orange Rock started. I think they're gonna be looking at this and saying, you know what, guys, this is our time to shine. We were able to play extremely well in some of the league days, and I think they're gonna be able to step up here. I'm excited to get the boys on it.
Froz.
I feel like we saw Megastar stepping up enormously throughout the week here, but also Valdus, of course. They ended up on a 3rd place after our 2 days here of week play, but there's no time to pause. They got to keep on going with that momentum, and hopefully they can be towards
in our last Super Weekend, Megastars won 2 chicken dinners with 10 kills, and I want to see that continue, obviously.
Froz is like, there's no relax, there is only struggle. Get on with it here at the PMWL. Let's move on to...
sort of is.
Yeah, sure, it sort of is. Let's get on to Group C, as we have only 2 teams from this group making their way here.
Again?
You level up and GXR Celts. You do gank after their 3 chicken dinners back-to-back in our previous Super Weekend will not be participating in Nova Godlike. It is looking rough.
It's looking rough for Nova Godlike, but Gank, even though they didn't make it last Super Weekend, they got themselves a 4th place overall because they had those 3 chicken dinners, of course. So they're still sitting in a pretty decent spot considering you have some teams that haven't made it to one of the weekends.
Right, Avenger, great to see you level up, getting their second an opportunity here at the Super Weekend points. And GXR Celts, they've been the consistently consistent team.
And we expect them to continue doing so. I mean, I'm expecting, you know, a very low average placement, the better, the lower the better, of course, and always continue to see those guys that are able to, you know, step up, get a clutch situation, and also play by themselves, because we've seen them again and again be able to clutch it up and be a solo player, being able to get, you know, top 3, top 4, and still get some kills with that. So I'm really expecting to continue to see that. What I want to see a little bit more of, maybe a few more games, is they are able to stay alive as 3 or 4 towards the end game and then start fragging out and start playing as a team, because I still think they have the potential to take some on some of these good guys and big guys here.
Yeah, maybe. Let's move on to Group D then, as we've got a few more teams to go over. It's RRQ Athena, our current lobby leaders, Reject Scarlet, Team Secret, and TSM Entity. Both the teams at the end have been ramping things up for us. We've seen Secret and TSM Entity really gaining momentum now, gaining speed.
But Team Secret definitely stepped up more than the TSM Entity so far. I feel like it comes down to them actually starting to figure out, okay, this is how we want to play the games. This is how our enemies are playing the games, and we just got to adapt towards to how they are actually playing it.
Yeah.
TSM Entity is still struggling a little bit, but we're seeing good, better tendencies. We saw them getting wiped on Sanhok pretty quick on a push from Valus, for example, but they were doing one good thing. They were not split up anymore, and that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see them group up a little bit more, because that's how they thrive.
Well, honestly, I mean, Team Secret a little bit as well. We saw them with some fantastic games, and I'm excited for that, but I gotta say, like, in this group, RRQ Athena is just shining through for me. I'm so excited for these guys, and I think they are a potential to take on the World Championship for this one.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 names for me right now that really stand out as those, and RRQ is definitely one of them. Final group, of course, Group E. It's Team IND, it's Synergy, it's T1, and it's King of Games Club. Guys, yesterday, it's yet to be revealed, I did an interview with Missile from T1, and it was my favorite interview.
Really?
Ever. Maybe. I did an interview with Konina Power as well, and that was really good. But with Missile, it was really cool. And obviously, they're the only South Korean representatives.
You have to leak something now.
No.
Why?
You'll see it eventually.
Oh.
You'll see it eventually.
You're just teasing us.
Yes, of course. It was a really good interview. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do here in the Super Weekend once again.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Let's take a look at our next team, of course. What's up?
We can't leave it at that. I want to say big congratulations for T1 to just qualifying. They were 1 point ahead of Yurugang, of course.
Yes.
But let's take a look at Freestyle, our first time team in the Super Weekend.
In my opinion, one of the most underrated teams here in the PMWL. What's your thoughts, Froz?
They have really good macro play. They have one of the best rotations right now, always making sure that they can get towards the end game. But there is one thing they're missing, and it is the fragging power. Well, they don't miss the fragging power, but they're not aggressive enough. They gotta take the opportunity, gotta get themselves some more kills on the board. That's what I'm missing from this team right now.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something they have to step up with here. They have the potential, but I also feel like it's also their strategy and kind of their macro play that puts them in a position where they don't get as many kills as some of the other teams do.
Well, the thing is, a lot of times you would see them rotate towards the other side of the circle where it's not congested, but because of that, they kind of stay passive. They could just be a little bit more proactive, going a little bit more for the position where they can actually shoot at people and try to get more kills.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see throughout this Super Weekend. I feel like if they do that, they're gonna be top 5.
Yeah. Deadly accurate spray control coming in here from the likes of Malek, Kashuf as well, doing very well for themselves. And again, you know, for me, it's kind of a little bit of a redemption arc potentially for these guys if they're able to do something here in this Super Weekend. Obviously, not having attended the previous one and having spoken to them a little bit, they're very keen, very hungry to do well here in this Super Weekend.
But also, you have to remember here, like, even with a mid-pack kind of performance, right? They'll land around 100 to 120 points. They'll still be quite far ahead of No Chance Team, for example, that is not playing, that were playing in last weekend, because No Chance Team had a really rough Super Weekend. So I think even with a performance to like 90% of their potential, I still think they're easily going to be in our mid-pack and easily going to be in the top 16 for our League Finals.
It's time to look at our next team as well that is coming into their first Super Weekend. It is You Level Up. And considering their push here in the previous couple of days to try and even get here, they got themselves to 10th place in these 2 days leading up to it. So pretty respectable. Very
good potential. I broke down one of the plays they had in the game where they won against Reject Scarlet in the end of the game there on Sanhok. And that's kind of the potential that I see in them. They had such a good setup. They were playing it correctly with everything, making sure that the other team was pushing them and making the first mistake. I want to see them do more of that. Don't put yourself into a bad position, because we know they have the potential to be on the top. They just need to show us that.
Yeah, I broke down one of the plays they did on Bigatron, and that play alone tells me that these guys are able and capable of competing with the top here. And I'm really excited for them to come into the Super Weekend and show us what they're capable of, because Xiaxian, that play he did on Bigatron completely checkmated them and took them out of that the 4th game of the last day we had in East.
And I mean, they haven't been fragging out. It's kind of the same thing that we've seen with Freestyle as the same with You Level Up. A little bit too passive right now, going more for placement, but I want to see them more aggressive. With the aggressiveness, there's going to be kills coming in. With kills comes kill points. With points, they're going to move up on the leaderboard.
Do you think they can level up their results?
They can level up. Level up,
You
level
said
up.
you are not going to do
level. You know what? Sometimes the low-hanging fruit is just got to be taken. It's ripe. You know, at that point, it's ripe.
Yeah, that is funny.
Look, even our production is telling us level up.
Yeah.
Level up. No, but honestly, this was the play that I was talking about here. How they played this so well against Reject Scarlet and just got themselves that chicken dinner there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that chicken dinner. Was actually one of the most enjoyable ones. But again, I think these guys have the potential to do so. They definitely have the skill. This was one of the plays that I was breaking down, some of the nades and the Shashin push into the shack, and that play is why I'm saying these guys have the potential to compete with some of the top dogs in this lobby. And I think with this format here, with the same 16 teams, the same drops, and a kind of a variation in the maps, I think they will be benefiting for that.
I'm going to say I probably should have saved that for a single dramatic zoom in at me, and that would have been perfect. But anyway, let's take a look at some of the highlights as well that you guys have collaborated together on to kind of take a bit of a look at. Froz, are you first up?
I can start. We're going to be looking at the 2 versus 4 on Synergy versus Box Gaming. And as we knew that Box Gaming, they had 4 man up. They had, I think there was 14 kills. But Synergy, they only had 2 man up here. And if we look at it, you can see straight away here how Synergy has put up a lot of smokes. Again, good utility use, and that's what we like to see. Good utility use, making sure they're 2 versus 4, so they need to buy themselves some time. And with these smokes, they're buying a lot of time. They're just dragging it out, making sure they stay a little bit more passive because they want Box Gaming to be the one making the first push and making the first mistake. And we see when the smokes go out, they just put down new ones, buying more time, and they're staying pretty close to each other, so they can actually just trade each other if Box Gaming would be pushing right now. But as we can see, Box Gaming is not pushing. But as we can see right here, straight away, the opportunity comes. Zigzag gets a knot there on PMA, and that's when the Strider is gonna go super offensive here as well, because he knows that Break is over there. He have heard him, and you can see straight away, now it's down to a 2 versus 2. And what they do so well here, Synergy, is, of course, they have the synergy between each other. But one angle over here, one angle over here. So basically, they're making 2 angles on both of the enemies right now and taking it down one by one, step by step. Super nice play here, making sure they can peek. If they peek from one angle, we got them covered on the other angle. And that's what it's all about. You gotta work as a team. It doesn't matter if you're down to 2 or 4.
I think something that was really cool about this final moment as well is that Strider was feeding Zigzag so much information from his high ground position against where Loki was, and Zigzag could barely even see him through this grass, but was firing in the right direction because of the information.
And again, you gotta give it to Zigzag here, not standing up and peeking. He's staying low, making sure it's super hard for Loki to actually shoot at him. At the same time, Strider is of course putting pressure out here on the right side that we don't see just outside the screen. And this kind of synergy between the players, it's so good to see. Sorry, no pun intended.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
But it's so good to see. They literally working with each other so well that they can make that 2 versus 4 happen.
And I have something to tell as well.
Avenger, do it!
Yes, let's look into it.
I'm coming.
I'll shove you guys a little bit away here. So first of all, I wanna talk a little bit about terrain and control here, and how important it is that you know exactly where that players and other teams are able to play, and how you can avoid them putting you in a rough position and basically put the other teams in check before they put you in check. So
chess.
You can, a little bit chess, you'll like that. So the circle, as you can see up on the minimap here, the circle has popped and it has gone north. It has gone a little bit away from.
That's almost perfect.
Yeah, it's almost perfect.
Yeah, well done.
We're looking at the minimap again on the top
no
right
time
corner.
for pun, guys. I'm serious now.
All right, okay, go on.
Go. So the circle is around here. It's not a correct circle, but this is like in this area. So this is where they have to move here. And King of Gamers, so Concept, he is already in a car and they're actually both in a car, and they're going to say, you know what, guys, we're going to get into a position where we are still able to get into the circle, and we're going to put pressure on some of the teams that are, where we're going to pan over to in just a second, where some of the other teams are already, and this actually puts them inside the circle.
Good tip.
So, exactly. So they're playing up, and they're putting pressure forward to make sure that the teams and the control they can have it is forward, and also they're using the 2 cars right here as cover to make sure that when they get pushed from the team or get attacked from the team, we can see in a second here. Over here we go. It's actually freestyle. They're actually in a really good spot, but as you can see up on the minimap, they're outside the circle. So they need to do something, and doing that fast and putting themselves over into this position over here, exactly there inside the circle, puts freestyle in a checkmate that they have to move, because they would probably move there.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say that. That is a super good move, because freestyle would probably move to that point, and if they did, they would have the advantage on King of Gamers inside the gas stations. Super good to straight away identify that and move 2 players out there with USs.
Yeah, so I'll continue to play the clip a little bit here, and this actually moves freestyle, and this put them in a situation where you can see they're looking, they're like starting to move, like, what are we going to do here? They're discussing this, and this is basically putting them in a check where they have to put themselves into a new position, because they're obviously in the circle. The circle also removing them. Baba, he's moving a bit down, and they're eventually gonna be moving a bit south and trying to get into the circle a bit further up ahead. RQ Athena is obviously in the water, Udis on the other side, and these guys are not like pressured at all. But we're gonna see some knocks coming out, and Reject Scarlet is putting some pressure on them. And this is, again, this is the reason why they're getting over here is because King of Gamers move. It is the check that they put them in with the chess move here, and this exact move put them into a stressful panic call, and they have to make a small fortress up against the tree and use this car here. So and I want to show the last part as well, where we are actually at this point, Reject Scarlet have pushed and finished off freestyle, and now that the circle are moved away from them, they're done with this position, and they're gonna smoke, and they're gonna cross easily over to the teammates, and they're actually gonna win the game from a outside edge position where you could have said that Reject Scarlet potentially could also have taken good position here and maybe also won it, but the smoke usage here is so crucial to get them across, and from there they actually make a really good move. They put down to Team IND, and they wipe them there, and they win the game from this. So the coherent play with the smokes and the chess move with the cards literally won them the game.
Yeah. I gotta say, yeah, that's why it's so important to take a position, even if you maybe don't want to play it.
Or it's temporary.
It's super important to take it away from your enemies, so they can put themselves into a good position against you.
I like that highlight. That was really good. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for both of the highlights, you know. Let's take a look at the schedule. We got 5 games coming at you for today, and it's not a San o'clock. It's not a Vikendi. It's an Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel on the way. So plenty of variety.
Back to variation. It's so good to see, because the teams need to adapt. And a team that we saw adapting a lot was actually T1. They went for spots where the teams that were not playing went for. But this time around, we got same 16 teams playing for 15 games. So where are they going to go on Erangel?
Yeah, that is a very good point. And I mean, overall, I think all of us, and even viewers out there, love it when we're putting these teams through rigorous kind of prep in going into all of these games. It can be difficult to adapt amongst all these battlegrounds.
I mean, it means that you have to pack 2 suitcases, because you have to have the clothing for all the diversity of the maps, right? You have to have your bikinis, you have to have your big winter jackets, and
snow boots.
And but also that might be a kind of a lame pump, but there's also all of the strategy, and for that, I like, even though, like, the whole strategy and preparing yourself against these new 6 teams, yes, they've had one day off with it, right? But the time it takes to prepare against, you know, it might be the same team, but it's new teams. Timing and all of this, it takes so much time. So the preparation it takes, it's really good that they've had a day off.
The circles and terrain are very different across all of these battlegrounds. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to head over to our commentator team for the first Erangel of the day. It's Imperium and Maxman. Let's go.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. Well, no. Anyway, so Max, I have a thermometer here, okay? Right now it's showing about 20-something degrees. I reckon by the end of the day, it's going to be in its 50s, because the amount of hot action we're going to see in these 5 games is going to be pretty phenomenal.
It's about to get sweaty over here, Imperium. That's for sure. Our second Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen, it's coming up. Got 2 new teams joining the roster, joining the winning teams, top 16 overall of this second week. And we're going to be having freestyle, we're going to have you level up, hoping that they get some good results to try and catch up to the other teams that did participate in the first Super Weekend.
You level up, freestyle. Those are the 2 teams I'm definitely looking out for. Of course, we have many other teams we want to and need to feature. You're looking at Orange Rock, right? They qualified, no real issues, but we didn't see the same kind of Orange Rock that we saw. Aggressiveness in the first couple of days, all the way back at the start of World League East, and we haven't really seen the consistency like we saw in the Super Weekend. So really kind of Orange Rock have maybe, I'm not going to say they've fallen down, but they haven't really shown up as much as maybe we expect.
Because currently in terms of Super Weekend standings, they're in 8th position, which is there's an in-between, we can just say, Imperium. So they need to try and get those, those chicken dinners in a Super Weekend. That's what's really going to bring them back up in potentially that top 4, top 3 position. They are expecting to get some good games. Just talked about you level up, going towards the area around Quarry. Like that position is very passive. That suits their playstyle. But now I want to see them, as Froz mentioned earlier, I want to see them go way more aggressive to pick up those kill points.
It also especially even suits them because when you look at it, normally if No Chance team are playing, they would land near around Team Seeker as well. So in theory, you level up, essentially have more landmass that they can loot up and obviously rotate around depending on where the circle shifts, which is going to be around the southeast, which is pretty standard stuff indeed. Now, just to kind of, I know this isn't the league days, right, Max? But I also want to mention how close the scores were in the league days. 2 teams as an example. TSM finished in 9th place with 74 points. RQ in 4th with 81. That's only 7 points. That's nothing.
That's nothing. That's 1 good game at most, and they're going to get himself in a really good position. We also saw on the minimap one thing that I'm really happy about, and that's once again, Froz, something that you mentioned. I always agree with what Froz is saying. What a good analyst. But we're going to be mentioning the fact that T1, they did go for the area where Morph normally drop for, but Morph, once again, copy, paste, and repeat. They're not here this time around, so that's just free real estate over there for Mil to Power, and they're going to get that under control. But back over to TSM Entity, once again, is going to be with Reject Scarlet taking a fight in Yasnai Polyana.
Of course, the fact that TSM changed or dropped swap from North George, partly because of the whole vehicle of disengaging way, but I do believe it is genuinely because of the fact that the circles have tended to be on the east side of the map as opposed to on the west. And even the ones that have been down the Military Island have been kind of more towards the east rather than the west initially anyway.
I think it also depends on the playing path. They like to switch it up a little bit. Oh, what are we going to do today? Is it going to be George Bo? Is it going to be Yasnaya? Really does depend, but this time going to have Web getting closer and closer to TSM Entity. They both know that they like to drop around this area, so they're both going to be very cautious about how they're going to rotate between these different buildings, because you have such big spaces between those buildings, right, that you could get caught out at literally any moment and you would just get taken down instantly. So they've got to be very careful about that, and of course they're being respectful, as you do know these 2 teams like to be.
I was also talking to Sid, the manager of TSM, yesterday. I was actually on his live. A super nice guy.
Weird flex.
I've always said that. In fairness, really
super
cool
nice guy,
super nice guy. But he was kind of talking about that they do plan on getting chicken dinners in this Super Weekend. They really have the belief, they have the confidence, and once again, like I said to Gatak, I said, hey, look, can you get in the first 2 games? That'd be super appreciated. And he even said we're going to get 2 chicken dinners, so let's see what TSM can do.
Well, I'm going to ask you, Imperium, just for the TSM Entity players and for the TSM Entity fans, don't talk about them anymore. We know what happened last time at Sanhok when you talked about TSM Entity. They died literally 3 seconds after you mentioned their name.
Hey.
So, please, Imperium, don't talk about any teams, because I think you're the cursor, as we called you. That is it.
Thanks.
ET underscore Imperium, more like cursor underscore Imperium.
Wow.
That's your new name.
Valdez, the murder in Rozhok as normal. Now, it is going to be a little bit difficult for Valdez to actually kind of rotate super safety into circle, because King of Gamers are down basically the southeast. You have Orange Rock down to southwest, even if RQ down in Pachinki are moving up north from Pachinki. So I definitely think Valdez is going to have one of the initial harder rotations to get in towards a central position inside the circle, which is why I think they're kind of taking their time a little bit more.
That's for sure. But also, I'm looking out a little bit. We see the Bigatron going to all-round farm on the eastern bridge, as they usually like to do. It's pretty central on the circle. Normally, if the circle does shift a little bit higher up north, they like to rotate a little bit earlier and relieve pressure from the bridge on the east. That's not going to be the case this time around, right? So Megastars, if they're able to read the circle and know how Bigatron react to these kind of circle shifts, they should know that they're going to have a little bit of point of contestment on that bridge. Maybe a boat would be a viable option this time around for Megastars.
Well, that's one thing I was going to ask. In fairness, Mac, like, do you think a boat would be a viable option if they in any way think or do not think anybody has landed a Milta Power? Of course, we know T1 is there, but of course they might not know that. But yeah, do you think boat would be a viable option for Megastars?
For this one, see now the Phase 1 circle popped off, known as pretty central, and Bigatron lied to get himself towards a more central location.
Yeah.
They have no intention of moving this time around, at least in my opinion. It might change. They might try and go for a little early rotation, but really how they've been playing so far, I think that they will definitely not decide to move away. So Megastar should be able to anticipate that because it's a very repetitive kind of play style coming out from Bigatron.
Yeah, no, generally I would actually agree. And they could even go around Milta Power and come in through Lipovka because nobody's landed there. Team which we just panned onto, and it's funny because I noted their position. This is such a strong spot for a team because of course it's quite central inside the circle. You get a lot of information. You can even see quite a little bit up towards Shelter where Synergy are currently located. You can see quite a decent bit down south and even towards Pass Farm where Box Gaming are. So really Freestyle are currently in a very, very strong position coming into it towards the end of Phase 1.
In a strong position indeed, and we saw them in the last 2 days of league play, right? They're going to have some pretty decent games, but most of the games had pretty decent results. I'm going to come in a little bit harshly against Freestyle, maybe a little bit here, but they got the circles good in their favor, which they used properly. That's a skill of its own. Be able to use the circle when it goes in your favor, they do pretty good. Now I want to see how Freestyle will perform under pressure when the circle is not in their favor. Are they going to be able to try and turn the steam and also the entire game in their favor, or are they going to be losing track and maybe going out early?
And it makes sense because we saw the desk kind of talk inadvertently about Freestyle when the circle shifted away, and King of Gamers reacted quicker than Freestyle to get into a position. So honestly, I would actually totally agree with you. I really want to see how Freestyle react to circles shifting away from them. But of course, time will tell. And the fact that they've only got 18 kills in the 2 days of league games maybe gives a bit of a warning on how they might struggle.
It's not only them, like also you level up. Like the two teams that slowly showed up now into the second Super Week, I'm expecting a lot from them. One team that we were expecting a lot from them, but they showed up to the party already. That's Team Secret. As we pan over to their POV, still looking for potential rotation to come on through.
Strong.
They started off the entire PMWL playing a little bit like dispatch, not a lot of synergy and communication during their rotations, and most of the time they would be called out in mid-rotation and lose a few players, even potentially sometimes the entire squad. But I think they are one of the teams, personally, was you level up, I would compare them a little bit, that has improved the most going into PMWL, and they can perform really good going into this second Super Weekend.
Yeah, one of the most evolved teams, as well as improving their synergy and their coordination. They've also improved quite heavily when it comes to fragging out. They got 38 kills in 8 games, which is a nice average of 4.75 kills per game, which compared to other teams around them is quite high up. And yeah, it showed, and the fact that they got 2 chicken dinners in the league days speaks for itself. But of course, time will tell. Like I said, essentially those 2 league days don't really count. You know.
Exactly. It's just like most like a statement, and is like basically like the scrim session for some point. Yeah. So it's interesting to see how they can do now, performing into the games where it actually matters to get these good results. But I'm seeing on the minimap, slowly, Valdus the Murder and King of Gamers, they're slowly going to get very close to each other. So maybe a fight breaking out early up in like the more northern section of this Phase 1 circle. We'll have to keep an eye out. But TSM going towards the shelter area. Interesting to see how that's going to pan off. Oh no.
Yeah, that's something that Valdus needed to be aware of. They weren't aware. We got 3 knockdowns coming out right off the bat, and Armone is going to be the last player standing for Valdus. That was, you know, it was genuinely just really poor rotations from Valdus.
I mean, John Allen right now, he must be like just boiling up, like how dare you do a 3-man car rotation like that, especially right next to a compound. Like you want to try and gather information before doing so, and it's always just way safer to like, go into the countryside, go on like the little valley areas. But there they just went right next to a compound on the roadside, like you're asking to get shot at that point in time.
Now with the Phase 2 shifting down once again towards the southeast, to back up what you mentioned previously, I would 150% recommend Megastars get in the boat. They aren't going for it. They are going close towards the bridge, and I feel like that could really put them in a sticky situation as King of Gamers realized that the circle had gone away from them. They'd already gotten 3 kills, get into vehicles and now go into circles. So that's really nice reactions from King of Gamers.
That might actually allow Valdez to get, I think, a double res right there, so they could still come back as a 3-man team, I believe. We'll have to keep an eye out for that because they just completely rotated away. They don't want to take this fight. They don't want to get potentially third party trying to push and thirst those kills on Valdez. It's a lot of respect, maybe a bit too much, even.
For sure, definitely could come to bite them in the ass, but at the end of the day, those revives are costing Valdez time and energy as T1 are going to get pushed upon by TSM Entity. Nice spray coming out from Clutch God. Doesn't secure the knock, but it will at least send a message.
TSM Entity into the Super Weekend standings in 15th position. Not last, but almost. And they need to get some good results right now. They need to get some good games. We mentioned it. But one thing I want to talk about before we potentially have some fights breaking out, the fan base of TSM Entity, like, they are so nice. They're incredible. Even when their team is, not performing at their best, they're still supporting them. And I think that that's a really good just showcase of, love and passion for the esports scene as a whole. So to all you TSM Entity fans out there, keep on supporting your team. They deserve it and they love it, I'm for sure.
Yeah, and like we already mentioned over the last couple of days, they've yet to secure a chicken dinner at an international event since the Milan event last year. So they want to break that duck, so to speak. They want to break the mold. And, it's in their control. They're an incredibly strong team, and we all know, everybody knows that they can do that. Like when you looked at what BTR were talking about, who their biggest rivals were, TSM Entity.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because TSM Entity, we know them at their high when we did the Gamers Without Borders. They did really good. So now we're hoping to see TSM get some good results. Panning a little bit over, we saw Box Gaming slowly getting a little bit more involved, getting closer to T1 on the mountaintop. We had a lot of games end around this, shelter, prison area on the high ground. Teams tend to not want to go pretty central, but one team is actually really central right now. There's actually Synergy getting slowly surrounded by a few squads around them, especially on the east and west.
They're kind of on a little bit of a 2-2 split, which isn't too bad, but I kind of fear that it might make them a little bit disconnected. Now, we saw them pull out a fantastic 2v4, and we'll have to see where it goes as Box Gaming does get Lewis knocked down at the hands of a Young Jun with the DP28 spray coming through. And one thing that you just pointed out to me was Team IND coming across the bridge on the Eastern Island, getting very close to Megastars, and I feel huge mistake. Those two teams are going to clash.
Yunjin definitely caught a little bit in the open right there. Going to be hard to retreat because Sar's gone angle, Break's gone angle. You've got also the two other players on the right side have an angle, really stopping him from potentially pushing back. We've seen in the kill feed, Megastars and Team IND clashing, and that's because down south on the eastern bridge, they're going to try and cross on over. But only one team is potentially going to make it out as we pan on over. Perfect timing. Thank you, production crew. But yeah, Team IND, they are definitely not going to be in this great situation. They're on the receiving end of this fight. Megastars, Vexy, Grenade going to come out. Vexy trying to make himself known as like the best nade in PMWL. Let's see if he can prove himself.
And Megastars need to be, in my opinion, very quick on this engagement. They either do a super harsh breach or they do what King of Gamers did, which is basically just disengage away, because the circle on phase 3 shifting once again on the southeast, they can actually get a nice position inside the circle, but the longer they leave it, the more chance they're going to lose that potential position.
See how the circle went. If I were Team IND, maybe a valid option would be to just jump into the water and just
disengage.
Yeah, disengage. I would even say I would swim it personally. If that was me, I would swim it. But after I'm a noob, so you know what, my opinion probably doesn't matter. It's okay. But Snack's gathering a lot of information, I do have to say, for the rest of their squad, saying where they have angles so they can just hide a little bit more efficiently.
King of Gamers engaging onto TSM Entity under rotation. That's going to be a member of TSM Entity taking out. But it was always going to be hard to rotate at this type of the game, so at this time. But as we do see trading knocks between Megastars and Team IND, is once again Vexy going to be putting himself forward.
But that was Kratos just naded himself, I just realized. Interesting. Okay. I mean, sometimes just a little bit sticky to the hand doesn't go away, and there you have it. They're going to get himself a nice third knock, leaving Snacks alone. And now it's a little bit too late to disengage. Should have happened a little bit earlier, but he will be going away with that car and hopefully not getting backstabbed by Megastars. But yeah, that's a big loss for Team IND on this first game.
It's a huge loss for IND, but honestly, it was their own fault. It was really bad rotation coming out, and, you know, they paid the price. Megastars, they'll pick up 3 kills, but they've lost a stranglehold on getting into the circle very strongly, so they're going to have to basically play around the edge and see what they can pick off.
Yeah, you level up, they're going to rotate very close to Reject Scarlet, actually, up north, so interested to see if they're going to clash towards the prison/Milta Power area. As you level up, they're trying to go for the more coastal area up north of Milta Power. I think it's a decent position. You have a pretty good scope in the circle, see where teams are localized to try and set up your future rotation. But now back on over to Valdus the Murder, gathering information on Orange Rock, and not taking too much fights right now, but we're going to have a breaking point really soon, Imperium.
They're 2 sniper tower battles, so to speak. Both teams having all members into one sniper tower. We did see Viru getting knocked from another angle from Box Gaming, so that's going to put a little bit more pressure on Orange Rock, but because they are more centralized in the circle, in theory, they don't have to move as quickly as, let's say, Valdus might have to, so we'll have to see where this next phase does move up. I also love the position of Galaxy Racer Celts on the side of the road. Strong compound as well. Overlooks a lot of teams.
These compounds are really good, gives you a really good amount of visibility, try and set up your rotation, just like the you level up position next to Milta Power. I do like it quite a bit, but back over to now Milta, not Milta Power this time. It's going to be RQ Athena again, dangerously close to Team Secret. Team Secret that has been proving himself time and time again as a very aggressive team, going up against one of the most aggressive teams of this lobby in the Super Weekend, Imperium. Interested to see who might come out on top if the fight does break out. Oh, that shift though.
Oh, baby, what a circle shift up to northwest. It does occupy all of Milta, but it has the high ground and the fields around Milta. Now, nobody is want to go...
It's a black hole.
Nobody, will want to go inside the field, so that actually shrinks the amount of landmass available for these teams. It helps Orange Rock, it helps Valdus, no doubt, along with Galaxy Racer Celts, but it hurts the likes of TSM Entity, Reject Box, You Level Up, and King of Gamers.
Oh, King of Gamers again, nice backstab, but Yuxan is going to try and get the fight onto Soup. 77 gets it done, but they're just trading really shots left and right. Not going too well for both sides. Winter's got a great high ground position onto Bossa. He gets the intel first, but he has to heal up, get that first aid. As Bossa's trying to buy some time, a bit of utility will be popped. He's still got Braga, Concept, and Bossa in this game. Soup will get potentially res a little bit later on, but it's not their focus right now. They want to potentially end the fight with you level up to be able to just heal their wounds afterwards.
And there is a bit of a third-party potential coming out from T1, but nice spray by Winter with the M4. That smoke dispersed, and as he prones down, he's going to try and get that heal off once again with Concept and Braga from another angle, trying to shoot up and take down the last remaining player. You level up is nice opportunistic play from You Level Up, but they've got to try and keep themselves alive because they've still got 15 teams in this.
Talking about opportunistic, I'm going to say T1 is opportunistic. They come in from the top, from the mountainside, and trying to get information on both You Level Up and also King of Gamers. But King of Gamers, I said it right, they should have finished the fight with You Level Up before trying to pull off those reses. Now that's going to cost them 2 players. But T1 now, they see the kill feed popping up. They're like, okay, this fight is slowly losing players every single second. This might be the opportunity to go for the frag. That grenade rolls down to Winter. Oh, that was so close, but not quite able to connect and get the knock.
And what's great is that because Youngjun is inside the circle on the northern tip, that actually gives more time for Missile and ZZP to get those kills because they know they already have a member inside the circle. They already have that real estate.
Yeah, definitely. It just allows it as like an anchor in the circle. Like, okay, we've got the information, no one's there. After the fight breaks out, if we do even want to take this fight, we can easily rotate in. But Winter, he hears the bike moving forward. He knows that they're not going to take this fight head on anymore, so he can try and think his repositioning towards the circle, which I like. But still, a lot of teams around this location, it's not set in stone if he's going to stay alive.
Winter has fallen, not quite yet, as we see the fight between Box Gaming, Reject Scarlet. Lewis from Box Gaming with the Mini 14 pops off a couple of shots. Box are inside the circle on that eastern edge, so they have that play, they have that advantage. As Reject Starla, they haven't been as aggressive as they maybe could be at times, and now they've got to try and find a way in.
Reject Scarlet, they're still not in right now. They're going to get ganked by Box Gaming. Box Gaming got himself a little bit of an angle on this one. This is not going to be easy whatsoever. Bimai, the man himself, the man that cannot die, I have the impression. Gives himself a nice few shots, will connect it. But I might just have to just breach this one and just force it through because you're not going to make it out alive by just rushing into the circle. You need to breach this.
Exactly. I totally agree. But in saying that, Giolo does get knocked once again, this time by Orange Rock. As Loki tries to take down the members of King Gamers, constantly trying to hold on, but that's going to be the end of it. Went in too heavily, paid the price. King of Gamers Club are eliminated.
Yep, they tried to do exactly what we mentioned to not do, just forcing through when there was a lot of teams around it. They had a lot of angles on them, and at the end, that's going to result in them getting taken out early on in this game. Even Reject Scarlet slowly losing an extra member. I do believe the circle's going to be shifting up very soon. If it goes in the fields, this is going to be such an interesting game. Oh, it actually goes over to the field area, Imperium. Well, a lot of teams are going to struggle to make their way through, but one team I love their position. That's RRQ Athena. They've got the few remaining buildings of Milta in the circle. They're going to have all the scope that they need up north.
We do lose Reject Scarlet. They got taken out by BTR as the last player was rotating in. As Team Secret, they're taking down TSM Entity just like that as they hold onto the southern tip of the circle. No chicken dinner just yet for TSM Entity. Well, of course, BTR have got to find a way in. We're used to seeing them in these kind of positions of outside the circle trying to play their way in. They can of course go for a 2-2 split and maybe find different angles, but either way it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, but one thing that should be pretty interesting for these teams is that they can actually go in the field itself. If they do like synergy, that means you get a lot of cars and just create yourself your own mini compound, your own DIY compound for yourself. That could be a way of playing around it, but it's still not going to make things any easier.
I just think it's too early because they've got to know there's still 41 players in the lobby. That is roughly 12-13 teams, depending on how many in each team. So yeah, it's too early for them to do that. But now Box Gaming making their way towards BTR as they come out. Shots are coming through.
Yeah, they're going to get some nice sprays early on. They're going to connect, but Loki and Lewis, they're both going to get absolutely destroyed. Imperium. Down to now 2 players. Grenades will come on through into the Harry Potter Tower. Bigatron rising especially. Goes for the nade. Will that one get a double? It does get Pimai, and now he puts even break desperately really low. This is not making things easy, but Bigatron get himself a nice little push onto this one. That second nade might be the one that they need to get rid of the entire squad. And that will not be the case. Break remains alive.
Honestly, that was just half-assed by Box Gaming. They knew BTR were there. Why didn't you just full send it? You put yourself in a position where you basically had 3 members taken out just because you thought, okay, Sniper Tower will protect us. No, it isn't, my friend, especially with the reactions that BTR have. So poor play. But now as T1 going to get knocked down into Valdison murder. Team Secret gets a great grenade shot into Micro Boy.
They're currently playing next to a dip that makes grenades really easy to connect for Team Secret. They've got to be careful. Another grenade might just connect onto Microboy, just put him down to now mid-health, and they got to try and respond to this one. At least they are very close to the circle, not quite in there just yet, but Team Secret, they might want to commit to it, but as I see a third party currently coming out, I believe, and this is not going to make things easy. Celts are going to be the one getting the nice upper hand onto Bigatron. Another grenade comes out right next to Microboy. Will indeed confirm the kill. Team Secret, relentless on this fight versus Bigatron.
Yeah, they know with the smokes around them and the fact that they saw on the kill feed another knockdown by Galaxy Racer Celts, that of course puts Team Secret in a prime position where they can put more pressure on the BTR as the blue zone closes in. The next phase is going to be moving its way up. Synergy right in the center and it shifts up north and it's going to favor Synergy once again. What can RRQ do? Instantly they're responding towards Megastars.
Synergy, you said it was maybe a little bit too early, but actually this circle shift is working so well in their favor. Megastars losing actually 2 of their players. That's Uncon Swag down. Paradox is going to get knocked away. Res could still come on through, but RRQ Athena, they want this position. They put mortgage on this position. They want it for their own right now. That great grenade connects, gets rid of Paradox. The res will not coming through from Vexy. And there you have it. That's going to be sexy Vexy. Well, not so sexy right now. Gets eliminated. RRQ Athena popping off on this game.
Oh, 5 kills for the RRQ boys. G9 up there on his own, but now this fight really breaks out between Team Secret and BTR.
I mean, you're in the dip once again. That was a great second nade, and it might even just get more. Bigatron Luxy gets knocked away, leaving Zuxi alone, has to protect his man next to him. Gonna try his best, but Team Secret losing Rex. They're gonna have to rethink this position, buying a little bit of utility, buying a little bit of time with that utility to get Rex potentially back up, but they're gonna be going for the push with the car to leave the scene entirely. They don't want to take the fight versus Bigatron.
Yeah, that was a little bit kind of, you know, they kind of went for the fight, but then they kind of lost it, but down goes BTR. Eye shots. Gonna be in the distance, but now we're down to the final 5 teams. Synergy in the field all on their own. Team Secret going to be left with 2 players. RRQ still up as a full squad, and Galaxy Racer Celts being consistent once again.
Synergy did just a circle magnet right now. The circle just going so well in their favor. T1 is going to be a big point of pressure on them, but RRQ Athena actually helping out Synergy, getting rid of ZZP of T1. This is going pretty good for them, but Team Secret just pushing inch by inch, trying to get closer to the southern side of the circle. It's not easy, but they're getting closer and closer every single time. If they pop the car away, believe, though, that's going to make things even harder for Team Secret to make it to a safe area.
Yeah, you made a really good point. Missile is definitely the man can hurt a lot of these teams outside the circle. We've seen RQ get a couple of players knocked down, but the revives are coming through. That's where they blow up the vehicle so they can create that little bit more space and safety. But Galaxy Racer Cells on the other side of Synergy. Of course, Synergy right in between, sandwiched up, but they're biding their time. They're waiting for the moment as Rocks gets a spray of the beer. What a knockdown!
Galaxy Racers, they are putting the pressure down. They're on the edge of the circle. They know the teams potentially still have to rotate, so they just put as much pressure as possible to get rid of as many enemies as possible in this game. They want to try and just diminish the enemies they might have to face later on in this game. I like that approach. But RQ Athena with the smoke road, trying to get the res back onto G9 to potentially make it over to the safe area set up by Synergy. They need to get that position under control.
Yeah, it's nice play by RQ. They're holding on, but as Missile makes his way into circle on the high ground overlooking, can we see him punish the likes of Team Secret and RQ?
Oh, that was a great one. Team Secret, though, they get eliminated. The blue zone was also taken down, but that'll be RQ dashing out the final blow. Now they've got to go for a run for it. A little bit of utility, but Ultron, once again, he's popping off. Gets Ernie down. RQ down to 2 players. That's G9 and D2E. And they even go for the confirmed kill. They want those points. Up to 7 kills so far. They're going for the double digits.
We saw Galaxy Racer Cells end the league games with a chicken dinner. Can they start off the super weekend with a chicken dinner? They are in firm control because the last phase did shift in their favor. Now Synergy are on the edge, being pressured by RQ and Galaxy Racer Cells. As our grenade pops up, D2E trying to hold on. T1 are eliminated. I kind of expected that coming down from the high ground.
Yeah, they had to go downhill. There was RQ, Synergy, GXR, Galaxy Racer Celts. They were just going to get absolutely destroyed. Trying their best, but now RQ Athena, they got to move on forward. The blue zone is pushing right behind them, and they're going to get pressured down. Nice spray from Ted. Zexor's going to be also following up on that engagement. But that's also just really, this is a huge potential game for Celts. They just have to wait and put the pressure on RQ Athena, then stopping Synergy to get more central in the circle. I think Celts is going to take this one.
The fact that RQ are still holding on with essentially 2 teams putting pressure on them is incredibly valuable to how, just how strong they are as a team, that they just don't give up until they are down and out. The resilience they have as a knockdown from G9 comes in now, becomes 1v2, but D2E goes out in the open. Can they try to hold on? And he is going to be getting that kill confirmed, leaving G9 the last player up.
Now they see the kill feed, they see how many players are remaining, and this is the time to strike for Celts. Strike while the iron is hot, as we would like to say. Grenade might be coming out to Ted. He's 9 to the shack, and he moves actually up front, so you've got to keep that in mind. There it is. Now they're going to be pushing up the car. Hey, there you go. The car explodes, and so will the nade, getting Ted down. Synergy get eliminated in 3rd position. Still straight up a great game for them. And now they're pushing as a 4v1. They're going to get the last member. Galaxy Racers, Celts, the team known for their consistency, and once again coming out on top and getting that first chicken dinner.
A team that have come out from nowhere realistically when you look at South Asian PUBG Mobile, and they basically captured the hearts of South Asia. They've been consistent, they've been strong, and to start the second super weekend with a chicken dinner just shows me what they can do.
Yeah, they said they had to prove themselves. I think they did that right now throughout these 2 first weeks, but there you go. A lot of great players. We're going to break that down on the analyst desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
I said that just now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as Galaxy Racer Celts get themselves not only the chicken dinner to start off the super weekend, but also that means back-to-back as they ended our previous day with a win as well. Brilliant stuff coming out from them considering. Froz Avenger joining me here. Galaxy Racer Celts.
This is not how it's supposed to be. They only win the last game.
That's true.
What's happening?
Well, it's they probably heard that I said if they stay together as 3 or 4 people, they might win some games. Remember I said that just before we started.
It worked out, yeah.
It worked out well. Good job,
You gotta hand it to them, how they were actually managing to take control over the situation in the end there. Crashing that shack while Synergy was they were fighting RRQ Athena. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. I'll finish everything.
The timing was perfect, but also how they were executing that. You saw that Rox was running first with a nade in his hand before the others were coming in with the US. That means that they had no sound cue on that someone was actually attacking from behind. Throwing that nade through the window.
Yeah, very nice. Ashley went through the door as well, got Rox. Kaboom, kabang. I think it was Rox. Let's, Ted, that's the one. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from this game for the first game of our Super Weekend. God, so hyped when it comes to the Super Weekend. GXR Celts, 30 points. The scary thing for everybody, though, is RRQ Athena, our lobby leaders right now, also got 24 points. Not what everybody wants to see if they wanted to try and catch up with RRQ Athena Avenger.
I mean, in Celts, they're getting 6 points on them, so they're happy, but everybody else is not happy for sure. I mean, it's good. Good for Athena, they were able to clutch this. I was actually kind of counting them out when the circle shifted away for them, but they managed to survive for so long. And also talks to how important utility is. Keep as many smokes as you can. Like, you're not going to use 150 bullets when you're in the late game. You're not going to be able to shoot, 5 full max. Throw out some bullets, take more utilities from some of the enemies you kill. Keep them fleet.
I mean, yeah, there was points there where I was like, is this a field or is it just smokes? There was so many smokes. I was like, where is the field gone?
Seeing 2 of the teams that went in the top 3 after last week's Super Weekend, that's going to be scary for the teams here now. I mean, starting off like this is not what you want to see, but I mean, it's just the first game. We still got a lot of games to go, so
yeah,
it doesn't matter if you got yourself 1 point, 2 point, 3 points. Just make sure you make up for it in the upcoming game.
Every point's going to matter because it all adds up to that Super Weekend total tally to actually win out the league. Then qualify, of course, for the grand finals. But yes, you've got opportunities to make it up. And then what is also very important is that it's the top 16 that moves on to that final. So, you can.
And with that, RRQ Athena and GXR Celts have already qualified. It's literally impossible for anybody else to get, because they were first and third from last week. Right now, they're getting this many points from this one, so they've already qualified. Guaranteed. Unexpected.
I don't know about that, but yeah, it's
full prediction, guys.
It's like
I think RRQ Athena is going to
chance.
make it, as well as GXR Celts. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from GXR Celts as well, with 1,881 damage coming in for them. Not too much healing required here throughout this game.
They were playing a little bit more passive. We saw them on the east side there. And then, of course, they were waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And that's what happened towards the end there. They would let all the other teams fight on the west side, and they saw the opportunity come, and they just took it.
Yeah, I like that. I like the execution of it, also the patience. They stayed together. They managed to kill out a lot of teams, and the strategic position they took put them in a really good position for 2-3 circles and enabled them to go on for a really good position in the late game. So
very well done indeed.
Yes.
Now, of course, the field ending does cause some problems for some of these teams. There were quite a few in Milta, but let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Do the Do moments, the official beverage of the PMWL. Someone told me before.
That was some insane spray there, but I'm not sure what happened actually afterwards, because we didn't see King of Gamers actually push out and take control over that. Maybe it was because they were outside the circle or not. I don't know. But we saw a lot of good shots throughout the whole game, of course. A lot of the teams were playing it a little more passive. We saw a lot of rotation from teams like You Level Up, for example.
I did not see that headshot. That's a nice headshot from PMWL. Sorry, Froz.
Yeah, no, go on.
I didn't catch that when I was watching. Maybe we didn't catch that on either, but that was a crazy shot. Nice peek. And also, You Level Up Winter here with some nice shots. Overall, I love this circle here because it causes so much problem, and you really see some of the teams where they decide, early on to go into Milta, and there's a lot of teams deciding, it's not worth it because it's not gonna end there. It's so rare we see the Milta street endings, but they happen. But some good decisions made the rotations made as well.
I'm trying to think of our last easy to deal with circle for some of these teams, and it's really difficult because so many circles have been so hard to deal with towards the very end.
I actually don't remember any, you know, like, oh, that's nice. That's a nice calm collected
That's
circle.
calm for them, you know.
I mean, the thing is, when we have a sort of normal circle ending, that's when it's been ping-ponging all around. We've been having hard shift, hard shift.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so hard when it's not like just a regular hard circle itself.
Was it the opening weekend or was the opening days of League play where G9 got a double kill where the circle ended west of shooting range? That was a pretty decent circle. Well, like everybody kind of knew it's going to end up there because the circle was kind of nicely placed up there.
So you're saying opening weekend is when we had a normal circle last time?
Talking like 30 plus games ago, right? Yeah, that's where like that's a good easy ending with this. Ultron actually managed to get so many kills from this position, ending so many. Ernie was one of them here, but this push here from RQ gave them another 4 points.
That knocked it that Ultron got. That gave them all the information they needed. It's RQ Athena out there. Now we know that. But then we saw, of course, later on that Synergy got the knock on RQ. And that's when they had all of the information. They knew exactly what was happening. And that's when they started pushing.
Great position but ahead as well here. But in the end, the numbers were overwhelming to deal with. Dead.
Is that how it sounds?
And Galaxy sells a Razor.
Which gun was that?
Huh?
Which gun was that?
That was an M16 on burst fire.
Oh.
You know? It
sounded like a scar.
Small chirp. Moving on quickly, we can take a look, I think, at the overall damage here from the lobby and see what's what there.
Oh,
pretty
nice.
even, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, still, like top heavy still, but it's evened out a little bit. We have some of our lows, but nice to see, considering King of Gamers actually went out that early. They got 4 kills and 1,000 damage. They went out in 14th, 15th.
I mean, 15th.
That's kind of impressive considering 1,000 damage for 15th with 4 kills.
We saw him getting 3 knocks on Valdez early on in the game, so only there itself they got accumulated a lot of damage. But the thing is, of course, we're going to see the teams towards the end here getting a lot of damage because towards the end of the circle, it was pretty much a few teams fighting each other or holding the other teams out, and it is the teams towards the top there.
Very true. Seems like they didn't capitalize on that by King Gamers, but that's by the by. The 1,000 damage coming in from them, the 4 kills. So even if you get like a low placement here in some of these lobbies, at least try and get a handful of kills here or there. If you can get a full squad wipe, that's fantastic. To be able to kind of tide you over for the next big game that might come your way. But Froz, talk to me about something that might be going on in the Telestration.
Oh, Telestration time. No, I want to talk about Bigatron and Box Gaming actually. Well, it's sort of more Bigatron and how they're actually playing, why they're so good, why they're ahead of everyone else. And we're going to be looking at a scenario here where Box Gaming actually crashed towards Bigatron. As you can see, Bigatron, of course, is set up out here, while we have Box Gaming. They came in from the side here and they crashed here. Straight away, we saw the nades coming in. Bigatron kept on firing, putting pressure on Box Gaming. But the main thing is that we're going to be focusing on is on the right-hand side over here. Suxy and Microboy goes into a car. And what are they doing? Right now, they're going to go into the circle. If you look on the minimap, they're going to go right there. Meanwhile, Ryzen and Lux is holding this. They're going to join them later on. But the whole thing is that they're buying time, making sure, okay, we're going to send 2 guys into the circle, get into a position we can play from.
Right.
And it's so important, while these 2 are just holding out the team that just crashed towards them.
My important takeaway from that, Froz, is that BTR realizes that Box Gaming was so clumped up and in such a small position that they only needed 2 people to be able to hold them in that certain location, right, whilst they could go elsewhere.
So yeah, having 2 people is always great instead of 1. You could have sent one, just have 1 holding. But the thing with having 1 person is, if he does a small mistake, he might get knocked, and if he gets knocked, he's gonna die, but also there's no pressure put on Box Gaming anymore. That means Box Gaming can come in from behind and actually take you out. So very good play from Bigatron, making that 2-2 split and having 2 guys sending in towards the circle, taking a position to play.
Exactly, and that talks to how much they are valuing a good spot in the circle and like having a leg inside, you know, the new circle, always knowing a way in, because they have always their foot in the door. They've obviously already scouted this. They know that exactly the spot they want to play. We saw them play on that small ridge. Yes, Team Secret did put some pressure on them, but that little ridge was super playable for them.
Yeah.
They could potentially survive that and put out smokes and, you know, survive and kind of attack the teams that are sitting inside Milton, potentially taking them out. But I would still say, like, the Box Gaming did put like a little stop to the plan there, because if they're able to get 4 in at the same time, I think the pressure they could have put on and like the survivability they would have had as 4 immediately in that new position they took, that could have gotten Begatron more kills and potentially a better placement. So Box Gaming did put a little stop to it, but it's still very well played by Begatron to make sure they always have a foot in the door, I should say. Let's
take a look and shine a spotlight on some of these players from this game, as we have G9.
Ooh.
What a surprise!
Yes.
Ultron, a Tanky, and
Yes.
Ted. Actually, this is a pretty star-studded lineup.
Stacked.
Look, this is stacked, but I gotta give a shout out to G9. Him making the push on Megastars earlier on in the west side of the circle. They were outside, all of them, outside the circle, but he pushed alone towards Megastars, knocked and killed 2 of the Megastars and wiped them out, so the team could just start rotating on that side and make a play into the circle.
Has G9 got some like weird mandate where like if he does less than 750 damage, he's like bringing shame to his family or something? Because every single game, it's just nuts. What is with G9?
He's just fracking out, man. He's just, you know, putting out damage. The other guy's gonna be like, focus on focus on shooting. Just shoot. We will scout. We will put the cars. We will everything. Just shoot. Just shoot. Just shoot. Because he's hitting so much.
It's nuts.
I would like to know his accuracy, like, because I feel like this guy has one of the highest accuracies, not the highest accuracy in this lobby.
I want to see his damage per minute.
Oh,
that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Usually you go per second, but because obviously it's a longer game, per minute is still a really good stat. I like that.
DPS would be kind of low. Let's be.
Yeah, but still, it would still be something you can say, oh, this is way higher than all the other guys. Like the other guys are sitting in the 0 point something, and he's like 1.8 or something like that.
Oh, he's like 10.
No. That's good though.
All right, overall ranking time. Let's see how RRQ Athena is slowly increasing that gap up towards the top. They are still the only team in that 200-point club, but GXR Celts is 1 point away from taking over Bigatron there into that second place. Megastars has also made a little bit of a push higher, but the top 3 has a gap between them compared to like the 4th and downwards.
They have a gap. That means they have a little bit of a cushion. They can do a few bad games. It doesn't matter. They're still going to be towards the top, of course. But I mean, there's so many games left. You look at U2 Gang though, they dropped to 6th place. They were 4th place coming into this.
Yes.
This is the first game only. Megastars and Box already passing them.
That's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the day, throughout the next 3 days. Unfortunately for U2 Gang, who are not able to defend their territory right now, we will see how far they fall against some of these other teams. We see U Level Up making a move, but U Level Up and Freestyle were 2 of the teams that did not qualify for our previous Super Weekend.
Right.
Not that many points for this start, but it's only the first game.
It's only first game. I mean, they're just warming up right now. I feel like that. We saw some good rotations from both the teams. Freestyle, of course, it was sitting kind of in the center of the first circle, all 4 in one compound. We saw U Level Up going from Prim to Milta Power. So, I mean, they had a long rotation. Then, of course, the circle hard shifts to the west, so it was a little bit hard for them. But good tendency so far from them.
Absolutely.
From this as well, like you have a overall, when you get into this, you have an overall strategy. You want to obviously take over a no chance team. You don't want to place lower than them, because that means you have a worse weekend, right? Because if they both don't make it for next weekend, then they potentially would be taken over by that. So that's the immediate goal for Freestyle and U Level Up, is to beat no chance team, both of them, and put them out there and try to chase as many chase down as much as you can as well, because I feel like U2 Gang is like they had an amazing Super Weekend, right? It's a very ambitious in the beginning. It's a very ambitious kind of like it would be a huge success for them to beat them, like both of the teams.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah. That'd be crazy. Of course, there's tons of other stuff going on here in PUBG Mobile. Let's take a little bit of a quick glimpse at the Royal Pass. like this happened to me. Like the character that had the bag stolen, that was my character right now. Damn it. Unfortunate.
Are you not picking stuff up?
Are you stealing my level 3 bag?
Yes. What level are you right now?
In the Royal Pass, only 8 or 9. I didn't bought any levels. I'm a grinder. I'm gonna grind it out.
You're gonna buy in the end when you have given up.
When I've maybe. So, doing well on the road to Conqueror. We're doing good. Let's take a look at something else that I can't remember what you just said. There we go. It's it's the top 10 players. It's
by
G9
Nox.
up towards
By
the top.
Nox.
Wait. Look at the damage we're
Yeah.
coming in from G9. He just keeps.
Yeah, but it's not sorted by.
I know,
by
but
damage,
it's still
right?
insane.
Still crazy to see.
It's still insane, but also you can see here, Bigatron has 3 players up here. Luxy, Ryzen, and Saxion, 5th, 6th, and 8th place. That is pretty good, I'd say.
That is crazy.
I mean, and you can see that they have all of them, high damage, high kill counts. It just shows you how good that team is.
Yeah.
It's not just all on one play. It's so easy.
The complete package.
Yeah.
Exactly. Microbo is sitting in 13th right now with 46 kills as well. Imagine having all 4 of them in the top 10. That would be insane. But
we
very
could
nice
get
to
there.
see. G9, most knockouts, most kills, most damage.
Just a monster.
That's
a monster.
That's just
the MVP
Can't stop
monster
him.
of week 1. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 4 more games coming at you for today. We're going to be going to Vikendi next, then Miramar, then Sanhok, then we've got Erangel on the way. Don't know why I did that. That was weird. But it's Vikendi next coming up, and we take a bit of a change here because even though our first 3 circles on Vikendi, we've seen hard shifts before, but it doesn't really matter because the circles are so big that everyone's still in them.
But everybody knows that. That's apparent terrain, right? So you have to play around that. You have to play what is given to you, and I feel like that's especially where here we see some of the teams that are like, I play Edge. When I play Vikendi, I just play Edge all the time, and we love that.
Yeah, doesn't even matter if you play Edge on the Vikendi for the first couple of circles. You just like... Doo-doo-doo-doo. Anyway, time to head over to the commentators here for Vikendi, Imperium, and Maxman. Take it away.
Thank you, Galaris. I really appreciate that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Imperium said it was getting heated, but now I say let's calm down a little bit. It's going to get frosty, it's going to get chilly as we're going to go over to Vikendi. And I hope that the action, the plays that are going to be coming up are going to be heating us up a little bit, Imperium.
Now, when we had Vikendi in the league days, where it's basically just Vikendi and Erangel, Freestyle didn't qualify for the Super Weekend. So I want to know is, have they stepped up their game in Vikendi alone to get a strong result? Game 1, they didn't do that well. They only got 2 points. What can they show in Game 2?
I'm going to talk about another team, and that's going to be Orange Rock. You mentioned that they're a team that got it too good. And you know what? In the Vikendi week, they actually got himself 2 chicken dinners, I believe, over there, even potentially more. They got some really good results on Vikendi. So if there's one team I'm looking forward to finally step it up and get himself in like top 5 minimum would be Orange Rock. So my eyes are peeled open for them. Hopefully they get some good games going into this.
Now, I know the desk we're talking about circles and how we haven't really had any kind of normal late game circles. As phase 1 of this game has popped up, I think the Vikendi circles have initially actually been quite normal because I'm used to seeing 50-55% water on phase 1, whereas we've seen even quite mainland central circles on Vikendi, and even on this one, it's barely any.
I'm sure like when we cast the games and we have like so much water involved, is like we can blame water sheep. I'm sure you guys will get that reference over there. Imperium probably doesn't, but
don't
blame water sheep.
Okay.
Water sheep evil.
The phase 1 circle didn't really complement the playing path, in fairness.
It was like, no, I don't want to get close.
So,
no, run.
So it is going to require a couple of hard shifts from teams like Megastars, Freestyle, You Level Up, who are all on the west side. But it isn't going to be too hard for teams like T1, BTR, and King of Gamers, who are basically down in the south side of this map, because they can basically come in through Hot Springs, Cantra, easy peasy lemon squeezy, especially a team like, You Level Up. They've always been pretty strong with rotating on Vikendi, as far as I know.
Yes, exactly. I was just about to mention that, man. We're so insane, Imperium.
We're so insane.
It's insane. But yeah, indeed, like You Level Up is a team that has been doing really good rotations in that week of Vikendi action, and they were getting really good positions, but they weren't playing aggressive enough. Sometimes they were just like, getting a good position, they just have like Bigatron, beep, beep, just cruise in front, and they would gate You Level Up. You Level Up have they've been playing more aggressively recently. I think that's going to complement their rotation style on Vikendi. And if they just play aggressively, as I just mentioned, on this map, I think they can get some really good results on Vikendi games in this Super Weekend.
Now, the hot areas of this phase 1, 100% the huge big Chungus mountain that's outside Cement Factory.
Love that word, don't you?
I do. I love the word Chungus
Chungus.
because I'm a Chungus boy. I'm a big boy, you know. I'm a big Chungus of a boy. But that's a very core area because you get a lot of information on teams that are rotating from Castle, from Podvosto, from Volnova. You basically get a lot of information that you can play around on phase 2, phase 3. The risk is that if you hold on to that mountain area for too long, disengaging away down from it is incredibly difficult.
Always on Vikendi, right? It's just like Miramar. It's just Vikendi is the same. If you go downhill, you have compounds around you, teams have angles. You're going to come out in a very, very sour state. So hopefully teams will be able to respond to that accordingly. Erangel, the team I just mentioned, you know what? They're going to be towards Krishas. They're going to be up to the northwestern section. Going for a little bit of a split early on. That's fine. But there are a few teams between them and the Circle, especially Valdez the Murder, the RQ Athena, potentially TSM Entity if they try and go for that hard shift up northeast. So they'll have to keep that in mind. But what they usually like to do is to just wait for the team to rotate, and then when there's no teams between them and the Circle, that's when they pull off their rotation.
And you've hit on a really good point. I do think for the teams that are furthest away, like I mentioned on the west and the northwest, it is going to be a matter of basically waiting until the blue zone starts, even goes past you, so the other teams ahead have already made their way inside the Circle. I know you get a lack of information, but at least in the early parts of the game, it's a lot safer.
Yeah, always trying to get some information. Information gathering on Vikendi is extremely important because your compounds are very dispatched, and when you want to breach one, you want to know 100% if there's a team there or not. If there are teams that are going to be close to your, your rotation path, you got to keep that in mind. As we go over to Bigatron, another team just like Orange Rock that has been having a lot of success on these Vikendi games, Imperium, and this time around they actually didn't go for the down south section of Winery. They went a little bit more over to the western side this time around, just going to make their rotation a little bit longer. But there's no teams towards Abbey or Winery, so their rotation on phase 1 is going to be very straightforward.
I think it was one of those things where it was a little bit quicker dropping. They knew they have this. They know they have the space, so to speak. Yeah. So it's a matter of just dropping a little bit quicker. They can loot up quicker and they can move out. They also will know where the vehicles are, so they can move in and go from there.
Yep. Reject Scarlet was another team I wanted to mention, just like you level up. They went for the north. Why are you dancing, Imperium?
Don't stop it, okay? Just let me dance.
I gotta expose you, Imperium. You're doing weird stuff behind the desk, Imperium. I have to show it. So are you. Yes, but we don't talk about that. But you don't know that I'm just wearing pants, actually. You don't see what's happening underneath.
Continue on, young man.
Okay, sir. Yes, no problem. I'm sorry, Mr. Old Man. Yes, so... Reject Scarlet, they like to play on the eastern side. That's going to complement this phase 1 Circle. Easily rotation. There's going to be Galaxy Racer Cells that did rotate and just kind of a little bit quicker, himself. Right? Yeah, a little bit quicker, just cruising himself, parking himself before the tide of Reject Scarlet. So hopefully not going to get in too much of a hassle because Sarah will be scouting for the team.
But that's where Galaxy Racer Cells have kind of done something similar, only like you mentioned, a little bit further ahead than Reject. They sent Rocks down forward to do a little bit of scouting and maybe get some core information as the blue zone kind of comes down on towards the end of phase 1. But yeah, overall this is one of those games where it is going to be, in my eyes, relatively passive because Vikendi being compound heavy, you can, as you're rotating, go from kind of compound to compound, get that little bit of information. You don't have to make a super harsh shifting movement from far outside the circle into well inside the circle. You can go little by little.
Yeah, you're talking about how important compounds are. Remember that game of Vikendi that was next to Castle on the western side of Castle? Yeah. Box Gaming went into Castle, right? And this time around they're going to be going for their own rotation, and they're going to hopefully not go for Castle because it is a little bit risky to go for, and they're going to be going indeed for the northern side next to Cosmodrome. But Castle this time around, see how the circle is going. I just hope that no teams are going to go there. It's like a magnet, especially for me, because when I play Vikendi, I just like to drop there, even though I die early going for the bridge rotation. It's such a nice area, but Box Gaming really hopefully not going to repeat that.
I like the fact that T1 haven't hung around Hot Springs for too long. They sent 3 members forward, leaving and Youngjun inside there just to get that final bit of looting, get that final bit of utility, of course, which is so important. But the other 3 members have basically made their way into compound where Galaxy Racer Celts are pretty close by, and Team IND are also doing, no, not Team IND, Synergy as well, so some early action potentially coming to clash up. They're all actually going for the mountain.
This is very normal, like, kind of response from Synergy. They like to be very spread between multiple locations. That's what they did on a Vikendi game and like the last Super Weekend. I do believe this time around will be interesting, but Servi gets the ZP of T1. The high gun is going to be in his favor. It is a little bit of a scary fight for him because he's solo. They're going for a 2-1-1 split, so Servi doesn't want to commit. He just wants to put pressure, forcing T1 away, which is exactly what T1 are doing. A lot of respect coming out from the Korean team.
Oh yeah, of course, because, you know, trying to continue up the mountain at that stage is just, you know, a huge risk. Of course, that will alert Galaxy Racer Celts as well, so they'll actually kind of benefit even more from that kill that went in the favor of Synergy, because that sent the message.
And I love this. Schreider, he was in a compound where T1 are currently localized. They had 2 compounds under control to make sure, like, if we have to rotate to one or the other, we have a lot of opportunities available for us. And they have, of course, have Servi on the mountaintop said, oh, T1's coming, rotate out. It's so clean. It's like communication 101 right there. That's a great example.
True. Do you think that was also a very big missed opportunity for Team IND, considering they were close to that mountain where they could have gone there before Servi and taken Servi out?
I think it's okay to just like kind of play that one a little bit passive early on, especially when they didn't have a great first game, last game. So I think they want to take a more passive approach into this one. They could have gone like either way, really. It's a double-edged sword. There was positive points, there was negative points. This time they played a little bit more passive.
Cool. So as teams are making their way more towards the center part of Circle, TSM entity, or also towards the north of Team IND, you have Valdez to the north of TSM, you have Team Seeker a little bit to the southwest of Valdez. So there's a lot of teams that does, of course, create that space that I mentioned for the teams who were on the far west, right? Megastars, King of Gamers, Freestyle, RQ, all have a lot more space.
A lot of space on the western side, should I say. The east is completely clustered. Now what will be really funny, because we are evil, us casters.
Hard shift to the west.
Hard shift to the west. If we get that, and they also go through bridges. Excellent, yes. Is that like from The Simpsons? Like, just excellent.
Yeah.
Exactly, yes. I forgot his name, but whatever.
Mr. Burns.
It's Mr. Burns, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
No, you are dead, right? And that is something that I hadn't really mentioned, but yeah, the river and the circle shifting to the western phase 2 could definitely come into play. But I think right now we're kind of at a little bit of a stalemate, as you see the teams have kind of found their home for now. BTR on the southern tip where King of Gamers are heading towards, that could see King of Gamers find themselves in a spot of bother. But phase 2, what a normal shift. That's a little bit weird.
I'm a bit disappointed. I wanted to see teams just get destroyed.
Okay, Pouty Maxi. It can still shift to the west on phase 3, okay? There's still a chance.
Okay, we'll see. I'll hold you accountable on that one, Imperium, if it doesn't happen. Then we're going to have a little bit of replay when Servi got the information on ZZP, Break Spray, got it out, connected it right after, got the flash. Great stuff. And also very passive approach from Servi, which you'd like to see.
I also love Box Gaming, coming in from the north, again, one of the teams that were kind of, had to juggle around a lot of the teams around them. They've found a lot of space on the northern tip. They only have Team Seeker and Valdez ahead of them, but it's quite a decent bit of space away. RQ also sticking to Mount Kresnik, which is something they've done in the past, but I kind of feel with phase 2 kind of going a little bit more towards east, or at least centralizing, not heavily to the west, they should think about sending a scout closer to the bridge to get that information.
I would agree. I would personally go into Podvoster. I know you don't like Podvoster, Imperium going into Podvoster. I think you could just send some players around there, gather information. Also, because you know that No Chance Team, a team that likes to go around there, they're not in the lobby.
Exactly.
So it's like, okay, you know what, Podvoster might be a viable option. They got to think about that.
No, I would genuinely agree. And Team Seeker is a team who have been a lot more dynamic recently with their rotations, have moved away from Podvoster. So genuinely, yeah, I totally see where your thought process is.
Okay, Megastars, and you level up. Oh, they see Winter on the top of the roof there. Going to connect a nice few amount of bullets, but Winter is going to play it passive once again as Megastars. He's got 2 great angles here. I do like it quite a bit. Uncle's got a great opportunity there with the G30, and also he got himself Swag. We're going to get himself a little bit of pressure. But really, that's going to be you level up playing a lot more respectful. You know, they're not going to be overzealous. Even though I did say they want to go more aggressive into these fights, they're not going to go for fights that they know are just not worth it.
Well, Volnovo is a strong place to be when it's actually on the edge of the circle in my eyes, because I don't think it's too hard to disengage away from the area earlier on in the game. Of course, if the next phase 3 circle kind of shifts down on the southwest, it actually could come a little bit harder for them. But for now, other than BTR making their way across on the eastern side of the river, it shouldn't be too difficult for you level up.
Yeah, you level up. Hopefully, we'll have a good opportunity. They just got to really take their timing in place, because you know the Bigatron like to go a little bit more central at some point in time, but they would just want to hold on to the bridge a little while longer just to make sure they can get a few shots towards you level up. I think that just here, timing is going to be key for you level up to move away from Volnova. The circle is going to be popping up pretty soon for phase 3, and I'm expecting for a more interesting circle.
Like, I love the fact that, you know, Galaxy Racer Celts have called it their home. Avenger mentioned about, you know, how strong they can be when they stick together, and that's something that they did in the last game. It's something they're doing in this game, and you can also see that they're actually ready to react to the circle shift wherever it goes. And once again, phase 3 is nice and normal. Could you pinch me, Max? Am I dreaming? Ow!
I'm gonna get my bed right now. I'm going to get in bed. Imperium, and we'll wait until like phase 4. I think we're going to have some stuff happening. It's definitely very slow paced, but it's also really interesting to see, because you know that in the eastern region compared to west, they're a lot more calculated. So fights do tend to break out a little bit less in the early stage. It's interesting to see. But RQ Athena, you mentioned it earlier, right? Moving away from Mount Kresnik, could send a player over on the other side. But this time around, Orange Rock is going to be on the receiving end as G9 is pushing on over. And a few shots will be taken. Mavi get a headshot by G9. That's a headshot Bolte. Yes. I said it, yes.
Nice one. Well said. Well said. Mavi, the IGL knocked down, but at least it's going to be how they can compose themselves. A scout is going to look to get the revive. G9 back in the water. We saw this kind of play from RQ in the Erangel game a couple of days ago, right, where G9 got in the water, should I say, got out, took down Reject Scarlet and went back into the water. And this is basically something they're similar to doing. And because they have the information, Beer's on the other side, getting the shots over onto the members of Orange Rock. So incredibly well played. As G9, should I say, gets a knockdown on the Gil.
And he's actually on the arch of the bridge. That's huge. Has a great angle. Gets the flush onto Gil.
Wow.
Gil, no, one of the top frags of the lobby.
Well, oh my god!
G9.
Oh
my god, G9.
God.
Absolutely shredding down Orange Rock. Now it's down to a 4v2. Might want to go full send, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. They name 3 members over. They know they're underneath the bridge, so they can just go on top of the bridge. They're going to surround them. This is a huge opportunity for RQ Athena to get rid of Orange Rock.
Anto playing in on this game. Scout and Anto are going to be the last 2 players standing. Of course, you do see the members of RQ pushing their way through. Mavi is going to get knocked down. Beer is going to be put under pressure. He's going to get knocked by Scout. Scout doing what he can. But that's going to leave Scout on his own to try and fight and stave off the members of RQ. Too little, too late. Down goes Orange Rock.
Yeah, Orange Rock, the team that I said had a lot of great last performances on Vikendi. Well, this one will not be the case for them on the first Vikendi game of the second Super Weekend, as Galaxy Racer Celts just going to be cruising by, getting a position very close to T1. There's that little bit of a cliffside, so that's going to avoid these 2 teams taking direct shot at each other.
Yeah.
But still, one team could go just full send it and try and engage. But I would be genuinely surprised. That's not usually something that Celts or T1 like to do.
And I just love the fact that Celts just moved a little bit more forward. Of course, T1 will have heard the noise of those vehicles, but they're just, you know, that little by Galaxy Racers using the compounds that are in Vikendi to their advantage to get more towards the center of the circle and prepare for the next circle shift.
Talked about you level up and their rotations, currently in circle, which is always no good first approach. If you get yourself in circle, that's what you're supposed to do. But they're going to have like multiple angles of fire and also Megastars. They're not currently... Wait, is that King of Game? Hey, what are you doing there, Soup? Why are you going to be looking and checking out a compound that's currently not even in circle? I don't understand that decision-making from Soup. But there you go, gets headshot by Encore. That's an easy kill for Megastars. I mean, yeah, easy peasy.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy, indeedy, as the next circle has moved down towards the southwest. It's going to actually favor the likes of you level up and BTR, and it's going to put a bit more pressure on the teams up north, TSM, Team IND, Reject Scarlet, Team Secret and Valdez.
Gonna have actually even Reject Scarlet popping up into the feed for the first time this game. Intrigued to see how that's going to be going. But King of Gamers, they lost that one player. Like, okay, we are not going to go on the fight versus Megastars. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. We're going to try and aim for better position, which is something that I think is better for their case. And there you go. Going to get himself a little compound remaining.
Yeah.
And Celts are just going to go on the other way entirely.
But now Celts have got to think about maybe being a little bit more aggressive onto either Synergy or T1, because it's getting to the point where the rotations are being pretty good, but are they being aggressive enough? And even though T1 are disengaging away, they sent Young forward. I still think that Galaxy Racer Celts maybe could have been a tiny bit more aggressive.
A little bit more proactive, I would even say, in the approach.
Yeah.
Interested. But T1 just going to be continuing by, getting himself into the valley side. I love this area. I find it so cool. But not easy to take shots on there, I might say. So it's also a really good hiding spot. Get a few nice angles. Really hard to predict where you might actually peek out from. So interested to see.
Well, I feel like that valley area is kind of a tiny bit like shooting range in terms of there's always within reason there's always a higher ground because you have the mountain above and you can't really see it clearly. There's King of Gamers, connect a couple of shots off on towards You Level Up, who are rotating behind them. But You Level Up will be able to keep surviving as they make their way into the circle.
Humal, you lucky fella. Just one of two more extra bullets and that was game over. Valdos and Reject Scarlet, they're going to be clapping once again into the kill feed. Interested to see if we can pan over to the fights very soon because a few action especially happening on the eastern side of the circle, especially northeast. Valdos, you got yourself Team IND, you got TSM Entity, Reject Scarlet. So I'm actually really interested. But Roxy's going to be bridging up onto the compound of Megastars. He's going to go solo, gathering information first. I mean, they got information the team is over there, so I would say just send two players. Just full send it. You're taking so long, and Roxy's going to be getting knocked away by Uncle with a great grenade. I mean, you got to send the entire team, which is what they do now, but a little bit too delayed in my opinion.
Too little, possibly too late. We'll have to wait and find out as the other members of Galaxy Racer Celts don't in any way go for the revive. Let them go down. The Molotov from Vexy helps to confirm the kill onto Roxley's MJ and Ultron behind each building as Vexy providing those cover shots. A Tanky is on the high ground above, so Galaxy Racer Celts will want to play this engagement around it, which means they can't be as proactive as they maybe want to be.
They can't peek too heavily. I love the fact that they kept the Tanky. I think they should have sent like 3 players, keep a Tanky on the high ground to make it a little bit hard for the opposing side of Megastars to peek, and that would have been nice, in my opinion. That grenade. Oh, no! Oh my god, that timing was so damn close, but MJ's going to be slowly burning up. I want my MJ well cooked, please.
Yeah, MJ kind of walked into the fire as he was trying to avoid another one. But as Encore is going to push on towards the same building where his teammates are. They do have that tiny bit of lack of information, but they send a couple of smokes out on one side so they can possibly engage onto a member of Celts from the other side. So they're protecting one side to engage on the other. Let's not forget that with the circle center up quite nicely, these two teams are now outside the circle. MJ gets knocked. Ultron gets knocked. A Tanky trying to do something from a distance, but he's not going to be able to do that much.
Sexy Vexy, that was a huge flank on the side, getting himself a nice double, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be enough for them. Galaxy Racer Celts down to now only a Tanky, and he gets sniped from the other side of the blue zone. That was a great response from Megastars. Those smokes were on point, denying the pressure away from a Tanky, taking a fight, then taking care of a Tanky as the last member. I love that play. That was great.
It was, but it was also probably one of the first genuine mistakes I've seen Celts pull out in a game. But now is IND. Hold on towards Cosmodrome. The Team Seeker coming in. Snacks was knocked down along with 420 OP, leaving Kratos and Slayer separated from each other.
That was one hell of an aggressive push. Slayer's going to remain alone, but Valdos and TSM Entity going for the push. TSM Entity down to only one player, and that is Jonathan going for the final play. Can he make the dream alive for their side? TSM Entity trying their best, but he's going to get pushed by Armdrain on the side. Game prone, he's getting slowly cornered up. He's solo, one bullet will be enough, and they have it. Jonathan, he was like a father to me. I loved him like my son, but he gets eliminated right there with the rest of TSM Entity in 14th position.
Yeah, honestly, it just seems like that TSM Entity can't seem to defend themselves against the engagement. I think it's just that confidence shining through, but we do also lose Reject Scarlet. Teams are starting to drop to the floors. We're down to 12, 36 players, and that's where the normal circle shifts have forced these teams closer together more gradually.
I'm seeing these roads also coming into play. Could have a huge impact into this one if you have to cross on over. You know, roads, they're not your friends at any map, especially not Vikendi, because it can make your position just a little bit more obvious to the teams around you. But still, Bigatron, we've got to say, remaining still strong as a 4-man team. And they have been a team that, just like Orange Rock, has been really consistent on this one. Orange Rock is out. Bigatron are one of the big contenders going into this game to take this second chicken dinner of the Super Weekend.
I'm also looking at T1 as well. T1 are a team. We're on the northeast. They have 3 members up. They have Valdez in front of them on the north along with Team Secret. But Team Secret and Valdez could possibly engage onto each other as a freestyle goes out. So T1, I'm looking out for them.
Got to keep an eye out for them. Also for Box Gaming, but I think the Bigatron already doing really good work of that, gathering information, taking a few nice sprays. But you know the Bigatron, they don't want to stay out of the circle for too long, so they might be thinking of repositioning right now before other teams decide to do so before them. So I like the fact that they try and respond as early as possible. They're going to send potentially Zuxi as a scout first, which is a very interesting approach as they usually like to do. But Paradox, very close to Jackson. If you level up, it's a little mini 1v1 happening right here, Imperium. A few nice sprays with the Uzi will be coming out, but Jackson just not ready to commit.
Nice pre-fire coming out from Jackson.
Oh, taking too long.
Waiting for the support from the rest of his team, but now Paradox is still yet to be provided support as Vexy. But a grenade is going to be thrown out. That's going to be a nice compounding play coming out. As we do see Vexy's going to get dropped to the floor. Swag from behind the rock, trying to get the sprays off onto the members of U level up. But it's not really working out, and that's where I feel Paradox or Megastar is really disconnected, because Paradox should have been given support.
Oh, that grenade came out. That was Pogo. Who just threw that one? That was Swag. Connecting the kill and also gave himself a next knock on top of that. Big Pog. That was a nice Kobe coming out. You level up now down to 1 player. It's going to be a 1v1 versus Swag. Vexy was knocked away. Oh, actually, no, he's still got to be having a 1v2. My apologies. Hyuksan is actually going to be on the back line. But now they're sending Kamal first. But maybe want to get Hyuksan back to take the fight. Take it 1v2. But actually going to have a third party from King of Gamers Club. And they're going to nice engage. They are looking for kills in this game.
Oh, Megastars have been gifted a little bit of a gift, so to speak. Of course, Vexy will actually be confirmed and stolen away by Synergy, but it does still at least leave Megastars with 1 member up. RQ have been wiped off the lobby in 9th place. 8 teams, 21 players left.
Yeah, you level up, going to lose 1 player confirmed. Yogzan's going to run away, but Concept, he's not going to allow this rotation to come on through for both Megastars or you level up. He's got to keep that in mind, but the circle shifted once again. He's moving away from most of the teams. You've got no teams currently in circle, and the road is once again going to be into play, Imperium.
We did see T1 getting taken out by Valdez. Valdez just is soaking up all these kills in the Vikendi game. Box Gaming go down. Team Secret still inside this game, but they're facing a lot of pressure from teams up north, most notably BTR.
As just said, Concept, he's not going to allow Megastars to make it out. Hyuksan used his last first aid. He has to run on forward. He has nowhere for healing up. Concept sees it. Going to go for the spray. Nice response on the other side from Hyuksan. He's solo. 1 bullet will be enough. And there you have it. As King of Gamers getting rid of 2 teams in a matter of like 10-15 seconds. Great place on King of Gamers. Great position. But now they need to look for the long game. They need to rotate in circle.
Definitely. Blue Zone is closing in on this phase 7 in the next 25 seconds. Team Streaker staving off the pressure. BTR sent Zuxi into the circle, the only team, the only player that is currently inside of course, that puts BTR under pressure of having 3 members only up as Matoy knocks down 1 of them.
And only 1, because they got Microboy also got knocked away. That's going to leave Ryzen alone in this fight, taking it. It was also Zaxi, Luxy, and Microboy get slowly and utterly confirmed by the teams around them. Bigatron not looking in a great position for this one. Ryzen still full health, but Team Secret, they see the smokes. They do not want to allow this team to rotate, because if they do let them alive, they're going to get backstabbed as they rotate into the circle. They need to take this fight. They need to win it.
Oh, no, they don't. Team Secret on fire more than ever on 8 kills currently and into the top 4.
I mean, Team Secret coming together, taking down Bigatron. They're taking down some of the top kill leader teams in the lobby. I absolutely love it. But Team Secret, another fight's going to be breaking out versus Valdez. The murder. 2 other players still going to be on the mountaintop, so they're going to have to make their way down to the circle. But look at that. Synergy trying to cruise their way by. They're going to have 1-2 players knocked away, leaving Ted alone once again, just like last game on Erangel. And Ted will be able to get himself into the smoke, remaining passive for the time being, but still all the teams know exactly where he is.
And this is where King of Gamers are actually taking advantage of this as well, being on the low ground. But Valdez, the murder, gets murdered out in 4th place. Comes down to these final 3 teams. Team Secret still up as a full squad. You have Synergy up with 1 player, but Ted is taking a little bit of damage, and King of Gamers has 3 up.
Oh, he's burning so low, and he will indeed get confirmed. I was about to call Ted, you know, the Bear Grylls of PUBG Mobile. No matter what situation he is, he will never die, but this time around he will get eliminated. Now 2 teams remaining into this one. King of Gamers, they have the circle in their favor. Team Secret have to cross over the road I just mentioned earlier in Pyramid. They're going for a little bit of a spreader here, trying to get himself multiple angles under fire. I love how they're approaching this, but King of Gamers only got 2 players. That's going to be Concept and Braga still remaining.
And I love the fact that Team Secret aren't waiting for the blue zone to compound in. They're ready to put the pressure onto the members of King of Gamers. But iShots got dropped. He got knocked. Braga's behind the tree, but little to nowhere to protect themselves. U-High comes in. The final blow comes up. That was the pressure. That was the game. That was a chicken dinner for Team Secret.
Team Secret, they were starting off like so weirdly in the PMWL, but now they're one of the most aggressive teams. They play that so well. Multiple angles. They had to cross over the road, which we mentioned earlier, right? They was potentially going to go really hard against some of these teams. They took that under control. Huge play from Team Secret.
What an incredible game in Vikendi. We'll, of course, see what the analysts have to say after this quick break.
Team Secret picking it up once again, yet another chicken dinner under their belt, and I can't help but feel that we're now seeing Team Secret really come into their own here in the PMWL East. Joining me, I have Avenger, I have Froz over in this direction over. And gentlemen, that was impressive stuff by Team Secret.
Definitely. I mean, this is the Team Secret we wanted to see from the start. They have woken up and they are here to play the game.
It's no secret that I was excited to see them play here in the Super Weekend, but especially Matoy and U-High, they were able to clutch a lot of moments. It was not low-hanging fruit, it was like medium. I had to jump for it.
Yeah, but you're really tall. You can get the medium hanging fruit very easily. All right, let's take a look at the points coming in here from this. We're the short people. We do what we do. 32 points for Team Secret up towards the top. 12 kills go their way. And we have actually 6 teams getting double digits here, with Bigatron getting a very quick central position. It didn't really work out for them in the end, though, and King of Gamers 22 points for us.
Yeah, King of Gamers stepping up, and I mean, this is good to see. We saw them struggling a little bit during the week plays here, but it looks pretty decent right now. We saw towards the end, though, they didn't really have full control. It was all about Secret just overwhelming them.
I mean, the position they took and how they were able to... So I was kind of surprised because, right, usually when you take a kind of a good anchored position inside a circle, usually you're able to hold the other guys that are like gatekeeping them that are outside the circle, but Team Secret was able to finish it up so quick that the blue actually didn't damage them and didn't kind of put so much pressure on them that they had to move. So it was really quickly and efficient killing from them here in the end game.
And you can see our 9th through 16th as well here. Just a few points trickling in down. And this is what is showing us is so heavy in the top. As you can only see, just a few kill points for some of these teams. That's our rankings. And this Vikendi in general, I was kind of surprised to see so much edge play towards some of those final circles. I'm a little bit surprised by it. No real decent positions to take in the center. And we did kind of see that exemplified towards the end by Bigatron having a bit of a rough time with it. But Froz, you were telling me maybe they would have been okay if they'd have finished one of their fights a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so we saw that actually Bigatron, they tried to push Team Secret holding them out there. But Team Secret, they were still in that compound. And Bigatron, they sent, I think it was Suxy inside the circle while they were doing a 2-1-1 split. And they were trying to get different angles on top of Team Secret. But because they couldn't find the angles, it took too long. Team Secret got knock after knock after knock, and Bigatron actually fell from that.
And we can take a look at how the numbers line up here for Team Secret, because they had to fight some of the big names to get themselves to a decent position. 2,200 damage almost with the 600 healing done. Avenger.
That is a lot of damage considering how much they were playing Edge. They were playing, 12 kills. It's nearly 1,000 damage on top of the full kill if all the enemies are on 100% HP, of course. So it's a lot of extra damage to put out. Efficient killing, good amount of kill steals, but also impact on the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, definitely.
We also saw like the circle going towards the south, of course, but there was so many teams congested up on the northeast side that we saw so many teams fighting each other, and it was pretty even throughout the whole lobby. We had only a few teams on the southwest side that was kind of spread out and taking advantage of the circle there.
It's the Mountain Dew do the do moments. What do you think about them?
I think they were fantastic. I think there's some of these situations. Oh, this is nice. This is actually where Vexy makes a really good play. The angle, and so he puts the pressure with the Molotov that kind of opens the situation that they're not going to be peeking around the corner, so he can sweep around the corner and actually get kills from that. Unfortunately for Vex, it turns out a little rough for them, but he manages to get 2 real nice knocks and kills with it, with the Uzi.
I really like what we're seeing from Team Secret, though. They're balancing it now. They got the good balance, that I was talking about in the pre-show. The little seesaw. They have the kills, they have the placements, and they're rocking it pretty good there. They're making sure there's an even balance, and that's what we want to see from the top teams.
The question is, what is the perfect balance? Is that 42% on one side and 58% on the other side?
Yes, that would be total efficiency.
Okay, fantastic.
And the reason I'm saying this is because 42% of the points from a game is actually accumulated from kills, while 58 is from placements.
Exactly. Beautiful. Fantastic. It's obviously very rough if you're a team that wins a lot or gets a lot of top 2, top 3 positions, because it's like placement points in the top 3 is so heavy. So if you're able to balance that out, even with a high amount of chicken dinners, that's very impressive. We've seen that again and again from some of the teams. Yudu, last weekend, they had obviously a rough time with keeping up with that, but it's still nice to be able to accrue that many placement points.
Yeah. I mean, if you get yourself a few good games, then you can afford to have a few of those bad games, or vice versa. If you have a few bad games, well, you just gotta level up a little bit and make sure that you get a few good games afterwards.
Level up. Let's take a look at the total damage then across the lobby, and we have High at the top here to try and get themselves into a good spot. Team Secret doing well, Valdus the Murder doing very well. We have Bigatron as well, and Megastars.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams we saw here doing some great moments. They took a lot of the fights, but then again, we had so many in the cement factory. Team Secret, of course, one of those teams that came out alive from there, but that also tells the story how a lot of teams actually fell there because they were kind of just stuck between each other.
And obviously as well, super nice to see the 12 kills in the 1200. It's 2,000 damage. It's rare we see that, but I like, and also they're so far ahead of the rest, right? So the closest kind of competitor is 1600. Usually we see some like competing off of that. It was good to see, the 2000 club. It's not often we get that.
No, not at the moment, especially. Again, the lobby's kind of evened out a little bit more, so it's been difficult for people to really rise to that spot. But it's time for the telemostration of the frustration. Who's got this one?
I got this one.
Yeah, okay.
And I want to take a look at RQFE now. Once again, they're doing something amazing. And we saw them fighting Orange Rock here by the bridge, of course. But one of the things is that we saw Orange Rock, they were kind of just grouped up here underneath the bridge. We saw them coming in here from the side with a vehicle. And as we can see right now, that Gil right there is knocked by G9. But what happens afterwards? This is what we really like. G9 is basically holding them out by himself. He finds another knock here as well on Mavi. That is about to throw a nade, but he gets the angle. And as soon as that happens, we're going to see that from the left side on the bridge, there's someone coming in Sports Plus here. And they're like, they're passing by, and you know what they're going to do? They're just going to take an angle on top of Orange Rock, taking the advantage that Orange Rock, they can't see anything on the bridge. They can just go wherever they want. And they went there, parked the car, kept on going down here, and basically just make a long line there and push them.
Mate, G9 was the troll under the bridge here, making it difficult for Orange Rock. That was beautiful stuff by an individual player to hold off for that long against the angle that RRQ could have potentially had.
Also look at how aggressive they are. Straight away, they know we're going to take control over this situation. We're going to push them. They act on the split second. They know they have the advantage right now. We got to act now, or we're going to lose that upper hand.
The 15-second window of opportunity right there, they are capitalizing on it immediately, and that really opens it up. But also, as Frost was saying, for one player to checkmate 3 players.
You're all about chess today.
Yeah.
Keep going.
For that long time is actually really impressive. It talks to how much respect they have for G9.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see what's what here after 2 games of our second Super Weekend.
Ooh, 200 clubbers.
Yeah, 2 of them indeed, as we had GX ourselves being 1 point behind Bigatron Red Aliens, but now because of that performance, Bigatron Red Aliens will make a little bit of a gap there. Who are the next ones to try and strike into the 200 club? It's going to be Megastars, the 19 points to be able to make.
They're actually very close. Like, they're sitting really comfortably right now on 4th, and they're continuously putting out the numbers and putting the points on the board. Even though they're not, winning the games right now, they're still getting a lot of kills. They're getting in there in terms of, like last game, they got 9 kills, right, and 14 points. So it's really impressive for them.
But also Synergy, they keep on climbing. We saw them 3rd place in the last game there, only having 4 kills, but also in this game, again, the 3rd place with 3 kills. That means they're steadily climbing up that ladder, making sure that they're going to be towards the top.
Definitely, and the thing that's important to know once again is for some of these teams that have not done the previous Super Weekend, you can see they've only played the 2 games so far, so we'll see how things progress for them as they try and catch on up. So that is our standings here so far, which now means the next map is going to be Miramar. But before we do that, let's check in with the Royal Pass Season 14. That's right, Froz, a phenomenal player. Let's break that down.
Yeah, basically you saw the team play of them all smoking at the same time. 3 of the smokes at the same time landing inside. And straight away, stealing the loot. And of course, it's probably G9 that was standing outside here just waiting for enemy to come out and just finish them off.
Thank you, Froz. Great orchestration there. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have 3 more games coming at you for today. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. All the places coming at you. So good stuff. Going to the desert. We haven't seen Miramar for a little while. We had a lot of Sanhok and a lot of Erangel before.
Correct.
Good to have Miramar back.
I am ecstatic. Again, it's my favorite
He's
map.
happy.
I love it. And I'm ecstatic for next week as well. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
We are going to be playing
3 games of Miramar here.
Now 3 games. So I'm excited to see what these guys are able to bring.
So am I. And I'm also excited to see how you guys are viewing in-game because you could be top 100. Top 100. If you go in-game and continue to watch the games, you could potentially be top 100 and get yourself some exclusive skins for us.
Yeah, you can be top 99 together with me. We're going to be top 100, of course. And we're going to get ourselves some good skins.
Disqualify him already.
Did you win any of your... I had to bid higher on my helmet. Yeah.
Run
out of UC.
We still have like 2 days left to bid. So
I've run out. I've got no more.
I'll have 1 bid left on all of the skins.
Ah, damn. All right. Well, there's also bidding going on. Not that we're even supposed to... I don't even know if we're supposed to be talking about... There's so much stuff going on inside the game that you should be doing everything. Let's take a look at the top 10 damage dealers here so far, as we have G9. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, anyone surprised about this in G9 in the top?
The answer is no.
I will say, though, look at Luxy. That is fantastic to put up the 1,337 and a 7 behind.
Look, we have 2 nade gods in this season here. It's G9 and it's Suxy. Look at those nade kills on the right-hand side there. G9 with 13, Suxy with 11. That is efficiency because you got to be really good with utility. That's going to get you far in the game. And that's what we've seen from both of these teams, of course. Utilizing the utility to the maximum potential.
Yes, and it's unfortunate for Godless, I feel like, in this roster because, of course, he's not participating in the Super Weekend, so he's not going to be able to continue to be in the top 10.
No, he's going to come back. He's going to come back. It's a beast from the east.
Ah, maybe.
I'll say, though, Scout has also recently joined the 10,000 damage club. He's in 11th place.
Nice. Oh, we'll see if he can catch on up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for me to head over to our next commentating duo as we do a little... Am I going to go over? Yeah, there. Hey. I'm trying to help. help. It's Justin Bieber and his personal assistant. How are you doing, guys?
Excellent. I resent being relegated to personal assistant. You said agent before.
What are you on about?
You're not as cool as me.
I was calling you Bieber. No, I wasn't.
That's really...
he knows what's good. He knows what's good, doesn't he? Yeah, he knows.
How are you doing? You looking forward to Miramar?
Well, massively, yeah. I mean, Miramar actually is my favourite map.
Gonna give us a sing-song? No, it's not.
Probably not, no.
How about yourself, John?
No, I'm not going to give you a sing.
No,
the only one I know is like Baby, and I was like, oof, that's not a broadcaster.
I was wrecking my mind as to whether or not I'd sing it as I came over, and then you'd come into frame, and it would all make sense.
I would have assisted if you would have done that.
It would have been the backing vocal.
Oh, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But I needed someone else to begin, you know?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm not... Miramar's coming up.
Go away.
Production's telling me to leave as fast as possible, so I'm going to go. All right, I'll see you in a few.
It's a disaster.
Moonwalk back to us, please.
I'm glad they showed that on camera. That was brilliant.
Wait, so who was the beaver?
Huh?
Who was the beaver?
Look at
Obviously blank.
Is it time for the game? We have fun here at the PMWL. It's time to go over the commentators, whatever.
All right, fair enough.
All right, give us the camera. Thank you. Take it away from them. They don't need that anymore.
To be honest, take away for everyone. We're having a right laugh. But we're going to be getting into Miramar. It's going to be more fun to come, Blank. We've got our third game of the day, third game of this week's Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to Miramar. I hope these players are thirsty for some skills, but skills, because they've got skills as well to get the kills.
Skills that kills.
Because they're thirsting those kills at the end of the day, but they're also thirsty because of the desert. How do you feel about that?
Kills pay the bills.
John.
At the end of that one, we are going to be going over to Miramar. We'll hopefully quench that thirst. Middle of the map, plain. We're going to be going straight from Los Leones all the way up to pretty much the center of the north.
All right, John. North. That is an important thing here because we've not really seen many northern circles, have we? Most of the time it's towards the
going on
south.
about the north, will you?
And we love look, we want more of the north, okay? We want more of the north. You know, Kalaris will come over here, he'll back me. I know he'll back me. He's my guy. But we're off up to, I hope we get a northern circle here, mainly because it would be really annoying for all these teams to have to rotate up as Picado as well as San Martin, because a lot of these large hilly rock faces like create problems when it comes to rotating, because you have to go around them. You can't exactly scale up them a lot of times. Sometimes, I think there's only a few vehicles that can actually scale. I think Buggy's one of them. If you put that into the 5th gear, it will actually get up some of these mountains. But a lot of the other vehicles, like the Party Bus or the UAZ, it just won't get up there. So you're forced to make larger rotations than you'd actually like to.
Plane just about to finish its travel over the desert. A couple of teams dropped out early. Synergy going to be heading down south. They've actually already had Zigzor hit dry land. Right, they're going to be rotating right from that south coast, but Team ID just a little bit further north of them.
Come on.
In Impala, you got Reject Scarlet, and that's a pretty southern circle, wouldn't you say, Blank?
This is what I'm talking about. Is we don't get enough northern circles on this map, and it's come back.
The south is great.
The south is, I'll give you it, the south is pretty nice, where I spend most of my time. But, you know, here we are in Miramar. I would like to go up to, you know, La Cobreria. Did I do that right?
Ooh, you're getting better.
I did. Perfect. Yeah. Or El Pozzo, you know, or War Trim, or Cruz de Valle. I mean, all those places will be very, very nice. But here we are back in this trifecta of the main cities, right? Picado, Chimicera, Los Leones. These are all places where you can take up residence, but leaving them is slightly difficult. Right now, King of Gamers, they're holding down Los Leones. But on our screen, we can see Valdez, the Murder, versus T1. I'm going to try and not do that as much so it doesn't lose its charm, you know?
Yeah, you know, it's something, je ne sais quoi around it. But you've got a couple of hot drops coming here, Blank, as well as you said, Valdez the Murder, T1. You got U level up and Freestyle. Freestyle, get the first knock of the Qmao, and there's really no way you get away from that one. You're right in the middle of the road.
Yep, he's done. Unfortunate.
Oh, Winchester.
There is also the Winchester. Oh,
he lands the shot.
Oh, he almost had the second. Oh.
He takes 83 damage, but he gets behind cover. Nearly had the second shot. You're right there, Blank, but that's one mighty plink from the Winchester.
Oh, Chasien. I mean, he was trying to get a little bit of that revenge through. It comes in the form of a very, very fantastic shot. Look, Mao, you went down, but you did assist in one of the best shots of my life. It may have not resulted in a kill, but it's going in the old highlight reel, you know?
Could have been a headshot.
It's true, but it was still
Should have been a headshot.
It was a pretty sick shot, though.
Could have been way better. There's one guy who lands headshots time and time again. Scout, mate. He's on your screens right now, and he's close to freestyle as well. It seems like we're having a couple of hot drops come through. Maybe it's a result of, you know, that circle shifting south and people not actually going all the way north to their drop location.
I have to go for that 180, you know, where the GPS goes, make a U-turn now, please. And everyone's like, okay, heading back down south, I understand, gotcha. But right now, most teams, they're in their looting zones. TSM Entity up towards Hacienda del Patron, so they'll have some genuinely nice loot up there. Clutch God isn't having to fend off everyone in Hacienda del Patron anymore. They'll just be able to loot up nicely.
I mean, to be fair, TSM Entity, we saw 1 or 2 fights with them in Hacienda, and I think, I can't remember which player it was, but it was the shotgun from the...
Yeah, it was Clutch God, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Clutch God, and he just like, bam, 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 just took down everybody trying to step up.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Straight and easy. But now, they have a pretty easy southern just path down towards the actual circle itself. I mean, they do have to go through Graveyard, which is rather barren. So teams like T1, Valdus, the Murderer, as well as Orange Rock will all have sight lines on this one, as well as Team Secret. The hope here is, because this circle has gone so far to the south, is that most teams will be worrying about the players within their close vicinity, right? For instance, Team Secret here, they've got Reject Scarlet who can move in from the eastern side. BTR's kind of locked down with Box Gaming, as well as T1 and Valdus the Murderer, which might give TSM Entity that breaking point they need to actually push through down into the circle itself. But enough about TSM Entity. Let's get back over to this current engagement, which is very, very peaceful right now, purely because we are towards just the above of Picardo right now, where there's a lot of buildings to be taken residence in. No one has to take any fights for anyone else. It's just a lot of information gathering. We're both going to get looted and booted, and we're hopefully going to shake hands at the end of this one and both leave.
That's the thing about settlements in Miramar, right, Blank, is that they are just so vastly large that more often than not, you can just coexist and you don't have to clash, and I think that's what we're seeing. You can gather information and you will know when these teams exit, but other than that, it's not really going to be too different unless Missile wants to push a little bit closer. Has to be worried about one of the players from Valdus the Murder, Martin, who we've said has been that flanking presence, has been that off angle for them so many times. He might just come through. Oh, he wants to take this shot. He wants to go for the spray. Spots one, goes for the shots. Martin yet to get that location, get that bead. No damage over towards Missile, but Armjone, the mounted sniper up the top of the rocks, he's got oversight onto the whole of the settlement here.
Yeah, he's got the suit on as well. So he's dressed to impress from the top of this hillside. You know, one thing I want to comment on very quickly, John, though, is BTR. Purely because I know that this is Luxie's favourite map, Miramar. He's also the long-range specialist. With all the southern circles that we've had within Miramar itself, he's not actually had those areas where he shines the most, where he's fighting from a valley top side, where he's shooting down towards players really, really long range. A lot of times BTR is been forced to play I would say the compound game, right, where you're very, very close to target. So I don't think it's put them in an area where Luxie's able to impress, like we know he can do on this map, which does have such massive sightlines where he can show off that skill, where he's got ridiculous dead-eye shots on this map.
No way to step left, step right. Doesn't matter. Still finding their mark time and
time. It's definitely, but I just think that, you know, it could be propelled even further if we had different circles on this particular map itself. Because I mean, we have had this ridiculous shift down to the south, which all but guarantees like Impala, Los Leones, or Chumasera finish, right?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, if the circle's enabled Bigatron anymore, I don't think anybody would stand a chance in this lobby play.
Yeah, it'd be pretty rude, right? And
pretty mean.
I think that the circle understands that. It's like, you know what? Okay, we're going to give everyone a bit more of a chance. Let's let the other teams have a bit of fun here and there. Obviously, we're starting to see teams like Team Secret really pop off, and you know, I'm really happy for it. You know, I was quite critical of them towards week one. I think so too. I think I definitely had reason to.
Absolutely.
They were making some minor mistakes, but like multiple times, right? But they have ironed those out now, and then are really, really, really red hot at the moment. Like, it's very, very cool to see. Obviously coming off the back of a chicken dinner there, and I think they got 5th in the first map too, with a decent amount of kills on board. So I'm really, really happy to see Team Secret starting to pop up. And you know, I think that me and Froz, we tuned into an Insta Live with U High, and he seemed very, very, very happy with himself, very, very pleased after the league play day too. And you know, that's the beauty of it though, is like looking at all these players, they're still having a lot lot of fun. Yes, we are playing a competitive esport, but it is a video game at the end of the day, and we love watching the community thrive and enjoy the game itself.
No, it's all about winning.
Okay, it's all about winning. It's all about the victory.
Absolutely. Well,
trophy.
And we make no secret of that, Blank. It is all about the
Very
winning
funny.
in the end. No, well, we do thank all of these teams for taking part, of course, and which, you know, where we thank them?
Thank you.
Participation of rewards. So that's how they get their thanks.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. Team Secret actually made their way into Los Leones quite early, but they have the other side of the road. King of Gamers, obviously on the south side of the city itself. So you do have quite a significant break between these teams. I mean, I know they might seem close on the map, you can see them here, but they're actually quite far away from one another because either of these teams to engage, other than taking long-range pot shots, they will have to cross the road. And right now, it's not going to happen. Nexo comes in, bloody hard shift down to the southeast here. So this is going to be very, very difficult to navigate, especially with the rocky outcrops on the very much south side. So you can either, so this is the interesting thing, right, John, is you can either take the safe approach, try and find a place within Los Leones, but let's get back to this fight really quick here, John.
Team Secret, they've already got a knock earlier onto King of Gamers, who tried to step up to their location, but they found yet another after the res came through. Soup close up and personal here with eye shots as he throws the grenade. It is cooked, but sails just a little bit too far. Not to worry, sends around the edge with the rifle in hand. Not going to be able to find its mark just yet, but having to dip around means that he's going to give the rest of his team a little bit of time to get closer. You can see Concept all the way in the back there with a high ground vantage point, but it's not going to matter. Eye shots, lands it. And Concept is going to trade onto Yuhai.
Yuhai goes down, but so does Soup. I think it was Braga or one of the players from King of Gamers went down beforehand. Braga, though, now just looking across the road. Mad Toy has a nice little angle on this one. Concept up top. And it looks like one of the players from King of Gamers is just trying to crawl away down the roadside. I said these teams wouldn't clash, but because they've gone so much to the edge of the city itself, just trying to be in preparation to leave, which I like. So it keeps them safe, but also gives them options to leave the city and head down south should the circle go down that way. I think this is a smart choice, but it has meant that they've clashed a lot sooner than they may have wanted to.
Well, that's King of Gamers. Super tasty Soup going down. It's going to be capitalized, flushed out by Team Secret. So they get themselves a point into this game as well. Set themselves up for another good game.
Yeah, I mean, I love this, but what they will have to do is gatekeep a lot of teams coming down from the north side as well as the west. Valdas the Murder probably will want to just shift down to the south and get somewhere into a compound on the rocky outcrops. Box Gaming also going to come through. But, you know, I think that although we say that Team Secret are in a decent enough position, they also will have the longest travel ahead of them, specifically getting out of the city itself. What I do like that they're doing right now is they're moving a couple of players into the middle of the city. Now that, you know, they've got 4 players on board, they can go for this 2-2 split versus the 3-man team of King of Gamers, and then just try and backstab them, flank them, and force them out of Los Leones.
Pushing them out of that area could be pretty effective. I mean, if you get pushed out of the area, you are going to be in a lot of sightlines. Hang on a minute. Bigatron. They've come a cropper. Orange Rock have spotted them out. On the broadside as well, there's very little cover. Look how open these fields are. Blank Microboy just trying to get away at this stage. He's the last player alive for Bigatron. Orange Rock have found their opening.
Yeah, and you know, I think Vero's been pulled out of the roster from Orange Rock. They will finish off BTR, Zuxi and Luxi both going down. And Anto has been brought in, one of the long-standing members of Orange Rock himself, all the way from last year. He's doing some good work.
Yeah, it's going to be starting to step up for his team. We'll see.
Wait a minute, I may be wrong here.
Anto is able to
Carry on, John.
contribute.
I'm going to do some research.
This one. They get 2 kills onto Bigatron, so that leaves them on 1 player alive. That's Microboy, as I mentioned earlier. Orange Rock still on all 4 players alive.
Yeah.
They should have a pretty decent shout from this northern side, but they have to contest with, well, Microboy, the last remaining player from Bigatron, and TSM Entity in its entirety.
Yeah, I've made a mistake there. He's not a long-standing player from Orange Rock. I remember this now because he was from Godlike and was one of their early pickups from last year. I remember Anto actually playing very, very well on Godlike and clutching out a few of their games. So there you go. A little bit of a reset on that one, but he's come back into the roster here and is paying some dividends for the team.
Yeah, Viru taking a back seat for now. We'll see if he's going to come back in. The next circle does pop and it heads a little bit further north and actually closer to Los Leones.
Yeah, so Team Secret can actually halt their push to the south and start to just gatekeep on the real extremities of the city itself. So this is a really, really nice spot. They're also very much central. Synergy, they like to take a safe rotation, so they've gone all the way down to the south side. They're just behind Team IND, but this safe rotation means that they're not taking central position, and now they'll have to start making their way up back towards Los Leones.
I mean, this was the first. This is where they landed, right? This is the first time they've actually had to move.
Yeah.
From this south side, and IND have always been sort of in front of them, but when they find a barrier, they just push straight through, Blank, and that's exactly what they're going to start doing. The first knock goes on towards Trance, and Slayer, he's not sticking around to find out what could be done about it. He's just sending straight back to Kratos.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the past week, the Dragon's Claws have been sharpened on Synergy, that's for absolutely sure. And it's really, really good to see it. And I think that Synergy's starting to take a few more risks that we wouldn't have typically seen them take before. And it's good to see. We can see them get those chicken dinners over in the league play, and now they're taking even more.
What noise does a dragon make?
We don't know. In the same way that we don't know what dragon's noise, we don't know what dinosaurs' noise is. That's just something made up by scientists.
Well, it's evidence-based, you know.
Well, evidence-based, but typically they could also screech like a bird, and we'd be none the wiser. So Jurassic Park, it's all a lie.
You screech like a bird.
I do sometimes. I will agree with you.
Oh dear. I'm sure. Well, it's lovely screeching, Blank. I'm sure it's.
Oh,
sure it's
I don't think. I mean, that's a straight juxtaposition. I don't think you can have lovely screaming.
You're looking for oxymoron.
An oxymoron, yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a straight oxymoron. It's not possible. You've
Reject
insulted
Scarlet
me.
juxtaposed with
you better
TSM
get back to the game.
On the top and the bottom of this cliffside. It's a pretty decent spot here, actually, with Reject Scarlet covering a lot of those sight lines around a lot of the fields. Well, not fields, sort of the exits from the eastern side of Los Leones to make any sort of rotation on that eastern side. They're covering a lot of those positions. TSM Entity, however, they're backed up to the cliff and they're facing outwards away from the next zone.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world for them, because Reject Scarlet's kind of going to be doing a lot of the scouting for them. They're just going to be right on the edge of the cliff, and I thought I was right on the edge of the cliff for a second then, because it almost fell over. I don't even know what I fell over. It was just like I was just in midair. So yeah. The idiot caster is now back to the game and a really central shift. Very, very happy for Team Secret once again. They'll be holding down position with Los Leones. I think they've played this quite smartly. They've always put themselves in their best position going forward should we get more central shifts right. They were right on the top west side of the map towards the beginning in the city. Then they moved a little bit further down, but still in a position to leave if they needed to. But now they can start to really milk this position for all it's worth, right?
Orange Rock, all four of them, very close still to Microboy, but they're leaving him behind, moving further south into the edges on the southern side of Los Leones, and they'll take up a compound there. Very close to Team Secret, though, and iShots and Madtoy, they're taking some shots over towards Orange Rock, but no knocks found just yet. RRQ and the Megastars all very close now on the southwestern side as Vexy starts to move in towards the warehouse. RRQ currently hold. Nade being cooked. Ernie around the side, threw one out of his own, cooking another. Looking for the damage, checking that dumpster there, just to make sure no one's inside.
In particular, that dustbin needs to be naded, all right?
Sometimes...
That one dustbin.
Sometimes trash needs to be blown up, you know?
It is true, it's true. Ernie just currently behind these boxes here, trying to get as much information as possible. We've got Beer 11 also watching down towards Swag.
That guy knows how to use nades.
That guy does know how to use nades. We saw some big plays from him. You can see Box came over the distance. They almost know. Why was Lucky getting past? What's going on?
Fair enough. Well, Box Gaming is sending straight past. You can see Swag taking some shots as well. Beer actually threaded a nade through the middle of those crates, by the way. Tried to get it all the way out the other side. Didn't quite get through all the way, but still. Good attempt. Looks like he's loading up another. The Megastars have beached themselves on this ridgeline, but they will have to push further, Blank. They are not into the next zone.
No, they're not. Swag has to drop down to the floor. D2E with a nice little off angle. Now RRQ is one of the teams we keep complimenting for their ability to perform in close range fights. And I think for Megastars, this is the worst fight they could take with RRQ because it's right out in the open. There's a lot of little pieces of cover that RRQ can start to play around and really take advantage of. Already Swag has gone down and D2E is still out there with a nice off angle. You can see Encore taking damage next. This is going badly.
Paradox has fallen in the back lines. Just one player left. left alive for the Megastars. Vexy being descended on by all of RRQ, and he will buckle under the pressure. RRQ wipe out Megastars.
Megastars down. This is slightly unfortunate. RRQ. The desk is just making fun of me, and I don't know why. I'm very upset.
They're just being mean. Don't pay any mind to them, Blank. You'll be fine, okay?
I know. RRQ, another team that's quite mean in its own right. Loki actually taking some shots, but G9 just about gets away with that one. I don't know why Loki's out here. He kind of just left the game. He was just pulled up escape and was just like, I'm done. I'm leaving this one.
He's still there.
No, he's dead now.
Yeah, he's not dead yet. His name badge is still in the game.
He is dying.
I can see it. I can see him. He's still there. And, well, only for so much longer. And similar story here coming through for Team IND. Synergy taking down plenty of their squad. Only Kratos now for Team IND.
Yeah, there's a big chunk of this map which is really, really hard to actually scale and move across. The shift goes up towards the north side. And like, if we can take this big square chunk out from the southeast side of the circle where TSM Entity currently are. Oh, okay. Actually, I didn't notice that until now, but Gatak is actually currently in the game. So Neo, Jonathan, as well as Gatak. Gatak, obviously, a long-standing member of TSM Entity all the way back when it was just Entity in the fall split. And he's the big IGL. You've been doing a lot more coaching for this team. But you know what? The coach has subbed me in, coach.
Well, Team TSM Entity not doing super well into this fight. 3 of them down on the front, just 1 player up for GXR Celts as well. It's Jonathan up to bat. Looking to score a couple of runs here. Nades being sent in. Oh, it bounced on the top. Didn't quite land. It was so close. Yeah. So close. 3 players for TSM down. Going up for the second. Is he going to hit the wickets this time around?
It's right on him.
It's right on him. It just wasn't cooked long enough. A fraction of a second longer and it would have been absolutely glorious. But MJ now sending up the hillside towards Jonathan. The down players from TSM Entity will give him this information, but they have to be worried about you level up on the top of the hill. And that's exactly what MJ finds out. Gets spotted out. You level up come in with the third party.
Yeah, I really doubt that Jonathan's able to get anyone else up here, but we'll get some cheeky little points coming through. That's Antho going down. Valor's the murder. Another nade coming through. Oh, how much damage Orange Rock's taken, but they're completely out of the game now. Marvi is able to take down Martin before they go down. Z-God also dying outside of the circle.
Unfortunate, but this is what happens in urban finishes, Blank. Teams get very, very close. You lose 1, you lose 2, and then all of a sudden it's curtains. RRQ going a lot down to the play zone. Another play zone knock as well. Break falls. Seems like Box can't escape it. TSM, as we saw earlier, get eliminated. So, no, wait, we didn't see that, actually. It was just Jonathan, but he does go down.
Hime has got a ridiculous amount of supplies on board, but he is very, very far outside of the circle. Sevi currently doing his team justice and just holding down the fort, sending 3 of their players forward whilst he holds down everyone from the south side. Very, very valiant play from him.
Sevi does get spotted out at range there. Really quite a long shot, about 400 meters or so towards the blue out in the zone. That was RRQ to be able to take it down. Synergy trying to push their way in now. Over the hillside they go towards the position that you level up currently hold. 2 players for RRQ, and this is where they have their comfort, Blank. We talk a lot about how RRQ take these early engagements, and then make it to the final circles with only 2 alive.
Okay.
2 alive, however, for Synergy.
You level up just rattled down Synergy. They had to make quite a long push up into the actual circle itself, and Pime is able to survive a little bit longer, going out in 10th. So still, he doesn't really get too many more points for this one, but it's an uncharacteristic type of teams that are in this lobby. We've had a real switch from week 1. Now we have T1 coming up towards the top. Team Secret as well are here. RRQ, though, they're probably one of the only consistent teams we tend to see towards the top of these lobbies, and they're playing with 2. Now you might think to yourself, this is a bad thing. No, RRQ, sometimes they play better with just the 2 players on board, and it starts wreaking absolute havoc all over the map.
It's like they're a pair of rooks just flying all over the chessboard, you know? They're just sending in, doubling up on the file, making sure that they have all sorts of threats every which way.
Got the skewers on everyone, you know?
Absolutely.
I learned some chess knowledge just for you, man.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. But they are going to send down the hillside in a buggy, get spotted out by you level up, and get shot.
Well, Do you know what that is, John? That's what we'd call a blunder.
That's what we would call a blunder. 100%. They blunder their way down the rock face and take to be fair, absolutely rightly so, rightly deserved punishment for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I understood the thought process. Try and get into the city, try and find someone to hold down and make your own. But I think it's always a risk, right? I think there's like a 20-80 chance of making it in. But if they do get that 20 chance through, they can potentially make it to the top 5. But instead, you level up just a little bit outside the zone. There's a bit of an explosion there on our screens. Towards Chan, actually taking shots towards Goddard. Goddard goes down.
We've seen a team be on the hillside outside of a settlement finish before, Blank. It was Orange Rock, and they were able to win it out. Unfortunately, the circle doesn't shift away from the settlement this time, which means it is probably going to be a departure from that last instance. You can see Team Secret, all 4 of them together. They are strong. They have so much more effective power when they group up, which is what we criticized them for in the first week, and they seem to have rectified at this stage.
Look, John, you get Exodia, right? You've got the leg piece, the 2 arm pieces. Once you put it all together, it becomes strong. But yeah,
and the head.
Yes, exactly. But one piece at a time. It's only 400 attack, 400 defense. It's not very good. Team Secret now, they're Exodia. They're fully question marked across the board. It's crazy.
Just instantly win the duel. Fantastic stuff, but Team Secret, they're gonna have to fight on all fronts here, Blank. They're all slap bang in the middle of the zone, but everybody else is gonna have to fight to push on closer to them as well. Bigatron, they get eliminated. Microboy managed to survive quite a while up into 8th place.
Yeah, not doing too badly, but he was right on the crust of the circle up on the top side, so it's very difficult to actually get right down into the pizza slice itself. But Team Secret, they're right in the middle. They've got a very, very nice little free story here, I believe, so they'll have several different, not a free story, so it's just a concrete compound here. So it's decent. It's got sightlines around the side of it. T1, they're throwing out smokes. They're trying to get through. Freestyle, this is a team that's probably going to go out very, very shortly. They've got to make basically a death march across the road here, and most teams will see it happen.
Depending on how you level up act in this next zone, depending on how Reject Scarlet try and make their cross, they might be able to sneak through. I mean, you can see if they can get to that van, they can get to that wall next, as Team Secret will have to leave as well. So
get to the van, get to the wall.
That's your plan. That is your
profit.
Absolutely, but it is very difficult to execute. You can see now T1 started to make their cross. They're building that smoke wall that allows them to get towards the hard cover. You level up, and Reject Scarlet starting to clash actually on the eastern side. So now only one squad left there, and as I say, that Team Secret spot them out, and you level up, go down as well. Freestyle, top 5.
Team Secret will have to move now into the circle. They've had a pretty good run of it so far without having to move too much, but now they have to leave that juicy compound they've been holding onto for so long and move further towards the roadside, which is very, very bare. And with King of Gamers as well as T1 and Valdus, the murder players on the other side of the road itself, Team Secret is going to have a rough time of it, especially with one player already going down, John.
I didn't realise this at the time, but You Level Up had 11 kills, Blank.
Wow, they were blasting.
Absolutely. They got 17 points on the game. Fantastic stuff for them. Able to do plenty. And actually, the highest kill count left in this lobby, Team Secret on 4.
It's not, like, it's kind of crazy how many kills have been distributed throughout all the different teams. Now, looking at just the amount of people alive right now, we've got T1 with 4. King of Gamers with 3. Obviously, Soup was taken down to a player from Team Secret early on. And then you've got the 2 other teams in Valdus the Murderers, Freestyle, who are trying to snake their way in. Freestyle with 1 in Baba, and Valdus the Murderer with 2 in Velmoth and Goddard.
Trying to make that cross, as you say. It's really the death run. When you get spotted by an Orm on that sort of a run, you're really going down, aren't you? Headshot found. Baba falls. 4 teams remain.
Yeah.
Some rotations coming through from Team Secret. They are going to split up and play this 2-2 split, Blank.
Yeah, Yuhai taking it to new levels there with the one-shot, one-team kill.
Fantastic. Velmoth, though, on a little bit of an off angle, crawling around, trying to spot out Team Secret.
Took a lot of damage.
Very low HP there. Rex, actually.
He's full HP.
I think he's got knocked there. Mad Toy goes down. Oh. Very low, but will be able to stand up and take Velmoth down. In response, the Resurrect will be able to come through for Team Secret as they regroup as well to give themselves that strength to go for the res.
Yeah, but that's definitely halted the push from them. And now most teams will have heard that fighting in that area. T1 King of Gamers haven't really had to fight anyone. So Team Secret, what they have to hope for now is that T1 King of Gamers, they clash. But they're going to go for a wide rotation here, try and get around the backside of King of Gamers. I don't mind this. But the question is, does Valdus the Murder spot this one out?
Only one player for them, Goddard. waiting in the wings. And urban finishes can allow Snakes to get really very far, Blank, and actually have quite a lot of effective power into the rest of these fights. But he's definitely got to his work cut out to try and get towards that top 2 spot that is really the golden goose egg for a solo player.
Yeah, look at this though. Team Secret haven't had to move too much. They still have vehicles on board to provide that impromptu cover. Goddard on the floor takes a heavy amount of punishment, still not dead yet. Concept just shooting off into the mist.
Oh, one player goes down for King of Gamers as Yuhai falls as well. Goddard making his last stand now. Mad Toy trying to send it wide. He holds one, gets the kill. Very, very low. The blue ticks away. And he is going to be curtains there. Rex able to finally find the kill, but 2 knocks towards Team Secret and a flush as well. Severely diminishes their strength.
Team Secret, they will have to leave this wall though. Nades coming through from T1. T1 probably the best position right now to win this game. They're right on the edge, but ZZP goes down. Concept finds another knock.
Beautifully holding that doorway, gets the spray. Perfect head height found. ZZP getting rezzed up now by Missile for T1. 2 kills already. They're looking for a few more and probably want to get a few more. But they'll be happy with the points nonetheless. Team Secret get eliminated. They cannot go any further. Now King of Gamers pitch themselves up to try and fight off T1.
Braga again shooting into the smoke here. T1 just desperate to keep this one up. Obviously, it is not defense though, and King of Gamers will have to leave this compound as the blue just encroaches upon them.
Very unfortunate position for King of Gamers. They are trapped. Unfortunate, they can't get out too easily at all, and they go down one after the other. Okay, comes the flank from T1, and they wipe them out. Low kill count win, but it's still a win. T1 able to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, very, very silent. Leapfrogging over into those compounds. Great use of smokes. I think, although, like you say, a very, very little kill count on the board, they still performed that last push really, really well. They cleared all their angles, made sure that Team Secret wasn't a problem to them. And it was just a lot of this intellectual play in terms of spotting out where people are with sound cues as well as those visual ones too.
On average, players and teams in this lobby get around 10 to 11 kills in the first place. 5 found for T1, but there's still 20 points for the chicken dinner. We're going to head over to the desk to break it down.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers. It looks really exciting. Why not have a try?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have Team Secret getting themselves the victory here. Not in this game. What am I talking about? It's T1 getting themselves
That is correct.
I was like, 3, 2, 1, you're on. I'm like, oh, okay, let's quick fire. Pick a team.
Somebody won.
No, T1 got themselves the victory. And the weirdest thing is, after I just briefly forgot, I was the one that said, halfway through this game, T1's going to get this win, boys.
Yeah, that is
so
true.
it's even worse than I forgot.
Credit, yeah, it's often, and I'm just thinking, right? The guys out there, they're thinking, these guys are just making this up. Like, yes, we talk to each other during the game, like, but you could just make that up. Like, nobody has any check on us, so we could just be making stuff up, you know?
The casters know. They
Frost knew that T1's going to win this exactly at the start of the game.
No, we had no clue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was me.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I know, but we were just making it up. Like, nobody can check us, right? We're not live, so you could just say, Yeah.
Did you actually say that, Killer?
Yes, I did actually say that.
Did you hear
right,
him say
though?
that?
Do you remember?
Oh, I don't remember.
From now on, we'll just say we predicted every winner. That's great.
Right, let's go.
Let's take a look at the points coming in here. We have T1 up towards the top with 25 points. However, big standout performances from teams like You Level Up to be able to convert the majority of this lobby to the 11 kills they were able to accrue.
They were basically just taking care of everyone, and we saw them early on in a fight, actually losing one player straight on in the drop. They lost Mao in Al-Hazar against Freestyle. So with only 3 people up, being able to get all of these kills and a 6th place, that's not bad.
Very impressive. It's so rare that you're able to like get a lot of kills when you're from the very beginning or on your full team, you know, because you often go up against other full teams. So very impressive for them to go there. At the bottom though, guys, only 2 teams with 1 point.
Yes, as we see quite a few kills coming in from some of these teams down towards the bottom. Just a cheeky 1 or 2 here or there. Box Gaming with the 3. But a team that I actually did want to talk about, and that's probably why they were on my mind at the beginning, was Team Secret. They got themselves a chicken dinner before, and now a 3rd place here as well. Alongside King of Gamers, these 2 teams getting plenty of points in the last 2 games, Avenger.
Yeah, and they actually ended our league days games on with some good games as well. They had a 1st and a 2nd, and now they continue.
King of Gamers.
The King of Gamers, yeah. So it's good to see them continue this performance here, and they're flying up the leaderboards in terms of our season leaderboards for the regional play.
I mean, King of Gamers had 2nd place with 8 kills in the previous game there, and this game, of course, a 2nd place with only 2 kills, but it's good enough because you get 14 points of placement points. On top of that, of course, Team Secret been doing really good job. 5th place in the first game with 6 kills, 1st place with 12 kills in the previous, and now a 3rd place with 7 kills. That's some consistency we'd like to see.
Yeah, but let's talk about the elephant in the room here for a moment. Urban Ending. Oh,
yeah,
I love it.
I thought we were talking about him.
He's tall.
Wow.
Jeez Louise. You mean he never forgets, right?
Right, nice.
Yeah, exactly. And
don't worry, Frost. I saved you.
I
saved him.
Nice. He tried to throw him under the bus.
This is the only fight that we saw.
Shut up, Frost. I saved Avenger. There. I saved you. All right.
Frost tried to throw me under the bus, but he doesn't know that elephants are too big for buses, right? I'll just stop them immediately.
Now do the do. Let's go.
Yes. Overall, some really interesting plays here. Orange Rock, they made a massive kill on these guys, pulled up on them. They're like, nope, guys, this is our time to shine. Although he did manage to, the last player, Microbar, I believe it was, he managed to survive for a very long time. I will say, though, I was sad because it wasn't 100% full-blown urbaning, and we had like a 50-50 kind of bait where we had a lot of teams down in the south that actually was forced to play down there due to none of the teams. I feel like they're listening a lot. They're taking away with this. Don't go into the city unless you know it's going to end there, and it was a 50-50, and they didn't go in there. Not too many.
To be fair, like, you should go in there, but at the same time, we see so many urban endings now. They might be the good choice.
Yeah.
Look at Team Secret. You had King of Gamers, T1, 3 teams that went early into the city. What happened? They got 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place in the game. And then, of course, you had a team like You Level Up. They were on the east side, coming up all the way from Al-Hazar and just rotate on the east side. They got themselves a lot of kills because they were playing on the outside the city there.
Exactly.
And that is the thing, right? You can get a lot of kills if you play on the outside because you can just stay there and you want to shoot at everyone that is coming in behind, everyone that is trying to get into the town before you, like we see here right now. They're taking advantage of this. They're taking advantage of them moving before you. That's when you got to realize when is the perfect moment to move.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta say though, there was some fantastic play there from MJ pushing TSM Entity and getting 2 knocks from that. That was really impressive. But unfortunately, they were in the south side and they were fighting while the circle was moving though. One of these plays, a lot of these plays here was fantastic for us.
Yeah, the smokes there from Team Secret, smoking out Goddard from Valdez there, making sure they're not smoking themselves. They're smoking far ahead, making sure they're smoking out the enemy. Then you have a lot more room to work with, and we saw them pulling up with the vehicles, of course, making sure they had some more cover to play because it was so... There was nothing to play for Team Secret there except for their own vehicle, more or less.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's steady and patient coming out from T1, though, to be able to get themselves the victory here. Well, let's take a look at some of the stats coming in from T1, who get themselves on the board. You know what? I interviewed Missile yesterday, and I've seen the man, handsome man. We don't even have a picture of him. I want a picture of Missile. That's what I want in my life. Just 1,000 damage coming in. They actually took quite a bit of damage here.
So they took a lot of damage because they were fighting throughout the whole kind of time, but or throughout the urban ending. But they were on the northern side. They were playing inside Los Leones, while everybody was either fighting in the kind of south side of Los Leones or south of Los Leones, south of the kind of mountain. So they were actually not engaging until the very, very late game. So they were poking on a lot of the teams, and they actually managed to move around the urban area.
Yeah.
That's why they took so much damage, because everybody was poking at each other, while there's still a lot of cover in terms of houses and compounds.
Also, we saw towards the end, TM was playing a little bit more passive, letting everybody else fight kind of. And then when they had the opportunity, they kind of just pushed themselves in towards the end there and make sure that they got the chicken dinner. Of course, 5 kills, not what you want. You want more, but at the same time, you do get the 20 points. So 25 points, that's good enough in my books.
That's right. You know what's also good in my books? The total damage from this lobby.
Nice! 2,000 guys with 7 kills. That is some high impact on the rest of the lobby. My.
I mean, look at you level up though. They got 1,500 only, but 11 kills on top of that.
Yeah.
It showed you how effective they were. They were basically only taking fights they needed to win. The only fights that they know straight away, we're going to get the knock, we're going to get a kill from that. That's when they wanted to fight.
Very impressive. 3 of the players from Team Secret is also in the top of the damage for the game. Rex, Matoy, and Yuha is actually sitting on 1st, 2nd, and 4th place overall. So it talks to how kind of engaging they've been in all of the fights, been poking a lot. And they're also playing a side of the circle that was constantly moving. So they're constantly forced to fight and constantly forced to fight back as well and try to fight their way into the circle.
Team Secret's having a right time.
They're having a good time, and I'm actually surprised because it's not because they're having easy games. They're constantly moving. They're making plays for themselves. You saw multiple times where they're like third-partied, like they're about to make a move and they get third-party and fighting.
And these are the 2 teams that have been prevalent in our last 2 podium finishes, Team Secret and King of Gamers Club. Now, Team Secret, as we said, they're having a really good time as of late, especially after coming off some pretty impressive results in some of the previous days. King of Gamers actually qualified basically in the last 2 games Avenger of our lead-in days, and is now making a real run for it in the first couple of games.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how they were able to finish off the last 2 games. They got a chicken dinner with 6 kills and a 2nd place with 2 kills, and before that they actually had really rough games. So I was expecting mediocre performance from them so far based on what we saw in the league play, but they're actually showing up very well here in our first day of the Super Weekend.
This is, of course, the average season stats that we've seen so far.
42 games.
But if you look at Team Secret, though, if you would look only from this week, you would see much higher statistics because they've been playing so much better this week compared to what they did before. And it shows that they put in a lot of time, actually an effort, making sure that they know, okay, what's going on? What do we need to change to make sure that we're going to be one of the top teams?
And let's spotlight here some of the players from the very top of this lobby, because if Avengers predictions are right, we'll see a lot of Team Secret, and indeed we do. Avenger with the spoilers. He already named 3 of these guys before we even got to it.
So I want to talk about Winter then, because Winter was one of the guys we saw when we looked at the stats on You Level Up. What's going on? What's happening?
I was waiting for you.
What?
All right, let me continue then. He was in the bottom of the statistics, but him being able to get 6 kills in this game for you, that shows that, hey, he can also spike up. He can also contribute a lot when it's needed for the team.
Yeah, the 6 kills that he was able to accrue here throughout this, especially with the high ground advantage position that they had. The circles were always going to be rough for them. When we saw Orange Rock dealing with those circles in a not too dissimilar situation, they had vehicles to work with.
Yeah, they had vehicles, and they had another team, of course, that was up there with them that they took out, and they utilized the utility from that team as well.
Exactly.
Overall rankings time. Let's see what's shaken up as we have up to the top. Any more? No more 200 clubs just yet. Bar RQ is now almost 31 points ahead in first place. King of Gamers Club, though, has pushed themselves up very nicely into that 5th place position right now and is looking to strike at the 200 club.
Take a look at Team Secret, though. They're on 8th place right now. They came in on a 13th place with 98 points before we started today, and they're rocketing themselves up here right now.
Yeah, very, very well done indeed here. Yudu Gank will drop 1 position.
Still hanging on.
Yes, still hanging on. after 3 games out of our 15 games eventually.
Yeah, I mean, but still, like, I mean, it's still good to see. It talks to how good the performance is.
I agree.
Still, like, if you look at the bottom, right? No Chance team, they're playing 15. No, Judo still had double their points.
Yeah.
So with a low performance from You Level Up and Freestyle, they will still be like far behind you because of their massive performance in weekend.
It's a good point.
With only 3 games, You Level Up is... sorry, with only 3 games, You Level Up is almost catching up to No Chance team. 30% of the points accrued that No Chance team had in the last Super Weekend. That shows...
They're going to pass them.
Yeah, that shows how good they are right now. And that they missed out on the first Super Weekend. That was a disaster, but hey, they're making up for it right now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, especially in this last Miramar, that is the standings as they do sit here. You Level Up, looking very, very good regarding the amount of kills that they were able to accrue here throughout this. If the circles had been a little bit more favorable to them, maybe they could have done something with it. In fact, let's hear from Shajin, as I got to talk to him a few days ago, about the tournament overall.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Lawrence, the host of the PMWL East, and I am here with Shajin from You Level Up. So first things first, why don't you say a couple of words about yourself as well as your role within the team?
Hello， 大家好，我是UAU 的嘉欣，然后我在队伍打的是自由卫。
Okay, so how were you first introduced to PUBG Mobile? What is your road to get to PUBG Mobile?
以前没有玩游戏的习惯，是朋友推荐给我一起和他们玩的。
What is your favorite thing about the game and why?
我喜欢游戏里面的衣服造型，因为这款游戏里面的衣服造型很多，然后可以依照自己的喜好来搭配。
So how would you rate your team's performance currently in the PMWL?
在前几场的 PMW 比赛中，还没有完全调试好大家的状态，但是我们接下来会展现出最佳的状态。
Is there something that has surprised you so far from the tournament, be it from the stages that you've played or watching the Super Weekend? What stood out to you as a potential surprise?
最惊讶的是对手的实力强度提升，然后东部地区的队伍会战那些个人能力都非常优秀，然后尤其是 BTR 还有 RRQ 跟 UDO 的都非常优秀。
Any shout outs that Shajin would like to give to his fans or his team? The floor is his.
我们下一周的比赛会更加尽力去比。
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Shajin, and good luck in your future games.
谢谢。
That's right, big fan of Shajin there, gonna flex his muscles, he's ready for the fight, you know, doing what he can. Cool stuff. And again, you're looking at the last game, not surprised, pretty good, and they showed that they can hang with this lobby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did really good, and we saw them last week, sorry, not last week, but this week, we saw them get a win on Sanhok, so maybe they can replicate that, because, you know, next map might be Sanhok.
Yeah, it might be something this game, leading in, so it's a little bit of spoilers. No, there's no spoilers.
Spoilers?
Next one is Sanhok.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Shajin here a little bit closer and see what he's been able to put up so far. A 1KD. You know?
Perfect.
Perfect. Right down the middle. It's what it is.
That's a good average as well. He's also sitting above the 200 average damage, so good to see from him. And again, I want to point out the play he made on Biggitron, and that to put the car there and to put the pressure on them, again, talks to the caliber of a player he is.
Yeah, definitely so. And also, you can get involved in-game as well, because if you're watching, you're accruing points in-game, and you'll be able to spend them on the lucky draw. Now, join us, because you might be lucky, you might be unlucky, but spending those points, you might get yourself some permanent items or some currencies to do whatever you want with. So make sure to join in there too. Now let's take a look at the schedule, because we have just a few more games coming at you here for today, of course.
I wonder what it's going to be.
Oh, wow.
It's Sanhok.
It's Sanhok, as we then have Erangel afterwards. So 2 more games to go. And you know what, actually? Today's gone too fast, all right? Like, all of a sudden, we're in the middle of game number 3 here. I'm like, wait, we're 3 games in. What's going on? This is ridiculous. I want more games a day.
You're going to get that in the league finals. You're going to get that in the league finals.
True.
It's 6 games a day.
Yeah, it's because you're not playing. Do you know how exhausting it is to play this many games a day?
Yes, actually.
on this level.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah.
Nowhere near. All right, it's time to head over to the commentators once again. First, Sanhok, let's go.
Thank you very much, James and the rest of the desk. With the magic fingers, we shall receive the throw, and we shall be heading into Sanhok, as they said.
I don't think many people know what the throw is.
Okay.
What is he throwing?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, but
It's
he's
a
throwing
mystery.
it.
He's a magical man, a mystery is our James.
Love
You can
it.
see it. He's got his jacket on.
So
he's got a lovely purple shirt. That means he's a magician.
You know in Endgame, you know the last movie Avengers?
Yes.
You know at the end?
Yes.
I'm about to do a big spoiler.
Oh no.
Next map, Sanhok.
That was funny.
That was funny, wasn't it? Yeah.
All right, well, we are going to be getting into Sanhok, as you said. We are going to be snapping our fingers straight on over there. See what we end up with, straight down the middle, and sending from east to west.
Yeah, we'll cut this Sanhok right in half, just like the cake that it probably actually is. Paradise Resort off to the north side. Painan, probably what one people take control of on the bottom side, but the RRQ, who too tend to go down there. And we'll see who actually fights off for the position in boot camp. I've seen a lot of teams actually fight here for quite a while, and some teams refuse to give it up. So I'm interested to see where we have two teams, or no teams at all. I think we saw, what was it, PMPL North America's, where there were literally no teams in boot camp for quite a while.
Yeah, it was weird. There's a little bit of an interesting dynamic there, but it seems like we're only going to get one team dropping there this time around, Blan.
It's T1.
T1. Winners of last game, obviously, back on Miramar. The circle heads northeast. Okay, so we're not going to be seeing close to quarry finish, most likely. We're not going to be seeing a southwest island. It'll be very, very unlikely to see a northwestern finish. So maybe the hillsides are just on the northeast there.
Yeah. Regis Scarlet on the north side, like you're saying. They can move straight down south. It's nice and easy for them. I think T1, I think their main concern going forward would be Team Secret, just because of how quickly they move from quarry up to the hillside, just looking down onto boot camp, and because honestly T1 is probably going to have to move east side, as is the lobby. East side is the best. Come on, we all know this.
East is absolutely, yeah.
East is the best.
I love East.
RRQ, interestingly
All
on
my homies love East.
Don't stop. RRQ, it's a four-man split here, actually over the majority of the coastline, and then moving in underneath T1. So maybe kind of trash looting up. Orange Rock, they tend to head off onto that northwest island and then try and scout up towards where BTR is playing. But recently, they just haven't really challenging out BTR at all, even though they go for this 2-2 split. And by all rights, by all means, Zuxi and Luxi are both vulnerable over in Hatin. Just listen to our broadcast. I'm basically giving you away the secrets, which is not good.
It tends to happen when you look at the map and know where everybody is. It becomes a lot easier to play the game where you know exactly where every single other player in the lobby is. So we'll be giving you that valuable information. Of course, there is a map stream available if you head over to the YouTube channel.
There is a map stream.
You can check that one out, as far as I'm aware. That's
your
over
own
there.
breakdowns. We'd love to see some.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, send in a couple of breakdowns. We'll have a look.
What a cheeky.
We'll tell you you're doing fantastically.
Frozen Avenger be like, this is.
Frozen they'll be out of a job.
Well, I don't know. Froz is very good at his breakdowns. I won't lie.
Well, you never know.
Could be insane.
Could be. No. Never know if someone out there is a fantastic analyst just waiting to pass on.
Stop trying to get Froz fired. This is not fair.
No, we love Froz. We love having him on the show.
We do. Orange Rock here on our screen.
And Avenger.
And Avenger. And Avenger also. Just waving goodbye to us and leaving.
Understandable, fair enough. We're right Joshes, aren't we?
Right Joshes?
Yeah.
I don't think you have the right to say Joshes.
That's a very ubiquitous term across all of England.
Doesn't sound right coming from me.
You must be joshing.
I must be joshing. Surely. This is actually a pretty quiet start to Sanhok. I won't lie. Not much is happening, boys. I think that
kind of right.
I think that because you know why? Actually, I've figured it out. I've actually figured it out, John. The reason this feels like a quiet Sanhok is because we don't have the trifecta circle anymore.
You're right.
It's not on the middle of the river. We actually have a nice circle. It's kind of, I was like lulled into a false sense of security. I was like, where's the action? What's going to happen next? I was always ready to give you the breakdown, you know, so you could start shouting at the players when they started doing some pop off kills, you know. But instead, nothing's happening because no one has to do anything. They're like, finally, a Sanhok game where we don't have to sweat and breathe really hard to get to the end.
Like Valdes the Murder, I think this is one of the very few times they haven't had to leave Paradise almost immediately to try and get some position on the hillsides, on some of the areas, as you say, around the confluence of those rivers. GXR Celts and King of Gamers on the south side will have to move on up. You level up as well on the southwestern island, right on the south side, will have to move in as well. Freestyle making a similar rotation.
Here's Reject Scarlet, they moved down pretty pronto down towards where Megastars are. Megastars obviously going down to R&Q. Last time, Sara goes down first, but Megastars takes some heavy damage.
Going back and forth, Urali does get knocked, crawling closer, and I think they're sort of giving it up and trying to get the info there. Encore looking to try and heal. Urali will have that information, but Encore will spot him out. Easy flush coming through, gets back behind the rock, but the nade lands right on top of him. And we'll be able to get the knock in response. 2 players up and alive for Megastars. Reject Scarlet down to 2 with no one down on the floor to res.
But moving forward, obviously had that fantastic nade that came over the top, and then another one from Duello. We know that Duello tends to be one of the better players on Reject Scarlet, or at least they're one of the players that tends to pop off a little bit more for them. But Reject Scarlet currently in a 2v2 fight between them and Megastars. Only Vexy is on the floor, so there is a potential of a third member to be brought back up for Megastars. As we see Vexy just casually crawl around the backside of this compound. Most of the teams will be making their way in shortly, but honestly, with the map being so small, teams like You Level Up, GXR Celts, who play towards Docks as well as Camp Charlie, they have a lot of time on their hands to actually move up north side and get into this circle.
Disengaging here for Reject Scarlet. They'll try and make their way through a little bit further on. TSM Entity on the northern shore of Painan. And they are going to be holding down that edge. Not really going to try and control anyone coming in from the southwestern island. Maybe they had their eyes out, checked who was dropping there. They saw that very few teams were there. It's not really worth maybe staying on that side of the river when they know they're going to have to cross after.
Yeah, I won't lie as well. To be honest with you, I'm already pretty proud of Orange Rock because the majority of times we play Sanhok, they get trapped on the western island. They take a lot of time to move and then eventually just get absolutely ripped apart by other teams. This time they've got across quickly, and now they're going to find themselves a home within this circle, fairly central as well. They are stuck between Bigatron as well as Valdes the Murder, so a little bit of a tight spot here, but they have a compound to call home soon.
On the fringes of Paradise Resort. It looks like they do want to get a little bit closer. We've seen teams hold down that building that you can see Anto, Gil and Scout are currently hovering around and sort of just stay there as their location. It's relatively separate from Paradise Resort, and in fact there's a lot of sightlines covered from it. You need some very specific positions to be able to strike out towards it. So having that building could be quite powerful for Orange Rock here.
Yeah, I would say so, and it gives them like a sort of pad to just hang around with and potentially even gatekeep Valdes the Murder. They will know a team will be remaining here. They should know that Valdes the Murder, this is their drop spot, and honestly they should also know that Valdes the Murder haven't left, which is why you can see them being quite cautious, so quite intelligent from Orange Rock at the moment, sending Marvi forward early on. The IGL just trying to scout out what the terrain is, what the plane is going forward. And the plane currently is many bullets coming your way and then being flushed. Sad times.
Yeah, Marvi goes down, Orange Rock down to 3, but they have got that building still. They still have their position. We'll see how much further they can get into these circles. Unfortunately, going down to 3 can be pretty disastrous for your hopes. We'll see what they're able to get done. As they will probably have to leave Paradise Resort at some point. They are very central, so hopefully they'll be able to stay there for quite a while.
Well, I mean, actually, looking back on this, having a good think, is that Valdes the Murder set themselves up fantastically in that fight. You saw them holding those buildings beforehand. On the top of the roof sides, where it actually prevents a lot of sightlines on them, and they can peek out now and again and take shots. So Marvi, although his scouting path was decent, the amount of sightlines that, Valdez the Murder held in that fight was just a bit too much for only one player to hold down by himself. It does mean that Orange Rock at least have some information going forward, but they are now down to 3 players. Next circle comes through. Central enough actually heads off to the eastern side. This is good though. No water in it. More places for people to play. Does mean that Quarry provides a slight bit of a weird pathing for You Level Up, Freestars, or TSM Entity, and also GXR Celts will have to decide whether they want to go onto the west side of Quarry or the east side. I think east side would probably be your best bet considering the playing path went all the way across. Not many teams will have dropped right on the eastern side of the map towards Camp Bravo.
I just want to talk about You Level Up for a second because in the first 3 games they've had a really decent showing coming in Blanket, and they've actually managed to get up towards a 9.3 average, taking them up to 28 points, and now that sits them in 17th place currently. But when you look at the rankings ordered by average, that brings them, I believe, up into 7th place overall. Sorry, 8th place in the lobby, and that's pretty impressive for a team that's new coming into this Super Weekend, who needs to have a strong showing to make up for that lack of points they would have got from the last week not being in it. On the flip side, you've got teams like a team, Freestyle, who currently 4.3 average, 13 points in 18th place. Not really going to be too much to hope for there. They are dead last, even when you rank it by averages.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had a really good showing in the league play, right? Which is its first day of Super Weekend, John. And also, they weren't in the first Super Weekend either, so they have a little bit of time to give. I can't believe you're berating them on game 4 out of 15. You're evil. But yeah, I agree. You do need to start picking it up because Freestyle obviously they had their good games in league play, but it would be a huge shame if they've already expended all of their energy now, but just to get into the Super Weekend itself.
Yeah, I mean, they have had some really strong showings this week, to be fair. They've had some really good games, even getting a chicken dinner or 2 on their cards. So fantastic stuff to get here, but now they do need to capitalize on it. And that's what we've sort of been talking about over and over again over the course of these last week, over the course of the last week, is that when you are here, you need to get consistent points. You need to be going for those plays which will get you in the top 16, which will get you to the finals, because that's where the big money is.
Chashin will cease his flexing, as he does fall to GXR Celts. GXR Celts currently outside in the blue. You Level Up with a much better actual rotation here to get into the circle at least. GXR Celts slightly behind them. So although they've given them some trouble, stung them slightly in the terms of a knockout, right now GXR Celts, they're going to struggle to get into this circle. They are going to move all the way to the eastern side and then try and plow through there, but they'll have to leave 2 teammates behind and then kind of put their hopes and dreams in rocks.
King of Gamers on the eastern side, really unchallenged at the moment. People will be pushing up from the south to try and give them a little bit of jip, but is there any team here that you think has the strongest position? Who are you looking at as your pole position at the moment for these next circles? It's a tricky question.
It is a tricky question, but it's a good question as well. I want to put some money on Team Secret currently because they're holding down a really nice couple of compounds.
Where are the other marbles going?
Well, let's just chat about Team Secret for a second because they've got like compounds that are watching the roadside just on the western side of this map. It's quite central. They remain in it. Box Gaming currently they've got the ridge side. So after this circle now, it's a lot easier to look at, right? Because we have a rough idea of where this game is going to end. But I think that Team Secret still have a really good spot. I was going to either, you could say Paradise Resort, Valdez the Murder, but the thing is that at some point you will always have to leave Paradise Resort.
Not always, but most often.
Most often, unless you get a direct center circle on top of Paradise Resort itself.
I think we have had one Paradise Resort finish.
Yeah, we've had one, so it's not going to happen again.
That is true.
By the law of averages.
Things that happen once never happen again.
By the law that I have decreed.
I've got a few mathematicians who will disagree with you very, very heavily on that.
You know, I mean, the whole desk just threw like.
I'll phone up my man Bays, and he'll give you a talking to.
Yeah, no, I'm only joshing.
Nice throwback. I like that.
Like a 20% Josh there.
20% Josh levels.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Synergy are going to get pushed towards by Team Secret, who have left that compound that you said was one of the stronger positions in the circle, Blank. They're going to vie for a more central position into the next zone. Nades starting to fly now between Orange Rock and Valdus the Murder. As Valdus actually disengaged this fight, they know that they've done a little bit of damage to Orange Rock. They're going to bring that concern through. And they're going to take that opportunity to leave and get to this next zone.
Yeah, I don't know. I think for Team Secret, yeah, sure, they can go center. I know they're not completely center with that compound on the northwest side, but I think you hold it down for as long as possible because there's going to be already a couple of teams like Box Gaming as well as Synergy have already made their way to the center, and Team Secret, they just, with the speed at which you can travel on this map, making a move out, this doesn't come instantly, sometimes comes back to bite you. Currently, they're trying to remove the compound that Synergy have on the roadside once again, so they are prioritizing having those sightlines available to them.
Yeah, Team Secret, though, should be prioritizing staying alive right now. It's just Mad Toy up and running around for them. We'll be able to get a res if he's lucky, but I don't know how he's going to be able to manage that. Nades, unfortunately, not actually sailing in the right direction. So it is just Mad Toy now left for Team Secret, as Rex did go down. One player survives, but they are right in the center of the next zone.
He's currently jamming out to the radio. But now we'll just have to bide his time. But there's Box Gaming on the ridge side, like I was talking about before. You know, Team Secret might have just moved because they were assuming that Team IND, Orange Rock, Valdus the Murder, as well as Megastars are all going to have to move down from this northwest side. So they don't have to challenge out a lot of people. So Mad Toy, although he's by himself, might have a better chance at staying alive throughout this game and getting towards like a top 5, top 6 position, you know?
Trying to land the nades for the flushes on towards the Synergy players, and I don't think they're going to be able to get those reses Blank for Synergy. They don't want to be leaving those locations.
If we look back to yesterday, I think it was the last game on Erangel, Mad Toy was actually able to make it all the way to, like, I think it was 3rd or 2nd place, just because he was swimming pretty much the entire time. Now the circle moves down to the southeast. Really heavy shift here. Wow. GXS Salts, although they really hadn't been in the best of spots, the circle throws them a bone here, and they actually have a decent compound. Most of the rest of this circle is kind of just open area. Freestyle also going to be counting their lucky stars, but Team IND, Orange Rock, RQ, Megastars, these are all teams that we were talking about earlier, including Valdus the Murder, who had to make their way down from the northwest, and their pilgrimage has just been made ever longer here.
Goodness me, Orange Rock and the Blue Zone both pushing IND towards Valdus the Murder. As they try and make their way in as well. Team IND fighting back now towards the threat from outside the zone. Gil makes it through, makes it in, and has some cover. Ooh. Slayer, unfortunately though, gets found out with a nade, and it's now just one player alive for Team IND Kratos. You can see him further up the hill, and Orange Rock right over the ridgeline.
Yeah, Orange Rock, even though they move pretty quickly here from the Northwest Island, they still have a long way to go, and Marvy on the team is kind of like that parent that's always telling you, it's just around the corner. I promise, it's just around the corner now, and it's 5 minutes later, it's just around the corner, and they're still making their way to this circle. They've got a long ways ahead of them. Kratos tries to move out, IND is finished, and Orange Rock make their way past this one for the time being, and they are quite far away from Valdus the Murder, so they should have an easy enough rotation for the next 30 seconds at least.
Anyone's looking for a dancing partner, I think you should take Scout. The guy has absolutely got happy feet there. You saw his heels get clipped, but the wings still fly strong. He's going to be able to make his way into the next zone, gets on a vehicle and actually sends straight on through. Nice stuff. 3 players alive from Orange Rock. Despite being edge guarded by about 3 teams, they make their way in.
TSM Entity, they will be holding down just outside of Quarry. RRQ are moving out of it, so a really big question here for TSM Entities, can they hold off versus RRQ, one of these teams that we keep saying is just phenomenal in the close quarters combat, right? Now Orange Rock, they've got a vehicle themselves, they're moving down. Anto has been left behind. It's only a 2-man vehicle for Orange Rock, but they just fly right into the open area. I'm really confused by this play.
They do go down, and Gil got knocked as well on that rotation, so those some kills picked up. Anto trying to get in the zone, but not really too much more doing. Very near Mad Toy, as you said earlier, and Synergy as well with their duo will be very, very close to them. RRQ trying to push on through, and actually taking some pretty heavy punishment from TSM Entity.
Yeah, this is what the desk we talked about before. It's very hard to get out of the quarry itself. And right now, TSM Entity in a very good spot to gatekeep. Next circle comes through, goes center. Freestyle still currently have a compound within, as well as GX Celts. There's a lot of damage going over towards King of Gamers on the top side of the map here, with a fight between them and BTR.
But Bigotron are suffering as well. They're down to just Ryzen. King of Gamers pretty much dominating this hillside now. They've managed to roll through 2 players already. Unfortunately, a nade gets sent their way, and they do suffer a knock. So they have to take some time, get those reses. They know Box is there now.
Yeah, Box is starting to move down, and although, honestly, Box has been having some really, really standout games, and PMA is just this player that I'm absolutely in love with. He just has these really, really standout moments.
He's fantastic, absolutely. For the squad, he's been absolutely invaluable. But Soup's still going to be able to go for the shots onto his teammate and actually turn his attention to PMA himself. It's got the QBU, but only a red dot on top of it means that the range... Oh, no, wait, no, there it comes. There's the scope. He just swapped it out earlier. Looking for those shots. That's Orange Rock finally eliminated, down in 14th. Yet again, a low place finish for them, but PMA pulls out the spray, gets the M4 in, not quite finishing that, but eventually gets the kill. Boss falls. Reject Scarlet as well getting eliminated.
And here's T1 trying to make the way in, but it's TSM Entity to actually take them out of the game. And they're right on the edge of the circle here, but they can make their way in. And look at this, they have 4 members alive. Next circle, it heads a center once again. So there is a team pretty much all the way around this circle for everyone, and they're all going to start to crunch towards that middle, that cage fight.
It's interesting that there's no teams who are already in the center here, Blank. It's been pretty chaotic and difficult to push closer to that center. You could see the top of the hill will rise away from Megastars as they have to leave that compound out to their west. They have got to be worried about the north. There's a player from U Level Up who could prove to be spoiler. We'll see how much further they're able to go. GXR Celts just across the way.
So now MJ just throwing out the smokes. Like you said, it's all uphill from here, but it's a similar story for everyone. Louis made the first move into this circle from Box Gaming. Pime and Loki behind them, but it's Pime who gets knocked down. A shoof! Makes MJ so very low, and he will just finish him there.
Gets spotted out, finished off on a sliver of HP, but Kashuf has to make a mad dash, or will get spotted as well. Oracle Athena get eliminated on the northwestern side of the circle in the meantime, but GXR Celts, it's freestyle to try and block them from this next push to come closer towards this circle. They're doing a hell of a job of it as well, Blank. Atanki manages to slip through the cracks, but look at that, 2 players down for the GXR Celts.
TSM Entity also taking some players down from Box Gaming, and Neo and Zegod have made their way in, albeit they are low HP. Zegod moving forward, sees how low Louis is, knows he must be healing up. Louis is going to drop out from behind the rock, takes heavy damage.
It's going to go up close and get the close range kill. CQB, no problem for Neo, able to wipe the squad. And then we're moving on forwards.
And more importantly, Neo's going to get massive resupply from that fight in terms of smokes, grenades, armor, as well as ammo. He'd be very happy with that, or maybe calling Neo and Zegod across with him. But you know, TSM Entity have a really good chance here to get into the circle. Remember, they haven't got a chicken dinner as of yet. They will be certainly hunting for one here on Sanhok.
Looking for anything they can get. All the points on the line for them. Mao actually making the push out of the compound now. Gets spotted out. Oh, but he spots Swag first and makes his way. Makes the dash. Tries to hit the deck. Will he have been spotted? I think he will. But nonetheless, he ladders up. 4th place found.
I was going to say that's still another rung on the board. I believe, I remember this. I remember this spot on the map very clearly from one of those plays in Global Finals where BTR were able to fight off 4 players from Team Top Esports, and it was just Luxy alive. But here we are in a different game. TSM Entity, but I'm still getting the same goosebumps. Freestyle trying to get around the side, but Malik obviously going to go down. Could this be it for TSM Entity? Could they win this game?
Well, they have got 2 players alive. They're versus 2 for the GXR Celts. Freestyle eliminated. Didn't move fast enough. TSM have the zone, but it's the nade. They just send it over, and it's pop goes the weasel. TSM Entity able to take the chicken dinner.
That's a massive game there for TSM Entity, and a massive amount of confidence regained for them in that game for Sanhok. Getting that chicken dinner on board is just perfect. But interestingly enough, bringing Gatak into the roster, maybe that's the change they needed. Maybe they they needed that IGL in game.
Sometimes change is what you need, and sometimes it can pay off well. That's exactly what happened in that game. So many teams, so low on players, but in the end, it was TSM Entity to claim the chicken dinner. We're going to head back over to the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Damn, TSM Entity blasting out of control here on Sanhok, getting themselves a chicken dinner on the board. And again, to repeat kind of what we see from the casters here, was the change the thing that's been able to put them on the board. We have Froz, we have Erangel here joining me. It's a great game coming out from TSM Entity. They got a ton of kills as well.
It's not just any chicken dinner. It's their first chicken dinner in Season 0 here in PMWL East. Finally, they show up, and they show up big time. 12 kills to that as well.
Yeah, was Gatak what they needed for that? Clearly, it's the first chicken dinner. As Frost said, they've been able to step in, and Vyro actually had some rough games as well, so it's nice to see he's able to step into that role again. Maybe IGLing, maybe co-IGLing, at least adding a lot of this kind of depth that they've needed to this roster.
Let's take a look at how many points they got themselves here, as well as all the other teams from Sanhok. It's 32 points, 32 big ones for TSM Entity up at the top. GXR Celts, the consistently consistent team, 22 points for them. And Freestyle, 13 points, very much so needed, I would say, after their first couple of games weren't exactly the best, but getting themselves a nice little chunk of change there.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit in the past few games. What we saw in the last game, they got themselves a 5th place with 3 kills. Now, this is a huge step up, though, getting themselves that 3rd place this time instead. And I mean, they need all the points they can gather, because remember, they missed out on the first Super Weekend, and we want to see more from them. We saw them doing really good during the week plays here.
Exactly.
Yes, let's take a look at
I lost my train of thought.
That's that. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th here as well. Valdus the Murder, and we'll get themselves 6 points on the board here. We have Orange Rock and Synergy, only the 3. So very top heavy here once again for our lobby on Sanhok. But, you know, the final couple of circles there, I think we did have something like 15 teams, and then all of a sudden only 7 teams. That's Sanhok.
That's Sanhok for you, but also because we had 2 hard shifts going down towards the southeast. We saw some of the teams actually were sitting down there already. TSM, one of the teams that were playing from the quarry early on in the game. Well, they got the hard shift and they played it well from there.
Yeah, what I really love is obviously when you have these hard shifts here, but the teams that decide to start sweeping and decide turning around, because at this point they realize it's lost. We're not going to be able to win here. We have to turn around and start fragging out. And when you realize that, the earlier you realize that compared to some of your opponents, is the better, because the other teams is like trying to run into the circle, trying to get further in, trying to survive, trying to get into a good placement. The other guys are just picking up all the free kills because they're running with their back to them. Yeah, the hard shifts were totally brutal. Let's take a look at the team stats for TSM Entity. As you mentioned, they were coming up from the south. Damn! Oh, where's T1 when you need them? It's 1-3-3-6 coming in for TSM Entity. Quite the nice number. A few kill steals here and there for us.
Yeah, a few kill steals, and that's so good because, you know, this is Sanhok. You're going to see the knocks all over the place, and you got to take the opportunity when you see a knock to grab that 1 point, because we know 1 point could be the difference in the end.
So happy for these guys to have gotten this, and also getting it at the first day of the Super Weekend. Now they have some potential to kind of get that stress off their shoulder, the burden off their shoulder, because it must have been a rough time for them to not having a chicken dinner after so many games. They've played over 40 games and not had a chicken dinner.
That's a good point. Actually, I'm a little bit parched. 1 second.
Oh.
Frost, do you know what it tastes like?
What?
That tastes like Mountain Dew the Dew moments. Let's take it on. Let's get a look. Let's have a look at Sanhok, see what's going on.
Well, basically, we had a little bit of early fights, but after that, it was pretty normalized. Everyone was taking a little chill pill, and just like some people were poking each other. But overall, it was, I think it was Circle 5. That's when everything just exploded in this game.
And we saw a lot of the fights, obviously, with the southeastern shift. We saw a lot of fights on the northwest and the western side, and there are so many teams that decided to send it. We saw one of them here was the Orange Rock guys, and also some gatekeeping. Braga actually managed to make a real good gatekeep here on Bigetron, and Bigetron actually suffered a lot from this.
That's the thing, right? When it's a hard shift like that and you're in the center of the old circle, you have a hard decision to take. Either you go for a good spot and try to win the game, or you start gatekeeping and you might get a ton of kills.
Yeah, exactly. And also, we've seen T1 with some more kills. CCP more. Every time I see him, it looks so good. So, like, he's the best looking on the kind of the whole board with his jacket and the shirt. The realtor. I love it.
You know, I wonder. All of these players, all the other players, they're playing in the jersey. You can see them in the photos in the jersey. Do CCP play in a suit?
100%.
I hope he does.
100%.
Yes.
ZZP has to look classy all day, every day, you know? That's just what he does.
So what do you guys, in terms of this like change here with Garak obviously taking Clutchguard's spot, what do you think is the deciding behind, like, the decision behind this? I think it's super interesting, right? Because you do it before Super Week and you have a day, like, it's the perfect time to kind of do that, right?
I'm going to answer your question.
Yes.
With a question.
Yes.
He sat watching every single game that has gone down, right? So he is naturally being extremely analytical of every single game that's happening. Is that then a benefit for them to then field him, knowing that he's able to put up the numbers, frag out, and stuff like that?
The thing is, sometimes when you're just watching the games from a side, it's actually a little bit easier for you to acknowledge and see what all the teams are doing. But you also gotta know he's not just a sub for the team, but he's also the coach of the team.
Exactly.
So he's been coaching the players aside. He knows what they like to, how they like to play it. He knows what their play style is kind of, and he can adapt himself by looking at all of these games we played so far. But of course, they started off with a 13th place and a 14th and a 12th. So this is kind of redemption, getting that chicken dinner, getting that first place finally. Now there's one more game, of course, today, and I wonder how they're gonna do there.
Overall damage time. Let's see who's done what here on Sanhok, and it's very even. Very even indeed, and nobody getting that 1337, but we have 1328 and 1386.
It's close.
It could be one of the lowest like high counts we have.
It is.
But
it's Sanhok.
It's
so
Sanhok,
much blue. I want to see, guys, on Sanhok, every time we play a Sanhok for the total damage, I want to have an extra bar on the side that's blue damage.
I think we were
like
asking
5,000
for the entirety of PMWL as well. I'm going to be honest.
Can we just like take a minute and talk about the circles again? What's going on with the circles? Why do we have these hard circles?
They were brutal. Those hard
though, like
it's been every game.
We were starting with like it's not our trifecta circle. It's like somewhat easy, and then we're just like nah. Hard shifts.
Yeah.
yoink, yoink.
Have fun with this, guys.
And it definitely did help TSM Entity a little bit.
Oh, sure.
When it kind of went down towards the south, I was like, they have a pretty decent positioning quarry next to that compound.
But that also shows, because right now we have a meta where a lot of the teams at least will go for the center compound, and we try to take a center compound or center position and play from that. But this shows time after time now, don't always dive for the center compound. Go more playing the edge. There's a lot of space to work with. You can rotate if you need to and so on without getting shot by the people, but also with the hard shift, you might get a circle on top of you.
And if it hard shifts the opposite way, just try and frag out.
Exactly.
I think that's fair to say on something like Sanhok.
Exactly, 100%. Like at that point, because also damage is being done so much by the blue, it's going to be easier to get the frag as well. It might need the opponents might need one or two less shots taken, right? So also gatekeep as much as you can. We saw Braga do it very well on Bigetron. They were down to like 60, 70 HP. It's literally 1 to 2 shots less. So it's so much easier to get those. And once they're knocked in blue, especially late game, it's so often we see them just bleed out because it's impossible to save them, right? So it's basically a guaranteed point then.
All right. It is overall ranking time. Let's go and check out the leaderboards. We have 253 points coming in for RRQ Athena so far. Team Secret will actually take over Yudu Gank's position. So Yudu Gank is, unfortunately for them, on the sidelines, just watching themselves slowly fall down. But Box Gaming will move up one place. So will GXR Celts. They've taken over Bigetron Red Aliens. That is big.
That's massive. impressive. Nice.
That's really good. Because, I mean, we always talk about Bigatron and how consistent they are, how far ahead they are of everyone else. But right now, they're currently sitting in a third place. And a team like GXR Celts, we know them as the above average team, right? But they've been stepping it up enormously, and this shows.
Also, Orange Rock sitting here on 146 points. Good to see them as well, stepping up. And I also made a change, took Anto and benched Vero. So it's interesting to see how far they can take this change as well. Obviously successful for TSM Entity. Yeah. We'll see how far in this weekend, if they continue that the whole weekend, how far they're able to take that.
There's the complete package rosters like Bigatron, of course, but you've got, some flexibility for some of these rosters might indeed help them out. And also, we have in-game right now, the Royal Pass, Season 14. Let's check it out. Counterpoint, 3 smoke grenades in exactly the same spot. I'm not feeling it for us. I feel that's not really, the best position to be throwing them in.
I mean, so they threw 1 smoke first to make sure to cover those other 3 smokes that were coming in. It was a good strategy behind it all. Because they got the backpack.
Yeah, exactly. And they might land in the same spot, but they could be thrown from different angles, so their trajectory is different.
M16 versus shotgun, though. What do you think?
On that range shotgun. Yeah, for sure.
Go with the shotgun. Let's check in with the schedule. 1 more game to go today. We will have Erangel. We've had a variety of victories so far. The consistently consistent team in GXR Celts has been able to do very well, now pushing themselves up to 2nd place and getting themselves the first chicken dinner of the day. And now it's Erangel time once again. We get to see how the teams are going to adapt to all the happenings and happenstance that may have gone down on our previous Erangel.
You know what? We're this used to rough circles, so I feel like if we get a normal kind of easy circle here in Erangel, we're going like, this is a boring game. I want rough circles. We want to torch our players throughout.
Well, we've done a lot of that.
I'm hoping, yeah. I mean, even the last game on Erangel, the first day here, it's a rough circle. It's a rough area. It kind of eliminates a lot of space, but I want to see something different. I want to see something maybe hard as well for them.
I want to see Bigatron coming back now because we seem to have a rough few games today.
Right.
They've been getting themselves, like 20, 25 points?
Yeah.
Throughout 4 games. But also, Erangel is the place where they've gotten half of the chicken dinners. 4 chicken dinners so far during Season 0 here. And I want to see them get another one.
You know what I want to see? Huh? I want to see the top 10 killers here from our lobby so far. Let's see who's sitting at the top. Oh, a double RRQ Athena. A triple in the top 5. Oh, they're too good.
Ernie's just 3 kills away from being top 3 as well.
Oh my god, that would be insane, having 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Imagine that. Like, imagine if they win this game and Ernie has like a massive game where he takes over Loxian and Gil. That would be sick.
I mean, but again, look at the teams we have up there. It's Bigatron, it's a lot of RQ Athena and GXR Celts.
A Tanky and Ultron.
And also a Martin from Valdus.
Very well done, Martin. Thank you very much. It's time now to head over to our commentary team for the final game of the day. It will be Erangel. Take it away.
Thank you very much. We are indeed going to be heading into Erangel as we catch the throw. We're going to be sending it on into the last game of the day, put ourselves a third of the way through the games for the Super Weekend.
Yes, we're almost done already. I'm joking, we've got a long way to go. 10 more games is a long time. We've got the whole weekend ahead of us, guys. I hope you spend at least some of it with us. I know we try and be entertaining. We try, okay? The desk, however, is dropping some big facts and stats, so we've got to try and live up to their standard this game.
Big facts, big stats, hopefully. We're going to see some teams dropping some big stats, big numbers on this final game of the day, Blank. We're going to go for a cheeky little plane coming in over Hospital all the way down to Novo.
Yeah, so this is a bit of more of a rough plane here. So Martin, Avenger on the desk over there, is going to get a little bit more of his rough circles, hopefully. Rough plane path at least to begin with. So what would be ideal for the boys on the desk would be a circle up towards Stalba and yes, Naya Poliana. I'm actually really, really curious again. TSM Entity have decided, you know what, we're not going to go to Yasnaya here. We're going to go straight down into Georgia Pole, one of our original drop spots. And it's very interesting. I think Attack wasn't there for the last couple of minutes for that game on TSM Entity's side in Sanhok. But the thing was is that they called him the Puppet Master. He's not in this game. He's not in this game anymore. But, you know, that last game, you know, he was really pulling the strings of his team, getting Z-God as well as Neo to do exactly what he wants. But he's trusting his team now. He's like, look, you guys know what to do going forward. We're going to whack Clutch Squad back in there because he does have those big clutch moments, doesn't he, John?
Certainly does. It's been impressive, to say the least, and they're pretty much alone in South Georgia as well, which I find interesting, given that the plane was very close to that location, right? They didn't have any other teams going to Georgia Pole. Oh. Wow. Okay, what a circle. You were saying, you know, the circles haven't been kind on the desk. There's been a lot of hard shifts, Blank. But this is a very kind circle. I don't see anyone having any trouble with this at all.
You know, it'd be really good if you do Gank were here, but unfortunately they're not in the Super Weekend. They can't head up to Severny. Zaki, shooting range, Severny, as well as Yuhai trying to get away.
Outfit.
Yeah, you're done.
Wow. What? Okay, no, didn't hit. D2E goes in for round 2. Toro. Are you able to duck around?
How long is this going to last for?
I don't know. Should we wait and see? Can we get a timer? Can we get a timer going? Let's see what we got. We got not too long, but I think the guns are.
He's in the vehicle.
No way! Deep Secret actually went and saved him. They got in a buggy straight away and just razzed it into the middle of the field. Fantastic stuff from Rex to be able to save his teammate. Team Secret, they group back up.
They do group back up. Someone who's not as lucky is Sarah from Reject Scarlet here. Obviously, they couldn't really make it to Yasnaya Polyana, their usual drop spot. The plane path just went too diagonally down towards Novo. And so they've had to drop on a couple of other teams, particularly Synergy. But damn, Team Secret, they've really got one another's backs these days. It's lovely to see. I'm a big fan.
Gone are the days where they would have a shot towards them and it would be about 5 minutes before they turned up to find just a crate with a glowing green light on it. Unfortunately, for the other teams in the lobby, they have figured it out and they are going to be able to back themselves up. 4 players alive for them. As we saw before, other teams not so lucky. Actually, Reject Scarlet losing 2 as Urali has fallen as well.
Yeah, this is not a good start for Reject Scarlet here. T1, though, they're happy to take up residence over towards Milta Power. Problem is here is that with the plane path, a lot of impromptu drop spots have come through from teams like Valdus the Murder, Freestyle. Obviously, we have BTR and GX ourselves. They tend to drop towards Farm as well as Milta. And Box Gaming, they like to play across this coastal side. Synergy, obviously, they're going up towards their Mansion Split. But what I'm trying to say is that T1 has got a really difficult path because they've got to go northwest, and that means they have to go bouldering through about 10 teams before they can even get into the circle, which means 10 teams ahead of them, they can get compounds before them in what is a pretty barren spot towards the northwest side of the map.
But we've talked about it before, Blank, is that there was no team who really dropped Milta Power. What we've also talked about before is the fact that T1, they were sort of dropping all over the shop and trying to find their place. Maybe they found it in Milta Power. Maybe that is where they are going to, you know, figure out all of those rotations. So perhaps they've got a couple of tricks up their sleeve. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like, what I wouldn't mind to see here is because obviously the path directly to the northwest, the path of, in quotation marks, least resistance actually does have the most resistance here in terms of players. What they can easily do is probably head up towards Kameshki and then make a rotation all the way over the top of behind Stalber. They deny a lot of sightlines that way and then be able to get through Severny into the circle itself and prevent themselves from meeting up with a lot of these teams. It really depends how they want to play it. They can also play it like BTR does, which is stay out in the zone for as long as possible, as long as you can stand it, and then move in behind all these teams after identifying their pathing into the circle itself.
The choice for the teams on the military island. West or East Bridge. Most likely Team IND going to go over that West Bridge. And no one really blocking them too close, so they should be pretty safe there. Megastars, depending on when they go, might be able to make it across the East Bridge. I mean, Bigatron currently sat on the other side, just to the west of Milta, near Farm, so they could potentially place spoil.
Well, they can wait a huge amount of time as well in Sosnovka, like you say, John, because the circle's going to push up to them, and the Western Bridge, like you say, it's probably the path they're going to go across. It's the one that's easiest to camp as well, but who's going to camp this when there's a lot more precedent set on actually getting into the circle towards this northwest side, finding a compound for yourself, finding somewhere to go. Because honestly, a really important part of this particular circle is finding yourself a compound where you are able to cross the river and then get back across again, just depending on where the circle shifts. So it is important to be close to this river that runs through from Yasnaya out towards Georgiopol. So Team IND, like you're saying, teams towards military base, they're not in a huge amount of danger. And Megastars, Team IND, they're going to get very much looted up, which should see them through the long paths of rotations and probably the fewer fights that they'll have to take to get into the circle itself.
Speaking of long rotations, one you mentioned earlier, the T1 push is coming. They are heading north. We'll see if they branch off around Stauber, like you suggested they might do, or if they're going to head straight in. Teams heading straight in. Orange Rock, they want to head more central. They're going to head north over the river, find eye shots, and this time Team Secret were not together, Blank, and they do lose a player.
They brought it back together. They got 3 members up and still alive, so it's not the worst result, and they do actually have garage as well, so what they'll have is some nice place to hold the vehicles, which won't get the wheels shot out, so they'll have at least one more rotation left in those vehicles. See Rex there just looking off towards where TSM Entity currently are, and now Rex just wants to park up the rest of the vehicles as well in positions where they're not going to get blown up.
Not going to get blinked away. They want to make a hasty exit if they need to. GXR Celts, they're making a Raz across. That's just to the west of Mansion. They're moving up towards Yasnaya, towards the eastern bridge over the middle river. And T1 are actually completing that rotation, not all the way out to Kameshki, Blank, but they're still going over Stauber.
Yeah, I don't think this is the worst thing in the world. I think that maybe I was a little bit presumptuous saying to go all the way around Stauber, but this still provides you a lot of sideline denial, just going over the top side of Stauber. And also, more than that, all credit to T1 is they're going to get a really, really high ground spot to be able to watch down and see where the other players are. It's going to provide not only denial of sightlines to them, but really get great sightlines where they look forward out onto the teams.
And what's smart is, of course, with the plane being on the southern half, they know that the teams who are aligned on that river, teams like TSM Entity, who dropped in South George, teams like Orange Rock and Valdus the Murder as well, who are going to be stopping a lot of teams from moving north. So having a position on the north side is going to allow you a lot of area to control, and you know that there's going to be fewer players making it through.
Yeah, most teams now stuck on the eastern side of the circle. I really do like this rotation from T1. It's intelligent in the sense that they've taken into mind both the plane path as well as the circle itself, and now they're going to head towards Savernian, and they've got a relatively safe journey that they've made in. TSM Entity, they're holding strong. BTR, though, they're trying to shoot the teams going over the bridge as Megastars. They've actually waited a long time for this team, and it's not working out in their favor.
Pause to breathe, and they aim their sights, set the sights towards crossing, but not quite able to get through just yet. You do see the flank all the way out on the east side there, making a little bit of a swim, and in fact, I think Swag should be able to get Vexy up. Okay, I take that back. There's a lot of damage being sent his way. We'll have to heal before he goes in for the res, but Ryzen cooking nade. I think the terrain just bipped him out wide, and the nade is going to go a little bit off target there. It wasn't quite on where he wanted it to go. Send it in a second, we'll have to wait. Paradox, however, just waiting over the ridgeline. Next circle comes in, Blank. Another northern shift. We move closer to Zaki every time.
Synergy actually made their way into the center of the circle here, starting to show more of their fangs, and GXR Celts, obviously from Mill to Power, they've tried to razz it all the way into the center circle. Synergy, they were going for the Mansion split. They were slightly faster there, and they've been able to fend off GXR Celts, getting a lot of damage onto them. They're currently still in that fight with them, though, now.
Biggestron still 4 players alive, but they need to mount up and get gone. 2 players down for Megastars. Box will be leaving just from the north of Pachinki at the moment. You've got Team IND, who did move across that western bridge quite late, it has to be said, but they made the move nonetheless, and sending on through. Uh-oh, Biggestron, 4 in a car. I hate it. I hate it, Blank. I hate it so much. Get it off my screen.
They desperately need some loot. They've got absolutely no meds on board there, so they want to get that loot up and going before they do move out. But Megastars currently have a really good position here. Here's this fight between Orange Rock and iShots. Will take him down. It's just a few little plays here. Nice shot from Ryzen. And when do you expect not to see this kind of shots from Ryzen himself? This is the guy that fended off, I believe it was 3 players of ROQ on Vikendi that one time.
That was just a little back and forth as well on the bridge crossing there between Megastars and Biggitron. Red Aliens currently moving in. Goodness me, what a migration we've seen on the northern side. Whilst that bridge camp was going on, we've seen about 6 squads trying to head for the northern coast.
Avengers really cursed this game. The circle goes even further north here. We've got even more water in this one, so really, really cool little circle here. We don't tend to see circles in this area of the map, at least not in this tournament so far.
See if any innovation comes of it, Blank. We'll have to see what teams are going to be able to do which way. It's uncommon to see in the third circle such a dominant water presence on a circle that hasn't gone towards the channel crossing.
I mean, most teams have set themselves up anyway to cross this river and get into the northern side of the circle, but Jesus Christ. There is a lot of teams on this northern side, just to the west of Saverna, yeah. It's a ridiculous amount, all trying to hold here. Oh dear me, it's like a rat king of teams.
TSM Entity have the top of a hill. They have a little bit of a look down towards quite a open valley. We'll see if they're able to pop a couple of shots. The rotation's still coming through from Bigatron, by the way, and the Megastars who are behind them on 2 players. We'll see if they're able to get in and actually find any sort of a position into this next circle, as it is going to continue shrinking, is going to continue to tick away at those health bars.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. I mean, it feels like a very bad recipe, really. It's like, it starts off with place 12 teams in center of circle. Now, mix. And that didn't tend to go well when I last tried that one, to say the least. Shots are coming through, though, from Valdes the Murder, and T1 is just trying to make their way in. They're on the eastern side. Remember, they made that rotation past Stalbajon, and now they're trying to find a place within the circle itself. Obviously, that was a safe rotation for the beginning of the game, but it didn't afford them a quick, speedy lob into the center of the circle itself, so they will have to play kind of the outsiders of the map.
Speaking of outsiders of the map, on all of the western side, North George is going to be you level up. Oh, okay, that's crunching all of the teams just further in towards each other. Every team that made it central is still into this next circle, Blank.
BTR definitely jumped over Megastars. Megastars still have 2 players all the way out in the blue. I doubt that they're going to make it in, and yeah, it was a mighty jump from BTR indeed. Bigatron, Red Aliens, will have to push through Box Gaming, though, who are currently on the other side of the river, and BTR are being very cautious with how they move into this one. You Level Up, on the other hand, have pretty much the entirety of the western side of the zone to themselves. But again, there are so many teams within the circle. 58 players alive here with 16 teams still up. Christ, this is going to get real hectic real soon, John. It's going to be like a Jimmy G's on a summer holiday.
I genuinely don't know what that is.
He knows.
Wow.
James knows.
I'm sure he does. Interesting here, Blank, is that Bigatron, look at their health bars, right? I saw Microboy just there had absolutely no meds left in the back pocket. They've been making such a long rotation through this blue that if they take this fight with Box, they're going to need to win it pretty quickly. And if you get a pick early, that's one way to start off pretty strong, but they have really got to get into the circle, get into the next one. They managed to get a knock. Okay, Louis does take a tumble.
The issue is that Louis is like the outside guard for Box at the moment, so not the worst thing in the world he goes down, because I don't think Box Gaming are ever going to put in their resources to go pick him up, so Box Gaming can still effectively hold back BTR here. It would have been better to get a pick onto Pime maybe in the high ground, that way Bigatron will be able to just razz their way in. Do Bigatron have all 4 players up?
Yeah, Ryzen's all the way in the back, did actually have a first aid left in the back pocket. Luxy, very, very low. Looking for anything that can give him any semblance of a health bar. We'll have to see what they're able to do, continuing to push forwards. They're near to Box Gaming. RRQ pretty near to you Level Up and Synergy as well. The representatives from that squad still running around, but nades are flying back and forth.
Yeah.
We'll see just what they're able to do. We just had something pointed out to us by Kalaris from the
Kalaris, yeah.
Megastars.
Still out in the circle.
All the way on the southeast. They haven't made it in yet.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, actually.
That's Synergy, that is. Not Synergy, it's Megastars, but that's Synergy.
That's Synergy right there. You know what's good. Anyway, Team Secret, south side of the map. This is a team that we've been talking about all day, and they have actually made it up from Gaka. I believe they took 1 knock early on. Let's take a quick check-in on my map side. Yes, iShots is down. I remember him going down to Orange Rock earlier, but now they will have to clash with Orange Rock once again. So, you know, it's that revenge boxing map.
The grudge match. see if they're able to deliver that knockout punch the second time around. RRQ zoning away. You level up as they try and make that push through. Winter very, very low. Chasian already down. The next zone is going to push towards the south edge of the circle, so they are going to be all right for Orange Rock and for teams like Team Secret. It's teams on the northern side that are going to really struggle. Teams like Freestyle, for instance, who have had a pretty solid day, all things well, not actually, a pretty solid last game, all things considered. You know, they started off a little bit weak and they're not going to have an easy time here.
Orange Rock here, right in the middle of the map itself. BTR snaking their way in. Box still ahead of them for the time being. Again, that T1 team encore from Megastars just died, by the way, and that is Megastars out. The first team to go down, by the way, in Circle 4.
Goodness me.
Everyone is respecting one another right now, but, you know, this next circle is going to push everyone down into more open plains. The hill dropping downwards.
It's Freestyle losing a player. I said it was going to be a tricky push, and it absolutely was. It's so difficult to move out from that northern coast. Once you've decided to go there, you're really relying on the circle following you, and it pretty much the most didn't do that was possible.
Sorry?
The most didn't do that was possible.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm proud of you for that one.
Whether or not I should have said it is an entirely different matter.
Yeah, I think that really is. I will be speaking to your manager later.
It's probably the most shouldn't thing I should have said.
Very shouldn't do that again, please.
Absolutely.
TSM Entity, though, still in this game, in a fairly decent position to push downwards to the southwest into the circle. Orange Rock, though, they are really the center of attention for a lot of these teams. Really, the saving grace for them right now is that most teams on the edge of this circle just making their way are going to really struggle to push past any other of the other teams themselves, because as soon as they start pushing towards the center, they're going to get shot at. Orange Rock are really they're gifted this position in the middle where all the other teams are fighting around them, so they're literally in the eye of the storm right now.
Microboy cooking the nade, tries to send it over towards PMA. A lot of damage, but not getting the knock. They know he's behind the tree. Another one being cooked from Microboy as well. The nades do fly over the top around the edge as well. Pime does get the first aid off, but that's going to mean that the nade will be able to get the knock this time around, and they get the outpost. Big Itron will be able to move in on the eastern side, take control of the location that Pime was holding down, and now Break and Loki have to be worried.
Yeah, you know what? I actually didn't see the nameplate from who was throwing that grenade, and it came out and it's perfect, and I was like, oh, that's BTR. Ha, I know who that is now.
Oh, yeah.
Loki down, Suxy, beautiful nade. Break still on the off angle.
Only one player left for Box Gaming. They are down to Break, as you say, Blank. We'll see if they're able to get away from it, but it's Bigatron. I know they love to run you down. When they smell blood in the water, they swarm. Beautiful stuff. And down the hill, you got Valdus the Murder as well. Might want to head out west, but Break, he gets spotted out. It is Martin to get the final kill there. They are eliminated, 14th place for Box Gaming.
BTR can now begin to push in as those Raptors once again start to claw their way into this map. This match, at least, they've been fairly consistent, but we haven't had these massive pop-off games as of yet. But now they're in a really decent position to move forward. Valdus the Murder to their north side. Here's Beer 11, though, with a huge gun in hand.
RRQ, 3 players alive and dominant over the northwest, it seems. You level up. Getting a run for their money. Just Huashuan left in the next circle, but a heavy northeastern shift.
Look at that, John. That's going to favor BTR as well as Orange Rock. Orange Rock kind of have the worst end of this, though, because teams will be pushing into their area of the map. BTR, on the other hand, they've already cleared their angles behind them. Other than Valdus the Murder, they are pretty set. Team Secret, though, is flying towards their position like a swarm of hornets. BTR will have to fend them off, swat them away.
Bats out of hell. Bigatron going to be looking to cool that down. Calm the Jets and see if they can stop them from moving in any further. I don't think Team Secret are going to continue. They've actually made it to the edge of the circle. They're going to be playing edge on the next one. Being challenged out, Horshan gets eliminated, and with it, you level up, go down. 12th place.
Schreider, the final player from Synergy. This guy is a pop-off gamer indeed, but GXR Celts did heavy damage to his team earlier on with a beautiful nade. There's Kratos, though, sending a nade over to Rox, who has been the forward scout for GXR Celts, where a couple of the other players there on the western side of the map, but he does go down. Now, Team IND, they can start to take presence towards the southwest side of the circle, but like I said, John, Orange Rock are now going to have to deal with King of Gamers, RRQ, GXR Celts coming in now. TSM Entity might have eyes on soon.
This is a really solid divot for them, though. They have such good control of how this combat goes. Unfortunately for them, though, nades can fall into it and really just tumble them down. So they have to be careful. They have to keep their wits about them. RRQ isolating GXR Celts, and this M249 from Beer 11 has been absolutely devastating. Unfortunately, there's a nade sent towards him, and you can't shoot that out.
No. Hunter, though, they're just looking out towards it. Gil actually sees where RRQ currently are, but the smokes do deny that pressure. But D2E does go down to Gil himself, and now Orange Rock can start to take presence there, but immediately a clap back from Ernie.
Ernie wants to move forwards as well. We spoke about if he wants to be kill leader or part of the top 3, he has to get more than that, certainly. Goodness me, they just get eliminated. A lovely nade placement there. Orange Rock will be able to get the res and have 4 players alive towards these final circles, Black.
Synergy also down now, and King of Gamers just spraying over towards where Orange Rock currently are holding. Marvi out in the smoke, trying to provide a little bit of information back towards his team. Obviously, because Orange Rock have been taking so many fights at this point, plinking away at the other teams, their position will be heavily compromised. There's Ultron going down. King of Gamers gets a nice little nade over towards Z-God. Neo on the floor does hit back onto Braga.
Goodness me, Gil is not holding anything back. He's just popping it all out in the field, laying it bare. Fantastic stuff. I mean, we speak constantly about how strong Orange Rock has been, and they're displaying it just now. TSM Entity, though, they get eliminated. The next zone heads southwest. We'll see it lands straight on top of Scout's outpost for Orange Rock, right on top of the plane.
Now he has to hold down versus a lot of teams who definitely want this position on the plane. It's a really strong place to have, and very, very, very much forward thinking from Scout to even try and take this one early, despite having the really good position towards the northwest part of this zone. And now it'll allow the rest of the players to come in.
So many wrinkles all over the brain.
Beautiful.
Fantastic stuff from Scout to get that position. But his teammate does suffer a knock on trying to get to it. Having a position and getting the rest of your team there are 2 very different things.
Team Secret trying to move forward, like we said before, versus BCR. This is a hard push. They have cover in front of them in terms of the buggy. Luxie moving forward, only has 1 first aid, is very wary about the health. It's a nice nade over the top. And now just 2 players remaining from Team Secret.
Nice nade, does tickle and get the damage done. Rex taking a lot of damage from, I think that might be in an off angle there, but Yuhai goes down, a lovely jump out shot wide. They wipe the kills up, but hang on a minute. 2 players from Bigatron get knocked in the process, and they're going to have to suffer to try and push on further forwards. Valdas the Murderer eliminated as well, and we're down to 5.
King of Gamers with 13 kills on the board already. They have been having a tear on the north side of this map, just absolutely bouldering through all these teams like a bowling ball going for strike.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, before this, I looked at King of Gamers as a very middling team, very average in the lobby. And that's not to say they are average in general. I mean, they're in the World League, right? Average in World League is really bloody good. But when it comes to the numbers, you look at them, they are very much doing average damage numbers, average kill points, average placements. They sat 9th, I think, in the first week play to get into the first Super Weekend. And they sat somewhere around 9th as well when we looked at those tables at the end of it. Very, very much slap bang in the middle. So for them to start to be popping off this season, you can see they're up into 4th, 197 points now. Sorry, not this season, this Super Weekend. So fantastic to see them starting to rise through the ranks.
It's been a good day for them. More and more people subscribing to the club of gamers, who are the kings, that is. But Orange Rock right now have undoubtedly the best place within the circle, right, John? And King of Gamers, they're trying to take this position. Let's see if they can continue their onslaught.
They managed to find themselves into a shack. Sightline still controlled by Orange Rock. Pretty dominantly as well. King of Gamers trying to push in from the east. Team IND from the southwest, and Bigatron will be trying to get all the way across. Such open ground around.
There's Marvi finding Soup already. He was towards the northeast side. Next so it comes through. It drops on top of King of Gamers. Orange Rock will have to move from this position, and most players will know that this will be a heavily contested spot. There'll be at least 1 team on here, so all eyes will be looking this way. Orange Rock will begin to feel the gaze.
3 teams with 4 players alive. Bigatron, Orange Rock, and Team IND. Everybody else suffered heavy casualties. 1 player for GXR Celts and MJ. 2 players for King of Gamers in Braga and Bossa.
Team IND exchanging grenades with Bigatron right now. Ryzen takes heavy punishment. Obviously, Bigatron, they've been traveling for a very long time. They took that fight with Megastars. They must be low on resources by now. IND currently with only 1 kill on the board. We see Bigatron here with 9, and that is Ryzen dropping the backpack. He knows it's all or nothing now.
Going for the snaky plays. 4 teams remaining and 14 players. Very much a lack of... Well, you don't need too many bullets to be able to kill that many people, I'll tell you that, especially if you're Ryzen. You know exactly what you're doing, but he's on a forward position against Team IND. Sends out, tries to pop a couple of shots in around the edge of the smoke, but IND just keep clawing their way up this hillside.
I think it is 3 teams here, 4 teams, sorry. 3 of them with 4 members still alive. King of Gamers are just the 2, but there's a lot of fighting breaking out here. It's been a really good performance from Team IND. Although a low kill count game, they've managed to get 4 players to here alongside with vehicles too. So they have a really, really strong position here going forward, John.
Sneaking up on the outside for the kill count is Bigatron Red Aliens. 10 kills found, 13 as we were saying before for King of Gamers. Both of whom still have their representatives in the game. IND tries to challenge, but Ryzen shuts it down quicker than anything. Beautiful stuff to hold the top of the hillside, and he's going to have to rotate to join the rest of his team, but they've got a spot in the next circle.
It's truly unreal, the retaliation that comes through from Bigatron. It's almost instantaneous. King of Gamers take heavy punishment. Ryzen's behind them, though.
Kratos is going to go down as well. It's Ryzen to try and play spoiler. Spins out wide, looking for Snacks, who's on the floor, getting some boosters on to get the healing through. Ryzen, though, will spot him out as he jumps up, goes around the side, has the cruiser, in close range. It's gonna bark and it's gonna bite.
Oh my lord, Ryzen dips beneath the hill there, but he rises up upon Team IND. What a play from him. Now moving forward, Ryzen by himself clears out an entire team. Orange Rock taking punishment here. Shots flying their way from Bigatron.
2 players standing for Orange Rock. It's Marvi, it's Anto. 3 players are up for Bigatron as they might look for the res onto Microboy, who's very, very close to bleeding out. I don't know if they have the time. I think Luxy just managed to tick it there. Oh, they bring themselves back to full force, but they have some healing to get done, and Ryzen's beautiful off angle. Marvi finds the pick onto Luxy, and Microboy stays down.
It's a double.
Luxy is
Ryzen again.
There's the off angle from Ryzen. This guy is a machine. He's going to take them down, and now it's Marvi who has to survive the push. Zuxi goes in close. It's Bigatron to take them off. Orange Rock fall, and Bigatron Red Aliens come in swinging.
I mean, I said this guy rose upright. Ryzen, the player on this team, just ridiculous. But it's the end of his name that comes through clutch. Zen. This guy is peaceful. He's calm. He's collected. Moves into the fight. Just drops around the side. Makes it look easy.
Fantastic stuff. That's what you love to see. That is cojones.
Unreal.
Right? That is absolutely fantastic stuff. We're going to head over to the analyst desk because I know they've got a lot to say about that.
Oh my, it's a big fight feel here for the last game of the PMWL East. Day 1 of our Super Weekend. The big rivals, Orange Rock and BTR, going up against one another. And BTR wins it out. After Orange Rock had such a good position, BTR manages to get the sneak around. And whew, they made it happen. Froz Avenger joining me here for the final breakdowns. Bigatron, that is big if true.
I told you they would win the last game.
You did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, when we were live as well, right? So,
yeah. Actually, when we were live, you know,
it's recorded.
Pre-show.
No, but great game from them overall. I will say the anger and the the flank play, that just gave it all. Like, that was insane.
Look, we saw a lot of them in the end there, of course, but you can't take anything away from the beginning. When Circle 3 was hitting, we saw them still fighting on the east bridge towards Millie Island with Megastars, actually.
Yes.
They were super late on the rotation, but, you know, it's just Bigatron things. They make it happen. They make it work.
Let's check out how the standings look in that game as the Kings will take #1 spot. Bigatron, 37 points. Orange Rock, the usurpers to the throne, 20 points for them. But King of Gamers Club, Avenger, 21 points. They have been ultra consistent today.
They have had a fantastic day today. I'm so happy for them, honestly, because as I said before, like, they had some really rough games in the qualifying days on Tuesday and Wednesday. It was so nice of them to see them step up to this level and really perform throughout today. 5 games, 3 of them has been fantastic.
You know what, I feel like, as we take a look at our 9th through 16th here as well, I feel like Bigatron Red Aliens, Froz, they're a team that takes victories, and some of their comms after some of those victories might be quite reserved due to the fact that they're Bigatron Red Aliens, right? So they know kind of like how the feeling of winning is and stuff like that. After this one, I think a bit of a pump up is there. I think they're a bit happy with that one.
I think that it's legit that they can also do that because they had such a rough day. Before this, they had 28 points throughout 4 games, and now in just the last game,
so low for them.
37 kills. Sorry, 37 points.
Let's take a closer look at Bigatron Red Aliens then from this game, because it's a whopping 2,800 damage coming in, 17 kills. Ryzen, MVP of this game, hands down.
Oh my god, the plays from Ryzen.
Insane. Like, that flank just made the whole thing. That was honestly a top 3 play so far. Total heal though, guys. That is nearly 30 first aids worth of healing.
But it comes down to them playing a long time in the blue, of course, and fighting Megastars. Because of that, they took so much blue damage that they had to heal up. But after all, they did come out with 3 people alive, I think it was, from that fight. Oh, was it? No, it was 4. It was 4.
Yeah,
sorry, it was 4. Of course, they had 4 up.
Yes. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Do the Do moments as we swerve on and around here for Erangel to take a little look-see. So what a game to finish off the day. Fantastic stuff, Avenger.
Yeah, it's been great for them. This is the start we saw from Bigatron, where they were camping Megastars, and it was honestly a bit of a rough fight. They were fighting into very late into the game as well, so it was a rough start for them, but they made it happen towards the end.
Look, again, we had these kind of ping-pong circles. It was going north for a long time. We saw a lot of water towards the first 2 circles. Then we got rid of the water, of course. But with that, of course, we had a lot of people needing to go for long rotations coming up on the north side. And 2 of the teams, of course, you level up and freestyle. We see them do a lot of good rotations, but once again, they got the macro, but they are not aggressive enough to actually capitalize on it, in my opinion. But they do a good job, but it's so nice to see, though. King of Gamers, they played it so well, and towards the end, of course, we saw them going for the shack there, crashing with 2 people. That's a game-winning move. They tried to go for the win no matter how of a bad position they were in.
Yeah, very impressive stuff by them. Super consistent throughout. We saw our Q there with the cheeky M249. I always like seeing an M249 in play. But King of Gamers just blasted out of control today. They fully deserved the huge swath of points they've been able to swoop up Avenger.
They swooped up so many points. Ryzen's shots here, so many kills coming out from these guys. 17 kills in total. I think that's if not the 3rd, then the 4th best game we've had so far.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, look at this.
King of Gamers, though. Oh, yeah. Let's just take a moment and look at this. This is so beautiful.
Such a good play.
The important thing is that having a Groza in this situation is super
He's
powerful.
obviously full level 3, right? He's leveled out of it, level 3 out of his mind. He has like the best close range gun with the highest rate of fire, so fantastic play there.
We also saw it towards the end, of course. Once again, Orange Rock, they got 2 knocks on Bigatron, but Ryzen from the side there got himself 2 counter knocks, and that led to the victory in the end.
Total damage time. Let's look and see who's been able to contest. Actually, big damage from a few teams. King of Gamers, 2324. We've got 2045 coming in from Valdus, The Murder, and Orange Rock, almost 2,000 damage as well.
But look at Bigatron and King of Gamers. So they're converting the damage to knocks, to kills. And that's not what we saw from Valdus, of course. They were shooting a lot, but only 6 kills.
Nearly 2,000 damage as well for Orange Rock. Nearly 4 teams with 2,000 damage. That talks to how much these guys have been through. This is an insane output to have 4 teams to put that out. So very, very insane.
But we want to see, of course, the efficiency of it. Look at the synergy, for example. Almost half, well, less than half the damage, but almost as many kills. 5 kills instead of 6 kills, but less than 1,000 damage. That's really good as well to see the teams actually doing good efficiency when it comes to damage to kill ratio.
Yeah, very well done. Let's take a look at the top players then. Will Ryzen be number 1? Yes, 1,200 damage!
1,200 and Gil on 1,083.
People know 1,000.
There's a reason why I think Gil is one of the best, or the best player in India. 1,000, almost 100 damage coming in as well. But Ryzen, just hats off to that performance there.
8 kills as well. Like, are you out of your mind? You can't just do that here. These are the best teams, the best players we have in the league, and he's just shooting them like nothing.
Yeah, kudos to Soup as well, though. I mean, he's been standout throughout the entirety of the day event.
Yeah, he's been really stepping up for this. Is one of the key factors, I feel like, for our King of Gamers. Really, 5 kills in this one. Really good for them to step up to this level again.
All right, top kills time then, to see who's been able to stand out as well. As we have Ryzen, Soup obviously coming in there as well, Luxy as we previously showed, and of course Concept was in there to be able to contribute a lot from King of Gamers too. And you know, I gave props to Soup before, but Concept as well for us throughout the day. Nice stuff.
Yeah, good to see that he's getting more consistent with the team there. That's what we want to see, them just doing good together as a team. It doesn't matter if just one player pops off, but we want to see them, all of them, pop off from time to time. Make sure that it's an even distribution on the team itself.
Avenger, is it time for the telestration?
It is time for the telestration. Let's look at it, guys. No, so I want to point out here the kind of gatekeep that Orange Rock they were able to do, and how easily they were able to dispose of the current leaders, if they still are, or the leaders in this game at least, until this game, RRQ. And RRQ, they actually decided to say, you know what, let's try to breach on up and try to run from like a position where you could potentially get all the way around. No, that's not the one.
That's all the way around.
Get all the way around and get into a position where they will be able to take this kind of the plane crash area away from them. But Orange Rock, they actually managed to hold this and dispose of them. So let's look at how they were able to do it. And I actually think what RQ decided to do was actually the right play here, playing uphill from this side here, but potentially the timing could have been wrong because they had a lot of teams around them. They had teams on the east side and they had teams on the west side that are actually putting a lot of pressure on them. But on top of that, Orange Rock, they used a lot of utility, used a lot of smokes. We'll see some nades and some aggressive moves coming out. Gil with a very, very nice nade, putting Beer down to 20 HP. And he's actually going to be finished off by, or knocked by Strider. I'm not 100% sure who's gonna finish him up. But look at this here. So obviously, one thing that is really important is also to note that there's only 2 smokes up. So what do you do if you're 2 players as Anto and Gil? You try to nade both of the smokes, right? Because there's obviously going to be players there. But Gil actually spotted D2E. He's gonna try to finish him off. Beer's trying to crawl over, and with this, Anto actually throws a nade, and he's gonna throw a nade straight onto Ernie, and he actually gets the kill on Ernie, but Strider actually gets the kill on Beer and kind of finish him off. So this is what I really want to point out here: the importance of making sure you fake smoke.
Yeah.
So you don't kind of expose yourself, and also don't move in too early, and don't try to get into a position where you're fully exposed to the sides as well.
Also, of course, there is some points of interest always in a situation like that. Trees, vehicles that is parked. You're gonna think that there's gonna be players there, so you might want to be playing around that more than playing just behind them.
Yeah, exactly.
I must say kudos to Orange Rock as well, though, for controlling the trench that the plane carves out and the plane position. They were controlling a huge swath of area there whilst we look at it.
All the way through the end as well.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Let's take a look at our top 10 damage dealers then to see how they've stacked up. G9, of course, still up towards the top. However, Luxy and Ryzen are clipping his heels, especially if Ryzen keeps putting up those kinds of numbers. Jeez Louise. But Luxy was able to put up a lot of damage as well. The nade kills, though, G9 still leading in that very, very strongly. A good top 10 once again, 500,000 names.
Yeah, very good top 10, but still we've seen Jonathan up there, and that is a little bit of a surprise, I'd say, considering like the results we've seen from TSM Entity. Sadly, it hasn't been up to where we want them to be or where we thought they would be. We have seen a little bit glimpse of hope from here and there, but currently it's not really there.
Avenger.
His damage or kills to damage ratio is absolutely insane. Like, he's 11,700 damage with only 43 kills. Like, the impact he has on the lobby when he's playing is insane. He is shredding vests. He is removing helmets. That's actually really good. And also very nice to see Mavi up there in the 10th place.
Yeah, very nice. Time for overall rankings. How have things shaken up into our first day of our second?
2 points.
2 points.
Are you kidding me? King of Gamers Club took over Megastars. They're in the 200 points club as well. That's amazing. What a great day for King of Gamers.
Yeah, Orange Rock also moving on up here. They didn't have the easiest of super weekends in the previous one, but they've got some nice points this one.
I mean, two teams that have some phenomenal first day here in the super weekend is King of Gamers, of course, but also Team Secret. Both of the teams putting out a lot of points there. I think King of Gamers have like 70 something, and Team Secret is just around 65 or something like that. Pretty good.
And you can also see the impact of not being in a super weekend here. Yudu Gank will fall down to 10th position.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, our 11th through 18th here, as the two names we're looking at to try and push up, since it is only their first super weekend. You Level Up and Freestyle. Doing a little bit of catch up on No Chance Team. It feels like they're going to overtake.
Yeah, I mean, You Level Up is already, with 5 games, already halfway to catch up to No Chance Team. There's no way they're not going to be catching up throughout this super weekend.
No, even if Freestyle continue the performance they've had out throughout today, they'll actually pass No Chance Team as well. But still good to see. The other guys obviously have a big lead, but Reject Scarlet had a rough day. They're sitting on 99 points with 20 games played.
That's right, and that is the standings. What a day it has been. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me as we have done with the overall standings. It's Avenger, it's Froz joining me at the desk, and it's Kylar signing off for now. We are done for day number 1 of the Super Weekend, week 2. Tomorrow, we're back, same time, same place, to get into day number 2 of our Super Weekend here for the PMWL East. We'll see you then.
Are you ready? 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 Are Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? 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 Are you
Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. CD scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. We're into our very second Super Weekend, and we have so many games to bring you over the course of these next 3 days. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'll be your host here, but I cannot do it by myself. Like always, I have two phenomenal people to my side to help bring me all the action, help cover it as well. The Seven Worlds Gaming, and we have Glitter Explosion coming in as well. A little bit sad to see no Choker coming in for you this time, though, Seven.
What are you talking about? We're waiting for you to bring that choker. Maybe on Sunday we'll have back-to-back. What do you think?
I mean, I'm wearing a choker, but it's just not around my neck. It's more of like a girdle to keep my stomach in.
Oh,
kind of counts, right?
You scared me there for a second.
I don't know where your mind was going with that. Obviously, you guys can make sure to tweet us if you want to be on the show. We'd love to hear your input at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. But one thing we should talk about here is the format of the show. Like we said, second Super Weekend. Out there, you might not be knowing, what does that really mean? And you know what? Jason's here to explain it for you. So we had 2 days of matches in the opening weekend to determine seedings going into our groups. 5 different groups with 4 teams in each group. And then throughout the week, across 2 days, teams will be playing to get themselves into the top 16 of the standings to get through into the Super Weekend. And the points here, this is what's important. They accumulate over the 3 weeks, assuming you make it in every single time. And at the end of the third and final week, we'll have our top 16 teams to make it through into our league finals. It's just easy as that. But then again, not every team requalified for this week. So maybe it's not as easy for everyone out there here, Glitter.
I mean, yeah, and we were kind of hoping that would happen, right? We watched all the teams play through our first Super Weekend, and then we were questioning, Will those bottom 4 teams that didn't make it forward do anything going into week 2 to kind of secure that spot for themselves? And we'll definitely be touching on them a little bit, but SWAT69 is one of those teams that was able to kind of get themselves into our second Super Weekend.
They definitely did, and they had to do it through getting points. And you're out there asking, well, Jason, how do I get points? Or how do the teams get points? And I have to kind of start off by saying, where have you been? We've been doing the show now for like a week and a half. You can see every kill gives 1 point, and of course you get points for your placements as well here, 7. We've seen chicken dinners be pretty important for team success, especially in league play. However, some teams haven't needed to necessarily rely on it when it comes to the Super Weekend.
We have, and not even just chicken dinners, being able to get 1 point per kill, I think it was huge. One of the teams that comes to mind was Wildcard on that second day of league play. They pretty much took advantage of that on the last game of the day for them, and they were able to qualify because they ended up second place, so that's 14 points. And on top of that, they ended up getting just a huge amount of kills.
A huge amount of kills, and all these teams are fighting for a huge amount of prize money. $425,000 on the line, and you can see how that's going to break down here. 100 grand for first place. We could buy a lot of things and send them to 7 here, Glitter, that he might not like with that kind of money.
Oh, we absolutely could. But not only is there the $100,000 for that grand finals prize, there's also the $50,000 league play prize, plus the weekly bonuses, the participation bonuses, and the MVP. Man,
it's like they don't give out money, right?
They really do.
Best PUBG Mobile Esports out there. Just saying.
Maybe they need to have like a talent tournament. Maybe that way we can win ourselves $100,000. That would be nice, though. I'd probably be sitting there watching Hotchukes and 7 team up on me and take the money all themselves. Let's take a look, though, at the league play standings. Again, this is how you get into the Super Weekend for all these teams. Only 16 teams can make it through. So let's see that one on the board. You can see which teams will be playing here today. Cloud9, of course. It's always Cloud9 at the top, it seems here, 7.
Yeah, they have been so consistent, and I know we're going to get a chance to talk about them a little bit later on. But I think another team that has been very consistent as well, not just in the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend, also in league play, was Footballers. Pretty much we saw the exact same, first place and second place. And then Loops Esports was having a bad league play, but then they were able to completely just improve on their tactics and just their positioning. It was really good to see, and Dream Eaters has also been very consistent.
Yeah,
some of those teams I'm definitely gonna be looking at here.
I should jump in real quick. This is actually the Super Weekend rankings. I thought it was supposed to be the league play coming through. So this is actually the points they accumulated for the very first Super Weekend. This isn't how the teams got here. This is the results after the first 3 days of play they had.
Okay.
Yep. And with that, guess what? There is some teams that can definitely go ahead and improve here as we go to the second page. And some of those teams is going to go ahead and be Kanina Power as they're currently in 16th place, Glitter.
Yeah, I think that's a team that we're definitely going to be looking out for. They struggled here in the first Super Weekend. They even struggled a little bit on day 1 of league play of this week. Did pick it up to get themselves back into a position to requalify for the Super Weekend. But now, since they were at the bottom of that leaderboard, teams like SWAT69 are going to be looking at them almost as that threshold of points that they're going to need to surpass in order to be viable throughout the Super Weekend.
Exactly. So SWAT69, they're one of the teams who qualified through, well, I should say didn't qualify through in the first week, then qualified through in the second week. So imagine we go into week 3 with the same 16 teams. They know their threshold. It's that number 16 position they have to pass, and they're already 73 points behind Kanina Power here, Glitter.
Right, exactly. And that was something that we had kind of touched on during the first week, what was going to happen for some of those teams that got put in that position. We know that coming into the second week that they're going to be playing from behind. So I think some of the questions we have are they going to change up anything coming into the Super Weekend, trying to ensure those points? Is it going to be more aggressive? We know that they didn't get too many kills during the league play portion, so that's definitely something they're going to be needing to work on. However, they were part of that crazy 3-way tie between Unique, SWAT69, and Frag Machines, all at 47 points, and the only reason that they were able to secure that spot was because of those kills. So it's definitely something they want to be paying attention to. We've talked about how important the 1 point per kill is and how it can really make the difference, and we saw that illustrated this week during league play.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they're going to go about their play style come into this, because obviously there technically could be another weekend of play for them. But we can see the breakdown here of stats, the average stats coming in for all the players of SWAT69-7. We can see the damage done is just really low, and I think that's obviously expected considering they didn't get to play in the first Super Week and they didn't qualify the first time around, and they barely scraped through the second time.
Yeah, and I think the damage done just comes down to how long you were able to survive in the game. Usually we see a lot of engagements just towards the end of the game, and we're seeing teams just completely take advantage of being able to survive until the end. But hopefully here with SWAT69, something I wanted to go ahead and point out is that Konina Power in the first Super Weekend, they average about 4.8 points per game. So SWAT69 is actually looking pretty good. If they can maybe go ahead and average, I know it's going to be a little bit crazy with how we've been able to see them play, but I believe in them. If they can go ahead and average about 10 points per game, I think that's going to go ahead and set them up nice going into the third Super Weekend.
And you can see them comparing up against Konina Power here, Glitter. I mean, you see the kills. Like, no one on SWAT69 was above a 1.0, even close to it. But you can see Tixi, even though his rocky performance within this last Super Weekend and league play is still maintaining a 1.27.
Absolutely. And like you said, we've seen some very strong performances coming out of Tixi, and then they fell off a little bit as a whole with Konina Power. However, the stats here are kind of speaking for themselves. Like I was saying earlier, SWAT69 is really going to need to start pushing for those kills, for that aggression. And like Seven just said, they also need to make sure that they can stay in the game long enough to even have those engagements and to put out that damage. Because if they're not, then they're not getting the placement points or the kills, period, and they're going to put themselves in a pretty rough spot.
And I think something I want to go ahead and mention extra in regards to that is when we're seeing the stats from SWAT69, they ended up with 23 more knocks than they had with kills. So hopefully, I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking into it, but I hope they try to go ahead and just finish off those knocks that they get, because that would have been 23 extra points added to their tally.
Yeah. Well, one thing we can talk about when it comes to confirming those knocks and thirsting kills, it's going to be Cloud9, and I'm calling them the Kings of the West, because this team has not only in the very first week of league play been #1, the very first week of Super Week, #1, but also the second week of league play, they came out #1. This team is firing on all cylinders, Seven, and I mean, we talked about them having slow starts. That's not been a thing at all here so far within the World League.
It definitely has it, and it goes back to an interview that I was actually able to do. I've done 2 interviews now with Beowulf and Uneven, and they were able to give me some great information. So here it is. They told me that they are doing so well because they're able to take just minimal risk. They might not be as aggressive at those teams like Loops Esports or maybe Footballers. That's why sometimes they don't just pop off like you see Footballers or Loops Esports do, but everything is working out their way. And keep in mind, even though they might not be as aggressive, guess what? They do currently have the top fragger of the tournament in an adder. So you might be wondering, well, how is that possible? How can they not be as aggressive but still have a top fragger? And they were able to tell me, listen, when you're doing everything, when you're executing everything perfect, you gotta go ahead and place those fraggers in the right position to go ahead and get those kills. And I think one player that I'm gonna be looking at this weeker besides Adder from that team, it's also gonna go ahead and be Uneven. Uneven is one of those players that we expect him to go ahead and frag out. And I was asking him, hey, how does it go ahead and mess with you mentally that you currently are a fragger, but guess what? The other fragger is doing a lot better than you are. And he gave me a great answer. He told me that he's happy that his teammate is doing better than him, because then he gets somebody to go ahead and look up for, and he's able to go ahead and maybe fix some mistakes that he's doing. And same thing with Beowulf. They told me that they're always focusing on the mistakes that they're doing and always looking to improve, regardless of where they are in the standings. Whether they're in first place, they want to go ahead and improve more, because guess what? They want to go ahead and stay consistent. They want to stay within that first place. Because if you're able to get even a bigger lead here on the next Super Weekend, oh boy, this is going to be a scary team even going into the Grand Finals. And I'm pretty sure we can go ahead and say, unless something crazy happens here, we can say that Cloud9 is probably going to go ahead and be in the Grand Finals.
I think they 100% should be, with just the points they have from the very first Super Weekend. And you just said they look back at their mistakes and try to improve, Seven. Well, if you looked at the stats there, they increased in kills by 16 kills, they increased in placement points by 3 points, and they increased in points overall by 19, and they match themselves in chicken dinners. Like, this is a team who normally starts slow and warms up into the tournament, but what if they start really good and keep warming up into the tournament? Can any team out there stop them, Glitter?
I mean, they're definitely going to have a couple teams that are hunting them down. We saw a lot of consistency coming out of Footballists. We, like, Seven had mentioned, Loop didn't have the best league play portion. However, prior to that, we've seen insane consistency coming out of them and aggression that's always worked out in their favor. So there's definitely some top contenders that they're going to be looking out for. But right now, Cloud9 is almost untouchable when it comes to their consistency and their decision making. And like Seven said, it's all about the minimal risk for them. How many times have we said that they're so successful with their 4-man squad up once they make it past that mid to late game portion? They're if they're full at that point, you should be terrified of them. They've made smart rotations. They've taken good engagement. So I am not surprised that they're sitting where they are right now.
And something to add to that is that, remember at the start of PMWL West, we actually did an interview with Beowulf, and we asked them, hey, what are you guys looking to do different to not start as low as you did in PMPL Americas? And they said, we're looking to improve our end game. And I think so far, this team has proven that they are improving even as the tournament goes on, because if it comes to the end game and they have all their 4 players up, they're more than likely going to go ahead and win.
Well, you know, we're going to find out if they can keep winning today, but we have to see what the schedule is going to be, what maps will be played, in what order, and of course, how many in total. We'll be having 5 over across the entire day today, and the same thing for the next 2 days thereafter. We're starting things off on Erangel as our very first map, and I remember hearing, I think it was Imperium or Cameron, or not Imperium, Invirum or Cameron, talking about how good and how consistent Cloud9 has been when it comes to the first match of the day, especially when it's on Erangel.
Yeah, and I think it was something along the lines of they have won maybe 3 times, and they have done like top 2 or top 3 5 times. So they've been insanely consistent. And something to add a little bit extra to that is that Cloud9 did tell me their favorite maps tend to be Erangel and Sanhok. So that's one team I'm going to be looking at here.
All right, well, you know what? We're talking about the teams you're looking forward to. I think it's time to start talking about predictions. And you're already talking about Cloud9 here, Seven. I feel like we're going to have to go to you first, and I'm pretty sure I know the exact words are going to be coming right out of your mouth. First of all, it's going to be, I love you, Jason, you're amazing. And then you're going to tell us your prediction, right?
Yeah, I don't know about the first part, though, Jason. But I am going to go ahead and pick. I'm pretty sure everybody is suspecting it here as we go into the first match. It's going to be Cloud9. Cloud9 has just been performing so well that I'll be going against what my gambling gut tells me. Go against Cloud9? Nah, I can't do that. Cloud9 is going to probably go ahead and take that first win, and hopefully they go ahead and get a lot of kills, too.
And for all the people watching at home, we have revised the rules. The commissioner, i.e. me, has changed how we're doing our predictions. You can only pick a team once a day. So we're not going to be seeing everyone picking Cloud9 the entire time. Seven. Hot jukes. We're going to be seeing other teams coming to life here. So to be more strategic on our side about who you're going to pick off the bat. And Glitter, not going to go into you. Who's the team you think is going to take home the chicken dinner?
So while I do think that Cloud9 is going to do incredibly well for themselves, I'm going with a little bit more of a slightly more crazy pick, only because they didn't show up so well during the league play portion of this week. However, I'm going to be going with Loops Esports. I think that they are going to be hungry and kind of want to come back strong with a very good first game, and they've done this before. So I'm hoping that they can kind of pull it out here on our first match, the first day of Super Weekend.
Well, you know what? I think we're going to have a majority here with you and I. I'm going to go Loops as well. And it's nice to actually be on the majority side instead of the minority side, because you guys seem to pick on me a little bit too much. But Loops, I mean, they have had a rough time in league play, especially the first day. We talked about them potentially being headhunted from other teams, trying to take them out of the equation, and there was even a chance they weren't going to qualify in until they got themselves a chicken dinner. But we'll see how it's going to go down. Once we finish our first match, we'll bring you 2 back in, obviously, to talk about it then. So get out of here for now. Seven always giving me hearts. You know those aren't meant for you guys at home. Those are meant for me. You're not lucky enough to get those hearts from him, but you are lucky enough to potentially get a drop within the game. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win a limited time outfit if you're lucky enough, and maybe Seven will send you some hearts in Twitch chat as well. So make sure you're heading over there and, you know, give all the tags to him as you possibly can. It's time to now bring in our commentators here for our first match of the day. It's going to be Invirum, and it's going to be Cameron Davis going to be joining me once again. And I have to say, you two almost look like the inverse of each other a little bit with your shirts. Did you guys plan that, Invirum? Well, we can't hear you, but I'm going to assume he's saying, yes, Jason, you're very right. We did plan this one accordingly, as Cameron Davis is now going to probably agree with me here. Is that right, Cameron?
I mean, no. I came up.
I gave you an easy out, man.
Like I always do.
Okay, we came prepared like you always do. Okay, Invirum, still can't hear you, so I guess we're maybe not going to get your prediction on this one, which is a shame for you, considering you desperately need these points. Now, we are going to talk about, obviously, you know, SWAT69. Cameron, let's start off with you about this. A team, the only team who didn't play in the first weekend, now make it through into the second weekend. Yeah. They have so much work to do to close this gap against them and Kanina Power. 73 points behind. How do you feel like the mindset of the team is coming into this?
I just hope that they come in to try and have a big day for themselves. They were able to qualify, and when you miss the first week, as you mentioned, they're such on the back foot in terms of points. They have to make the big plays. Now, they don't want to be stupid. They don't want to make crazy, almost suicidal plays, but they absolutely need to make the plays that they need.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can do that. I'm assuming, Viram, you're here with us now.
I can
Still
hear
can't
you.
hear him. Weird. Still can't hear him.
Cameron can hear me.
I'm just kidding. I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay.
Now, let's give your
Good.
thoughts about how this is going to go. I mean, again, if you're SWAT 69, they have so much pressure on them.
Ooh. Yeah, no, SWAT 69 is one of these teams. They're the only team that didn't participate in the first Super Weekend, so I think the onus is on them a lot to prove that they belong in the top 16, to prove that they belong, because Glitter touched on this, they just squeaked in a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
47 points. I mean, I predicted it early on in the day. I was like, I think it's between 45 and 50 because we talked about it on broadcast. They have these sponges up towards the top. We've talked about those teams till the cows come home. Right now, we need to focus on these squads who need to make a name for themselves here. That being said, though, of course, I'm still predicting Cloud9.
Okay, well, you went straight in the prediction game. So, Enviram going to be choosing Cloud9, as we're going to be now talking with Cameron about his choice here of team.
Listen, you already gave the credit to us. Both of us shared equally that Cloud9, not only are they one of the best teams, just looking at the leaderboard, they are without a doubt the best team on Erangel and one of, if not the best team at the first match of the day. So I have to go with them.
Okay, so we got 2 Cloud9s here on this test. We got 7 with the Cloud9 pick for himself. And I think it's time now to take us into our very first match here. It's going to be Cloud9. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be Erangel, which is basically their map at this rate. I want you to take us away.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Jason. And yes, as we get into this first game of the day, I need to remind folks at home, like starting off the day hot, that's not easy to do. The mental preparation, the warm-up, everything that goes into it is so important. Cloud9, 2 firsts, 2 seconds on opening game so far of their 4 firsts and 3 seconds overall. That's a pretty impressive statistic as we start things off on Erangel. And what's cool about this team also is the fact that they've won on multiple maps. So we'll see if that trend will continue today or if some of these, squads who are vying for this top spot will be able to take it here, Cameron, as we load in on the map.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really good, really fair opening plane route as well. I'm really curious to see how this Super Weekend's going to be, though, because we only have one team that's different. We got SWAT 69 in replace of, who was it that didn't make this? Uter Killers, I believe, was the team that we saw last Super Weekend. I don't think it's going to change too much from what we saw. No one's going to have to adjust their play from the previous time all that much. It's just one team out of 16. And not to seem rude, but I don't think any of the top teams are really putting that much brain power towards the teams like SWAT 69, like Uter Killers, that are down towards the bottom.
But also, that's an opportunity. If you're one of these teams down towards the bottom, now's your chance to make a statement. It's only week number 2. It is only week number 2. And yeah, we put in a decent amount of games now between the opening weekend all the way up to now. And we've put in almost 50 games at this point. But still, the idea that you can still continue to rise up and learn, because it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's a reason we do battle royales in this format, and that is because you need to be constantly adapting, constantly improving. You're playing against the best teams in the world. So now's the time to learn from them.
Ooh. All right, now Kaito, he's learning that he needs to be very, very careful on where he's dropping, and he should hope for his teammates, but no, it's going to be a very, very quick down and a instant kill secure as well for Versit there. A good start for Dream Eaters, and actually Alpha, they're still fighting them. How does Dream Eater find these guns? Wait, where did that even come from? Oh, did he find a gun, grab the buggy, and went to go chase? I think that might have been what happened.
I think so. And now Meku's chasing down the rest of... the 3 separate fights broke out. And Dream Eaters won every single one. 2 guns and a car. Feel like we're at the start of a sitcom or something. How does the... What? Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, Alpha. You just don't get to play this one. You're just done. You just don't get to participate in game number 1. Like, that's rough.
Yeah, very, 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 very unfortunate start. We can't really... we cannot undersell how unfortunate that start was, because it's not even much that Alpha Legends could have done.
No.
Yes, but we play multiple games, and it's unfair to say that the teams that win Battle Royale games get it just because of luck. But in this particular instance, the fact that Dream Eaters were the ones to find guns so quickly, a little bit of luck. You could look at their drop patterns, and maybe they were paying attention to something else, but Dream Eaters also just got the upper hand in them for finding those guns, like that mini on the rooftop of that building. A lot of things, and now Faker is just gonna have to do his best to crawl it out, to snake it out and get some points. Luckily, Alpha Legends, I believe, in the overall standings, they're halfway through, so it's not like Like, if this were SWAT 69, this would be a completely different story.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, again, Alpha Legends have actually had some pretty solid performances overall. This is a team very much in the center of the pack that could, over the next week, or over the next course this weekend, they're going to have to really start to step up their game. Definitely one of those teams to keep an eye on. Another one, of course, being Yalla Esports. I'm sort of getting on like the Yalla hype train. There's still a little bit of a I was gonna say a wild card, not that wild card, but like an actual wild card, because there's one of these teams that's either gonna step up and perform really well and get a chicken dinner, or they're just kind of gonna be a little bit quiet. And I need just to see more of the former and less of the latter over these next few games.
The question is it the Yalla hype train or the Lord hype train?
It's a little bit of both. Don't get me wrong.
A little bit of both.
I'm definitely a Lord fanboy, but and overall, Lord, not with the E. But still, Yalla Esports as a whole, I think that if they can follow his lead, if they can work around him, it honestly kind of feels like a bit of a Kunina Power situation where if you play around Tixie and you set up Tixie to be really successful, that's when Kunina Power has done the most. But at the same time, you can't just rely on one player. So it's a weird dichotomy, Cam.
Yeah, it's all about playing into your star teammates' strengths and trying to put them in the best situations that you can. Unfortunately, with so many things that you have to manage in Battle Royales, it's not always the easiest. You can't always have Lord on the flank, because what if the circle shift happens, or what if another team approaches from a different angle, and now suddenly he's the front man. But you always want to do the best that you can while everyone else holding their own in their positions. And it also just happens to be where the shot calling comes from. Whether you push your team or not could depend on your star player being in a good position to get there in 3 seconds versus 5 seconds or 6 seconds.
Oh yeah, and we talked about the idea of 3 to 5 seconds. Like, oh, it's a 2-second difference, but that makes all the difference in a game like this. Being proactive on your rotations, being quick to respond to your teammates' callouts. I mean, I cannot understate. Like, games have been won and lost in 2 seconds. Especially with the caliber of these players, the skill that these players bring to the table. So definitely need to be mindful of that as we watch, especially in these late game scenarios where I swear, when the chaos starts, the teams that can just get ahead in terms of calling out like where everybody's at and being mindful of their surroundings, that will make the difference between a chicken dinner and 6th.
Looking at Wildcard right now, and I do want to give them a little bit of love here, because I've criticized them for constantly being very late to the play zone, staying hard on the edge. And I don't mean like a medium edge that we see Loops and sometimes Kunina Power play, where they're going to be holding down just inside the edge to get some kills on rotating teams. Wildcard feel like they're constantly late, and they're way too scared to push in, whether they're lacking information or lacking that confidence. I do want to say, though, on Erangel specifically, there really haven't been that many Northern Phase 1s. So, I do think they should be playing these circles better. I do also think that they're waiting on just a little bit more love up in their territory to help them in their placements, at least. Maybe not their kills, and that's not inherently going to give them a top 5, not even a top 8 or top 10 in the game. But it is still something that you have to think about.
Oh, for sure. And the one thing I also want to point out and note, I'm looking at the overall map here, and this has been the most standard start we have seen yet. Like, Loops went to Crates, and C9 went to South George, and Wildcard went to Severny, and Tempo. Yes, well, that start, notwithstanding, because who knows where they were going to go. Yalla and Razak, and, footballists down in Novo, and B4 and Millie, like, this has been one of the most standard openings we've seen in terms of drop placements, and I want to make a note of that. Because it is so standard, everybody else, like, I've seen the map. Teams literally have maps with names drawn on them where everybody drops. Like, they know. You know what I mean? So they also should know what the rotations are looking like. So I'm watching C9 and Loops doing this like little back and forth dance about like where they're rotating in right now. And being aware of those rotations, you talk about it. You talk about, are you going to edge creep? How are you going to work with... Knowing where teams are going to be rotating is such a key factor in that, Cameron, which is why I'm so glad you talked about it, because it's making me just like excited to see how these teams are working around each other, because other than, like, as I said, like Loops and C9 a little bit, like nobody's close to each other because they all know where everybody else is going to rotate.
Yeah. It's kind of half the game. The fact that there's enough land in this first circle, you could talk a little bit about Sosnovka Island being fully inside the circle, and we'll see if that becomes a thing in play right now. And actually, well, Alpha Legends Faker, he's trying to defend his position by himself, getting some damage, and I think that's why he is backing off, because the fact that he wasn't able to get that initial knock means that SWAT69 have full capabilities to respond. A very, very risky path that he's taking because it gives an open shot, but the heal and the potential reload there gave him more than enough time to make his way in safe. The question is, where is he going? Because we've seen teams in ruins get trapped around here if Phase 2 shifts up north.
And keep an eye on that as another fight breaking out around Roz as well. Yell Esports and Wildcard going toe-to-toe. But we'll be lovingly following along there with Faker, trying to survive and sustain through this as much as possible as we're keeping an eye on where this next circle is going to pop, because this is going to impact a lot of these teams currently on rotations right now. And all the teams coming in from the West are going to be pretty happy about this. Unique, TQ, Cape, Canadian Power, it's going to affect them a decent amount, but I still think that I'm really looking towards Dream Heaters, Wildcard, this sort of area around Farm. I think this is where things are going to get really, really dicey really fast.
Yeah, there is a potential for Loops to gatekeep B4 out on the West Bridge that you can see. But yeah, I agree. I think it's this farm area that people are going to be having a lot of trouble in. I wonder if anyone, I'm looking at Queso, but I think they're doing a full, big, wide, wrapping north rotation.
Interesting.
Big fan of that. Big fan of that.
Yeah, especially because normally that's where Wildcard sits, but Wildcard, when they were sitting through Rozhok, they lost a player, so they had to keep going through. So, because you expect Wildcard to be to the north. They're changing up this time around. They haven't had a whole lot of success with this. But
they're actually pushing in.
And that's so interesting. I like that a lot, but now, Dream Eaters, Rain, out in his zone, playing Scout, 3-1 right now, not taking shots. This is how you're supposed to play this.
Yeah, he's giving good information to his squad, but I wonder what the full extended plan of his position is, because he's quite isolated, and it doesn't look like he has a vehicle in order to retreat. If you just run up the hill that's right behind him towards his team, he could get shot in the open. So in a way, he might just be stuck. This could be part of the game plan, though. This could be an entire play based off of countering Dream Eater's position. And you see the rest of Tempo on top of the hill, but they're leaving.
Which
makes me think that this is not a plan. He's now just stuck.
I think you're 100% correct. They could try and loop someone around to pick him up, but that's super, super risky. We're seeing, ironically enough, Tempo Storm rotating back to Pachinki, which is, of course, where they started. Pachinki is my city. Hashtag Tempo Storm. The tried and true, death, taxes, circles, Tempo Storm, Pachinki.
Mm-hmm.
We've made that joke a few times now, but it's never not true. As all the teams are pretty much rotated now, Team Queso are going for the big loop. I mean, the big loop, not just even through Roz. They went all the way around. They're going to come in just east of Everest, round into ruins.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting, because that's even further than I was expecting, but I don't think anybody's going to be expecting that rotation, particularly not Faker, who is, like you mentioned before, there on his own and could potentially see himself trapped up against the likes of Team Queso.
I mean, come on. If you're going to make that wide wrapping north rotation, why would you just go through Rozhok? There's danger there. Just go all the way into the blue and go out towards the west side. The reason why it's a safe rotation is because no one's there, and the hardship in that direction, it's still pretty open. Everyone knows that. You don't even have to be a west side team to pay attention to the west side team's rotations to know that. But over here, Dream Eaters is still just holding down shop. There hasn't been that much action on the farm area just yet, like we predicted. It's still phase 2. There is still more than enough area for teams to find their initial location before the fight breaks out. And we have seen a little bit of information gathering, like Konina Power looking at Wildcard from Death Road. And here's Tempo Storm in Pachinki, as you mentioned earlier. But we're just waiting for when the phase 2 closes. We see where phase 3 goes to, and Unique. This is a curious decision, because when a game ends in this area in Badlands, there are so many angles you have to watch out for. It's like a mini Miramar. But right now, when you're pretty confident that your north is isolated, all those ridges could actually give you really good cover if it shifts up north. But it's not going to do that. It's not going to do that at all. It's going to be a southern hard shift. Loops are in the best position right now, even more so than B4, I want to say.
Ooh. That's an interesting statement, too, because B4 obviously had that little compound. I lovingly refer to it as the Dirty Dozen down there on the bottom.
I like that. I'm going to steal that.
That's really, I know. A buddy of mine caught that, and it's stuck ever since, because you have the coast at your back. You've got the cliff at your back, and somebody, I think, wishing was up against a wall right now. Rain sat there for so long. You're not trapped in here. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. As now we see Wildcard with the full send onto Footballless, I should say. now at the bottom of the cliff, and hang on, Footballists might have a pretty solid shot here if they can manage this high ground position. Acer needs to hit the shot, not going to be able to do so. Sam also, so while Wildcard may have drawn first blood, it is Footballists who will strike them down. Wildcard, the first team eliminated, descend into Footballists. The start was solid, but they couldn't clean up the execution.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of this high ground. And Footballists immediately moved to take out the attackers despite losing the first player, as you mentioned. And they're using the high ground still to deal some damage to multiple other teams. Woohoo! It was Yala, and now it's a little bit of Konita power. The shots from Soulcare are landing. They're not getting any more knocks. They only have the 3 kills onto Wildcard. But this is still a really good start for them. The only problem is that this area is not even in the zone. And it might be an interesting push. However, if they continue to do the work that they're doing right now, clear out their area, it is going to make that push a lot easier. But Anas getting a knock. It's going to slow it down just for a second.
That was actually really nice. It was Soulcare who was doing the damage on the Yala. And it's now Yala striking on back. HH24 knocking Tensa with his grenade. Good times in the kill feed. Tempestorm having a bit of trouble, I think, fighting up into Nova Esports as well. Rain, the lurker, like we mentioned before, did end up going down there as teams are vying for this spot south of Pachinki. Konita Power is going to be rotating into this as well. Potential third party here onto Yala Esports, who are still making a lot of noise, and Anas is not having any problems just signaling to everybody around him, hey, I'm here, and I am ready to get involved in the fight as Tempo gets eliminated as well. Nova Esports stepping up on the day. That's what I like to see.
Nas here, he's still focused on foot. We're going to see what we're going to do about it, because there's a lot of fighting over here in this compound. This is such a crucial compound in the zone. It's still on the sort of west side, so it's not going to be as important as it is if this stays in the zone into the late game. But Loops, they have 0 kills right now, but the spread that they have is giving them so much initial control. They're going to have to defend against multiple attackers, especially now that Umbra are putting pressure onto them from the south. Becker should be spotting that one out shortly if they aren't aware already. But just look at controlling this hilltop is going to be controlling so much of the zone.
And right now, Team Queso is controlling nothing. Absolutely nothing. They are backed into a corner. And they are going to be in a bit of a rough position once they have to rotate out of this. But this circle doing a lot of work for them here. Loops, though, like you mentioned before, one of the best positions overall. They can survey the entire area around them with no problems. Also, I want to make note, Nova Esports took down Tempo Storm without losing a single player. Really impressive. I think the damage that Tempo did to themselves may have been an impact on that, but either way, nicely done for them. They're going to rotate into Dream Eaters here, it looks like. And B4 also getting involved on the flank. B4, a little bit quiet, but that may not stay the same for long, Cameron.
Ooh, Nova wanted to stop there, but they're stopping on the low ground. This gives Maxon a huge opportunity. A good grenade prepped. This could be bad for Nova, and especially because the rest of B4 are now arriving.
Fan taking a lot of damage, HCL in the back, but the angle that Maxon is holding, he is going off maximum damage right now. Continuing to lob nades down. C-Fan's gonna be able to get off the first aid, but Nova already having 1 player down, and all of B4 Esports looking to find the angle, and there's the grenade once again. Yes, please, says Maxon, continue to give me that damage, give me those kills. Now Nova Esports, I was complimenting them. They started this game off so well, but now they are totally on the back foot. They've got to potentially try and reset, reposition, re-angle, but nothing they can do is going to work right now. I think they're actually thinking maybe that's Nova trying to reset here. AZ and HP in a dream, able to get down Mixer. Now HCL is going to try and trade out with him. Buddy System, they're actually able to get the teammates up here. Wait a second, I thought they were absolutely going to lose this fight, but maybe now they have a chance to come back.
It's the smokes that they deployed to give them an opportunity to reset. But they are still hiding on the low ground, and they definitely, Maxon still knows where the pocket is with those vehicles. So another nice grenade to get 2 knocks. And Maxon, he's going aggressive. He wants to finish this off. He wants to give them 0 time to reset a second time around.
Yeah, you know, they made that mistake once. They gave him just a second too long, but now the inexorable jaws of death are closing in onto Nova Esports. B4 wants to do this without losing a single player, but HCL is not going to let them go down quite so quietly. And now, this is HCL up against 2 members of B4 Esports. He's only got bandages left, a single stim. He's going to try and rotate around the outside. Pedro looking to find an angle, but I cannot believe how long Nova's been surviving this. They are going to go down here, but that took so long, Cameron.
Good hold there by B4. I don't want to harp on Nova's play too much. By the way, they're still not dead. HCL is still
not dead.
Around.
I cannot believe it. Come on, somebody kill this man.
Yeah, I don't know what he's really going to be able to do to get out of this, though, because as you mentioned, he has 5 bandages and 5 HP. There's really not much left there. A couple more smokes deployed to stay alive, but someone's got to look over here from...
There it is.
Yeah, good grenade there. At some point, it was either going to be another grenade or someone was going to look over from the Gatka fields. I don't want to harp on Nova stopping at that fight too much. It was a bad fight to take, but when they're driving neck and neck, or shoulder and shoulder with someone into a field, you're going to have to fight them eventually, so I do appreciate the proactiveness, because there's not a lot of cover in here. That's why Loop's position is still so strong.
It is indeed. And again, B4 already had the angle set up. They had one person on sort of the second tier of the hill and then the third tier of the hill as well. That was really the difference maker there. I think Nova could have taken the fight if they just had one, but having the dual layer of positional advantage really made a big difference here, especially in TPP, because you're able to just sort of look yourself right over that hill and give information to your teammates on the flank, which is why that's so important. However, Sixless. What was that? What was... That kill feed, hang on. You're wondering why I'm getting excited because I just saw Sixless with 3 headshots in a row. Okay.
I don't even know where that was from. Was that from the north? Finding an angle, yeah. That's what I was saying about Nova not going to last too long anyway, whether it was B4 or not, because the open angle onto that hill was going to get discovered by someone eventually. We should talk about the northern shift a little bit as well, because now it's just open flat field. Loop's high ground position is now useless. They can use it to try and clear up the area in front of them, get some kills, but they're going to have to approach the field eventually. And at this point, you need to have a vehicle for cover. You need to hope that you have a bunch of smokes, or you got to be able to hit your shot. Other than that, you're crawling. You're crawling like a snake. Drop your backpack to make your profile as small as possible, but you're crawling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No longer grass is going to do a little bit for you, but these guys have eyes like a hawk at this point, and they're just going to be looking to just clean up every little mouse that's crawled through that field. We'll see how this goes, as Loops is trying to do just that to start this off. Every single time we're switching perspectives, everyone is shooting because this is just a wide open field. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere is off limits. Let's go.
Dream Eaters here trying to defend their position as best as they can, but the Knights, they've actually pushed in a fair bit, and they're not as damaged as you would expect from what they had to do. It's a nice kill there for Carnage, I believe, securing that. But again, just all the utility that is already used. It is only Phase 5, and we're seeing smokes out like it's Phase 7 or Phase 8. That's how open this is.
But I love Loop's positioning.
Yeah.
I love each one they have the vehicles like you're talking about, but they also using these bushes, these additional little pieces of cover, and they spread themselves out so that a nade or a vehicle explosion is not going to chain damage. They actually have a fantastic position. That's so heads up, because I thought they were in a lot of trouble because they had that high ground like you talked about. It was instantly negated by that circle shift. Obviously, C9 is in a fantastic position here. They've got a compound on the northern edge of a circle. They've got everybody out in front of them. They got nobody immediately to their left and right. They're looking great. It's all these teams that are now on the south side of the circle that have to worry and that have to put the work in.
3 meters, yeah, they have to crawl in. There's no other option. They're going to be crawling directly towards Loops. The only reason and actually, before that, high ground that C9 are using, it's not even just having the hard cover, it's having the information gathering and angles from the rooftop. Unique do go down. Frozen is eventually spotted, not able to follow up behind Loops like he would have wanted to. But now Dream Eater's in the blue. There's really not much more that they can do at this moment. The spray's coming in from Loops. They're not letting anyone into their play zone.
Really, really solid. Really, really solid play from Loops. Again, making the best of a bad situation. Dream Eater is going to go down. Denied to the blue there. They're going to be eliminated in 7th. Pittsburgh Knights, though, holding on, despite the shot that Bea was able to land from this rooftop position. But C9 is going to have to run it now, and it's actually Konina Power that got the circle shift.
Well, they got it because they went towards the circle. Cloud9 would have wanted to do a lot more damage while they could, but Cloud9, not only do they have the vehicles for cover, they also have a couple of rocks that they set up on. Very immediate play by Konina Power to now have the strongest position in the circle.
And this is, Cameron, we talked about this earlier on in the day, the difference between 4 seconds and 6 seconds, how much of a difference that makes. Konina Power not waiting for those additional 2 seconds, going as soon as it is feasible, continuing on that rotation, looking for this next circle. And Team Queso as well, not in a bad position right on the outside, but it's still Loops that I think are going to be the team. Close range fragging, I mean, that's what they live for.
The problem is they're going to be shot by so many different angles, but so are Cloud9. They're trying to get in their vehicles and push in as well. There isn't anyone immediately close to them, but just, it's a field, the wide angles. Someone's going to get dropped. At least one. That's one down already. I wonder if there's going to be any more casualties, but Queso, they're defending against Loops. You mentioned it. The aggressive maneuvers. They're at least getting a couple of licks in.
Now it's Carrillo going around on the flank, a 1v1 situation now, jumping around this cover, the UAZ, the drop shot, Carrillo getting outgunned 1v1, but the nade that came through, it was Dadine from range, Becker there as well. Oh my good, I gotta give a lot of props to Team Queso though, they did better than I expected, as Dadine goes down as well, Gonzo cleaning him up. And the play zone actually denying the point as Umbra is going down as well. But Loops took a lot of damage to do that. If you're Konita Power, you got to be happy to see that in the kill feed was one of the other top rivals, one of the other top teams you're vying against goes down. And speaking of going down, Cloud9 eliminated. So that's now only 3 teams remaining, and Konita Power are in a fantastic position.
And immediately, now that Cloud9 are out, Axer spreads up north to get even more control. They know that there's only 8 members alive, and they have 4 of them. They should expect there's got to be at least 2 other teams, which means that at worst, it's a 4v3v1. At best, it's a 4v2v2, which does seem to be the case. J7's not going to be alive for long because he's way out in the blue. And Loops and the Knights, all they can do now is crawl forward and hope that they can find an opportunity against Konita Power. But they are in the dead center. They have set themselves up to set up a crossfire and react to anything that Loops or Knights try and throw their way. Their nades are coming out. They're just fishing at this point. They don't have the information. And now that J7 goes down, for the Knights, it's all up to Raven.
This is just Pittsburgh Knights surviving when they should not, enduring when they should not, getting into these situations. And they've got a couple kills to their name as well. But the one thing I really want to note here with Konita Power, Tixi doesn't have a single kill. They have 8 kills, and Tixi doesn't have any of them, which means the rest of the team is really stepping up. That is so huge. That is so important for Konita Power. The idea that they are able to stand up and do this, every single member is going to continue to stand up. Maybe not literally right now, but we'll see as the nades are going on in. Loops is in a terrible position. The vehicle explodes. It's a first down. Carrillo is trying to do everything he can, is able to down Tixi, but Carrillo almost no HP. Will the grenade land? No, a little bit far, but the second one gets it. That's Loops down. And now, in a 4v1 situation, Raven, the last man standing, doing so much work here for Pittsburgh Knights. A second place finish in game number 1. They will take that all day long. And now, it is only a matter of time as Konita Power slowly but surely will track him down. Backpack off like you mentioned before, Cameron, but this one's all over but the crying.
Yeah, the only thing that Raven can do right now is try and get a kill and finish it to get at least 1 more point. Axer jumping around, being a bit high profile here. Raven's gonna go for it. If you can get the knock, secure it, flush that. There it is, 1 kill. Actually, okay, there it is. You gotta finish in style like that.
Give him the vehicle! Give him the vehicle! We saw vehicle knockdown to start the game. And now we're seeing one to end it as well. Konita Power with the chicken dinner. Game number 1 on Erangel. Konita Power, a team that came into today is the last team from the first Super Weekend. They did not have the start that they wanted. But now, to start things off with a winner-winner chicken dinner feels oh so good for them. Starting off the second Super Weekend on the right foot.
Yeah, and this is not a game that you can just luck into when it's in a Gatka field like that. Yes, they use their vehicles to find the circle, but when you make a rush like that, everyone can shoot at you. That's the problem with the fields, is that there is no angle that is safe. And they picked up 11 kills there. They just took full control of that, and it wasn't even off the back of their star player. They all stepped up. Konita Power, one of the names that we were looking at the very beginning of the PMWL West, they sort of slipped. But now they're trying to remind us that they are still back into the conversation. It is not just the Cloud9. It is not just a footballist show anymore. If they can continue this run, because it's only the first game, but this is still a promising start.
Look, the Stallion is out of the gate strong. They're charging down the course, down the track. Let's see if they can keep pace. Let's see if they can keep it up. But let's also take a look back, because game number 1 was exactly how I want to start my day. Let's send it over to the analyst to break it all down.
the PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
And we are off to the races with Kanina Power taking home their first chicken dinner in what feels like a lifetime for them. They're able to do it in style here on the very first day of the second Super Weekend, and that's an important win for them because they were bottom of the table, they were dead last, and now Glitter, they've been able to bump themselves up, at least I would assume so, quite a bit here in the standings.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to help their overall points. Plus, I think this is just going to help, their mental state. We have talked about them so many times, but every time we've talked about them, it's been, okay, they're slow on day one, but then they're phenomenal on day two. This is literally match one, day one of the Super Weekend, and they are coming out of the gate strong. You see here they have 11 kills to their name, only one behind Loops, the kill leader. Jason, good job. Just saying.
Wow.
But even Team Umbra sneaking in there at the 8th position, 7. I'd love to see a second page.
yeah, definitely. And then something to go ahead and mention that we even talked about. Remember, we said that Kanina Power could actually have a hot weekend this time around, since it is the second weekend and they always perform better on the second day or second weekend. Well, guess what? They're proving us right. And then Nova Esports, something that we were actually mentioning when we were watching Nova Esports, is how much more aggressive they were being and also getting kills. It seems like they were getting picked apart by B4 in one of the engagements that they ended up having. But overall, I think some great performances from some teams. Also, SWAT69, their first time here in the Super Weekend, they were at least able to go ahead and collect 3 points. They're gonna definitely need to get a lot more points than that per game if they want to end up in the top 16 for grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, they were behind 73 points, and that was Kanina Power, who was in last place. And now they've bumped themselves up, which means maybe the 15th place that's now going to become 16th is going to be a little bit more of a struggle. But you talked about it before here, 7. It was the second day that we saw them really come to life when it came to league play in the very first week. And maybe it's the second weekend. That's exactly what they need for the Super Weekend, is they get themselves 1,500 damage. You know what? My favorite stat from this isn't even on the page. It's the number of vehicle kills they got, which is 1 at the very end here, Glitter.
That was actually, honestly, they just had to end the game in style, right? I think we were asking for some more creative kills, so they decided to deliver on the very first match of the day. But to be fair to Raven, to give him some credit, he was actually able to get a little bit more damage out, another kill under his belt before he did get run over for that final kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about, get yourself one more kill, get at least an extra point on the board, and he did confirm it. He did close it out. Let's take a look at some of our do the do moments. I think pretty much off the bat, we're going to be seeing Dream Eaters getting their 3 kills almost as quickly as the game started, 7.
Yeah, Dream Eaters, this was a surprise. I know even the casters were saying they just came out hot. They wanted to go ahead and take into any fight that they could get there at the beginning, and guess what? They got just that. Now, one of the other pushes that we're seeing here, Wildcard pushing up on Footballers. I'm not sure exactly what they were thinking there, as they were going to be in a disadvantage just height-wise. So overall, I think just poor execution there from that team. But Nova, one team we mentioned over and over again, is they did end up getting kills. They were a lot more aggressive. But once again, the team that's currently having the height advantage is going to end up winning that engagement. I believe AZ, if I'm not mistaken, was able to go ahead and survive that, and he was the only player surviving that engagement with B4, as he was also able to go ahead and knock some people, and they were also getting third party by another team. So just unlucky placement there from Nova. And Team Queso were actually able to survive for a long time and also pick up some kills in 3 kills. So I think overall, Team Queso being able to do that is good for them. Starting this first Super Weekend, I think they were in 10th place in regards to points with 115 points. So it's good to see them at least stay within that top 10 to go ahead and make a push for it later on, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about it. We've seen, this is just the first match of the day, right? But we've seen Dream Eaters be super aggressive. We watched Nova do multiple rushes. We watched Wildcard try a rush. We saw B4 get in aggressive engagements. And if you look across the board at the kills, I mean, a lot of teams were putting out a decent amount of damage and really trying to start securing those kill points. So maybe they're understanding that, this is the second to last Super Weekend, and they're trying to come out of the gate strong, because I don't think that for a lot of teams you listed off, like the Team Queso and Kanina Power, we were expecting them to have as strong of a start as they did today, and I think that this is going to set them up incredibly well for the rest of the weekend. And then Loops didn't end up winning, but being the kill leaders with 12 kills overall for this first match. This is the aggression that we were hoping to see coming out of Loops from the beginning. Like we said, they had a difficult start during this week of league play, but that's not what we're used to for them. So them coming out of the first match here with 12 kills, this is way more Loops-like, if you will. So I'm hoping that this is going to set them up for a strong rest of the day. We are seeing the fight here where I believe they were up against Team Queso, and Korea was trying to get the final kill there, but PK was third-partying so many teams here in this final zone. And this is Raven just trying to snake around to secure some more placement points for PK, which he actually did a phenomenal job doing because he ended up allowing Loops and Konina Power to keep fighting so that PK ended up getting that second place finish at the end.
Even more credit there to Raven. As we're seeing that finish, Raven actually was a player from PK that ended with the most kills in the first Super Weekend. So that's one player I'm going to keep a close eye on for this Super Weekend, see if he can maybe go ahead and continue that performance.
And the thing is, we can talk all day about how technically teams don't really need, if you're like in the top, I'd say maybe 5, you should be safe into league play, right? Like you shouldn't really worry about dropping in a 17th position. However, remember, as we showed you the prize pool earlier on, there's still $50,000 to win for first place. So every team is not going to be stopping. They're not going to be getting complacent. They want a gun for that #1 position. Speaking of the #1 position, let's take a look at the stats here for our winners from that last match. Konina Power picking up the big chicken dinner, and they're going to have a full stomach after this. Let's see how the damage did break down, and well, they didn't get the most.
Woo!
Of course, the Loop's going to be able to pull that one through with 2,300. This is more like the Loops we saw, Glitter, when they were dominating everyone. This kind of damage numbers, these kill numbers, and technically the placements as well.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to see it because I think they needed some sort of a reset, like I said, after this week of league play. But we're even seeing across the board, like I had said, there were tons of teams that actually broke that 1K damage market and did even more than that. You see Dream Eaters at almost 1,500 damage, B4 at 1,200, even Nova Esports at 1,107. Like, this was an aggressive start to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and that's something we expect out of Loops. I know you touched on this. We didn't see them perform that well in the first day of league play, but it seems like they were being able to just carry that momentum from the second day of league play that we had. And then another one that was really surprising was Temple Storm. Temple Storm not being able to go ahead and get one kill. And from them, I think at one point we saw a super weird split in the map, just very far apart from each other. It was like a 1-1-1-1, which I'm not used to seeing that, especially as it was a small circle. So I'm pretty sure it was just execution there from Temple Storm. I expect a lot better from them.
And for SWAT69's case, it was nice to see some damage being picked up for them, right? We talked about their average stats so far, really low on kills, no even coming close to the 1.0. Also, damage was relatively low, but to see them get, you know, at least over 100 per player, technically, if we kind of divide it by 4 with the 500 they got, it shows they're trying to get more aggressive, right? Glitter, we talked about them needing more kills, and it seems like they've been responsive to that, and also realize the circumstances they are in. But I am hearing, remember, we have a clip we want to break down here, Seven. Can you kind of tell us what it's about?
And it's going to go ahead and be a fight between Nova and B4. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started on this. And I know you wanted to go ahead and talk over this one a little bit, Glitter. So if you want to, feel free to go for it.
Yeah, and so I think the reason this started off being so important from the get-go is because we had already seen Nova do one successful push before this fight with B4 that actually worked out very, very well for them. And we've seen Nova have that aggressive playstyle before where they just straight up rush other teams, and historically, it's actually gone very well for them. You do see a bunch of nades coming in from B4 down onto Nova. B4 has the height advantage during this entire fight, but the fact that Nova is coming into this first day and this first match being so willing to take these engagements is what's the most important part here, because they are a team that was kind of middling a lot in the first Super Weekend, and they didn't have the strongest of performances during league play, but they have qualified twice through now to the Super Weekend, so this might be lending itself to what they're trying to change up in the second chance that they have here to score some of these points. Now that is the point where I don't even know who threw it. Was it Maxon that gets a double nade down onto the Nova players? And this is when the fight really turns in B4's favor, Seven.
Yeah, and something that I love is how aggressive Max and B4 were. As soon as they got those 2 knocks, they were just like, you know what, let's go ahead and go for it. And you also saw AC trying to hop on this car, and he thought about leaving, and then they not sure what happened there. Maybe they go ahead and realize that there is a player from B4, Levi, moving a little bit to a different angle, to an off angle. And that's something I love about B4 here, how spread out and how they were able to just go ahead and cover different people as well and get different angles. I love when teams are able to do that. It gives them them a higher chance to be able to knock people. Sometimes it does backfire a little bit, but for the most part, as soon as you are able to go ahead and knock one, you are going to go ahead and be able to kind of just overtake that team. Right here, I think this is huge for HDL and AC. They're being able to win 1v1s. And this one is, I know I said that I like when B4 is kind of spread out, but you also have to win those 1v1s. This is huge for Nova. Something that we talk about aggression. Guess what? That aggression is amazing, and you can also go ahead and boost up your confidence if you have your teammates doing that, if you have your players doing that, winning those 1v1s and still being aggressive for it. At this point, I believe Nova ended up running out of smoke grenades, and they pretty much just ended up just losing this fight here as AC was very low, and they also started getting third party from other teams. So overall, I want to see the aggression from Nova in future games, but I also want to see more tacticalness out of them. Maybe not try to push up on teams when you have a high disadvantage. And for Kalaris watching this, there you go, Kalaris. I just wanted to go ahead and point you out. That's Kalaris right there on the screen, everybody. The potato himself.
It's not quite ginger enough, though, I have to say. Lacking that the facial hair, the beard coming through. One thing also that kind of surprised me there that we kind of saw was, what if Loops was in that position of B4? When that nade comes through and hits 2 people, I feel like they wouldn't have had a single casualty. They would have rushed straight through and got every single one of those kills quickly. And maybe we're seeing a little bit of difference in style, or maybe comfort out of teams to be aggressive when they know they have those initial knocks, especially with the nade picking up 2 players like that. That should be go time. That should be prime time to close out that kill quickly so you don't get third party like you mentioned before. But let's take a look now at our overall settings after our first game here in the Super Weekend. Remember, some teams are going to have more matches than the other. Well, most teams, 15 out of the 60 teams, will have 16 matches played. And we can see here Cloud9 still maintain that #1 position, but Loops have moved through into second, Glitter.
And that, I mean, you love to see it. They're finally their first team, I believe, actually to break the triple digits for those kill points. And that's something that we would have expected out of Loops if they were playing the way that we've seen them play in the past. So that's definitely going to be a confidence booster for them moving throughout the rest of the Super Weekend. But we see PK moving up in the rankings, so that's really, really good for the Pittsburgh Knights. And still surprising to actually see Team Queso and Alpha Legends holding on to their spots right now. But, you know, we're only 1 match in, so...
Yeah, and Alpha Legends does have that chicken dinner going in their favor. And another team that's actually been surprising me a lot is Team Umbra. They're able to go ahead and get placement, but I think the one thing that's currently missing from them is just kills. I want to go ahead and see them get a lot more kills. I remember they ended up getting a chicken dinner last Super Weekend, I believe with 8 kills as well. I think that was huge for that team, considering they usually average about 1 to 2 kills a game. So overall, it's good to go ahead and see those performances. And I want to see SWAT 69. I know I mentioned this. SWAT, Kanina Power, the team that was in last place at the end of last Super Weekend, they were averaging about 4.8 points per game. Guess what? After that game, SWAT 69 is averaging below that. They need to step it up on just placement points department and also kills department.
Well, I mean, they started off 73 points behind Kanina Power, the team in 16th place. Yep. Now they're behind by 77 points against Yala, who's in 16th place. So this gap is only starting to lengthen for them as we can see them try to really edge things out. One thing I did want to mention is you pointed out the triple digit marks for kills for Loops, 102 kills. And then you have Konina in 12th place with 104 points total. They almost have more points than the 12th place team based off kills alone. That is ridiculous. And Loops, they still haven't got a chicken dinner yet, and yet they're in second place. That's insane.
And that's what we're talking about when it comes to the consistency, right? That, like you said, they haven't gotten that chicken dinner, but it doesn't mean that they haven't consistently placed in those top 5 positions. So they're getting those placement points, and they have been very consistent on the kill side of things. And that specifically is what's kind of rocketing them up in those overall standings. I think for Kanina Power, they more than have the capability of doing the exact same thing. They just had a very rough start in the first Super Weekend. If they can do throughout the rest of this weekend what they did in this first match, they will be able to catch up to some of those teams and leapfrog them very, very quickly.
Well, speaking about catching up, we got to take a look at our talent prediction scores, because I think you and I might have caught up a little bit here with a nice 12-point lead up against Invirum, Cameron, and Seven. And not to mention, that means they can't pick Cloud9 again, and we can't pick Loops again, so they can't depend on them to get them more points later throughout the day. But you know what? High five, Glitter. We can't do it because Seven's in the way, but you know what? At least it's here within our hearts. We're high-fiving each other. Yeah,
self-high five.
I guess that works. You guys at home, again, if you haven't checked it out within the game, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 that has dropped. And if you haven't checked it out, luckily for you, you have the option to right now here to pick it up for yourself. Watching him drive away is like watching Glare and I drive away with our predictions, as we have gotten a lot of extra juicy points to add to our tallies. But it's time to look at the schedule yet again. We're not seeing the Erangel Sanhok like we saw just a few days ago. We're switching things up, and we're playing throughout every map this entire time. So second map should be coming up is Vikendi. And to be honest, Seven, a lot of teams haven't probably played this in quite a few days, to be fair. I mean, obviously during scrims, I would assume they would, but in official matches, that's completely different.
Yeah, they haven't played this since last Super Weekend, so I'm going to be seeing what the teams are going to bring out, man. And one team that was super consistent in the last Super Weekend that you guys are not going to be able to pick next is Loops Esports. I'm going to see how they're going to do. It's going to be impressive, I'm pretty sure.
Rub it in a little
Don't worry.
bit.
They hit me up and messaged me saying, don't pick us for game 2, pick us for game 1. So we'll see that's going to work out. Let's get into our predictions.
That's it, Jason.
Now.
What's your pick? What's your pick?
Well, going into this one,
What's your
my pick is going to be Footballist, you know? I'm going to get it in now, get him on Vikendi. I feel like they've been consistent. He's decent in my eyes on Vikendi. Had a little bit of a rough start here, but you know what? There's nothing stopping them from coming up big here. Seven, who's your choice?
Mine is going to go ahead and be Loops Esports. By the way, Footballist did win a game in Vikendi last Super Weekend, so good. I liked your strategy, but I think Loops Esports is going to go ahead and definitely beat them and get that chicken dinner.
Okay, so Seven's got Loops. Glitter, who do you have as your pick?
Jason.
Are we doing this again? Is this happening?
Are we on like a wavelength
I think
today
we are.
that I didn't know about?
We just become best friends?
Yes, we did. Because I too think Footballist is actually going to be doing very, very well this time around.
Or Seven.
On Vikendi.
Just the man in the middle here while we're sitting here bonding, just wishing he could be in here. But don't worry, Seven, we'll be coming back with you in the next game. Maybe all three of us can pick the same team next time. We'll check with you two after this match is finished. And of course, you guys at home, while you're watching, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, I have to ask you, why are you not watching within the game, within the Esports Center? Because you can watch and earn points, and one of the top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. So make sure you're doing that right now. And make sure you're going to be watching this match here as we bring our commentators in for game number 2. We got Envirum yet again, joined by Cameron Davis. No mic problems this time, I would hope. But maybe some prediction problems, because Cloud9, the team you guys have been banking on, isn't a choice anymore. But let's talk about maybe SWAT69 first. And Konina Power, right? Because this is the big news we have coming in. SWAT69 coming in with no games played, get the first under the belt, only 3 points. Konina Power come in, get themselves a chicken dinner. And Viram, are we seeing the horses make a turn here for the better?
Hope so. I mean, Konina Power is one of these teams that we had really high expectations for after the opening week. They did well in the opening weekend. They did well in the first week, and then just went quietly into the night. I think it's a little too early, though, to say for sure. I think SWAT69, that's about the expected result. This is the first game of the Super Weekends. They're going to be really nervous. They just need to get that one out of the way and then build off of that. Cameron's going to disagree with me, but I think they're not coming into this as one of the top teams. What am I going to say?
Well, he's going to pull an Envirum because I can't hear him either now. So maybe it's just my end. I know there's a big storm brewing here.
Oh, that was me. That was on me. That's my fault.
Okay. So are you going to agree or disagree with Envirum?
No, I'm going to agree that that's what you expect, but it has nothing to do with nerves, I don't think. It's just because they haven't shown us to be the same level of competition as the rest of the lobby. They didn't qualify last weekend. They just barely qualified this weekend in, what, 16th place?
No, I completely agree. That's true. That's the kind of quality of play we saw at a SWAT69. But I want to have hope for more, you know? I want to see a team who didn't make it in the first weekend get through into the second and then close that gap within a few points, which obviously will be very, very difficult to do. I think it's time to start now looking at predictions. I don't remember. Who did I ask first last time?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think I just jumped the gun.
I'm going to let one of you nominate yourselves to pick first.
I think we're picking the same team.
Okay,
yeah, it doesn't matter. We're picking the same team anyway.
Why don't you both come in at the same time? At the same moment.
Listen, if Cloud9, if Erangel is Cloud9's map, Vikendi is Loop's map. And the fact that we already see that they're going hot despite having a slow week in the very beginning, so I got to go Loops.
And Envirum, you're with them, right?
What he said, all those things. Yes.
Oh, yeah. See, I like that. I like seeing that in a duo. Just kind of agree with each other, even if you don't know what they said. That's what I did all the time back when I was casting. But let's drop in now to our second match of the day. Vikendi, take it away, boys.
I trust Cameron implicitly. He makes all the right calls, which sucks then when we lose collectively together in these predictions. But like, we picked the right team. It was them. It is not it's the players who are wrong. Nah, I think Loops is going to do pretty well here. But again, it's Vikendi and anything can happen. Predictions on this one, it's kind of like Sanhok in that way. They tend to just Well, they can go any which way, but it's good to be back, man. We had so much fun with Vikendi in week number 1. Don't get me wrong, Sanhok's great, but like I miss the cold. So me and Vikendi, ooh, we vibing.
You miss Canada? I'm kind of sick of the LA heat.
I do so much. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Don't make me sad.
Well, yeah, this is. If last map had a really, really good starting playing path, this one is pretty bad. It's lucky that this is Miramar because this would be a lot worse because of how big that map is. But this is. I don't think we're going to see any weird hot drops because of it. It's not that awful, and the map size doesn't make it as bad as it could be. But still, this is going to make a couple of the West teams uncomfortable, which is only going to get worse if the circle is going to be on the east side. That we've seen a couple of times. And there it is. Yep. Whoop. Yep. Okay. Don't blame me for that. There was just very unfortunate timing, but this circle is
hammering.
This one's bad. What I want to see is who is going to take that Cement Factory Mountain first, because that could be a very, very powerful position in this circle.
It's absolutely going to be a powerful position in the circle. Even if it rotates up north on the next one, it's still going to be in, given the next circle size. Pretty much no matter where the next circle is, it's going to be in, just given the amount of circle that's currently water. So yeah, the team that can get comfortable, part of the thing is those, like, once you commit, you're stuck up there. So you have to get decent loot before you do commit. So we'll see, maybe Unique, maybe Tempo Storm may try and rotate down. Of course, Wildcard could need a power. They're going to have the standard Ships in the Night routine. Hey, every time. It's like our observers know, too, because we go to this every single time, and there's never been a fight. And it makes me sad every time. When I talk about how it makes me sad every time, now I just feel like it's a bit that I have to commit to, and here we are.
Yeah, actually, Wildcard, this could be a little interesting for them because they're going to have to cross the river. And Cognito Power are currently in a great position to keep them out of it. They might not want to commit to holding the bridge because that's a very big commitment this early on in the game. But they could still make it very, very uncomfortable for Wildcard and force a wide rotation. But because they drop out of the plane later than other teams, it's possible they might have enough loot to be comfortable leaving before other teams start to clump up around the west side as well. So honestly, Wildcard might feel the pressure to take the fight towards Cognito Power.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I mean, otherwise there's going to have to be this sort of awkward rotation going around, and Nova's also potentially getting involved in this. Nova did an interesting 2-2 drop, but Tempo Storm, I'm glad we're jumping on board with them. Tempo Storm, it was touched on a little bit in the analyst segment, just this idea that, they got caught in a rotation, not a whole lot they can do, because they had like a point.
8 point
in that last game. They were functionally a blip. They were not even in the server, other than to give 4 points over to another team. But I expect Tempo Storm to step up here. They've been a team that, I look back to the performance in week number 1. They won the 2 first games. They have multiple chicken dinners under their belts, but it's either like they win or they're out in like 12th place. You know what I mean? It's sort of a 1 or a 0 on that one. So I need to see them sort of just, even if it's not winning every single game, just getting into those top 8, top 6 situations, just more. Like one step at a time here. I'm not asking for perfection. I just want a little bit more.
Yeah, it's almost like they haven't really been able to find their full groove yet. Tempo Storm. It seems a little weird because they don't look awful. And they're not doing bad. They're not like... They're nothing like Wildcard, who were a team that we also expected to perform well and are just barely qualifying or maybe under the middle of the pack in the double digits of placements on the leaderboard. They're doing better than that, but it's almost like they keep having these moments of brilliance and then falling right back down to earth. So that I want to chalk up more to just more almost comfort and chemistry rather than the team itself, if that makes sense.
And look, they came into this weekend as the 3rd seed. They had 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Or had a chicken dinner, a 2nd place, and a 3rd place, I should say. Like, they have done well. Like a 10-kill chicken dinner, you know what I mean? Like a 9-kill 3rd place and, a 7-kill 2nd place. Like, they've been doing, but it's sort of been this slow burn rate. But I almost feel like C9 and Tempo are almost kind of switched positions. Because C9 was the slow burn team for so long. Yeah. And Tempo was the hot on fire squad that kind of cooled off while C9 ramped up. What?
Oh, wait, did it miss him?
I don't know. That was weird. I was about to make this great thing being like, game 2 starting, like game 1 finished. And it was going to be this whole great moment. And you ruined it.
Yeah, they
ruined it, Konina Power. Gosh.
I just wonder what diet he's on so that he can just slip under Hadasia, because those things aren't that high off the ground.
Yeah, no quarantine 15 for him. He's been doing keto.
Quarantine negative 30.
Exactly. But not the case. Konina Power starting things off strong. Already a kill to their name, considering the fact that they won game number 1. You know, they got to be really happy about that. The idea of carrying momentum, definitely a thing here, especially given the fact that they're going to look to set themselves up for future success in this next circle towards that cement factory position, like you talked about, Cameron.
The last time we saw Konina Power take a similar rotation on one of the first Erangel games, and this is when they were caught off by Cloud9. Cloud9 are nowhere near this position, so that's going to be a different story. But it is curious how they're putting more emphasis on that compound rather than the mountain that it seems that Umbra is trying to gain position over. But we saw them taking some shots, but also shots over here between Wildcard and Unique. Both teams coming out of Volnova. Unique is completely caught off.
Ooh, but Acer at range is able to keep his teammates alive. Unique was going for the up-close and personal finish with the vehicle, but Acer's like, nah, fam, that's my team. We gotta deal with this. And ended up being able to keep all 4 members alive. Oh, Acer and Axer, the 2 different sides of the same coin. This time around, though, it's the vehicle explosion to secure the kills, and this is the Vikendi we know and love.
Now Tempo Storm, they're actually being successful on their bridge hold, at least for now.
No!
5 is coming out, and Dream Eaters are rushing. This horse's rain off of the revive. And Dream Eaters, I said Tempo were being successful. I misspoke. They are being absolutely dominated by Dream Eaters, pushing in, going aggressive, and I believe it's just one person standing.
Yep, it's just Tensa. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's what we're talking about, though. That's Tempo Storm. It's a 1 or a 0. Either they're absolutely rocking it, they're in first place, or this. I mean, Tensa's going to throw a sick nade here and just... a sick nade. Getting down 2, but now Tensa's forced to go back. If there's any player on Tempo Storm that's going to step up, it's going to go off. No! Meku just shuts him down. If he hadn't taken that little bit of damage when he dropped in those couple bullets, that might have almost been a 4v1 clutch, but not meant to be. Dream Eaters eating the dreams of Tempo Storm once again. That is going to be 2 games in a row with a single point.
Yeah, it's just not good. It's not good for Tempo. At least last game, Rain was able to get that first kill onto, ironically, Dream Eaters before they got taken out in their rotation, but just not good. And they were in such a good position as well. We didn't see how it started off for Dream Eaters, but Tempo Storm should have had every advantage. Dream Eaters just landing all of their shots this time around. And over here, B4, they want to take some shots of their own against a retreating SWAT 69, already losing 2, coming off of a 3-point game. And there are fights everywhere. What's happening in the Knights? Now Raven's bleeding out.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's just Vikendi, though. It's just Vikendi. 6-less, we saw him get a triple headshot last game around. I don't know exactly how that happened. Maybe there was catching him in the replay. I missed it. I'd love to know how that exactly happened. But up on the high ground now, long-range shots. Of course, as I hype him up, 6-less drops. So please, fam, I'm trying to compliment you. If you could not die, that would be just excellent. Be great.
So, what are they going to do with this opportunity? They got the kill, and they also got another knocked player, which makes a 3rd player forced to revive. The Lord here, taking shots. Getting a good kill there on HCL.
Now we're seeing Nova just going to try and reset here. Lost HCL on the road. So we'll see. I'll see how that's going to go. As now Team K, so we're just going to reset on this compound. I think that's actually big here for them. There's a second where I thought they were maybe going to totally back up, but it may not even be back up. They may actually be going aggressive here. Hang on a second. I think Team Queso identifying the fact that they need to pick themselves up some kills, and now they're actually going to send it into Pittsburgh Knights. They're going to play the smart way. They're going to go all the way around, find additional angles. Oh, and there's this little ridge, this defilade. They're going to be able to play around this perfectly. I love this angle, this positioning from Team Queso.
Yeah. Really good crossfire, really good flank setup that they have, but still, Knights still have the advantage with the hard compound. And a nice grenade to open it up by J7. Exil immediately trying to go aggressive and send it to stop any and all pressure, but J7 using the broken wall.
Nexiel caught on an angle. There's nowhere that he can go. The perfect pinch for Pittsburgh Knights, and now Team Queso may have bit off more than they could chew. This time around, it's the cheese that's getting eaten as Pittsburgh Knights are standing tall. It is just Ayala against the world. Uzi's out, goes for the shots, able to find one. Can he convert it into a second? He's trying to thirst the kill, but he can't even do that. Team Queso is out, and that is Pittsburgh Knights standing strong.
That grenade coming out from J7 at the start is what basically stopped any sort of attempt that Queso had. It was, I want to promote the confident send that Queso had there once the grenade came through. I forget who it was in the vehicle, but still, Knights holding strong, did not falter.
Not even a second. They had this 90-degree angle because he put himself, he thought the car was going to give him cover, but one player popped on the one side, forced him up behind the wall, and then the other player just had perfect line of sight down the other. I mean, I called it the perfect pinch, and it absolutely was. And it's funny because that's a position that he put himself in. I don't necessarily dislike the idea of creating space as a solo player, as an entry fragger. When you're going in, your teammate's getting knocked, you want to create a distraction to allow your teammates to work around you. But it was so instantaneous that I actually think it caught his teammates as much off guard as it did the opponents. I think PK was in a better position to react than his own teammates were.
Okay, Footballists, they're reacting. They see a kill, a potential one at least, and they get the knock. Now getting back in the vehicle and driving away. They're one of a couple of different teams who are coming in super late. Securing the kill, that's going to be 1 point for them at least. 2, including just the base placement here. Even if they do get sprayed out by Lord. We've seen Lord do some great things, but the angle's not doing enough for him. However, Footballists, they're going to be driving into the second half of Yala. Look how much damage is already on them.
Oh my goodness, whether it be Yala Esports or whether it be Cloud9, there's not a whole lot of options here, but Yala Esports, no! It's okay!
It's okay!
It's okay! Oh my goodness! This is the man that you fear if you are fighting into Footballists, because he does not miss. He does not go down easily. He does not go down quietly. And he's keeping his team in this, and what was a perfect position for Yala Esports, completely dismantled with a single shot. But now both of these squads have to relocate, have to rethink this circle. As Lord drops, Raum on the flank is there, and this fight is still going, Cameron.
Hero, a good knock there. Not able to secure the kill, just barely. But, oh, the play zone actually does it. The play zone does enough to give the kill over. That's 1 down for Footballists. Soke on the low ground. Foot's behind the rock still. And both these teams are in the blue. The blue closed in right when Footballists landed on this side of the river. And so in a way, they are both committed to this fight.
Raum is still out on the other side. Here he comes. This was the moment. Can Anas hit the shots? Can Anas hit the shots? And he can't. They can't do it. He's just sending through. He's still got a vehicle in good position. He's going to keep the hopes of Footballists alive. The other two are going to play for the kills. I actually love this decision. Hedge your bets. Don't just commit to the fight. Continue to push on in towards the blue. And maybe he's actually trying to find an angle here. Hang on a second. I kind of just want to just send it in.
It's a 1-for-1 trade there on the high ground push. And Solke's going for the revive. Raum on the information. Raum on the side flank, as you mentioned. He's getting closer to the circle. Sure. But these are free kills. These should be free kills. And where's the final player of Yala? Where did they go?
I don't
Inside
know.
the building? To hide?
Yes. He's leaving his teammate here. He's only got 3 bandages, though, no stims, and a single first aid. I mean, he's literally just putting a Band-Aid on it at this point.
The Footballists, they are not going to confirm that final kill. There might be an opportunity for Anas to get the revive. And I think the blue damage is proven to be a little bit too much. Raum's coming back with the vehicle, with the Uber to pick up his teammates. And so Yala might be able to stay alive as one? Is that a smoke?
That is a smoke. What are they doing?
I think they're picking up loot off their fallen teammate. Because it's behind the rock that they died upon, that Levazen did. And so they're hopping back into the multiple vehicles that they have to get away. Anas might
going to do the same.
Oh no, doesn't matter. His teammates are all dead now. He's in his own vehicle, not able to stay as 2. And it's going to be a late push in. So many teams are going to be set up. 3 kills for Footballists, but at what cost?
A lot of damage, burned through a decent amount of meds, but they are going to be able to make it back in. The hopes and dreams of Footballists still very much alive, but we've been very focused on this fight. We've been very focused on this rotation. There's a lot more that's been going on through all of this, as this East Coast is very much being vied for right now.
Not gone.
But they're just not gone yet. Okay.
Oh.
There it is. I
Good
cannot
attempt
believe this
there.
fight is still going. I cannot believe this
I know.
fight is still going. Why?
Good attempt there for Anas to try and go for the fight. He didn't have the times or the meds to really get himself healed up. And if he won that, sure, it wouldn't have been a wipe on the Footballist, but it would have been 2 secured kills because there's no way for Lutz to go back and get the revive. Unfortunately, they're going to go out in 13th place. Only 1 kill to their name as well. But Footballists wounded. Let's see how this affects their future play because the circle has just been moving further and further onto the coast. Only half of the play zone is actually playable.
Unless you want to go swimming, which is what the loot drop is thinking right now. Crates out there in the water.
It's way too cold for that.
It's seriously, guys, like hypothermia. Forget bullets, forget grenades. Hypothermia, a real threat here on Vikendi. That's why everybody got to bundle up, you know. Got these sweet skins. Got to stay warm in these cold Vikendi winters. As now we're seeing ProLord up against the entirety of Kunina Power, last man standing, as well as B4 and Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, of course, who started things off really strong, wiping Tempo Storm to start this game. And Maxon, the hero for B4 of this last game, is, I think, about to be squashed here in just a second.
Yeah. It was a good peek,
sit down.
really well timed. Verse it down super low HP as well. But Dream Eaters, 5 kills, all 4 alive, and they are really, really close to center. They have just been performing actually top-notch this entire round.
Yeah, and we're sit down, haha, the last player standing there for that didn't quite land. One of these days it's going to be just, you wait for it, Cameron. It's going to be, just you wait. It's going to be
I will
solid.
cut you off at the minute I see that coming.
Not even, don't, please, not like, I mean, let me have my puns, okay? These teams are not giving me enough opportunities for puns because there's so much action. Thank you, Tixie. Thank you. 0 kills in the last game. 3 kills now already to start this one off. And 7 kills already for Kunina Power? I mean, yes. Yes, you come in 16th place. You come in as the team who needs to step up. And already in this first 2 games, you have done so. That is what I love to see from Kunina Power. Yes, please.
Dream Eaters here. They smell kills of their own, and they want to start racking them up. They want to catch up to where Kunina Power are right now. And they hear the shots. Verse is going to be peeking up over the ridge. Alpha Legends do have the high ground, but Dream Eaters have the compound, and more importantly, they have the play zone. Alpha Legends are going to have to push down that hill to get inside the next circle. ProLord also has to get inside. He's out in the blue. He's the last one remaining. Driving into the water?
I think he's going to just try and swim. He's
a boat.
One
A
fishy
boat.
player.
Okay.
On a boat. Is he going to just go high behind the drop? That would be hilarious.
I mean, there's enough water in play. It's still with
There
this
is.
next circle.
He could probably survive a long time because no other player is playing water right now and his last man standing. Actually, that's a super heads up position. Good for you, ProLord. Somebody get caught out right here by Kunina Power on the rotation. I mean, that's big. I mean, they don't see him though. Hang on. He's driving far enough away from the shore that I don't think they're going to hear the engine. This could actually be really, really big for ProLord. That's a solid play. Also, side note, I love Kunina Power's positioning right now. This is, yeah, they're on the edge of the circle, but they're going to have so much intel gathering potential. It's going to be huge for them. But
That's
so it's C9.
Yeah. That's some information for Wildcard, though. I think Kunina Power getting shot by a couple of bullets, that counts as info, right? Wildcard aren't letting Kunina Power stay comfortable there on top of the hill. Actually going for very aggressive sprays. You can see the little bit of ticks of damage on a Kunina Power. It's not a full knock just yet for either squad. But this is going to make it a little more uncomfortable for Kunina. But let's see where the next circle shift goes. This could be very well for them or very, very terrible. I'm leaning towards the latter. Yep, it's the latter.
Oh boy. Kunina Power. Part of the reason they succeeded so much in that last game was their ability to rotate in immediately once the circle shifted. But this time it is Cloud9 and Loops by extension that actually got the circle themselves. 2 of the teams they were vying for in those final circles. So now we'll see if these juggernauts are going to be able to maintain the pace or if one of these up-and-coming fighters like Wildcard, like Dream Eaters, like Alpha Legends are going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. Of course, PK is in there as well. I feel like we're just looking at a repeat of game number 1, Cameron.
I mean, these are also some of the best teams that we've seen, especially when you look at Cloud9 and Loops. Wildcard. They're trying to put themselves back up into that spot as well. And Kunina, this push, this could be points for them or it could be death. And we know how good Kunina are when they go aggressive and no one else is surrounding them. There's going to be a very little threat of third partying here. And on the high ground, it's possible that they're able to recognize that.
Oh my goodness, the drive-by here. This is gonna be a big question. Teams are trying to hold this western edge as much as possible right now, but it's going to get very, very busy. It's going to get very busy, Cameron.
We get
so
it,
busy, in
Footballers.
fact, that it's now less busy. Because Footballers decided they just wanted to clean that up in an instant. All the grenades piled in all at once, but this is the fight we were looking for. Canadian Power rotating into Wildcard. The first nade to start that off, that's Acer. Acer, the hero for Wildcard earlier on in the game as the nades continue to rain. This is the mollies as well for Acer. One already down, but the return comes on in. But this is Wildcard in a great position. Konina Power have to move into them, have to rotate to them, have to, just move to the beat of their drum. And even with the send, so much initial damage, Axer is trying to step up, trying to find the jump shots. This fight is so chaotic, but Konina Power are hanging on by a knife's edge, trying to get the revives as much as possible, trying to bounce off each other's heads as Wildcard, but they haven't played aggressive enough. I don't think they've capitalized on the gains they made early in this.
Oh no, Axer up close is very, very bad for Wildcard. Wildcard had such a good opportunity with Konina split 2-2, but now, though the blue is coming in, the blue starts to deal a lot of damage at this point in time. Damage is going in the way of Konina, going in the way of Power, and they're using this wall to their advantage, stimming up before they have to continue the push. But Wildcard, they're trying to watch way too many angles. Rob, forced down, the shots coming in, Slicky and Sam.
Here we go. Can they find the shots through the smoke? Acer needs to confirm these kills, but the last man standing doing so much work for Konina Power, basically making it a 1v1 situation right now. Can they find the shots around the wall? And Acer is gonna do it, the 2v1. Can he get the second? No! And of course, who is it at the end to get it all done? It is Gonzo stepping up for the team. I cannot believe it. Wildcard had every advantage in the world, and they threw it all away.
And the blue is whispering in the ears of Konina Power. They're going to be able to stay as two. They have more than enough meds with the loot drop on Wildcard. And they have no one else around them, but who does have trouble, who does have opponents around them, is going to be Dream Eaters. They let Alpha Legends get in front of them, but only to start stabbing them, or rather shooting them in the back.
Nice mauling play there from Meku, but it's actually going to get sniped out by Dadine. Loofs being like, hey guys, we're still in this game too. And now Meku and Dream Eaters, knowing there's another team potentially going to look at third party, actually kind of weirded out their positioning here. Alpha's taking damages too. Loops just being so impactful in all this. They actually eliminate Alpha Legends here, and Dream Eaters are like, okay, I guess.
Circle shift. Loops finding themselves dead center, already with 5 kills picked up.
Wow. Silent killers in this one. We haven't really seen them a lot of the fights they've been involved with, but they've just been doing so from across the board. The shots now into Solke going on through Loops. Everybody's forced to rotate into them. I talked about it, all these teams on the western edge of the circle, they all went north. They was either fight against C9 in the south or fight against Loops in the north, and I'm going to be honest, Cameron, neither of those is particularly appealing.
Oh, another spray coming out from Korowski, or it's actually going to be Federal with 2 knocks onto Dream Eaters. There's only 1 member remaining, and it's such a great angle that they have onto that hill. At least Dream Eaters find another kill and finish Lutz to secure the placement point into at least 6th place, but I don't see how they're going to be able to survive much longer than that. It's just Toffees remaining, and the blue is pushing in. He has a vehicle, as damaged as it is. He could try and send it, but it's going to be send into death. Same thing to what PK are finding as well.
This Knights gets cleaned up by Cloud9 the same way that Dream Eaters is getting cleaned up by Loops. The 2 teams that got in early, got the high ground positions, held the angles, and got a little bit of luck. Doing so much work. So now Bayo, the IGL, the main man here for Cloud9, goes into Sixless, and he says, please, sir, you may have the name, but I have the aim.
Dream Eaters and Knights go out in a matter of seconds of each other. And now we're looking at 4 teams remaining, because Gonzo is actually still out healing in the blue, and then who else is there but Pro-Lord out in the water. He's right under the team's status UI. It's just 2 solos, and I don't think he's going to survive. He's going to get either 4th or 3rd, and I'm going to have to guess 3rd here, because Gonzo's deep in the blue. This is ultimately a fight for first between Cloud9 and Loops.
And Loops did draw first blood in that exchange, getting the first down there, not able to confirm the kill. Pyra going for the angle, but Dadine, uncharacteristic misses there, not able to line up the shots, which means C9's able to get the res, stabilize this in a 4v4, but Loops has the circle. They have had the circle for the last 4 in a row. Gonzo, though, I mean, he's going to keep healing, but nobody's even looking at the water cam. I don't think anybody even has an idea that Pro Lord is out there. You can have as many medkits as you need, but it's not going to make a difference here for Gonzo. He's going to heal strat up, but really, like you said before, this comes down to a fight between Cloud9 and Loops. Smoke tunnel out, but Loops has all the position in the world, and I love how they have spread themselves out. But Adder, the myth, the man, the legend, he's looking for the flank.
This is a great angle. He's making sure that the positions that Dream Eaters and Footballs were at is fully clear because the players alive does not exactly add up. And I think that's a bird or something else. That's not a head that it looks like. But the point is that he's going here and he's finding an off angle. It's not in the zone just yet, so he can take that vehicle and go further and actually get on top of the road. Once he secures the position, that's Prolord going out. Actually goes out in 4th place. Gonzo has more than enough meds, just barely.
By like 10 seconds. Gonzo's done in like, he has like 1 more med. Oh, by actually like 3 seconds. Oh my goodness. That was huge. Gonzo with the heal play actually out-survives Pro Lords. That's massive. Great job there. But you know what this means, Cameron? We're now going to have one of the most epic finishes to a game I think we have ever seen. The 2 top teams here in the PMWL West, Season 0. Loops Esports, Cloud9, 2 of the teams who will be vying for this first place spot here in the West. I think we're getting a taste of it now in a true 4v4 finish, and the circle is right between them. You could not make this more even. You could not put us on a more level ground. Who is going to be the team to come out on top, Cameron? Let's find out.
Adder was the linchpin for Cloud9, and him getting knocked is not great. Luckily, there's a trade from a second angle onto a member of Loops to make this a 3v3 in terms of people actually fully standing on their feet. And a molly as well to flush out that rock just in case there was a player playing there. But C9 with the high ground. As long as the knock onto Adder does not get confirmed, I think they're going to maintain the advantage.
Oh my goodness, this little dip here. Loops is taking great advantage of it right now. It's giving them the ability to just pop in and out as they need to, but grenades, if they're thrown into that angle, it's just going to be like a suction cup right on in. All of those nades are going to fly true, but Loops is doing a great job of slowly but surely making the way into the circle. Dadine is playing an off angle. Potentially Pyro will be his counterpart. And now C9 have fully committed to this rotation further north, backing up Adder. They had him in play. He's their top fragger. He's one of these, they brought him in as sort of this, this ringer. And they need to play around him. Dadine does survive. Pyro actually rotated in, which now means that all of C9 have grouped up together. Uneven is holding a little bit of an off angle, but with all of these smokes, it's really going to come down to the grenades. One single knock to start this fight, Cameron, could be the decider because once one of these teams smell blood in the water, they are going to strike. You can hear the grenade. It's like we're in the middle of an air raid right now. All the bombs are dropping. Who will be the first player to drop, though? That's the question.
Ira, like his namesake, surviving the fire. The molly just barely doesn't crawl to him. But Uneven here in the bush. This could be not checked. But the spray comes in. They need to knock Dadine. He is off. He's the widest angle for Loops right now. And if they can clear him, that only lowers the angles that they need to worry about for the rest of the enemy.
And that is going to be the first knock, though, onto Kowalski. Uneven in the bush, finds the angle, and this might be the beginning of the end. The first domino to fall. Can Carrillo stabilize? Uneven's going to drop as well. That's a counterpart 1-for-1, but Dadine is still not down somehow. Adder unable to find the shots, but we are going to see a bit of a reset here for Cloud9. Uneven's the one in the bush. Is he going to drop? Dadine cannot find the shots himself. The corresponding player cannot get the shot. Finally, Uneven drops. Kowalski is going to be rezzed as Adder is pushing on in. He is on fire, but how many more grenades can these players possibly have? Carrillo has at least one more as the Molotov is going to go in. Is it going to connect? It does. Forces them out behind the cover of the vehicle just a little bit more, and it's going to explode, and this is the opportunity. Loops pushes in. 2 members down for C9, and that is going to be it. Loops Esports, GG, winner, winner, chicken dinner in a 1v1 versus Cloud9. They'll say, look, you may be the first place right now, but we are coming for you.
Dadine staying alive has got to be one of the most important factors in that end game for Loops. Cloud9 had the high ground, but Loops just covered it with smoke. And then the one player that could have given the biggest distraction just stayed alive. He stayed alive. He stayed alive. He didn't die. And his presence there alone meant Cloud9 stayed vulnerable to the grenades and to the angles that the rest of Loops had. And they just cleaned it up. And that molly at the end finally nailed. There were a couple of missed grenades from Loops, not gonna lie. Carrillo ran up close and then just threw way too hard that you saw it go a wide arc over Cloud9, but they got it in the end, and it's those final moments that matter.
My heart is pounding just watching that. I cannot imagine what these players must be feeling right now. But I also love, like, in the true form of competitive spirit, the first seed, the second seed, about as even as you can get in terms of circles, maybe a little bit of an advantage to Loops. C9 ended up getting the high ground, all 4 alive for both squads. I mean, as close as we can just dropping into a TDM server to see who is the best at the end of the day, at least in this exchange. Loops walked away. The victors, all 4 members still alive. I cannot wait to talk more about that. I cannot wait to hear what our analysts have to say. So let's send it over to them.
And Loops Esports are vegetarians no longer as they finally get their first chicken dinner here of the Super Weekend, even including the first one we had just last week. Still Jason Kaplan, still Seven, still Glitter Explosion as well to break down that last match, and what a finish it was to have the #1 against the #2 team in the final zone. And more importantly, Seven, you got your prediction right. You got yourself a chicken dinner as well.
Hell yeah, baby. And overall, I love that engagement. 4 alive from each team. That's something we rarely ever get a chance to see, and especially, as you mentioned, when it is first place versus second place. Overall, what a performance there. It was so tactical, so many players being able to kind of hold off angles, and you could kind of see which team was more aggressive too here, as Loops Esports was able to go in and collect 13 kills. That's what we expect out of them. But to a surprise, I know we talk about a lot of Loops Esports, Cloud9. Well, guess what? Another team that's been very consistent here in regards to kills has been Konina Power, being able to get another game with 11 plus kills, and Dream Eaters as well, being able to get 7 kills here. These are teams that are becoming very consistent here in this Super Weekend, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talked about it a little bit while we were watching. We see Team Umbra there in 8th place with 8 points solely based off of their placement alone. You had said they're so good at getting those placement points. We just really need to figure out a way for them to start getting those kill points. And I believe it was Prolord that was actually keeping himself alive in the water and was able to get 4th for them overall. So that was incredibly important for them points-wise. But then we are looking at the second page here. We see some surprises down at the bottom. I think we're surprised to see Tempo and B4 both down at the bottom of that list. Definitely not what we were expecting. But, you know, Yala able to get some points. SWAT69 still able to get a couple more points. Definitely not as many as I think we'd like to see on them. So I'm still excited to see if they can kind of figure out a level of aggression that works well for them. But it is nice to see them getting some points on the board.
Yeah, a total of 5 now across 2 matches in total. But let's take a look, though, more into the dive here of Loops Esports, more towards their stats that they got from that last match. 2,500 damage. I think they had, what, like 22 or 23 last map, and they didn't even come close to winning. I think they placed like 3rd overall here, Seven.
Yep, and I think it just came down to their rotation at the end and just being patient. Something that we've seen Loops Esports do before is hold the compound in Vikendi, but really not being able to do that much stuff out of it. And I think they learned their lesson here with just doing so much more damage. And we usually see them get all of the kills in regards to the knock. They weren't able to go in and finish 1 extra knock there that they ended up getting. But overall, 13 kills, 2,500 damage. Impressive performance there from Loops Esports.
They looked really reminiscent of like footballists to me, having only 500 healing done with the damage they did. It seems pretty insane. They don't really seem to take too much damage. Let's take a look though at our do the do moment to start to break down some of the plays that happened across our second match of the day. Starting off here, Glitter, Konina Power, we gotta talk about them, and it looks like another roadkill coming through right off the bat.
They are definitely doing well with their vehicle kills, if I do say so myself. And Konina Power is definitely a team that we'll probably not only will be highlighting a little bit later, but we're just going to be talking about, I have a feeling at least, over the next couple days if they can continue a performance like this. Now, this was some of their fights early on that we actually saw them taking with, I believe, is that Umbra? Is that Umbra early? Yes, it was Umbra super early on, and then they were in a fight later on with Yala that we'll be breaking down for you guys in just a little bit. But it's massive for Konina Power, coming in with the second most amount of kills overall at 11 kills, you know, just behind Loops' 13. They are starting to keep up with Loops' aggression, which is something we'd seen them do, and then they kind of fell off for a little bit. So this is going to be huge for Konina Power here, 7.
Yeah, for me, in regards to Konina Power, I'm gonna hope that they go ahead and continue that performance, because if they do, if they become the Konina Power that we know they are capable of, oh man, the finish is gonna be a nail-biter as well in regards to placement. And then as we see Konina Power just being so much more aggressive, this is something that we haven't been able to see out of them for a while now. So seeing that aggressiveness back out of them is huge for me. And then Footballers at least maintaining still within their averages. They were able to get 7 kills there in that last match. They might have not gotten the placement points that they would have preferred, but I think still being able to get those 7 kills and this engagement right here with Yala, I think they played that so well. And to give them more credit, they were at a huge disadvantage and they were able to go ahead and push up on that hill and just fully knock out Yala. I think it was only just one player left standing from Yala there. As you're seeing here, pretty much the resume of it. Footballers overall, I think it speaks volumes from them there, being able to go ahead and take that fight. And then as we see more of Konina Power, which I think we're gonna probably be breaking down a play with Konina Power against Wildcard, if I'm not mistaken. And then the grenades by Footballers. We always talk about grenades from Footballers. Guess what? SWAT 69 players had no chance right there, as they just decided to go ahead and group up against one of the best grenade teams in the game so far. And then this engagement here, which I'm not gonna go ahead and talk much about, Glitter, because we're gonna be breaking that down in a little bit. Don't worry, we'll have a slow-mo for you. We'll be able to kind of break this down. But overall, the engagement there with Acer, I honestly thought Acer was gonna be able to go ahead and clutch it up. But overall, once you're that close and you're going up against an AKM with the G36, you're gonna get completely outgunned. And Dream Eaters, I feel like we have to talk more about Dream Eaters also being able to get 7 kills there. They have been more aggressive. And keep in mind, they are gonna be going into the next match, which is gonna be, I believe, Miramar. And last Super Weekend, they won 2 Miramars, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's very important for Dream Eaters, because not only had we seen them struggle on the other maps that weren't Miramar and Sanhok, we saw them do very well on those, but we also saw them not have the same performance as they did in last Super Weekend during this week's of League play. So the fact that they're starting off very, very strong today leads me to believe that they've definitely worked on a few things in the few days that they had some downtime on, and it's definitely paying off right now for them.
It's something we talked about, by the way. I just saw like the last fight there breaking down between Loops and Cloud9, was that when Loops ever get a down, they seem to just charge straight forward and take the fight, right? And there was a moment where Carrillo did down Adder, except a nade came through out of Adder right before he got knocked. That downstone on Loops' side, so it halted that progress before they had the opportunity to push through and go for the finish. But they got it in the end, right? That's all that matters. As long as you close it out, you're gonna be happy about it. We can see the damage done in that last match. And again, Loops just proving to be such a dominating team. 2,500 damage being done here, 7. I mean, you can see Cloud9, they really didn't take as many engagements, it seems, but they still had, to be honest, a decent number of kills to themselves.
Yeah, and with Cloud9, remember, something that we even spoke of, or I spoke of at the start of the show, was that they are a passive team. They're not going to go ahead and take risks that they don't need to. And they're more than likely going to go ahead and just position themselves to be in a good placement at the end of the match. Because guess what? If you're able to get the kills, then that's what is going to go ahead and matter the most. You're not going to get extra points for getting those kills at the end, but more than likely you will end up getting those chicken dinners. And they've been able to do that over and over again. Didn't come through there on that last weekend. And as something that you were actually mentioning there, Jason, is when they did trade those 2 players at the end between Loops Esports and Cloud9. If you don't understand what I'm saying by trading, is when they both ended up knocking each other out, it kind of slowed everything down. At first, it was Cloud9 that ended up knocking another player from Loops Esports, and I thought they were gonna go ahead and push, but you could see their place. You could see like their strategy from Cloud9. They stuck to it. They said, you know what? Let's be patient. Let's see what go ahead and happens here. And then with Loops, you see them knock somebody else out, and they just go for it. They're insanely aggressive, and I love it because it's very a tactical aggressiveness from them.
It's like a shark in water, right? They smell a drop of blood and they swarm all over their prey. I believe we do have a clip that we wanted to look at. You've been talking about it for the entire time. I think it's the Konina Power against Wildcard one, if I'm not mistaken. This was one hell of a fight, 7.
Yep, and this one that I'm going to be showing you right here, let me go ahead and just pull it up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Wildcard is going to be in the compound. They're just waiting. They're just chilling. And keep in mind, something I also want the viewers to go ahead and keep in mind is look how close they are to the outer zone, because that will start playing, of course, here as we progress. Now, Konina Power is going to go ahead and crash in with 2 players. And something that I love about the other players, they realize that, they know that they're at a disadvantage, and they start throwing some smokes and some nades to try to go ahead and pick up Tixi. And Tixi is a player that you definitely want up, because that's a player that's more than likely going to go ahead and get you a lot of kills. Now, that grenade there by Axer was huge as well. I wish the players from Konina Power would have pushed in a little bit sooner, especially as soon as Tixi went down. But as you can tell, it can also backfire with Gonzo being almost knocked right there. Axer is able to go ahead and win some 1v1s, and this is something we always mention. You need those players to have confidence and be and pretty much have that clutch factor, because you will end up in 1v1s and you will need to go ahead and clutch that for your team. If you're not able to, it can definitely go ahead and backfire. Something I do love that that Wildcard was trying to do here is that we're trying to go ahead and get different angles with Sam, and also with a different player that was off camera there. But for some reason, it wasn't able to go ahead and work out. Slicky, that's what it was. Slicky didn't go ahead and push up as I would have liked it to, and I think Konina Power was expecting that as well. Now, this is when the zone comes into play. Remember, I told you keep it on that zone. Well, guess what? Now, players like Tixi are going to get knocked because of that zone. And then we have Acer, Slicky, and Spring still alive. And I don't know how in the heck they ended up losing this, as they had all their 4 players alive. But guess what? Just Konina Power are feeling themselves. Axer especially, that's one of the top players as well from that team. And on top of that, you have Gonzo just healing up and didn't really have to worry about it. And Gonzo able to go ahead and finish off that heal off. Gonna go ahead and finish Acer. I think that was huge for them right there. And I think for the last one, if you want to go ahead and just take another look here towards the end of the match, Glitter, if you want to go ahead and kind of go over this one as we see Loops Esports going up against Cloud9.
Yeah, now this is going to be what you and Jason had touched on a little bit here. We saw, you know, the top 2 teams going up against each other. And right there you see that Carrillo gets the knock onto Uneven. Now, I was kind of surprised here in this moment that they don't do a massive push. However, you can note, you see all the players on Loops are relatively spread out. You have 2 in the middle, but then you've got Carrillo and Dadine on the wings, kind of making sure they can get different angles on Cloud9. And as soon as that grenade goes down and blows up the vehicle that Cloud9 was using for cover, that's when Loops knows that that's when they have the win in the bag. They're able to push up, get the final kills, and close out that win.
What's so crazy about that is you don't see like one person on Loops push up and the other a couple seconds later, okay, I'm gonna go along and support my team. Literally everyone on the team just all of a sudden hits, you know, starts to move forward. Immediately start to rush in. There's no doubt in anyone's mind. They all know what they're going to do. They've been in this situation 1,000 times, and they win the situation more often than not as well. Let's take a look now at our overall standings and how this victory might have shaped things up. Maybe Loops has taken the #1 spot away. No, just a little short here. However, that column that was lonely with 0 chicken dinners finally has one under its belt, 7.
Not only that, their kills are just improving and improving. They're now up to 115 kill points. They have almost as much kill points as they do for placement points. And I think another team I want to go ahead and mention is Wildcard. Wildcard didn't have the best first match there in Erangel. Well, guess what? They were able to go ahead and come back there in that Vikendi and go up some placements before not having the best performances in that last Vikendi. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to go ahead and change that in future matches. And then one of the other teams that has been very quiet, that didn't do so well in Vikendi, that we usually expect more out of them as well, is Team Queso. Team Queso has just been very underperforming. And one team that I definitely want to mention here from the second page, besides Konina Power, we know that they have been having an amazing day, but it's Team Umbra. Team Umbra has been very consistent in regards to their placement so far today. They've been able to go ahead and get 2 top 5 finishes, but the only problem with them is that they're not able to go ahead and rack up as many kills as today so far. They have only had 1 kill in 2 matches.
Not to mention, we're seeing SWAT 69. I mean, I want to keep touching on them because they're the only team to make it through that weren't playing in the first weekend, is the fact that they got 2 points that game. They're now 78 points behind the 16th place. They were 77 before that. They've fallen even further behind. And we need to see them really step up if they want to have a chance to break through. They got to close this distance, right? Because you can't assume one of those teams is not going to make it yet again. You can't depend on them to not perform well coming into the 3rd league play to maybe get yourself a top 16 spot. Let's take a look, though, at our standings for predictions and see how many points we got. Of course, you know, a lot of people chose Loops. Cloud9 didn't work out for them earlier on, but Loops works out indeed, and we're going to see Footballs give ourselves 12 points. You know, that's all right, Glitter. We got some points. It could have been worse. We could have been Dave
Honestly,
and chose SWAT 69.
Listen, footballists made the best of their situation, and they did a very, very good job with it. They were able to pick up 7 kills overall, and that is nothing to be ashamed of. That's a very strong game. They just didn't get far enough into the game to also get those placement points, but they're still one of the top teams. You saw them, if you remember the numbers, they're the next closest team to triple digits when it comes to overall kill points in the rankings right now, so they're in a perfectly comfortable position.
Well, I'm a little bit confused.
Esports, a win and 13 kills, just saying.
I'm a little confused now, though, Glitter, thinking about this. If Cloud9's not been chosen and Loops has been chosen, who does 7 choose anymore? That's like his 2 go-to teams every time.
Ooh.
Just wait and see. Just wait and find out. Once we get to that point, I'll tell you. Don't worry. I got you.
All right, well, you know what? We're going to be talking about something else. So we're going to switch gears away from our talent predictions, even though those will be coming back in a little bit of time. We still have the Rail Pass Season 14 out for you guys to cop and pick up for yourselves. If you haven't done it just yet, if you might have missed out on what's all in it, well, you can have a take a look now. All right, well, now it's time to move into our 3rd match of the day. It's just our first day of our 2nd Super Weekend, and we're going to see what map will be coming up next. And if I remember correctly, it's going to be over on Miramar. One of the few times we get to see it throughout this week. I think we'll get to see it, 3 times total, because we're in the exact same maps in the same order across the entire Super Weekend, across every Super Weekend. And it's time to get into our prediction game. So like I said before, Cloud9's out, Loops is out. Who the heck does 7 pick anymore? But we're going to start off with you, Glitter. We're going to go for the first prediction here on Miramar.
Ooh. Changed it up on him. He was so ready for it, too.
He doesn't
I know
need
I typically
exposure right now.
them.
He had Loops, all right?
That's fair. That's fair. You know, I typically pick this team for Sanhok, but I actually am going to be going with B4 this time around on Miramar. They have had strong performances on Miramar, and I think, you know, that this is a map that could do well for them, the way that everybody's kind of playing right now.
Okay, well, 7. Your choice.
I'm gonna go with Dream Eaters based on data. They won 2 matches in Miramar last Super Weekend, so why not? Let's see what they got. Since I'm not able to go ahead and pick some of the other teams that I kind of wanted to, I'm saving them for later on today. So Dream Eaters is my choice, and I'm pretty sure I might have convinced somebody to go ahead and pick along the same lines.
Well, I do want to say
I picked Jason.
We did hear was Envirum talking about before how Cloud9, when it comes to Erangel as the first map, they seem to perform well. So I don't know if history is really going to work out here. However, if you go down, I'm going down with you, 7. I'm going to pick Dream Eaters as well here going into match number 3. I'm sorry, Glitter. We're no longer best friends. 7 and I are now a duo here. Well, we're going to check with you guys. Don't hate me, Glitter. I'll choose back with you another game. We're going to check in with you guys after this next match, obviously. Please, Glitter, don't hate me. Not like you hate football. Now moving into our lucky draw. Again, if you guys are watching within the game and within the Esports Center, you can win a limited time outfit. So if you're not doing it just yet, make sure you do it now. You still have time on your side. And speaking of time, we don't have much time until we get into our next game. So we're going to bring in our commentators some new picks. Some new pickups here in matching red. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Hot Jukes, you're looking kind of hot today. Looking pretty good.
Thank you.
Tasty.
Feeling hot, ready to get it going here. You know, we're officially past the halfway mark so far. So I think a lot of these teams it's do or die time for them. They got to get it done right here. So I'm looking forward to match number 3.
Well, Dave, I saw some of your picks before earlier today. I did hear from our production that you have been changing them around. I was a little bit sad to hear that because I know who you picked for this game. But obviously now, something I want to talk to you about, SWAT 69. They're falling further and further and further behind. They started off the day 73 points behind Kanita Power, who was 16th place, then fell to 77 points behind Yala, now 78 points behind Yala. If you're SWAT 69, what do you do here? Because they have to start picking up points, or they could be saying goodbye to the finals.
If you are SWAT 69, what do you do? Well, they're probably asking themselves the same question, and you know what? I got the answer for them. I got it. Jason, you guess what it is?
I mean, I mean, win games?
It's win the chicken, man. Win the chicken.
Okay.
Get the chicken dinner. And then haters like you will jump off their back over here.
Well, I'm not hating on them. I'm trying to say this is their current state.
You're
They
hating,
gotta
man.
pick it up here. All right, we don't
I'm calling what it is.
We're gonna
You're
bring
hating,
in
bro.
Viram and Cameron
It's okay.
now. I'm sorry, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. You guys are done for the day. Going into predictions, Hot Jukes. Let's start off with you. Who do you think's taking match number 3?
I'm going to pick a little bit of a different pick here. I'm going to go with Tempo Storm. You know, they've had a couple bad games so far, but just kind of knowing them and their attitude, I think they're going to come bring it here. And because they need to make a comeback. And I think this is the time for them to do it.
Okay, well, Goatee Dave. I don't even call your name anymore after saying I'm a hater. Who's your prediction?
Ooh. Yeah, well, expect the lawyers later. So just saying, expect it. I'm going for Alpha Legends. You know, they've been getting picked on a lot here today, especially when it comes to the early game. And I think there's only so much bullying that could be going down here without biting back.
Speaking
So
of
I'm looking
bullying,
forward to Alpha Legends.
You said Alpha Legends, but apparently I'm hearing you changed your pick too late. So you got the I don't know pick, which means I think you cash out on 0 points total. But you know, let's drop in the game here. A little bit unfortunate. You got to get your picks in quick. The commissioner's spoken. Take us in the game, boys.
Here we go. Match number 3. Taking it over to Miramar 2.0. Let's get it going here. Dave, take it away.
Who's this commissioner? That's what I'm saying. I'm going to write an email later to this commissioner. I don't know what's going on. But I picked Alpha Legends, all right? It's there. It's a fact. But all of these teams loaded on up into the plane. Match number 3 for the day. Yep, we are on Miramar, and things are looking good. Things are looking good, at least with this flight plan. We'll be going right on over Las Leonas, and as expected, the Knights going to be the first team to be dropping out.
Taking out early, trying to get some loot early as well. And this is, I think, a perfect line, especially for my pick Tempo. You know, we know they like to go Picado. So they're going to be able to kind of hot drop on there. But it's also a little bit of a question mark for me because I wonder if some teams are looking to possibly mix it up. We've definitely seen some squads land with them before. It could be a pretty iffy situation. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on here, at least at the start of this match.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of these teams are going to be, you know, jumping out, looking around, trying to check out who might be dropping Miramar or whatnot. Cloud9 going to be dropping out Wildcard, dropping out Alpha Legends. My squad I picked here dropping out as well. And I think that might be everybody so far.
Yeah, you can definitely see these squads just starting to spread out, trying to make it happen here, especially now that it's a second Super Weekend. And, you know, going back to talking about SWAT 69, this is their first time playing in it. And I think that, you know, it's a really great point to look at them and just say, hey, you know what? You're behind 15 games. If you're looking to even catch up remotely, you have to have just a major Super Weekend. And considering that they missed out on those games, they missed out on those points, and as well the practice. So you could already see, you know, one of the members right now getting some shots onto Konita Power. They're pretty split up, but man, this is not the best situation, I think, especially coming from early game.
Yeah, this is them right here. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. They did take a couple shots at one of the members from Konita Powers, but not able to connect and get that knock, as it is, you know, we're only 2 minutes into the game. So the loot extremely low. The scopes looks like it's pretty good when it comes to Boofla, able to get a scope on that mini. So get that laser lock and loaded, and let's get some points, baby. Let's get some points on the side of SWAT 69. Yeah, they need them. I mean, like you said, they came into today. I mean, first of all, congrats for the squad for making it on into a Super Weekend. That's huge. And at least with that, they have the opportunity to get points, to go to the finals. So, I mean, just being here in general, you're already a foot ahead of other squads such as Frag Machines, Headquarters, KHK, who are not playing here today.
And not just ahead. I'm thinking they're light years ahead, considering that we're already past pretty much the midway mark of this tournament so far. So, you know what? I got to give props to SWAT 69, first of all, for making it here. I think that they were definitely in a troublesome position at the end of the week plays. At the same time, though, they clutched it. They had some really good final matches in order to be able to make it into here. Now, you know, that's the love I'm giving them. At the same time, you know, they've just been struggling so far with this tournament, and it's kind of to be expected. I mean, these are the best teams from all over the world, you know, and when you face this high level of squads here, you can't make any mistakes. And, you know, yeah, we like to harp on certain squads for making, an accidental nade toss or some missed shots here and there. But it's to be expected. There's so many things going against you at this high level. So everyone's going to make some mistakes. But, man, you see these top squads like Cloud9, Loops, all these teams, they just, man, they hardly make any, if any.
Yeah, and I know, Jason asked me, what's up with SWAT 69, and, I was joking around. Obviously, they want the chicken. But I feel like, when it comes to fragging out, right now, they're not on it. They're not on it. I mean, they got 2 kills so far out of 2 games. I feel like if you're not on it, if your head's not on a swivel for one day, that's okay. But change up the game plan. Maybe if you are SWAT 69, just focus on straight up getting placement points. Focus on just playing that surviving game and avoiding conflicts, playing the edge, swimming in the water. I mean, just the unorthodox plays that will allow you to get placement points at the end of the day. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to play PUBG Mobile. I mean, that's that.
That's true. I mean, that's absolutely right. I think that you look at some of these squads like Cloud9, they play really decisive with their movements. They don't like to go and get just crazy aggressive for no reason. But, man, when it's time for getting too aggressive, they could definitely turn it on. And if you look at Loop's style, Loops has just been just kind of full send, full aggressive, no matter what. And it tends to work for them. So, like, it's not kind of like when I look at Loops, I kind of think, okay, what if Loops actually decided to play more passive in certain situations? Would they be at Cloud9's consistency level? And I don't know if that's necessarily the case, considering that sometimes that full aggressiveness works out for them more times than not.
Yeah, it's all about how you're feeling, at that moment. And talk about feeling. Gonzo currently feeling pinned down, currently feeling like somebody's going to be looking at him. And you know what? They are right. You got 2 members from Team Queso looking right down on top of you. But instead, Gonzo pushing on out, spotted, tagged, and bagged.
Man, Gonzo sticking true to his name right there. He is Gonzo out of this lobby right here. It's just so crazy that, you're just looting up, trying to get something done. And you kind of tell he had that sixth sense. Like, he felt like there was something on top of that hill. And what do you know? There's a full squad of Team Queso ready to just take you out.
Gonzo's out here just trying to live life, man. Live life and get some loot and be happy. But Team Queso, pretty solid position. They are going to be just west of Junkyard, all the way up there in the cliffs on the mountains. Going to be overlooking a lot of different teams right now. We have a lot of squads. Nova out there to the west. El Pozo, Cloud9, Monte Nuevo. We got B4. All these teams are going to have to start to make their rotate now as the blue zone, circle number 1, starting to close on in.
Yeah, this is a pretty familiar circle, I think, for a lot of these squads. You got Cloud9 B4, all the way over there in Opozo. That's where they like to be. So it's definitely going to be a long rotation for these teams. And that's, I think, the most dangerous part when it comes to Miramar in general. You always want to have a vehicle up to, like, pretty much the end, and these rotations, like I was just saying earlier, are just so dangerous because you have to pass up so many teams as Memphis gets blown up by Pittsburgh Knights. Just like that.
And there might even be an additional point to be had when it comes to Knights over here. Lightning going to be right behind those hills, using them to their advantage to remain undetected, but the Knights going to be out here on the coastline. They're setting up camp right now. They are looking good. They are looted to the teeth. 1 kill so far. I mean, that's what they like to see.
And I felt like I had almost a crystal ball as that just happened to come at the perfect time right here. And yeah, this is the struggle. This is the struggle when it comes to Miramar. You're trying to get into zone, but you have so many teams that could be looting up in various spots. You have to be so careful on that rotation. Otherwise, you're going to lose a member or possibly your whole squad just like that.
Carnage taking some shots with the suppressed M4. 4-time scope on that bad boy as Lightning is just in the Bronco trying to avoid getting their tire shot out. And looks like they are going to be able to get on out of harm's way. And just with that, the Knights able to secure themselves a nice spot in the zone and create a nice buffer between them and everybody else.
Yeah, and I think that, being able to go ahead and get that early rotation is so huge because you're able to not only add additional points to your score, but a loot as well. And look at this. It's just a repeat of the exact same thing onto a member of Football. Is down and out real quick.
Alpha Legends right there. 1 point already on the board. Oh, Lutz with the bolt. He said, hey, don't be peeking your head trying to get another one out here. Lutz going to be right behind this rock. They do have the bus to retreat if they need to. Going to be smoking that one up, calling for support from the squad mates. And Old man bleeding on out right now.
That was an angry sniper shot right there. Lutz was just like, you killed my teammate? Well, I got you back with one right here really quick. So yeah, able to get the knock. Unfortunately, not the thirst, but Lutz, driving that bus right over the hill, getting some cover.
You already know they're full boost in that one. Full boost of that one, trying to get back on into cover and avoid being blown up like their squad mates just moments ago. And next zone does going up. Knights looking mighty good still.
Oh yeah, centered out perfectly for a lot of these teams right here. So everybody on that hard shift side are going to be pretty well set up. That's going to go for Pittsburgh Knights. You see Loops here at the bottom. Kind of rotating north from Puerto Paraiso, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to catch Yala and Tempo, or if they're just going to possibly just sneak on by all these squads.
Looking real quick, Alpha repositioning. Going to be parking their vehicles within the cover of the warehouses, and you know, they got one kill, not too bad. Don't want to get too aggressive. I mean, we are only in zone number 2. Footballists on the flip end of this one, trying to regroup with one another. Everybody just, you know, in their vehicles right now, trying to find a compound, and they're going to be sitting and hoping and praying that the next zone does favor them. Tempo out here in the desert, all with their own vehicles.
Oh, this is the most dangerous part right here. If you it's really, really tough to just decide, okay, do we want to just full send it and get that spot really quick, or do we want to be a little bit more careful and just kind of scout out before we rotate? And you can just tell a lot of teams right now are just trying to get into a spot, and Tempo onto Dream Eaters.
Yeah, not only that, Tempo are split right now. Tempo are split. They got a 2-2 split. Two of the duos are going to be stuck in an engagement up there to the north. Meanwhile, Rain down here trying to toss out some grenades on to Matic from the Dream Eaters, trying to connect, trying to get that initial knock and maybe even it out just a little bit right here. And Spec going to be pulling back, and Dream Eaters looking to get aggressive on this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Tempo is just kind of throwing these nades to get a knock or possibly just kind of delay this fight for the rest of their team. We saw on the kill feed, Tensa getting a kill onto one of the members from Team Umbra. So I wonder if they are going to possibly regroup right now. Tempo does not want to go out early once again.
Yeah, I mean, Dream Eaters, they don't know who they're up against yet. They haven't gotten a knock yet, so, you know, they might see the kill feed popping on off. Tensa will be connected onto Vindex, but Vindex with that return grenade connecting onto Tensa. And you got Spec out here getting a nice vehicle explosion. Dream Eaters Matic with an interesting rotation play right there. Was going to be spotted in the process and taken down and out. Umbra trying to defend right now. Pretty much just one member for Tempo on the outskirts of this. That's going to be HH. HH tossing some grenades back and forth. And Prez able to take out Tensa. HH is in one heck of a spot right now.
Oh yeah, could this nade connect right here? Oh, he was able to jump down at the perfect time, but it still gets caught from HH24. Tempo Storm taking on 2 squads right now.
Yeah, nice grenade from HH. That should allow HH the much needed time to heal on up and, you know, regroup and hopefully allow their squad mates to, you know, get in those vehicles and provide the support over here. HH holding down this.
Oh, here they come.
Pro Lord going to be making sure the revive is safe and secure. And here comes Rain and Spec pulling up with that bus. Will be working their way on into the hills with the trees. And Pro Lord pre-firing.
You can just tell right now, HH24's got to be giving those comms out to his teammates, trying to give him the best possible position so they're able to get the rotation. HH just needs to buy a little bit more time as Rain and Spec are just about to crest this hill right now, and Spec able to catch Vindex on the off angle.
Again, Vindex was just revived as well, and that's going to turn the tables, turn the tides right here. Tempo, they got 3. Umbra with 2. Pro Lord behind that wall, and here comes the push from Tempo. Spec going back and forth, trying to bait out these shots from Prez. Meanwhile, HH up there on the second story, trying to catch a better angle and look right on top of Umbra.
You can just tell, like that's what I'm talking about. That quick communication is able to go ahead and turn the tide for them as HH jumps down with Spec. Oh, it's going to be a close one, and Tempo Storm getting it done right there against Team Umbra.
Hip fire, man, just too strong, especially when you are spraying that 7.62. I mean, it packs a punch. And HH, yep, I mean, you said it, buying the time, the much needed time to allow their squad mates to come and support. Checking out this replay real quick. That was Xana catch a nice shot right there.
onto Loops, and this was a really clutch shot right there from Tempo, trying to get that off angle onto Dream Eaters, able to get that flush on Matic, take away that angle, was huge for them to be able to get back to HH in the late game of that fight.
SKS, man. For some reason, the sound to my ears is just like, it's just so good. It's like butter on popcorn, like fresh popcorn, and that butter just melts. I mean, that's what's happening in my ears right now. So, looks like Alpha Legends, they are going to be in the blue. So, this is all happening in the blue. Football is trying to gatekeep Alpha Legends, but they need to work their way on into New Zone. And you already got SWAT 69. You already got Wildcard waiting right there on the edge for both of the teams to rotate on into their hands.
Yeah, you can see right now, Cloud9 and Loops, the first place and second place squads right now, just kind of poking at each other, still trying to figure out where this next circle is going to go. And one thing I got to give to Cloud9 is, I don't think I remember really seeing so far, at least at this tournament, one of their members getting knocked out of a vehicle in a rotation. You know, they really play really tight unless some crazy scenario happens or they just happen to just blunder it. But man, Cloud9 have just been playing this really concise, have a great position going on to this next circle.
Yeah, I mean, position, talk about it. They're up here, they're going to be looking down, they're going to be taking shots onto Loops all the way down there, again, peppered upon, and this is in the zone. This is going to be right there on the edge in the south. I do see one member from Yala, Lord, you know, trying to make their way on in as well, but for the time being, everybody just remaining calm. Loops looking to reposition just a little bit. Adar with that mini, taking some shots out there. Carnage, though. Carnage.
A third party right there onto Loops. I'm not sure exactly which off angle he had to be able to hit that shot, but dang, that was disgusting. And that's going to split this Loop squad completely apart. Oh, and Sixless gets the thirst on Nikowski. So that's Loops down to 3 members.
Yeah, Loops are sandwiched right now. Sandwiched right between the Knights and C9. And talk about making some sandwiches. Well, Acer trying to cook these grenades and get some nice knocks on to Footballless. Lut's going to be right on inside the cover, trying to avoid being taken on out. And Acer trying to push back and get behind some cover with their squad mates over here. Spring, though, huge off angle.
Yeah, and you can just definitely tell, at least in my opinion, Wildcard has a decision to make. Do we want to go ahead and gatekeep this and get these points, or do we want to move into the next circle? Now, they're very close to the next circle. At the same time, though, man, that position could be just so huge. But I can totally tell, like, right now, they're conflicted on what to do. But, oh, Loops getting into it with PK.
Talk about being conflicted. Loops, they are getting just wiped right now. They had nowhere to go. You had Cloud9 kind of directing them to push right on into the Knights. Staten going to be bleeding on out, currently awaiting to get revived, if that's even an option. Carnage going to be making the pull up, trying to probably thirst to kill onto Daden. Meanwhile, Sixless on the off angle, saving that buggy. Okay.
Yeah, and he just goes ahead and disengages completely to try and get into this next circle as Tixie from Konita Power tries to circle around all these teams right now in his buggy to get a spot for the rest of the game. And you can just tell Loops right now just trying to make a decision. They are definitely behind on this entire fight so far.
I really like the disengage from the Knights, not going to lie. They're going to be prioritizing the zone over maybe 1 or 2 points out there.
Zone over
in
everything.
the blue. Yep, and not only that, perfect scouting. They recognize that Nova is right on the other side of this hill.
Playing it safe, moving really decisively. I love to see that coming from Pittsburgh Knights. And this is a squad that's kind of been hit or miss so far in this World League West. But man, so far in this match right here, they're not doing too bad.
Tixie, though, talk about doing bad. Tixie spotted right there. The last remaining member from the squad in their vehicle was taken out. And now the Knights, they need to worry about backstab potential, as they are going to see Kowalski running out there, running for their lives. And not only that, there's Lord out there as well. What's going on? Sixless is just taking shots on anything they can get their hands on, potentially get some more points. And Federal taking out Yellow Lord.
Just like that, Sixless, I know he's got to be angry with that one, saying that was my kill right there. Not able to really hit those shots onto Lord, but you can just tell right now, Loops, look at this. Oh man, they are just stuck behind this tractor, smoking out. This is the worst case scenario if you're Loops.
Loops are just stuck right now. I mean, now here comes the blue. The blue's going to start, ticking away just a little bit. Ooh, Federal actually has a vehicle to work with, so they are going to smoke this one up. They're all going to be popping in the vehicle, using these smokes for cover. They all boost in that one, trying to get on out of the death pit that they were just in.
Full send in the Murado time. Here they go, trying to get into this next circle, and it looks like they are going to be able to find a spot. What a clutch rotation right there from Lutz. It almost looked like they were down and out, but oh, look at this B4 Maxin with a huge angle onto this Loops team.
B4 possibly hearing the pull-up or even spotting the pull-up over there, seeing that there's at least a couple enemies in that shack over there. B4 pretty comfortable in their current position. Not only that, they got Levi kind of separated, so they're kind of going to just remain passive for the time being and just make sure nobody pushes on top of them. Meanwhile, they're going to toss out some grenades and try to get some knocks out there on the Loops.
Yeah, B4 holding at the edge of circle right now. The zone just went and shifted off to the center. They were able to take out 2 members from Cloud9. I'm sorry, 3 members, Pyra, Bayo, and Uneven right there. So it's just Adder in the zone right now trying to survive for Cloud9. We switch over to this Tempo and Team Queso fight right now. Now these are 2 teams that need to get it done.
The Death Squad right now. 6 kills so far onto Tempo. Team Queso on the other side of this hill. They have some cover to work with. Tempo are the closer ones to this next zone. But you got 1 member from B4. Levi going to be scouting this, possibly trying to third-party this engagement.
This is so dangerous right now for all of these teams. And oh yeah, you called it right as HH24 is able to get in with that buggy by the skin of his teeth. Lays down, looking to get some heals back up, and you can just tell the rest of his squad right now just trying to get those angles and buy some time so they can get. Oh, look at this right here.
Marco's not moving a muscle. Not moving a muscle. Tempo might opt to blow up those vehicles and get the vehicle explosion. Mystic over there connecting on to SWAT 69 problems as they're going to be in their own engagement as well. And Tempo still in it.
They pushed onto 1 member of Team Queso as the rest of those members went to a whole nother fight. And just like that, Team Queso split up and they are out of this match.
That was match we saw right there. HH trying to get those confirms onto SWAT 69 at least. Trying to get some more points on the board. Team Queso, only 1 point. They were only able to get 1 kill before getting wiped out of this Miramar match.
And this is starting to get intense right here with this last circle. Everyone's just now holding the edge, holding any kind of hill or deviation they can. Loops, there they go out quite early as well. This just goes to show you how tough of a rotation this is. And look at Tempo right now, just holding this 1 dip, trying it. Levi as well, throwing some big nades onto them. Man, oh, and it looks like Spec is down. And that's, I believe, his 2nd knock right there. So HH24 is going to try to pick him up as that nade hits true once again.
Dude, Levi, the 1-man army. Yes, Levi has their whole entire squad alive, but Levi just taking this fight to themselves, tossing some grenades on over the opposite end of this road, connecting, like you said, onto Spec. Spec was revived, but Levi inflicting so much damage right now onto Tempo.
You can just tell right now, he's just there holding this angle, putting all the pressure he possibly can. And there's the rest of this B4 team coming up right now. And this next circle is about to pop. They're both on the edge. If this zone hard shifts away from them, I would not be surprised to see B4 disengage, but they don't have to, as this zone has been locked down right here. This is where this fight's going to end completely.
Yeah, so this new zone, really good for Rain as well. B4, they're trying to kind of fish out Rain's position, but Rain behind that vehicle is going to be pinned down for the time being with the blue zone to their back. Levi might have spotted a helmet, might have spotted a backpack. Levi trying to get as much information as possible right now, getting ready to crest on over the road. But once when they do so, Tempo, Spec, and HH will have sight lines. So Levi trying to pump those brakes, pumping those brakes.
This is just to give you an idea, right, of how competitive these type of matches are right here. Levi, just a monster of a player, not wanting to crest that hill, give any chance to any team, because just like that, you can get knocked so quickly. So you can see Levi just getting all the intel like you mentioned, and hopefully trying to get a big nade to open up this next fight. But look at PK.
Oh, no.
They're on the rotation. They're coming into it.
They're coming in hot. They are coming in hot. They're going to be passing Adar, who is currently in the southern end of the circle. Going to be just watching the rotate from the Knights. The Knights able to get on into a clutch dip right now. But B4 hearing the vehicle, hearing the Bronco. Going to start to toss some grenades. Mixzera prepping one. Going to be tossing that right past Raven's head. Raven looking at the grenades like hoping that doesn't blow up near me. And yeah, going to be able to survive just a little longer.
You definitely had to do that double take, but speaking of double take, Sixless tried to do that cheeky, just buggy rotation, but Meku from Dream Eaters was like, not today.
This road, the deciding factor, really. You got some squads up there to the south of the road and some teams to the north. But once when you go on top of that road, everybody can see you, as McZera is going to be spawning out Adar from Cloud9, who is back there just trying to survive. Maxon going to be cresting that hill, trying to get aggressive onto the Knights. Carnage going to be taken down. Spec from Tempo trying to third party, trying to get the flush on the McZera. B4, they're taking too many fights right now. They need to be careful. They already lost 2. Pedro still bleeding on out, but the trade's coming on out. Levi, remember, Levi had the information for days on the position of Tempo, still able to keep them at bay.
Just goes to show you how the fight could just turn around so quickly. B4 got caught between Pittsburgh Knights and Tempo, but we're able to make it out alive right there. Levi, that was the clutchest knock. He had to do that right there to stop the pressure, stop the bleeding, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah,
So clutch.
Without Levi there, Tempo would have pushed over that road, would have gotten all those kills, all those thirsts, and they would have been in it. They would have been in it. And Elise from Unique getting taken down to the blue zone right there. And if I'm not mistaken, we got 2 for Dream Eaters, we got 2 for B4, and seems like Tempo, they got the numbers advantage. They have 3 up right now and a crate.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect time to be able to get it. Rain gets tagged right there. You know, he's not going to be making the movement into that angle anymore. It's really interesting though, because Dream Eaters, they're out of position. They're getting into the circle.
DQ.
This could be so huge.
Close one,
And that's
close
it.
one. Oh, Miku popping on over there, going to be taken down. 1 from Tempo, that's going to be Rain, but HH with the trade.
Off angle.
And Tempo, can they get the revive? Can they get the revive once again? Because Spec does have that crate to work with for cover. Levi, seeing the kill feed. Levi knows this is Tempo. Levi 100% knows Tempo is over there, but they're gonna play cautious right now.
You can see the question mark in his head, though. He's like, do I push? Do I stop? Do I push? Do I stop? I'm not sure what to do right now. I mean, that was a huge nade, but you're to see Levi just opting to just play it safe. I mean, at the end of the day, he doesn't have the full information of where the exact members could be. He doesn't want to run out and get knocked. So every single point matters. We just saw 1 point, 1 kill alone is what separated so many squads from making it into the super weekend right now. And B4, down a member, just trying to get it done here in match number 3.
Adro tossing a grenade. Can it roll? Can it bounce? It's going to be blowing up right on the side of the crate. Going to be deflecting some of that damage. And this level 3 gear that Tempo recently acquired from that crate, well, that can come in clutch. That can come in clutch big time. Verset going to be smoking on out right there, trying to make their way on in. Verset is not in the zone, not in the circle. Just going to be crawling in the dirt like a worm right now.
Oh, man, and this is going to be really tough for him. This is zone number 7. This zone ticks so hard right here, and I'm not sure the amount of first aids he possibly has to do a heal strat. So it's going to be I'm really curious to see how B4 is planning to take this fight against Tempo.
Yeah, see HH trying to hold the angle onto Verset from Dream Eaters, because HH was able to take out one member, Miku, just moments ago from Dream Eaters in that same position, and didn't see the squad wipe. And here comes Pedro trying to crawl right on over this road, just trying to get some information right now. Everybody is in the zone now. Everybody is within this circle.
Tempo Storm have 3 members up, and I just kind of want to give some perspective, at least of my thoughts on this position. It's so scary from both sides right now. Nobody wants to go ahead and get across the street. Everybody just sees this street right here. If you get on top of it, you're dead instantly right now. So regardless of how many people Tempo has up or before, they're just so hesitant. They don't want to make a move right here. You can just see Pit. You can see right now. Pedro, OG, trying to go ahead, throw some smokes up. You know a nade is going to come right here because of one big knock. So close right there. HH barely making it out alive.
Pedro, Levi looking to cross the road. B4 looking to cross the road, tossing out all the utility when it comes to smokes. Currently, Tempo awaiting the push. Can Verset third party this one? Can Verset backstab Tempo?
Oh my goodness.
Might have some sight lines, might have some angles onto Tempo, but immediately spotted and taken down by Pedro. Pedro, taking down Dream Eaters, but that's going to open this one up. They're going to be making their way on across the road, and Levi's going to be receiving some shots. Levi is going to be taken down. Tempo with 3 up. Pedro kind of going back and forth, trying to go into the blue and deny the points. Not able to do so. Tempo, chicken dinner here.
Chicken dinner. What was I saying right there? I was like, what happens when you try to cross that road? Nothing good, man. It's so difficult right there. And I just saw that last member, Pedro. He almost basically, what I said by taking out his teammate, that was the huge off angle. Dream Eaters could have completely spoiled Tempo Storm right there, but B4 said, I'd rather take this point, secure second place, rather than leave up to anything else crazy. So, man, just what an interesting fight to end match number 3.
Yeah, it could have definitely have went the other way. You know, Verset was, crawling their way from the opposite end in the north. Meanwhile, we saw the 2 members from B4 starting to push on over the road. I mean, I can only imagine if all 3 of those players just started to take shots onto Tempo, right? Because Tempo, they're in a nice little dip, but everybody was looking down on them. So, I mean, Pedro right there taking down Verset, definitely turning the tables, at least in my book, for Tempo there.
Definitely. That took out, I think, a big X factor for Tempo's demise right there. And so B4 getting that clutch kill for Tempo was just so huge. But man, that's going to be it for match number 3. Of course, can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this match right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
Well, it seems like someone asked Tempo, why not have a try, get yourself a chicken dinner, and they were able to pull it off with a ton of kills as well. And there's one person out there who's going to be extremely happy about it, even though he's already normally happy. Hot Juice, with his pick coming out of left field, gets himself the chicken dinner, gets himself the extra points as well. But we can see here the breakdown, 14 kills for Tempo Storm here, 35 points total, Glitter.
Really strong showing coming out of Tempo, and I think they needed that after the first couple games there. They needed to kind of reassert that dominance that we've seen them have in the past. And then B4 coming in second place with a respectable 10 kills. That was the type of game I was hoping for out of those boys on Miramar. And then moving on down the list, exciting to see Pittsburgh Knights doing consistently well today, having very strong games, and I think that's something that Seven's definitely going to be excited about. But then we also see SWAT 69 coming in 8th place, Seven. That's a great game for them.
Yeah, that is definitely a great game. That's a lot more points that they've been getting in the other ones. And just to mention, B4, this is, I believe, the 4th time, if I'm not mistaken, that they get second place in Miramar here in Super Weekend. So they're getting closer and closer. They're being very consistent. I know they told us before that their favorite map is Sanhok, but it might be changing here. And I cannot wait to see what they're going to do in the next week of league play, because I think we will be playing Miramar. And now as we go here to towards the second page, one team that we've been kind of wondering what's been going on, Nova Esports not being able to get any kills. Ended up with 0 kills again and 5 points. They're starting to remind me a little bit more of what they did in the first week of Super Weekend. So hopefully things start changing. They can become a little bit more aggressive, like how we like them to be, and they can start getting those skills and the placement as well. And I know we've been talking about Kadena Power having an amazing day. Well, guess what? They had one that just didn't go their way, and it was going to be Miramar being able to get 0 kills and just 1 placement point.
I mean, you got to point out Yala as well, right? They're currently in 16th place. They were 78 points ahead of SWAT 69, and they only got themselves 1 point, where SWAT ended up getting 6. So that's actually a big map coming in for SWAT 69 to try to maybe get themselves a little bit closer to getting within reach here of 16. Let's take a look, though, over stats of Tempo Storm. Their damage must have been redonkulous, and there you go. 2,500 damage done, Glitter. 14 kills, so getting more kills than knockouts as well.
I mean, I feel like on the Super Weekend, these teams are just being so much more aggressive than what we're seeing during league play. Every single time we're having at least one team breaking that 2K damage mark, and 14 kills coming out of Tempo Storm. That's a huge number to be able to have your first win of the day come through with here, 7.
And something to mention is HH24 was able to get 4 kills in this match. And I think that's huge because remember last Super Weekend when we got a chance to interview him, he was telling us how he was having issues with his internet, things just weren't going their way. Yep. And guess what? It seems like they have improved because they are performing so well right now, getting that chicken dinner, and on top of that, having a player like HH24 put up 4 kills, that is huge for them.
I think we can almost just show our do moments of just Tempo Storm in that last game, to be fair, because they were just flying on all cylinders. And again, for them to maybe get themselves one step safer to beat into the league or to the finals, but also one step closer to picking up the $50,000 for first place on top of that here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think we just saw, starting off there with the clips, the unfortunate start that Konina Power had on Miramar here up against Team Queso. So, I'm going to chalk that Konina game up on here on this map up to just, a fluke, because they've been having such a strong start overall, but then jumping on board with Tempo, starting to see them get some of those kills. It was unfortunately onto Dream Eaters for everybody that picked Dream Eaters, but Dream Eaters actually ended up being able to kind of last throughout the rest of the game and did very, very well for themselves, 7. I'm sure you are happy about that.
Oh yes, I was definitely happy. I was biting my nails. I thought that we were gonna go ahead and die and end up getting 1 point, as we see some of our other co-workers do. But luckily, that didn't happen for me. So definitely super happy about that. But one thing I did wanted to go ahead and mention there in regards to Tempo Storm is how well they were able to go ahead and recover from certain situations where we saw them getting to fights. And I'm just gonna go ahead and let the highlights keep on playing here as I talk a little bit more about what I really liked about Tempo Storm was that how they were able to go ahead and just separate themselves from 2 fights. They ended up, I think, in a 2v4 and another 2v4 as well, and they went and just focused on one. You saw some of the players just going into Umbra, and they ended up winning that engagement, which was huge, because at one point we thought they were actually going to end up losing it if they ended up taking those different fights across the map. So super happy to see Tempo Storm being able to kind of just gather information there and gather their teammates and work together as a team. I love when I see that kind of stuff. And one that, as we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights here just do a lot more work. They've been very consistent today, getting 6 kills as well in this match. One of the teams that has definitely surprised me today in HH24 being able to just be the god close quarter range that he is. One of the other teams that I definitely wanted to go ahead and talk about a little bit more, or something that we saw a lot more happen, was Loops Esports getting into close fights with Cloud9. This is the second time now today that we see that. I'm wondering if they're kind of keeping track of each other or where they're going to be landing and all that stuff, because Glitter, this is the second time that Loops ends up fighting Cloud9 in a match.
Which I'm not even mad about. I'd love to see these two continue to go up against each other, because, I mean, that's the whole point of the PMWL West, is it not? These are the best of the best. We want to see those juggernauts fighting each other every single time. So if Loops and Cloud9 are going to start having a little bit of a rivalry, I'm all here for it, because I think that's just going to be entertaining across the board as we're finalizing some of these clips here with the fights towards the end between B4, Tempo, and Dream Eaters kind of hiding off on the side with just their 2 players for a very long amount of time. I honestly, there was a point there at the end where I think all of us were talking about it, where had B4 decided to push Tempo a little bit earlier on in one of the earlier zones, they probably would have won that game. But we saw PK actually come through, and B4 had to switch focus onto PK, which actually ended up in B4 losing 2 of their players, and then the whole game kind of turned the tides from there.
I mean, we're talking about, just want to go back real quick, about Cloud9 and Loops fighting each other and over again. Not only are they fighting within the matches, they're fighting for that #1 position, where there's 50 grand on the line if you can close it out in first place at the end of the 3rd Super Weekend, and then you have 100 grand to potentially win coming into the final. So a lot of money for these teams. They definitely have their focus on the goal. And speaking of what's coming up next, now we tried this before, it didn't work out great, but I heard if we all clap at the same time, yeah, hold on, cameraman. If we all clap at the same time, we might be able to bring in a special interview with G-Fan. So this time, hopefully, I don't mess it up. Look at that. Glitter's already ready. She's got her hands ready to go.
Oh, Jason.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Aw, 7. That old man age coming through. G-Fan coming in to join us. First of all, I got to ask you, man, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. But for a team, we're not performing as we expected. Yeah.
Okay, well then let's ask you. Let's just get straight into it. Then you threw us right in there. I was actually just wondering how you're doing today. But you guys, coming into the Super Weekend, obviously with the performances from the last Super Weekend, and then obviously the league play with the second week of that happening. Did you guys look at anything particular within your own style to try to improve on it, or how did the whole process go of trying to prepare here for our second Super Weekend?
We were actually changing our whole strategy because, like, back in PMPL or even the first week of the Super Weekend, we were like overly aggressive as a team. We got in a fight with another team like before Circle 3 or 4, which hurts us a lot. So right now we're just trying to changing the overall strategy. We're trying to because for right now for this ranking system, the placement points, I think it's greater than the kill points. Then we are trying to favor placement points other than kills at this moment. So we're in a process changing strategy overall.
Okay. Glitter, I want to give you a chance to ask a question since Rio goes to 7 first, and he was the last one to clap.
First of all, very excited to meet you. Love your personality on Twitter. So just question specifically for you, actually. We have seen a lot of games where you end up being the last player standing and you have to kind of snake for your team. What's it like being in those situations where you know all the pressure's on you to secure the points for your entire squad?
To be honest, I'm already getting used to it because that's part of my role in the team. It's not like I'm always my other teammates are bad, they always die first. It's just everyone has their own role in the team. So for me, when my teammates die, I try to get the placement points for my team.
Okay, 7. What about you, man?
Fair enough. Hey, what's up, Shifan? Good to be able to finally talk to you here, man. One of the things I wanted to actually ask you, and I'm surprised you mentioned that you guys are changing roles, because even going back to PMPL America, something I really enjoyed about you guys was how well you were able to go ahead in third-party teams. I think you guys, going back to PMPL Americas as well, and even recently at the beginning of the day, when you guys are able to third-party teams, that's, I think, when you guys are able to get most of your kills, and that translates to points. Are you guys, even though you guys are still changing your strategies, if you guys see an opening to maybe third-party a team, are you guys gonna go for it, or is that one thing that you kind of are currently hesitating about?
If that's something we can just thirst and get the points, yeah. But we probably won't go full in. We just trying to third party get some few points, but we don't necessarily need to full send a team if we see an opportunity or opening knock.
Okay, so I guess I'll do another question here actually for you. Looking at the whole teams we have coming into the World League, who's been the biggest nuisance for you guys? Who's been the most annoying team that you guys have been going up against so far?
I would say KP, because as of right now, we already ran to them because they were just randomly crushed on us and killed us, or third party us and get all of us killed. So right now, I would say KP.
Okay. I'm going to ask you another question actually right now. So then I'm sorry, Seven, I'm sure you got another one. I'm going to let you get one next one.
No, you do you, baby.
Is going to the second Super Weekend, you guys obviously play in the first one, so you have some points built up. Has that been something that's played in your minds in terms of strategy of okay, let's just try to secure that top 16 to make sure we can make it into league play? Or obviously, are you trying to gun for the higher position for more money that you can get here within the Super Weekends?
For our team, because we're Nova, we're trying to we are aiming for the higher placement instead of let's just get in top 16 then just go to the final. That doesn't work. Okay. So every match we need to improve ourselves and correct our mistakes so that we can be better and be more prepared for the final
Hell yeah.
Well, cool. You honestly been awesome to talk to. I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to any of your fans, family, friends, fans. Let's start that again. Any shout outs you have for people?
I just want to thank every supporters we have, even though we're going through a very, very tough time in the tournament. But still, I see lots of fans commenting Nova Strong, #Nova Strong, and all that stuff. That's really inspirational and motivate us trying to do better in the games.
All right, I'm sure you're going to get some hashtag Nova all up in the chat out of us three when we get into this. Hashtag Nova Strong. Let's see it Twitch chat. Let's see it in YouTube chat as well. And GFan, thank you very much for taking some time to talk to us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I love that interview. I love that guy. Oh, he's still here. I'm just...
He's
okay, woo.
so nice.
He's so nice. Such a good interview as well. And it's really cool to hear like how they, like you said, Seven, are trying to adapt their strategies now coming into the second Super Weekend.
Yeah.
That is so crazy to me that they're gonna go ahead and try to change their stratgy, and I think maybe that's why we haven't seen that performance out of them. And in a way, I know they're looking to go more for placement points now, but I think I hope they notice that they're doing really well when they are still very aggressive. I think currently that's what's messing up with them. So I cannot wait to see how they're gonna perform later on. Now that we pretty much have that information, I think that was an awesome interview.
Yeah, fantastic. And let's actually see how damage to work out in that last match as well. See how maybe Nova ranked up against the other teams. They talked about Kanina Power being really annoying for them. And let's see if it actually is going to prove to be the case here. And we can see Kanina Power on 40 damage only. But Glitter, Tempo, 2,500 damage. Doesn't get much cleaner than that, does it?
It really doesn't. They had an amazing showing this time around. We see B4 coming in at almost 1,800 damage. Also an amazing game for them. But Pittsburgh Knights, I don't know that I can stop talking about them today, Seven. This is probably the most consistent we've seen them yet.
It has been. I think Sixless last time in League Play when he told me to choose them, I think he might have meant this Super Weekend because they are just absolutely destroying this Super Weekend. And I'm so happy to see a team like that, of that caliber, be actually able to perform. And shout out to Raven. I think we got to go ahead and give credit to Raven again because that's the player that's been getting the most kills. Remember, that's the player that got the most kills for that team during Super Weekend. And for them to be able to go ahead and step it up from what they did in the first Super Weekend to here to the second one, it's great to see.
And I actually want to take a look at the overall standings now. We've been talking about all these teams, right? I'm assuming Tempo, with that victory they just had, should be able to move up the ranks a little bit further. You can see them there in 7th place currently. The Cloud9 Loop still maintaining that 1st and 2nd place position here at Glitter. Any other surprises you're seeing here? I mean, Pittsburgh Knights holding steady on 5th place.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights is doing very, very well for themselves. I think one of the bigger surprises is the fact that B4 is not only are they moving up the ranks, but if you look at the overall chicken dinners, they're one of the few teams in the top 10 that have yet to pull down that win. Loops finally got their chicken dinner, and I know we talked about it last week, these two teams specifically. B4 still hasn't gotten that chicken dinner. So when they do, they're just going to continue to catapult themselves up the standings overall, which is, that's great for them. Footballist is so close to that triple digit mark for those kill points. That's another team that I'm definitely going to be looking out for moving into our next map. But that's an impressive top 10 so far, Seven.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to go ahead and be this second page right here. Team Umbra still being able to maintain, actually moving up to that 11th place. That is huge. And then Kanina Power, even though they did have a bad performance there, I think that was by far their worst match so far today. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to come back going into Sanhok. And I hope they are because we know that they're just such a powerful team and they have such amazing players in Tixie and also Axer that I'm pretty sure they're going to perform. And then with Nova Esports having 34 kills, they're currently pretty much one of the teams that has the least kills. And I think it goes to show that they are changing their strategy. They're not really, he said it himself, C-Fan said it himself, they're not focusing that much on kills. They're trying to kind of start focusing more on in regards to placement points. So I hope they go ahead and just kind of stick to one plan and try to perfect it.
Well, one team we haven't mentioned that I wanted to show actually on that is, well, we're obviously talking about SWAT 69, how they're in for the first time in the Super Weekend. We didn't mention the team who's not playing in the second Super Weekend that play in the first, UDR Killers. They're sitting around 93 points, if I remember correctly, and they're sitting there watching themselves slip lower and lower and lower down the ranking, just hoping they can maintain a lead up against SWAT 69, who's still currently, yeah, there you go, 73 points behind 16th place at the moment, but at least they have that one team they can look towards, right? That their score won't change at all over the rest of today and the next 2 days as well. Speaking of scores changes, take a look at our talent predictions and see who came out with the most points. And, Glitter, she stomped us here, but we can't really deny hot. Is that really your dance? What is that? I mean, I'm not a good dancer, but like...
There's only so much movement we can do. We're in a very tiny box.
That is true. I mean, you could do the, that thing, maybe? I don't know. Trapped inside of a box. Juke's coming up big with the Tempo Store win, obviously, as we saw there. And let's take a look now at the schedule to see what map's coming up as our 4th match of the day. And if I remember correctly, it should be over on the jungles of Sanhok. And this is an interesting map because we've had a couple of teams talk about how it's one of their favorite maps One of the teams that I might be looking forward to pick here potentially as we go into this, but it's definitely going to be very skirmishy. We've seen a lot of teams have a lot of success on the aggression and obviously the third party when it comes to this map in particular. But I also want to give a shout out to the Esports Awards 2020 still going on. You can head over to their Twitter channel and you can check them out and vote for your favorite mobile game of the year. Make sure you get over there. Make sure you go vote for PUBG Mobile as well. And obviously we'd like to hear what you guys have to say when it comes to the show. You can tweet to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL, and maybe we'll be able to get you on the show at some point in the next few days. Make sure you guys do that. So now, time to go into predictions again. We have no downtime here. Match 4, predictions. We're going straight to 7 as he points to me. That's how it works when you're the host. Who's the team you have to take match 4?
I think I'm going to go back. Since we're having to change, by the way, if you for some reason join late, we can only go ahead and pick one team a day, all right? So I can't go ahead and repeat with some of the other ones that I already picked. So I'm going to go with B4. They've always said that Sanhok is their favorite map. They really haven't performed that well, but I'm hoping today's that day that B4 just goes and gets the win like they were able to get the second place there on Miramar.
You know, 7, we teamed up last time with Dream Eaters, and that didn't work out well for us. It didn't work out terribly. But I'm going
that bad. Come on now.
I mean, 11 points. I mean, yeah, we've had worse games. But I'm going B4.
It wasn't Mustache
well.
Dave, 2 points. Hey, let's go.
Come on, man. Come on. I'm going B4 as well here for this. They said, when you heard Knight in the interview, this is their favorite map. It's one of their best maps. So, Jason Kaplan, B4. Glitter, who's the team you're looking for?
You know, I always respect the B4 pick because you know I love me a little bit of B4. I did have a nice pick with them on our last map, but I can't pick them twice. So I'm actually going to go with Konina Power this time around. I know they had a rough showing on Miramar, however, overall today, they've been very good and aggressive, and because of how brawly Sanhok is, I kind of feel good about this pick.
Okay, so we got Konina Power, we got 2 B4s. We'll see how things are going to work out. Obviously, we do head into the next match. So we're going to talk to you guys a little bit later on, and if Glitter gloats yet again about outperforming us 7, I'm going to be extremely sad and might cry here live on air. All right, well, I'm glad they cut off his audio. I don't want to know what he said in that one. But obviously, you guys at home, I'm feeling a little bit lucky not hearing what 7 said. You can feel lucky as well if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can get a limited time outfit if you are, well, lucky enough. And it's time to now even talk about our commentators to bring in. We obviously had Hot Jukes get a chicken dinner with Tempo Storm.
How's it going, Jason?
I'm not worthy.
How are you?
Sir, I'm bending the knee for you. How goes it, Hot Jukes?
It goes well, you know, just working hard, staying humble, and, you know, just living life.
Okay, Mustache Dave, as we are obviously some of his subjects here, how do you feel about this match coming up?
It goes well, thy be true. I just got back from plowing the fields out here for King Jukes, so I'm a little tired, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I mean, I don't have an option, do I?
I mean, I hope you do. I'm really more confused about how big his closet is to have so many different outfits, because he had a cowboy hat one day, now he's a king.
What can I say? You know, just currently being #1 in the talent predictions. You know, it's just it's a hard life that I have to live, and a weight that I have to bear alone. But you know what? It's a weight that I bear, and I just do my best.
I mean, it clearly hasn't gone to your head at all. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely a very modest person. I can
Not at
see.
all. Of course.
Probably the most.
Yeah.
modest
So
person.
like you know, the most modest person, at least on the planet, at least in my opinion, you know. But going forward here, I'm gonna go and predict loops in this one, you know, and I'm gonna pick loops because, you know, of course, we can't pick the same team twice because I was, you know, at first place for so long, and then our commissioner, of course, you know, changed it, Jason, you know, but you
My
know,
liege,
now
I can
that
change it however
that's
you want.
happened. Of course, you know. So this one, I'm gonna go with loops here, and hopefully they're gonna get it done in Sanhok.
Okay, Mr. Mustache Dave, as we are lonely peasants, who's your prediction?
Yeah, I have to comply with the king and go with loops. I mean, you know, that's the only option. So I'm going with loops.
Okay, well, Mustache Dave and my king Hot Jukes, why don't you guys take us into our 4th match of the day? Because my knee is killing me.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much for doing a great, wonderful job. But here we go. Match #4, taking it over to the jungle. Sanhok. We've seen the book written about this map over and over again. The blue zone. Now that's king when it comes to Sanhok. That's for sure. Can't wait to see how this one's going to turn out today, Dave.
Yeah, let's get into it. Personally, like, Sanhok has been like growing on me these past couple months, and it's up there, like, honestly one of my top 5 maps in PUBG Mobile, you know, seriously. So we're gonna get into this game, teams already going to be dropping out of the cargo hold door. SWAT 69, one of them, Alpha Legends, Yala. We still see Wildcard out there. Wildcard, okay, dropping right on over Paradise Resort, but we all know Cloud9 go there.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and just pass that up, as that definitely information came back to them in a hurry. And it looks like they're going to head up north over to Cal up there. And this is that one map, you know, that every single team is just trying to spread out, hopefully survive the initial drop, because we definitely see, I think, every Sanhok match, usually one member or two members getting caught out in the rotation. But we see this first circle, Dave. And it's over to the west, the two islands. I think this is one of the most dangerous circle for all these teams. What do you think?
No, I concur. I concur 100%. I mean, I do have an option. But interesting, though. It was Shifan on the break from Nova Esports, kind of talking about the strategy, the game plan that the squad is trying to implement here in the tournament, going for placement points. I mean, this is what I was saying that SWAT 69 should be doing. But Nova, I mean, Hatjukes, what's your take on that one?
You know what? I love to see teams being able to actually make adjustments, even at this high level. You know, Nova, I think, recognized that what they were doing, even though it worked for them so far in the past, when it came to this stage, they realized that, you know what? It's not the right strat. We got to go ahead and mix it up and make some adjustments. So I love to see Nova doing that, even at this stage. Now, they're having it's tough, right? Being able to go ahead and just adjust your entire play style at this level, we're going to definitely see some growing pains. And I think that's what we've seen so far coming from Nova.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll pay attention to them moving forward, as very interesting kind of facts that we've learned on these interviews. I love the interviews. It gives you such a good insight on the teams, and it kind of explains just a little bit more, you know, like why we see what we see from them. Because it's easy for us to be like, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. But coming straight from the mouth, you know, from the actual squad, you just love it. You love it.
I'd love to get that perspective. Definitely coming from these players as well. And speaking of PUBG Mobile royalty, you got to talk about Shifan. You know, Shifan, for anybody out there that hasn't checked out his channel, he has some of the biggest videos for PUBG Mobile when it comes to about how he has his sensitivity settings, everything like that. So that's something that you guys should definitely go check out if you haven't already. It'll definitely up your game. As, man, this guy, he's a monster. You can definitely tell that he's that standout player when it comes to Nova Esports. But hopefully they're able to get it figured out, as now Dream Eaters. Oh,
dude. Toffee's out here. Toffee's out here running with that Vector. Next thing you know, I see Axel pop up from the rocks and just take him out. I mean, talk about a jump scare. I know we talk about that a lot here, but we tend to talk about it more on Sanhok, and Axel, I mean, just popping up right there. Actually insane from Team Queso.
You know, that's something that's interesting right there. I wonder what Dream Meters was really kind of going through, what was going through their head as they were doing that rotation, because Team Queso, this is their drop location. They always love to go ahead and go to those warehouses off of boot camp and make this exact pathing. They've done it pretty much almost every Sanhok game. So I wonder if Dream Meters thought that they were going to mix it up, or maybe that intel wasn't really there for them. So they just decided to kind of full send it up that hill. And man, the snakes in the grass, Team Queso. 3 members out from Dream Eaters just like that. Wow.
Or the goats in the hills, you know, in the mountains, I guess you could say. I want to say Dream Eaters. Ooh,
look at that.
Okay.
You be you.
The thirst. Can you get the thirst and really upset Team Queso's day right here? Axel going to be recognizing where Miku is, taking these shots from. Going to be aiming right down sights. Miku right behind this rock. Going to be giving away so much information when it comes to audible cues out here. We'll need to be cautious on, you know, how much more information they decide to give out here, as we got Wildcard and Cloud9 not too far behind them. So this is kind of when they need to decide, do I try to get these kills, these revenge knocks, or go for placement points and just, you know, be a snake?
And MeQ listening to audible cues with the QBU, cooking some stew, trying to get it done, as he's the last member alive for Dream Eaters. Surprisingly, he's doing this so aggressive, but we just talked about Nova Esports right now, and here they go, Tempo Storm. Oh, the jump shot. Tensa, wow, look at that movement.
Tensa God, that's their name in the chat.
Insane.
They got their name for a reason. Tensa God, it's Spec Bro. Rain Cutie and a HH24 bot. That's what the chat was spamming on earlier on. So let's see if Tempo can get another dub underneath their belt. They already got 1 kill when it comes to the side of Nova. And Shifan doing exactly what he said in the interview, going to be going for those placement points and avoiding this early conflict.
Oh, that's smart. Shifan's like, I'm out. You know, you do not definitely want to go against a full squad of tempo when you're all by yourself right there. And, you know, if anybody says, you know, HH24 bot, that's because I think, you know, when his last interview, you see that, you know, he's a really kind of quiet kind of individual. But I'll tell you what, that guy, that's a wolf in sheep's clothing, if anything can ever say that, because when it comes to PUBG Mobile, that guy is an absolute monster. And that's why I picked him for the last team. They had a couple bad matches, and you know they're going to come out hungry as they take out 2 members from Nova here at Sanhok.
Yep. Nova Esports losing too early. HH24 with that love tap right there. There you go. 2 points. Bada bing, bada boom. They're going to be in a centralized position now. Setting up shop out here. Talking about setting up shop. Dadden up here in the guard tower with their other squad mates, Federal and Rio, on the outskirts of this, in the rocks, just standing guard. Stand in guard right here.
And Loop's one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen so far, especially when it comes to Sanhok. And you can just tell that even they know, you know what, we don't want to be running around right now. So they're just kind of holding this spot. And I think pretty much all these teams right now don't want to make any unnecessary movement or rotations, don't want to get caught out, just kind of waiting for this next circle and see where it goes.
I mean, it's the war of snakes right here. The war of snakes. You never know who you might step on. Might be a rattlesnake, might be a...
Oh! Kill feed.
Okay.
All that, yeah. So that speaking of snakes, right? It's one of the most well-known snakes in the business. Sixless catching out Federal on top of that. Hell, look at that angle that he was able to catch right there. That's the level that these guys are playing at. Tiniest little pixel spots, even from 300 meters. These guys are able to get the quick knock. And look at this as they're just throwing some smokes out right now, trying to pick up Federal. And he got thirsted.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
They toss these smokes, too. They
toss from long range. Oh, Sixless is not moving. I think he was even happy about that one right there. I think that was just a blind fire. What a clutch shot right there from Sixless.
Rumor is if Sixless gets 5 kills in a game, he levels up and we'll finally get to see his face there on the bottom of the screen. But waiting for 4 more kills. 4 more kills, and we might be blessed with that one. Yep, one right now.
And, you know, we'll see if he can be able to get it done, as that was an insane shot right there. You know for a fact that had to hype him up for the rest of this match, especially taking out a big member from Loops right there. That was really huge.
Oh, Kowalski taking some shots. Taking some shots on Ayala. Ayala, you saw that? The dance move right there. The moves, able to avoid the spray from Kowalski.
And Team Queso, you can just see them pulling out the salsa right there. They had to do it. Had to do it, you know, especially when you got a member like Kowalski just been dominating for Loops. I mean, these guys are just doing any kind of movement, anything they can do to move that hitbox around to survive, and Ayala just getting it done right there.
Thing is,
Kowalski,
yep, giving away information over here to C9 and Beowulf right there on the rock. Right behind the rock, trying to spot out Kowalski. Kowalski getting a little nervous over here, getting a little nervous. We saw looking on over their shoulder just a second ago, but gonna go back on to try to spot out where Ayala might be. But you already know, Cloud9, they love Sanhok, and you know why? Because they are a team that can get so close to you without you even knowing. And then by the time they're on top of you, they're already throwing grenades.
Oh yeah, this squad is so great at being able to collect information and use it to their best advantage. You know for a fact, they know that Loops is down 1 member from that kill feed right there. And I'm not sure if they're 100% that this is Loops right here, but once they get that first knock, you know for a fact Cloud9's gonna push this hard. Oh,
Uneven,
huge nade from Bayo.
To pull the pin, gonna be cooking this one up. Oh, grenade from Kowalski, gonna be blowing up right in the face of Uneven, but Uneven. Here he comes. The turd, gonna be making the push with the barrel. Chunked down from the grenade though. Only 2 up from Loops up there on the high ground. 2 up still right here in the front lines from Cloud9, and Adar trying to catch that off angle and make sure that their squad mates aren't pushed on.
And I love the fact that Cloud9, even though they know that there's only 2 members up from Loops, they opt to play it safe. They want all 4 members up, especially for a map like Sanhok right here. So opting to go for that reset, get healed up, and then crest the hill right afterwards.
Adar still holding that off angle. Looks like everybody was able to get revived off that one. C9 trying to heal on up. Carnage out here. Carnage out here. I saw him last game on Miramar tweet out one of their knocks. So Carnage looking to get some more out there. Might have spotted that push down the hill from Loops, but Loops, they are able to get into some type of cover and remain undetected by Carnage.
Man, just trying to survive. When you're down a member, especially on this kind of map, it's just so tough. I think that if any team can survive without one, though, it's got to be Loops. You know, Loops, they just play so well as a unit, even if they're a 3-man squad. We've seen them do it before, so I know they're pretty bummed out for losing a member like that so early on. Regardless, though, you know they're going to come bring the pain here at the end of this match.
And I just gotta know, I know they're off the map right now, but Konina Powers, they took a boat. They took a boat all the way from the northeast. They were in the northeast to tip, and they wrapped all the way around. And now they're finally about to make sure over there by those salt fields where Unique is currently holding on. But yeah, we'll have to see the kill feed. Crate gone over to the Knights. So let's see how they'll be able to utilize that. Football list currently swimming across the channel.
You can just see right now, just football is, you know, using the water place right now. What I was about to say is, the last time we saw a team use a boat inside Sanhok was Team Umbra, I believe. And they got second place using a boat in Sanhok right here. So I wonder, I'm going to keep an eye on Konina Power and see where they place right here. Because, man, maybe that boat's the lucky charm to Sanhok.
Lucky charm. Well, Unique, they might be looking for that lucky charm. They've been having a pretty choppy day. Rough day when it comes to acquiring some points, and Annalise trying to hold these angles, trying to, you know, play that snaking role for the squad and get some information, recognizing, okay, I got a squad on me, currently throwing some grenades. I'm going to casually back on up. I mean, Memphis is on the bridge. Unique, they are so spread right now.
Completely spread out right now, and this is what the most difficult part is right now. Yeah, it's going to give you a lot more information and opportunity, but this is Sanhok. You know, you never know where a team is going to be hiding behind a rock or anything like that. So Team Unique, I'd love to see them play this a lot tighter right now and use each other rather than yourself to just get intel.
And Annalise has got the battle axe, looking to call down the thunder from Thorn. Maybe use that ability to get the squad wipe, but I don't think that's going to happen. Next zone does go on up, so Footballists, they just swam across the channel. Will they swim back and try to reclaim the northern part of that land to themselves? Look at all the teams to the south. They all have to make their way on in and around the ruins.
And this is going to be a tough circle right here, especially considering you look at it. Where will it go? Will it go down south back to Footballists, or will it go to the North Island? That's totally possible. And all of the teams right now are on these southern islands. So if the zone hard shifts to their north, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see how this match is going to end.
Lord giving out some warning shots. Gonna be swapping over to the suppressed Vector with the scope on it. Spotting out Vindex, going to be chunking down Vindex. ProLord was able to get behind this tree right near the compound. Through the grenade, through the window. Xana was taken down and out, but ProLord needs to make some moves. It is just up to ProLord and Halls right now because Vindex is bleeding out. One of their members already thirsted.
ProLord right now just trying to hold behind this tree and survived all he can. He's able to get that first aid off right now, but he's completely stuck out from the rest of his squad as Yala right now is trying to put some return fire and stop this push.
Yeah, Yala are hungry. Yala are so hungry right now. They need these points in order to shoot up this leaderboard. ProLord's going to be in the grass. ProLord is going to be spotted. Will be taking some shots and traded on right there. Is going to be taken down. Vindex was recently revived, so Umbra still with 2 up.
Yeah, and you could just see right there, he was that member from Umbra was just completely caught out. There was nothing he could really do right there. He was trapped between 2 teams, and Yala able to kind of get that revive and get that return knock was just so clutch for them. And man, this zone right here, I'm really looking at it really closely right now because this could be one of the most difficult Sanhok zones I have ever seen here in the World League West.
I hope all of our zones favor that bridge where Memphis is. I hope Memphis can get 2nd place or maybe even 1st place. Just on the bridge, not even making a move. No one's going to look up there. No one's even going to see you up there. Talk about some camping spots. Well, there's one to write down in the book of Sanhok. And Yala, they spent a lot of time out there trying to get these kills onto Umbra, but here comes Jukes, the blue zone.
Yep, and this is the most difficult part of Sanhok right here. These zones come in faster than any other map, period. You look at the map, as soon as it ticks, you have 30 seconds to get into this next circle. So you can see problems right now. He's got a big one. He's trying to decide, what do I do? How am I going to press into this circle, especially when you got a whole full team of Yala pressing up right now. Oh, problems.
At least it's suppressed.
Almost caught him.
At least it's suppressed. The suppressed M4 Problem's going to be making their way on up. Now, King is in Pynam on the edge.
He got caught.
Problems, they do have squad mates. They have squad mates who are currently inside the actual zone, but Problems, I mean, maybe... Oh! Lord! I was going to say, oh, never mind. Problems is done.
That's it. AWM inside of Sanhok. You know how rare that is right there? Lord, putting it to good use right onto Problems. But man, speaking of problems, like I said multiple times, all these teams have a big one right now as they have 30 seconds now on the clock to get in this next circle. Oh, N7R, I think he died to drowning right there.
Rip. Oh, needs
I don't think Yala got the
lifeguard.
kill.
Yep, lifeguard's not on duty. Next zone did go on up. Just to note, the Knights right in the middle. Right in the middle. It did shift somewhat center. King, yep. Taken out. SWAT 69 having a real challenging Sanhok map here.
And this is that tough map. It's anybody's game right here. That's for sure. Footballist, Rom, B4. This is a big fight.
This is good. Max is going to be cooking a grenade, going to be tossing that right behind that rock, going to be spotting out Lutz, trying to make their way on over to that other rock, but it's going to be spotted. Was that from a third party? Lavison connected on to Maxon right there. Remember, Tempo aren't too far from this either.
Look how many teams are right here. You got Pittsburgh Knights J7 right there as well. All these teams are going to start crashing on each other. This is Sanhok, baby. This is how it's done. At the beginning of the map, it gets a little slow, but towards the end, we just start seeing teams drop like flies.
Maybe. Footballists going to be tossing out some grenades on top of B4, trying to get these grenades on into the windows that B4 is currently occupying. Mixer out here behind this rock, prone, waiting to surprise Footballists as they make their push.
Konina Power!
Here. Yep, Rob from Konina Power is just straight up sending it, getting back on over here to Spec Bro. Gonna be popping up, taking down Maxon, getting that thirst.
So Tempo Storm full squad up at the end of the circle right now. So they're in this zone, got a great position right here. And you can just see Konina Power right now just trying to get into this zone as this one it's about to be zone number 5 and this one hurts. HH24 got the nade in his hand as he runs because he knows he's going to be using it really soon.
Yala starting to press. They heard those gunshots from earlier. Going to be tossing a grenade right on top of Rain. Chunking down Rain just a little bit, but 2 members from Yala currently bleeding on out. Yala attempting to get the revives when it comes to Xana. Lord in the back end of this one with that AWM, trying to provide the cover fire for these revives to be successful.
Tempo's got the big opportunity to get a huge gatekeep, a lot more points on the board. They had a big chicken dinner here last, so this is huge for them. And you can see Xana, they can't move up. There goes Lord, they're off angle. They're just gonna have to full press this right here and try to take out Tempo. Oh, this nade could have hit. Oh, looks like a little off.
You got Vindex in the blue, might opt to try to backstab these squads when it comes to Yala and maybe get an additional point before getting chunked down to the actual blue zone. Spec able to get the confirm. Now there's just 2 from Yala.
Yeah, they are really hurt right now. There's not much they can do. They have to just stay where they're at and just try to bite the bullet when it comes to this blue zone right here. We switch on over to Spec as Tempo. They have a really great position. They're able to get this next zone relatively close to them. So right now, HH is just trying to gatekeep the best he can, and looks like he is able to spot Vindex down there. And Vindex, oh, here comes the blue.
Yeah, blue zone right on top of Vindex. Vindex, though, blessed. HH gonna be pulled back, but Vindex running right on into the hands of Yala. They got 2 up over here. They got 2 up.
Yeah, and
they need to work towards Tempo. So it's like Tempo honestly in the best position right now.
Definitely. Right now, Yala has to make a huge play if they're going to try and survive this. As HH24, he is locked down on this squad. He wants to get this gatekeep so bad, and he knows it's essential for them to clear their backs right now. And you can see, he gets the spot, and there's, he survives. But gets caught by 7.
As the rock to work with when it comes to getting a higher vantage point. Yeah, might not get one, but we'll definitely get the last one. Gala Esports are going to be taken out, and almost immediately Tempo are going to redirect their attention to clearing out all these teams on the edge of the blue zone, as we did just see that next shift in the zone.
I mean, just a few seconds ago, there was 13 teams alive. Now there's 6, just like that. Carrillo, last one up from Loops. He's got a pretty good, solid spot right now. I don't think, 7. He knows he's there. He knows that he's right there, and this nade could get it done.
Austin, it's bouncing.
Bounce.
Okay, 25, so it will hit just a little bit, and the med situation, not looking good.
Yeah, right now Carrillo is just completely stuck, trying to buy some more time. That shot, that gave away his position.
Yeah.
Sure.
Here comes another grenade.
Ooh,
nice.
That might do it. That might do it.
First save. Done.
That's the blue zone for you right there. That one stings way too hard. Just had to put a little bit of damage to be able to let the blue zone do the work.
Another one.
And the play zone knocks Memphis as well. Tempo is just getting all their kills stolen right now from this blue zone.
Yep. HH is knocked out. Recently revived from Rain. And Tempo, they got 4 up. Pittsburgh Knights, they got 4 up. Unique. They only got 1.
This is a rematch right now for sure. Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights. We saw them go at it on Sanhok in the last Dave's match, and Spec even getting caught by the blue zone right there. There goes the last member of Team Unique. And the zone hard shifts over to Pittsburgh Knights. They have a really solid wall right here. This is Pittsburgh Knights' game to win without a doubt.
6 kills so far. Carnage going to be attempting to mow down this grass.
Got a hit
just
marker.
A little too tall. Carnage does not appreciate that. We'll be taking some shots out there into the smokes. Currently, these smokes, the only real thing that Tempo have to work with right now when it comes to cover.
And the Tempo, this is going to be a devastating rotation right now. They just got all the smokes they have, trying to throw them out. But this is Sanhok. There's not a lot of smokes that drop in here in general right now. You can just see 2 of their members hitting the deck. I like this kind of snake strategy from Tempo. I don't know if it's going to go in vain, though, as this zone is starting to close on them.
Yeah, I like it as well. You got 3 members from Tempo working together, all crawling. The blue zone going to start to impact some damage on top of them. J7 connecting onto Tensa. Spec get taken down to the blue zone. HH connecting onto Carnage, and then Sixless connecting onto Rain. 3 up right now for the Knights. 3 up for the Knights. They are looking to get the dub. Sixless going to be getting some flushes on over there. And if I'm not mistaken, only 1 up. HH going down to the blue.
Make the sacrifice. He knew it right there. He knew for a fact that he was not going to survive that engagement. So he opted smart just to say, you know what? I'm going to let the blue zone take me out right there and restrict another point from Pittsburgh Knights. But man, what a way to finish off this fight. We got the rematch, and Pittsburgh Knights was able to take that one.
3 kills onto Sixless, 2 kills onto Carnage, 1 kill onto Raven, and 2 onto J7. I mean, talk about positioning. They have these zones, and they locked it down.
So clutch to be able to see that come from PK. They know that's going to give them a lot of confidence and the energy that they need to really be able to shut this one out big time. And, you know, for PK, to get that was a 5-man team at the end, that's for sure. Because they had their 4 members up and the blue zone on their side. Tempo with no cover, throwing all the smokes they can. They did everything they could to survive. And, man, HH24 at the end, just saying, you know what? Yeah, nothing we can do about this. I'm just going to go out to the blue zone and try to catch y'all in the next game.
Yeah, I'll catch you next game. And they got second place. They got second place as well. So Tempo, they've been having a pretty consistent day. 3rd place going on over to Unique. And Unique, they were yo-yoing that whole game. They were all over the place. For them to be able to get 3rd place, also something that they should be pretty proud of.
Big points added on to this leaderboard. But we still have one more match left to go. Can't wait to get into that one. But first, let's hear from the desk right after this quick short break.
the PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
King Jukes, Pittsburgh Knights. Is there some sort of like collusion going on here? How did that happen? Pittsburgh Knights have been playing so well throughout today. And Viren pointed that out to us while we were talking to him, watching the match. And I hope they take themselves home a chicken dinner, get themselves one step closer to being into that #1 position. 7 Glitter going to be joining me here as we break down now our map rankings from that last match here. 7, why don't you start things off by talking about what you see?
Oh, what I saw, you mean the king of burger there in King Jukes? He wasn't able to get this one right, though. Pittsburgh Knights was able to go ahead and pull off that win with 8 kills. And they have had, this is by far their best showing so far in this tournament, this PMWL West, by being able to get that win too. And they've been just so consistent with kills. And then Temple Storm being able to back up a first place with the second place, I think that is so huge for them. And then Team Unique, I know we haven't really been able to mention much about Team Unique, but guess what? Being able to get that 3rd place with 4 kills, that is huge as well. And then another team that's kind of like a surprise here, Yalla Esports. Yalla Esports sometimes is able to go ahead and get just only placements. They don't really go for kills that much, but being able to get 5 kills there, I think that's huge. As we're going to be going into the second page here, Glitter, which one out of those teams there was a surprise for you?
I think Yalla was definitely a pleasant surprise. And now as we're looking onto the second page, I think a surprise is actually before here on the second page. This is a map that historically, you know, they've said that they've enjoyed, and we have seen them have some success with Sanhok. And so a little bit surprised to see them towards the bottom here at this leaderboard, but they did have a very strong showing on Miramar, so they should be fine. And, you know, unfortunately, my pick, Konina Power, didn't have the strongest game, but also SWAT 69 falling out super early, and that's definitely going to hurt them considering that they're already kind of trying to scrape their way to the top of those leaderboards from behind.
I mean, the thing is that they were playing catch-up day 1 here, match 1 as we came into this, and they're playing more catch-up as the matches go on because they're falling further and further behind at the moment. They're behind by 80 points, and that's not what you want to see. To take a look at Pittsburgh Knights' stats here from that last match, 1,700 damage. The healing for me is what really stands out, 7, because that's some of the lowest healing I think we've seen in a single game yet.
They didn't have to move. They kept getting the zone, and hey, when you get blessed with the zone, take full advantage, and they were doing just that by being able to collect 1,700 damage. And I think you're right, that might be the lowest damage so far that we have seen in the PMWL West. I think in PMWL Americas, I saw about like 40 healing or something along those lines. So yeah, but by far, 100 healing, that is huge right there.
I think Footballists with like 200 when they had like 2k damage is one of the lowest ones I've seen until now. Let's take a look though at our do moments from that last match here and break down some of the plays we did see in particular. And you know, obviously one team we were looking at was going to be Nova, because obviously we got to talk to G-Fan here from the last match, and unfortunately they didn't really have the greatest of times yet again.
Yeah, I think they struggled a little bit on this map, and you know, sometimes that happens. I don't think that this historically is one of their preferred maps anyways, but even just going back and touching on what you guys had just talked about a little bit with the damage to healing ratio, I think when it comes to PK, the most important part to note is the fact that they were still able to get, you know, 8 kills and almost 1,800 damage while doing minimal healing, which is, yes, you can get blessed with the zone, but that being able to put that much damage out at the same time, that at that point, that's not the zone. That's your positioning, that's your communication with your team, and that's something that we were talking about as well when we were watching the game 7. Clearly, like, we've spoken to them and they've said, you know, they're working on that, right? Because they are still relatively new together, and in this entire day so far, it really feels like they're starting to find their groove as a team.
Yeah, and once you find your groove, then everything is going to become a little bit easier. The chemistry as well between the players is going to be a lot easier. And one of the highlights that I wanted to go ahead and mention there that we just saw was Cloud9 getting to another fight with Loops Esports. That is the 3rd time today that we have seen that. And remember, these were teams that were in 1st place and 2nd place. We usually don't get to see those top teams kind of fight each other. And I love seeing that every single time. I know you like it too, Glitter. seeing the top teams just kind of go at each other, not being scared to go at each other. And guess what? Cloud9 came out on top of that one. They weren't able to fully wipe Loops Esports because they were able to run away, and Korea was able to actually get a lot of placement points there for Loops Esports. But overall, I think it's a fight that I'm going to go ahead and continue to look at. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we end up getting another finish in the future with just those two teams. And B4 was one of those interesting picks for me. This was actually the team that I picked. Even though they keep saying Sanhok is their favorite map, I feel like they perform so much better in Miramar. So in the future, I might have to go ahead and change my picks. And Yala being a little bit sneaky there, being able to go ahead and get those kills. But overall, I think the story for me in regards to Tempo Storm has been HH24. He's been able to just go ahead and finally start pretty much outputting a lot more damage, getting kills as well for his team. And now as we go here for Pittsburgh Knights, I think another player that we need to go ahead and mention, especially on the last game, was Sixless. Sixless was able to get 3 kills with almost 600 damage. And being able to go ahead and hold up those off angles right there, as you were able to see on the screen, that was huge for that team. And I think what they were able to do there for the finish was amazing. The way that the players were positioned for Pittsburgh Knights, even though they didn't have this zone, I think they just played that so well.
Yeah, and as you guys were saying before, you know, for Pittsburgh Knights, they're trying to get their team together, right? And one of the best things you can do is get in reps, right? Get in those repetitions, get in those games with each other, and what a better way to do it than playing in the league play. Yeah, I mean, you were on the road machine earlier today, Sev, you know what it's about. And then also get in matches when it comes to the Super Weekend, right? This is important for them just to get more matches played over time, and I'm curious if they're going to continue to improve as the games do continue to go on. And well, speaking about improving, let's take a look at the damage numbers from that last match as well here and see how things really broke down. We saw the damage coming out of Pittsburgh Knights, but how does that relate to every other team out there, as we're going to see them up on your screen right about now? I mean, we'll have Tempo Storm there, but even Team Unique getting relatively far. But it seems like the teams who went for the battles early on and got some damage done didn't fare too well when it came to the very end, Glitter.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the teams that fell in the middle of the overall standings for this particular map ended up definitely dishing out a lot of damage. Like we said, PK had a really nice compound they were able to hold for a long time, but they were very aggressive in holding that position because of the amount of damage that we see coming out of them. Very strong back-to-back games for Tempo Storm, so it's nice to see them being able to pick up a little bit of speed there. But look at the damage coming out of Footballers. They're only able to get 3 kills, but almost 1,300 damage here, 7.
Yeah, and Footballers is one of those teams that we always expect kills out of them. Hey, not enough kills, but at least getting 3. It's something, right? And then with Cloud9, remember, this was the first place team out of the Super Weekend going into this match, getting 6 kills. I think that's huge for them. And one of those kills, some of those kills were actually from Loops Esports. So being able to kind of hinder a little bit their biggest threat right now for that #1 place.
I mean, the thing is that what we saw to Loops in general, I think over our play here in the World League, is that no teams can really contest them early on well, or at least are consistent be able to contest them. And I think we're seeing Cloud9 kind of rise up to that challenge. You pointed out, Seven, that's the 3rd time we've seen them go head-to-head so early on in the games, and I think it's maybe Cloud9 trying to keep them in check. We saw the damage Loops did, about 200 to 300 there. They're really, taking away that early aggression out of Loops and preventing them from getting a lot of early momentum and a lot of early kills, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, not only because of the overall points, but also if you're in the position that Cloud9 and Loops are in right now when it comes to the points for the Super Weekend, you're pretty comfortable, right? So you're making the assumption that there's a high chance that this is definitely one of the big teams you need to look out for going into the grand finals. So it's also possible that they're trying to start taking these engagements knowing that they're in a comfortable position points-wise to test Loops a little bit, to kind of see what they can and cannot push with Loops so that going into the finals, they're even better prepared, because so far, every time they've taken these engagements, both teams have suffered losses, but it's never been one completely blowing the other one out of the water, which is very, very important for those squads.
What about the mind game, 7? That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, I think Cloud9 kind of want to get in their heads, being like, hey, you guys have had the run of the mill, so many different matches. This time, we're going to get in your face and force you to really grind out these games.
Yeah, I'm sure as we'll be able to pull up the overall standings. I think that's a huge thing. Remember, mind games are a thing in this game, and Cloud9 might be able to go ahead and achieve that. And the good thing that they actually had going their way there with Cloud9 pushing Loops Esports was that other teams were also third party in Loops Esports. You had players like Sixless actually shooting at some of the Loops Esports players, and I think that kind of helped them out a bit as well.
Okay, well, let's take a look at those overall standings then to see if Loops has been able to close that gap up against Cloud9. And we can still see that a position being maintained, 10-point difference here between first and second place. But again, those kills out of Loops Esports is just ridiculous, continuing to pick them up time and time again, Glitter.
It's actually kind of crazy how much of a difference you see in the kill points between Loops aggression and the rest of the teams up in the top 10 position. We see Football's getting so close, only 1 kill away from that triple-digit kill point marker. But I mean, Loops and Cloud9 are definitely teams that everyone needs to be looking out for. But even more impressive is Pittsburgh Knights able to catapult themselves into 3rd place overall right now. And I know Seven's going to be happy about that because he's definitely a fan of Pittsburgh Knights.
Well, you gotta throw me under the bus like that.
That's a good thing.
I do love them. I do like seeing teams that I've known for a while actually go ahead and start doing well. And it's not only the teams, it's just the players themselves. I've known Carnage for a long time. I know Sixless, and pretty much he started his PUBG Mobile Esports career. And I love when they're able to go ahead and start getting into a group. Something you guys were mentioning is that was a new team. Keep in mind, Sixless wasn't even in that team from PMWL Americas. He was in somewhere else. So it's good to see the gear starting to fall in place in a way. And then as we're going here to the second page, SWAT 69, after playing 4 matches, they have only amount 3 points. That is, I mean 12 points, 3 points per game. That is just not going to go ahead and help you out when you have teams like Yalla Esports actually starting to do a little bit better, also start racking up kills. That lead is just going to keep expanding and expanding, and you want to be able to be in the top 16 in case you missed it, because the top 16 are the ones that are going to be moving on to the grand finals, Jason.
I mean, look at UDR Killers, 93 points, currently sitting in 15th place. Yalla is 1 point behind them. And again, UDR is not playing here today. They did not re-qualify to the second Super Weekend, so they're just going to watch themselves slip further and further down the leaderboards and just hope and pray that SWAT 69 can't pass them and knock them into 17th place. We're going to be taking a look at a head-to-head here. We've been talking about these teams for quite a long time, and why not keep talking about them? Cloud9 up against Loops, and you can see the amount of damage done. Still going to be favoring Loops, but 50k damage done in 42 games is insane here, Seven.
It is. It definitely is. And it's surprising that it's actually so close. And you can tell which one is definitely the most aggressive team as you go to the damage received. Loops Esports getting almost 1.5k more damage received than Cloud9, and Cloud9 is just more that non-risk taker. You don't have to go ahead and take it if you don't want to, so they take to be a little bit more passive. And then in regards to kills here, something that we used to see before with Loops Esports is they used to have a lot more kills than knockouts. It seems like they have gotten into situations where maybe they're not going and able to finish those kills, so that's interesting to go ahead and look forward to. And overall, I think these teams are being able to go ahead and finish off most of their knocks, which is huge. We have seen teams that usually they get like 20 more knocks, but not enough kills. You need to go ahead and finish those. Those are extra points. It can't come down to just 1 point, as we saw in league play.
I mean, we also have our top fraggers with Adder up against Carrillo in that head-to-head as well, which is really cool to see. But it's also time to take a look at our head-to-heads between each other, our talent prediction, see how many points we're able to squeak by with. And, you know, 7, not too bad. We got 7 points. I think that was maybe a little bit of a coincidence coming through. And Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave getting themselves 9. Glitter, you know, I respect the play. You picked Canadian Power. I'm not even going to knock you at all. I think that was a good effort, 100%.
Yeah, I think nice try. I think this was a little bit of a rough game for everybody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, we've had top 3 finishes for like all of us. But either way, that's kind of we have to deal with how that match did go down. And again, if you guys have missed out in the game, we do have Royal Pass Season 14. If you haven't picked it up just yet, why not? You guys still have time to do it. And if that's not going to be enough for me just saying it, you also get to see a little bit of a video to maybe help convince you. that's not going to end well for her up against the shotgun there at the very end. But it's time to take a look at the schedule yet again, because we're into our final match of the day, and you're going to see exactly what map it's going to be on right there. I'm not going to bend down because Hot Jukes is not on the screen anymore. We got Erangel coming up as our final match here of the day, which leads me to think about our predictions, because the commissioner, i.e. me, have changed the rules around. We can only pick a team once throughout the day to stop people from picking Cloud9 the entire time, or Loops Esports, which I might, have done myself every single match.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start things off because
to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not escaping myself or excusing myself for that one. Didn't pick Cloud9 the first game because I'm going to save them for the last match of the day. So my pick, Cloud9, 100%. What's up, Glitter? What's wrong? Are you surprised?
No.
Oh, are you guys doing the same thing again? Is this what's going on?
Did we just become best friends again, Glitter? Oh, gosh. All right, well then, Glitter, she picked Cloud9. 7, you can't choose Cloud9, so you can't be best friends with us, but who did you choose?
I can't choose. Just kidding. I actually went ahead and asked Twitch chat, and they gave me a great option. I'm looking at Monica here. She said go for Temple Storm. So you know what? I'm going to go for Temple Storm. They have had great performances so far. I think they ended up winning 2nd place. And then could this be another win? I don't, who knows what can happen here? Hopefully, Jukes. Oh, wait, Jukes can't pick Temple Storm. You know what? I'm going with Temple Storm.
Didn't what was it, Sixless message you like the other day and said, yeah, pick us because we're going to do well here, and that didn't work, and now you're trusting Monica of all people to tell you they're going to do well?
Yeah, it's her birthday, so happy birthday, Monica.
Okay, well, I'll give her that. Happy birthday, Monica. And we'll have 7 sing you happy birthday when we do come back from the match here, as you two get out of here and we get to talk about now, again, more prizes you can win at home. I swear, we're trying to make 7 do it. Or you can win some more stuff at home as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can accumulate points, and within the top 100 viewers, you'll get yourself some exclusive rewards. So make sure you're not doing it yet. Do it right now. You still have time. Don't worry. It's not over just yet. We still have about a week and a half of time to come up, and it's time to bring in our commentators once again, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I really hope he has his King outfit off because my knee was killing me betting down on that one. And you can't sign up until the King gives you permission, which you didn't give me the entire time, Jukes. I'm a little disappointed, though I think I earned it.
What can I say? After the shenanigans that have gone so far in this league, I think it was well deserved. But yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna be straight up. It's hot as hell in here. I'm a big boy. I said I can't do that no more. So yeah, let's get it going here for the last match of the evening.
I mean, you do have something called air conditioning, right? Because in Europe, we typically don't have it.
I do. The thing is that there's lights going. I'm big robe. Don't mix. So I'm going to pass on it for now.
I have to ask you both, by the way, have you voted for PUBG Mobile as being the mobile esport of the year?
Of course.
Esports Awards 2020. You have. Well, I'm going to ask you guys at home, why haven't you done it yet? If you haven't yet, go head over there to their Twitter account and you guys can check that out and make sure to go vote for PUBG Mobile. Also, as you just saw before, Esports PUBGM, you can tweet to us with the hashtag PMWL and maybe get yourself here on the show as long as it's a good tweet, which all of you send good tweets anyways, just like Mustache Dave did as he was praying for good games last week, if I'm not mistaken. And Monsieur Dave, hi man, how you doing?
What's up, bro?
What are you doing now?
I was reenacting my picture.
Okay.
That you just mentioned.
Okay, I was a little confused there. I didn't know what was going on. I saw you chopping up your nameplate early on in rehearsals. I thought you were doing the slap chop there. I'm not sure exactly. Going into our final game of the day, Tempo has been playing well. PK has been playing well. How do you feel about these two teams and how they've done today?
I think well, go ahead, Dave. You take it.
You're not the king anymore, Jukes. Calm down. Calm down.
That's right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
On, man.
My bad.
Your crown on. So, I didn't even hear the question. Repeat it one more time.
Okay, Jukes, you take it, man. You got this.
Tempo, Pittsburgh Knights. So far they've been going at it. And you know what? 7, he picked Tempo. Well, he's in 2nd place. I'm in 1st. I'm going to go with Pittsburgh Knights. Why not? I think that PK might have a good match here at the end. So far, for PK to be able to have such a jump as far as the leaderboards goes for Super Weekend, I know that is huge for them. So for them to be able to have such a great performance, especially considering how they really had some trouble yesterday, man, getting it done here in the first day of Super Weekend when it counts, that's clutch.
Sir, I'm going to have to give you a warning here as commissioner. You can't give your predictions until I ask for them. You get one time for free, but you better watch it. I'm watching you, these glasses. Anyways.
He just wants to be clipped. He just wants to be clipped saying that, put in the montage. I'm just saying it.
I'm never in montages. Hosts are never in montages, Dave. All right, well, since we have our first prediction in, who do you think is going to be the team to win?
Well, Seven asked Twitch chat. I asked YouTube chat, and they said Dream Eaters. They said Dream Eaters, so I'm going with Dream Eaters.
I like that. A man of the people. I respect that 100%, Dave. What's your guys' thoughts, though, about SWAT 69 really quickly for you, Jukes? I mean, they start off the day 73 points behind. I'm not asking Dave because he called me a hater last time. Now they're 80 points behind.
And you're still hating. I'm just saying. You're still
I'm not hating. I'm just, reiterating the situation they're currently in, right? UDR Killers, though, they're not playing. So they're sitting there at 93 points. Do you think SWAT 69 can get themselves up to that 93-point mark and put themselves ahead of UDR Killers at some point here in the Super Weekend?
I mean, it's totally possible. At the end of the day, though, I think that what's going to be concerning them most is trying to get it into globals. I think that's the main priority. And right now, for them, missing just one day of Super Weekend, it looks like it's going to take a Christmas miracle for them to be able to get it happen. And I'm looking down at my calendar. It says it's July right now. So I think that for SWAT 69, if they want to get something like that to happen, they need something huge, and they need it immediately.
Well, hey,
a day ago.
It's 2020. Christmas could come early. Who knows how this year's gone so far?
No,
well, we are going to be heading into our final match here at Erangel. Why don't you gentlemen take it away?
Let's get it going here. Match number 5, the last match of the evening. Of course, it has to be none other than Erangel. Now, this is one of my favorite maps we've seen. I think that every single one of these teams here have executed so well here. And I'm wondering where this first playing path is going to go. Now, Dave, we have not seen a military circle in quite a long while here. So, Erangel, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I'm watching Team Queso right now. They're drinking boost and they're dancing. They're having a good time. They're getting prepped. They're getting ready. They're ready to go. They're locked and loaded. They're ready for the plane. And you said it. Where's the plane going? Well, here it is, Hachu. Here it is, man. You asked for it.
There it is. So you can just totally see it. Looks like it's heading from Milta Power, Lipovka, on over to, looks like Primorsk. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Quarry Primorsk. Yeah, so that's where it's going to be headed right here. Now, this is a southern plane path. So I wonder, could I have guessed it?
I think you might have. You just might have guessed it.
Caster's Curse. Oh, goodness.
Caster's Curse.
I'll tell you what.
For me.
Hey, it's good. It's honestly good for the viewers of Military Zone because it's so hectic. It's so fun to watch, but it's definitely a curse for these teams because none of them want to make a rotation down into military. That is certain. Now, Team Queso, I'm really interested looking at them because in the past matches we've seen them normally Primorsk has been their drop spot, but since then, it looks like they've completely abandoned it and have opted for this kind of mansion drop.
Yeah, I was trying to look back at PMPL VODs, and I chalk it up to that every time they went to Primorsk, they never really got favored with the zones, so they just don't want to deal with that. And that's why I do believe, in my professional opinion, that they change up their drop spot.
Totally possible. I'll tell you what, though, if this circle does decide to go military, it's going to be tough. But, oh, nope, it's going to be right on point. So Team Queso, man, this play worked out for them big time.
This is perfect. This is perfect. And, you know, this circle, not going to be too harsh on pretty much the majority of the lobby. I mean, B4 down there in the military base island, but they have a pretty decent pathway on into the circle number 1, SWAT 69. That's a team we love talking about here because we all love to cheer. You know, we love to cheer for teams. We want them to do good and excel. And old man from Alpha Legends, I picked Alpha Legends 1 tier today. They let me down, but old man, with that SKS, looking right on top of Miku from Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, that's my team I picked here this game. That's the YouTube chat's team. Looking to get the dub.
And Miku do it once again right now. You can see him punching in anger as he knows he has to leave Milta as we got a full squad of Alpha Legends just kind of holding the spot down right now. And, you know, this is the toughest part right now. Looting up early, it's so dangerous, especially if you're a team that is forced to split loot. And the reason why I say forced is I think they're forced to do that because all of these major teams that have been in the top of the leaderboards, they have claimed big cities as their own. You know Tempo, they're going to, of course, go to good old center map. You know where they're going. They're going to Pachinki, you know? And Cloud9, they're going to head over to South George. And since these teams have those locked down, I just don't think that they want to even try to contest those squads. So they'd rather opt to split loot, but we've seen that definitely bite them in the butt as they usually lose 1 or 2 members in the process.
Yeah, and, you know, hey, getting bite in the butt. Talk about getting bit in the butt. Miku was being hunted on. Was being hunted this whole time. Had no idea. spotted out right there. Ooh, Matic with the trade, though, saying that's Miku, not Miku. Matic going to be tossing the grenade, trying to get the final blow, trying to get the thirst onto that member from Alpha Legends. Not going to be able to do so, but Miku has
Will he survive?
Has about one more. Nope.
He had to jump off the roof. He was going to look to save him. And yeah, unfortunately, Matic out to play it safe, said, you know what, I'm just going to kind of go down. And yeah, just like that, Dream Eaters down a member. Oh, look, Alpha Legends is super split. It does look like they will make it in time, though, to be able to make that pickup.
Anybody but Miku. Why'd it have to be Miku? Why'd it have to be Miku? Hopefully I didn't curse Dream Eaters. You know, I still think they got it in them. You know, it's the final game of the night. They got 3 up. They got their heads in the game. You ever see that movie Space Jam?
Oh, of course. Come on now.
You know, Michael Jordan gives them the juice. Gives them the juice. The final game. The juice is what won the game. I'm giving the juice to Dream Eaters. I gave Dream Eaters the juice. So they got what it takes. They got the
secret stuff.
Needed. The secret juice. The secret sauce. 3 up. I don't have a problem with that. Miku, I'm sorry. Maybe we didn't give you that much juice, but everybody else, Verset, Toffees, Matic, they got the juice. So let's see what they can do here. And looking around, Yala at school pretty center when it comes to circle number 1. For the most part, everybody feeling pretty good. And hopefully my squad's got the juice. Hopefully they got enough juice.
They don't.
Borowski, the juice man, taking down Matic. Come on, get Matic up, get Matic up. Oh, and thirsted. No, Loops, what are you doing? Why are you doing that?
Man, they sense they happen to have a really big taste for juice as they are on the hunt right now, trying to take a couple, and they full sent it right here. But Dream Eaters, they ejected immediately. Now they took over this little Alamo building right here. The only part about that though is I think Loops might still be on the hunt for them.
This one hurts. This one hurts. So it does look like Loops, okay, they're going to be satisfied. They're going to be satisfied for the time being with their current compound that they were able to acquire for killing Matic.
Man, just like that, 2 members down for Dream Eaters. A tough game.
Still believe.
Them. Yeah, it's still possible. It's still possible. A couple of members might have enough sauce to be able to get it done. You know, looking at it though, from objectively, they have a tall order. That's for sure. Having 2 members up in a map like Erangel, where all these teams are just performing at their absolute peak, man, they got a lot cut out for them.
Yeah, but the other teams, they don't got the secret juice. All right, they don't got the secret juice. So nothing else matters. Out here, 0 from Yala on the outskirts of school. Scar. 2-time scope, looking on top of Halls, and like they might find themselves in a little engagement. Prolor going to be pulling on up with that buggy, and Prez with that support.
Aggressive rotation right here from Team Umbra, just saying that, you know what, we're going to take school for our own. And it looks like Yala, after hearing those shots, are like, you know what, we're just going to play it safe. We need to add some more points onto the leaderboard right now. And this is still early in the circle, so every single team right now are just relatively trying to play it safe. That's what I would assume. But lately, we've been seeing some pretty aggressive rotations from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's catching me off guard. That's for sure. It's catching me off guard.
Oh, look at that Trey. Got 8x there. That was nice.
Okay, so they're getting some loot. They're getting some more loot over here. Right across the way, Yala, they got 3 up. They are going to be in the apartments. You see right there, yep, checking their angles, making sure it's all kosher out there when it comes to that hill just to the south of this, because that hill, if someone rolls up onto that, they're going to have sightlines for days on Yala.
Oh, yeah. That'd be dangerous. That'd be dangerous for sure right now. So Yala, all these teams need to be just kind of head on a swivel. You never know where a squad could be hanging out. And you definitely see, like, at this high level, these teams move so diligently for the most part. I think you see a lot of these guys on the top of the leaderboards. Every single time they do a rotation, like, I think even when I look back at Cloud9, they always have, like, that kind of one-person scouting and then just move up piece by piece as we hit up this replay right here. Alpha Legends, yeah, just the thirst. Onto Miku. What a tough break for Dream Eaters.
Yeah, the observing team definitely trying to shove it in my face right there.
Oh, feels bad.
Oh, here's another one. But Kowalski, I mean, the shots, you know, the red dot right there. I mean, the aim on point. I mean, I'm impressed.
I mean, that's Loops right there. You know, Loops, you saw how much damage they put out so far. I think it was over just 500,000. That's insanity, considering how many games that they've played so far. So, I mean, you look how many kills they have, and you look at compared to the damage, that just goes to show you that these guys are getting the thirst, they're getting the knocks, and sometimes they don't get the finishes, but regardless, this Loop squad, man, they're just pure aggression from start to finish.
And that's why they're up there. That's why they're up there on top leaderboards. Right now, a little standoff right here. Yala and Nas, DP in hand, ready to connect this 7.62 ammo right on top of Prez. Prez is going to be peeking that window over there in that basketball gym. Will be receiving at least one shot and quickly popping back down into cover. Cloud9, they just made it on into zone. Football is taking a similar rotation. Might pull up right behind them. Next zone does go on up. Pretty center.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one could go pretty much anywhere right now. I think for the most part, usually when this circle happens, we've seen a lot of them end just south of Yasnaya in that kind of open field. We've seen quite a few of those so far in the PMWL West. So I wonder if this is going to be a similar zone. Or, I mean, hey, we've seen it plenty of times. This zone can go anywhere. You know, it's definitely fooled me, that's for sure. So I'm interested to see exactly where it goes. I'm also interested to see Footballist rotation. So wide out, but really quick. HH24 got caught.
Oh, I mean, they've been doing pretty good here today. Tensa with the trade onto Lord. You saw Lord. You saw the Loot Goblin. Let me get some Loot Goblins in the chat right now. Lord was out there in the open trying to get to HH's crate, but was quickly spotted in the process.
Yeah, look, he was just running out wide, just thinking that, okay, you know what? There was a simple tempo storm, just, you know, member, just hanging out there for no reason. His team can't be anywhere nearby. And yeah, just like that, boom, quickly returned, knocked, and thirsted. Tensa got knocked from downtown, and he's getting poked right now. So Tempo Storm need to get this pickup quick. They don't. They actually knocked and thirsted Tensa from that long range. What a huge kill for Yala, taking out, in my opinion, Tempo's strongest duo right there. HH24 and Tensa. When those two up are alive, I always keep my eyes open. Don't want to blink because usually you see some major plays come out. But man, them getting taken out early has got to be a huge hurt for Tempo.
I mean, I would even go as far as to say it's kind of a fact, at least when you look at the numbers, you know, the stats. They're definitely two of the heavy hitters when it comes to racking up kills from the squad. It is a team game. So we'll see what that duo from Tempo could do here. As going to be popping on over here to Unique. They've been playing some interesting rotations here today, pretty spicy. They're going to have this nice little warehouse there, at least one of them. Lightning out here with the DP trying to defend it, while their squad mates, hopefully, I see them in those vehicles, hopefully group on up.
Yeah, hopefully just be able to survive as long as they can. You can hear that Mini just coming in hot right there. Big shots onto Tixie. He's got all his own. Mixero's on the push.
1v1. Oh,
risk this?
Tixie hearing that, going for that pre-fire. Tixie gonna be cooking that grenade. Mixero vaulting on over that stairs, looking for Tixie. Tixie healing on up. This is the push. Mixero looking for any type of information, any smidge that they can see. And now here comes Levi with that support. Tixie popping on out. Grenade from Levi. Kaboom! Right in the face with the trade.
Disgusting.
Mixero. B4, third party by Rob from Konina Power.
Mixero needs to make a big play right now to try and finish this Konina Power squad because it looks like they're going to be on the run really quick. Here comes Pedro, the OG. Oh, gets shot up and knocked by Gonzo. That's two members down for B4 right here. I wonder if Konina Power is looking to turn this one around.
Not OG enough. Doesn't have enough respect out here onto Erangel. He's going to be bleeding on out, kind of separated from the squad mates of B4. Still 3 up for B4. Konina Power's using this prime moment, this prime opportunity to peel on off this one and not take this engagement.
You know what? I think they just have to play it safe than sorry, especially considering where their points are on the leaderboard. They do not want to get stuck with just 1 point right there. So they knew that they were in a 2v2 considering those knocks, but after that, they were like, you know what? We'll just try to live to fight another day. Oh,
what happened to Yala? They're down to just 1-0 by themselves.
Yep, they got caught by Tempo.
They pushed onto Tempo. Tempo, we're just in the yellow
duo
out here chilling. The duo from Tempo, we're just straight chilling.
Oh, look at the BM!
Spec did not respect the push, the pull-up from Yala. Yala, what happened? What happened?
Putting down some shots onto the box, says, get out of here. You know, this is our house right here. Wow, what a crazy play. I know we missed it. Hopefully, Gonna cross my fingers for a replay gonna come up on that, but man, what a big play for Tempo, staying alive right now. The last two members, we're talking about the most deadly duo. They must have heard me and said, we got this other duo right here that can make it happen. Wow, what a great play from Tempo.
Said, what is Hot Juice talking about? Well, Hot Juice, watch this. Watch
We're
this.
team, baby.
Team, watch this.
Wow.
HZL in this nice little dip. Does have their buggy right behind them. They're gonna be taking some shots on the B4, who are currently on the transition. Oh, here gonna be crashing into that compound. It is gonna be free, so they are gonna have a nice little spot here in this next zone, right on the edge.
Yeah, right on the edge of the circle. I would have preferred personally to see them kind of head over to shelter and help that north side, but usually there's always a team in that kind of area, so I can definitely see how they try to play it safe. Look right here at Yasnaya, man. This is where I think all these teams are assuming their circle is going to head over to. You got Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard, and Team Umbra, all just kind of hanging out and holding this position nearby each other.
Yeah, and personally, I really like Umbra's position better out of all three of them because they're in the forest, they have the cover, they have the little hills, and I feel like they're a little more flexible when it comes to moving on around because if Wildcard, if they pop out the doors, they might be spotted. Same thing with the Knights, and I know, you got a lot of hours in the game. I mean, what's your thought on these positions from these three squads?
I think I can totally get your point right here, and I think it makes total sense because you want to get as many angles and sight lines you possibly can. Now, the difficulty with Team Umbra's position is that there are only hills there, So they're only going to be able to pick their head out. Of course, PK and Wildcard are going to be staring at those hills completely. At the same time, though, you can't really peek from too many angles if you're stuck inside a house. You can only really look out a window. So I'm really interested to see where this is going to head out. And from my opinion, it just looks like it's going to be a stalemate until this next circle. But you never know if a squad just kind of pulls up and starts the chaos.
Yeah, and not too far. I saw just a moment ago, I saw uneven from C9 out there in the distance. So we might actually have 4 teams in the same exact area. Well, that will be very entertaining. All these players just kind of waiting to see where this next circle goes. Okay. Yes, Naya.
Color me shocked. Color me shocked. I said earlier, we've seen it quite a bit kind of go to the south of Yasnaya in this open field, and it looks like we're going to have it happen once again right here. So, Wildcard, they're taking it quick right now. Going to try and get the best spot they possibly can because this could be a great opportunity to get a whole bunch of kills on these teams on the rotate.
Oh, no. Vindex flipping the bike, able to save it though. So Umbra and Wildcard both just straight up making the push, sending it on across the wheat field. Here comes Tempo, here comes Nova Esports.
It's all the teams.
Yeah, seeing that zone.
Look at this.
No, we are not going to deal with this zone. Toffee standing their ground.
Dream Eaters.
Oh, no, Dream Eaters.
That's it. Yeah, 15th place right there. They had the secret stuff, but apparently I guess a member from Loops maybe switched out the bottles. Tough break for Dream Eaters. But here we go. It's a Yasnaya ending right here. And look at all this craziness going on right now.
The duo from Tempo. You got Rain, you got Spec. AZ currently inside the building. Gonna be pre-firing, gonna be taking down Spec. Here comes Rain with the follow-up grenade. Spec gonna be bleeding on out. Rain able to get onto that second floor. Starlight just able to vault on into the building without being taken out. They are gonna have the advantage when it comes to numbers, as there's only one up for Tempo.
They're eliminated.
And now there's no up for Tempo because She-Fan tossed the grenade and said, here you go, fella.
Nova just pressing that hard. They said, you know what? We want to get Tempo out early right here so that we can be able to add some more points on our leaderboard and possibly pass them up right now. This is one of those zones I think that we've definitely seen when it comes to Erangel. Be one of those that can get you a whole lot of points. And look at the kill feed going off right now as Acer has been spotting out these members from Cloud9.
Acer hard peeking these windows right here, just waiting to see any type of movement out there. Cloud9 gonna be right in the middle of the wheat fields inside that Harry Potter tower. Will be chilling for the time being. Faker connecting a nice grenade on the footballer's Lutz, getting the thirst with the Uzi. Here comes Alpha trying to third party this one. Silke on the roof right now. Smoke is out. 3 up for footballists. Raum trying to group up with their squad mates into those apartment buildings. Will they be able to do so?
Look at those aggressive shots right there coming from Alpha Legends. You know how ridiculously hard it is to be able to get those kind of angles, get a knock and thirst when another team is in the building across? Oh my goodness! Look at that shot right there. Car 98, quick scope to the head. Goodbye.
Old man's like, I don't know. Old man's just trying to pre-fire onto that window like, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. Bam! Right there. Now, they will be able to get revived. You know, we're not going to see the push from Footballists. Everybody is inside this zone. So they're just trying to inflict as much damage as possible. You know, take out those helmets, make them use their meds and their utility. And Alpha Legends trying to catch some alternate angles right here as we just took a look at Kato. Levi from B4 currently in a dip, trying to avoid these grenades from Konita Power.
Running for his life right now, as he can definitely feel that red zone coming up from behind right now. So B4 able to make it to the rest of his squad right now. They still have a full entire team up as they're trying to spread out and hold as many angles as they can to secure this position. The next circle gets locked onto Cloud9 right here. So yeah, B4, Konita Power all have to make a rotate on in, and Konita Power opting to do it right now. Oh, look at that, B4, look at these guys, instantly on the move.
Instantly on the move. They're actually going to be taking a little
wide
bit of blue damage, trying to avoid the gunfire, avoid the shots from Luke. Drop, hanging out the passenger door, trying to get that spray, that drive-by, but will be connected on Carrillo with the DP, going to be unleashing that magazine. Gonzo still in the field. Vehicle is smoking. Gonzo crashing. Gonzo still alive right now. Gonzo hitting the deck right here. Behind the hay bale, he line up. Here comes a push. B4 crashing on into C9's tower.
Oh my goodness.
Pedro bleeding out right now. Bale was thirsted, so 3 up for Cloud9. They are on the second story. Mix0 on the first floor, trying to toss out some smokes. Might opt to go for this revive. Pedro on the outskirts, relaying this information. Mix0, no time to heal. No time to heal. Uneven vaulting on in through the window. There they go.
Pyra.
There they go. A4.
Getting it done. So close right there. That was such a risky play for Cloud9 as, yeah, look at this. They're getting shot from PK right there. Pyra able to make it out from the skin of his teeth as he's going to try and heal up and pick up the last member from Cloud9. Loops on the rotation as well. This is an open field circle right here. One of the toughest zones for all these teams.
Slicky, cooking it. Up. Fire in the hole. Fire the hole! Ooh!
That's one.
Getting some nice damage. Going to be connecting on the Frozen. 2 members from Unique currently bleeding on out. There's just one more up. Here comes another grenade. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Memphis right there inside the first story. Just trying to remain calm, remain cool. All these grenades just firing on all around him.
You can see Slicky's just trying to thread the needle right there. Get that grenade right in that window. Not able to quite hit the mark, though, but he gets that one on the quick thirst. So that's just going to leave 1 member up from Team Unique.
They're in the zone. They're in the zone as well. Wildcard are in the zone right there on the corner of this one. Memphis probably going to play that passive game, just, you know, turtle up and try to survive right now. We got 9 teams remaining, 24 all together. C9 were able to defend their position, so they're pretty center when it comes to the zone. The Knights all the way down there in the west, just chilling, just watching the kill feeder ring out.
Look at this right now, just pandemonium going all over the place. Football is eliminated right there. You can see Adder right now from Cloud9. This is their game as they have a really good angle position right now. Just trying to keep all the teams away from crashing onto them. And you can see right now, yeah, speaking of a corner, you can see Memphis. He's locked down into one right now. He has nowhere to run.
Tossing out these smokes. 11 kills on Wildcard. 11.
Look at this circle.
5 of those are going to be on Sam. Next zone goes on up. Guess what? Nobody's in it. Guess what else? It's in the field. Hay bales are going to be your best friend right now.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be so difficult for all these teams, and they know it. And Loops is trying to get those angles and catch these squads on the rotation right now, as they have quite a way. Yeah, they have a long way to get into this one. They got to pass up Cloud9 and a lot of these other squads that have these big, tall buildings. So you know they're going to have some sight lines.
They got sight lines. Look at all these smokes from Loops right now. They have buggies to work with. Looks like they're trying to close the gap, maybe rotate on into that tower. They're going to have to push on to Cloud9. Prez from Umbra, trying to get a grenade of their own. Memphis is going to be on that first floor, though. Here comes more smokes coming on out from Wildcard. Like you said, everybody and their mother needs to push on out right now.
They need to get it done quickly. And yeah, I love those pre-nades coming from Cloud9 to try and stop the push, but it looks like Carrillo.
MK14.
Oh my gosh, he's got the grenade.
The MK14.
Get it.
Grenade up there, gonna be taking out Pyra. Adar, just the last person alive for Cloud9, bolting on out, but was spotted! Taking out Cloud9, defeated Grenades, MK14, Loops, they still have 4 up right now.
Loops so aggressive right there, pushing from wide out in the open, able to catch the last members of Cloud9 and take them out early. Huge kills, big plays. Now they're going to be able to get into this circle right here. And man, what a play right there from Loops. That was so insane.
Oh, insane. Intense. That's going to allow the perfect distraction from Cloud9 because they're done. But they had sightlines on Wildcard, but Wildcard able to survive. They have a couple smokes. There's a crate dropping right on in the middle of this one. The Knights they got 4 up. Carrillo with that DP.
Look at that.
Not going to be giving up yet. Not going to be tossing in that flag quite yet. Going to be connecting onto one of the members from Alpha Legends, J7. Random sprays right now from the Uzi, just trying to connect this 9mm on anybody.
You can see the desperation coming out from these squads right now as they're trying to do anything they can to be able to survive. And Loops know that they've got to have the taste of blood in their mouth right now. They're only 10 points behind Cloud9 in the overall leaderboards. Them taking out early, as well as how many kills they have right now. With a chicken dinner here, they're going to be able to stick themselves into first place, Dave.
3 up for Wildcard, 4 up for Loops, 4 up from the Knights. This is going to be really intense. This UAS for the Loops squad is going to be smoking, so they're probably not going to opt to use it. We already see some backpacks getting dropped here on the floor to limit the available sightlines of their player model from other squads. Pittsburgh Knights, super spread out right now. Super spread. Raven just spotted right there.
And it could have paid off considering where this next circle has gone, as it has been locked on to Wildcard right here. 7 with a great return knock right there onto Sam. That's going to open the door for them. But man, how are you supposed to go and push in from that angle right there? You're wide out in the open. You got to hope Loops crushes onto Wildcard as well. But man, they have a decision to make too. Which team do you take on right now?
Wildcard had the zone, but they're currently being battered by these grenades. Acer about 10% HP. Looks like Wildcard, they're going to be kind of splitting up just a little bit because one grenade connecting off to Acer, taking them down. This might be the prime opportunity for Loops to reclaim the circle for themselves. Dadin, dead, son.
Getting the shots right there. You know, Wildcard, they have the spot, they have the zone. That's the issue, though. They have the spot that all these teams want right now, and PK and Loops are kind of working together to take that away from them. Slicky with a great angle. Able to take out Gowski. Tries to get the thirst through the smoke, but that smoke took away his sightlines.
13 kills, though. 13 kills on the Wildcard. 10 kills onto Loops. Kowalski is bleeding on out, but all these smokes going to be taking away the sightlines for everybody. Sixless popping up real quick with that DP. Connecting on to Carrillo. Now going for those sprays. Only 2 up. Only 2 up for Loops right now. 2 up for Wildcard. The Knights, they got 3. They're all spread apart. They're all playing that snaking role. Going to be inching their way ever so closer on into this new zone on top of their enemies.
Look at all these smokes coming out from Loops.
Sixless popping up with a DP. Devastation down. Connecting on to Becker. There's only 1 up. Dadin, the last remaining member for Loops. Sixless, HP really low right now. Has this smoke to work with. Will be popping on into the smoke and healing on up. Dadin attempting to get a last-minute revive here.
And you can't really stand up at all. You have to do the laydown to get that pickup. And it looks like Loops was able to get 1 member up. That's going to be huge for them. This circle is starting to close, though, right now, as J7 from PK gets picked off, and he is in no position to get picked up. Oh, if Loops gets this reset off right now, this would be so huge for them.
Loops, they might be able to. They might be able to. Slicky, keep in these angles. Knows J7 is bleeding on out, and now knows the position of Carnage. Carnage has this Dacia to work with for hard cover. Is going to be popping back just a little further so that they can heal on up. Sixless, with the information on the Loops, knows exactly where Loops is, but has to assume that these revives came on out.
100%. They know in the kill feed for a fact that they got picked up right now. This is a stalemate between these squads. They can't move. They cannot run out in the open, or they're going to get knocked instantly by both of these squads right now. Sixless is in a big position to play spoiler. Loops still have... Oh, look at this nade. Could this be the one to do it right here?
Tossing it. Oh, short. Not far enough. Not far enough. And now Kowalski is going to be spotted from Sam and thirsted immediately from Sam. Here comes another grenade. Will be landing right on in between the 3 members of Loops. Going to be impacting them a little bit with the damage. And Wildcard using this opportunity to move on up, spread on out. M4 on the Slicky. Gotta be going for that spray. Carrillo in the wheat fields, going for that trade, and it's coming down to it.
Look at that right now. Sam gets caught right there. That is so huge right now. And Sixless using the opportunity.
Oh, another one.
2 of them. One more up from Loops.
Switching on over to the Mini. Switching on over to the Mini. Gotta be popping out. Carrillo getting the thirst right there. Carnage taking out the same exact time. Slicky. It's up to Sam. Sam is trying to heal on up. Carrillo making a way. 7 kills so far onto Carrillo. M4 versus Uzi. It's coming down to this one. Sam's attempting to go for the revive. Carrillo trying to blow up the UAZ. Coming on out. Carrillo! There you go.
Loops Esports
taking out second.
Are you kidding me? I can't. What a game right there. So smart from Carrillo, especially at the end, to go and opt to blow up that UAZ for sure. If he got that blow up, it was going to go ahead and take him out. And you can see Sam, as soon as he heard those vehicle shots, jump out with the Uzi, go for the 1v1 play. But man, it was too late right there. Carrillo with one of the clutchest plays right there that we have seen so far.
What happened in Carnage,
PMWL West.
You mentioned what happened in Carnage. What happened?
He got caught by Carrillo. Carrillo took out both Sixless and Carnage, laying down right there with the crazy spray. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just too pumped up after that match. That was insane.
Man, Loops coming in clutch right there. And I'm so surprised. I mean, Sam attempting to get that revive at the end, that was really risky because that revive kind of allowed Carrillo to make the push for free in a sense.
You know, it's so difficult though, considering that, you know, when you're at that kind of end zone, you would really be shocked to see a member just kind of push up out in the open right there. But Carrillo, you can just see this is why he's currently pretty much the top performer right now in this entire tournament so far. He's got the guts to be able to make those plays. The amount of just ice water you have to have in your veins to be able to execute those kind of plays, especially at endgame, is insanity right there. So be able for him to go ahead and make a play like that, that's one for the highlight reel right there for sure.
Everybody getting that montage footage in here today. What a exciting day, Jukes. I gotta say, I'm looking forward to the next 2 days of Super Weekend, and man, I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
Me neither, man. My heart rate, adrenaline is pumping at an all-time high. But man, that's gonna be it for myself and Mustache Dave. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna have to go ahead and, of course, see what the desk has to say as we wrap up today's matches, and we're gonna hear from them right after this quick break.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we started off the day talking about how Loops Esports didn't have a single chicken dinner after the first Super Weekend, and now they have themselves two. They've done it yet again in that 1v1v1 that happened between them, PK, and Wildcard, and they came out the victors here, as we can see. 34 points total. However, Wildcard Gaming, Glitter, you know, when you talk about them as being a team you want to pick, you just need to commit to it because they still did well.
I know, and I told Seven that I was thinking about picking him for this final Erangel map too, but when Wildcard shows up, they show up. The fact that they out-killed Loops Esports in kill points is insane. And this is exactly what Wildcard needed because, like I said, they've kind of been middling a lot in our games. This is the type of performance that I think all of us know that they're more than capable of doing, and I'm very happy that they closed out at least the first day, setting themselves up well momentum-wise for tomorrow. And then looking down the rest of that list, PK had an incredibly strong showing. And the fact that Umbra is back in the top 8 again, this is big for them. Unique needs those points. Alpha Legends as well. I'm loving that some of these squads are really starting to step up to the plate, 7.
As we go here to the second page, and SWAT 69, that's one team. Remember, that team was not able to play the first Super Weekend. They just didn't perform today. They were not able to get any of the kills. They weren't able to really get the placement that we expected out of them, and it was just a bad day, a bad toss-up for them. And Temple Storm only getting 4 points there. I think I'm gonna jinx it, guys. I think that, you know what? I'll take the blame for that one. I think I definitely went ahead and jinxed it. And Kanina Power only getting 3 points there. Remember, they started off really, really hot with the win and then a 3rd place, and also being able to get back-to-back 11 kills in matches. I think that was huge, but overall, not sure what happened there. It seemed like everything started falling apart there for Kanina Power again.
I mean, I think that's what you get for saying it's Monica's birthday, right? I feel like that's just her, you know, from the other side in the US, just watching, just enjoying. Well, I guess maybe not enjoying because our team didn't do too well there. Let's take a look now at our top players, I believe. As we can see here, we see Sam, Carrillo, Kayowski, and Slicky. And honestly, to only see 2 teams here in our top players in that last match, that's still insane because look at those damage numbers, Glitter. Look at Sam in particular.
I'm so proud of Sam right now. Wildcard, like I said, needed this for a boost to their mental state. This is a fabulous game for Sam. We've talked about him a few times as being one of the standout players for Wildcard. But the fact that if you look at it, obviously Sam and Carrillo both over 1,000, but the fact that Kayowski is also right at the 1,000 damage mark and Slicky coming in 700, this is a standout game for all of these players. 8 and 9 kills onto Sam and Carrillo a piece here, 7.
I'm happy to see Slicky there. We're usually talking about Sam, we're usually talking about Spring or Acer. Guess what? My boy Slick is waking up. He's been able to make it to the top players, and that's scary. Considering that all the other players, they have so much potential, that is super scary. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow with that team.
Well, you know, it's also scary. Probably the stats here for Loops Esports. We're going to take a look at them, and we can see the damage done yet again, 2,500 damage, and more importantly, more kills than Nox. We've been talking about this for such a long time, and these are one of the few teams who are really able to do it as consistently as we've seen Glitter.
Yeah, and the fact that they're so good at converting their knockouts into kills, and then the awareness on top of that to be able to steal kills off of other teams is part of the reason that for the longest time they didn't even need the chicken dinner to be in that top 2, that top 3 positioning on the overall leaderboards. They are just a strong, aggressive, kill-heavy team, and now after today getting 2 wins, I feel like they're going to be unstoppable.
I think what's going to be unstoppable here is our do-the-do moments, actually, and I feel like you could just show the final zone between the 3 teams, and we would pretty much just have the entire highlight of the match, to be fair. But that was honestly an insane finish, but we can't forget about the start, 7.
Yeah, we definitely can't forget about the start. Alpha Legends going up against Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters is one of those teams that has been pretty damn consistent in Magic. That's one of the players from Dream Eaters that we're always talking about. Guess what? He was able to go ahead and save his player, one of his teammates right there, by getting that kill. And overall, I think Loops Esports just had an insane game. There were so many people shooting at them towards the end. I want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit more. I was so surprised they were able to reset. And when I say reset, in case you are new to PUBG Mobile Esports, I mean being able to pick up all of their players that were down. At one point, I think it was just only 1 player staying alive towards the end of on that final circle. And for them to reset out of that, it just goes to show what kind of a team they are. And also having such a clutch player in Carrillo, just being able to go ahead and take on 1v1s, not being scared. I think he ended up honestly taking it into like a 1v3 there towards the end. And I know one of the other teams we've been seeing here as we're watching was B4. B4 was only able to get 3 kills here in this game as they were going up against, ooh, nice jump right there, as they were going up against Tempo. And Tempo, the team that I picked, this was just straight up disrespect for here from Tempo, as they're gonna go ahead and I don't know if they're gonna show it, as they're gonna go ahead and finish those players and then just start shooting their boxes. What do you think about that, Glitter? Do you like to see that kind of smack talk? Because I know I do.
Listen, I mean, the casters even saw it themselves. Sometimes you have to have a little bit of fun with it, right? You gotta start a few rivalries here and there. So when teams and players are willing to do that, I always think it makes it a little bit more entertaining for the viewers and obviously for us as analysts and casters as well. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. You know, we're jumping on board here with B4. This was definitely a little bit harder, I think, of a game for them. They were able to get a few kills, but those fights were super unfortunate for them. with Cloud9 above them in that building, I believe, actually, and they just did not go in B4's favor. Jumping back on board, Loops, you know, you had mentioned Carrillo earlier as being one of their strongest players. Now, they had 14 kills this game, and he was 9 of them. So the percentage of damage and kills that he's actually doing for his team right now is unreal, with Kayowski coming in with 4 of the remaining of those kills. Like that, those are numbers that you cannot debate when a player like Carrillo back and forth or back to back is just constantly a top player. He's somebody that everyone has to be looking out for.
Yeah, and especially towards the end of the match, as you're just going to be seeing right now, we're just pretty much watching Carrillo's future montage. This man was just going off, knocking people left and right, and was so impressive to me. I hope that we get a chance to see it here, as we're not going to be able to break it down, was Carrillo being able to take on the players from Pittsburgh Knights, because remember, Pittsburgh Knights had an amazing chance to go ahead and third-party that, and we actually saw Sixless. I think Sixless was pretty good about just knocking some of those players down, no overextending himself. I think at one point he might have ran out of maybe ran out of ammo because he had to switch to a sniper rifle, and then he just ended up getting smacked by Carrillo. So overall, I think right here, Sam being aggressive, I think that was good too. They were maybe a little bit scared that they were going to go ahead and blow up that car if it wasn't already blown up, and then you have Sixless moving forward. This right here, you're going to see him just shoot, and then he's going to, I believe, switch to the car 98 if I'm not mistaken, misses his shot, and then Carrillo's able to go ahead and laser him right there. Carrillo finishes those 2 players, and then right away he switches his mindset to where's the wildcard players. Guess what? He's gonna go ahead and take that 1v1, and he's able to finish that with perfect execution.
I mean, I wouldn't want to go up against him in a final 1v1, considering he was our MVP from the very first Super Weekend, and I think he's shown exactly why he was. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage across the board in our final match, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see Loops as the #1 with the 2,500 damage done. And we can see here, well, actually, I'm going to be wrong. Wildcard, 2,700 damage? What? Glitter, what?
That's a great game. That is a great game. I'm so happy for them. I mean, you can't be that surprised considering they did have 1 more kill than Loops overall, so I can definitely see where that final...
Well, I mean, I can be surprised because where's this wildcard been?
And that's the thing, we kind of talked about that last weekend, and you know, we touched on it a little bit this week. We've seen them have these stellar performances that coming into PMWL West, we didn't really feel like we were getting out of them past the opening weekend, right? This is the wild card we've been waiting for and looking for, and if they can keep up a performance like this, they will easily catapult themselves into a top 5 position and be contending with the rest of those teams that have been holding that spot for a while now.
Yeah, again, consistency seems to be lacking from them. To be fair, we could say that about Konina Power, right? We saw them do exceptionally well in the very beginning of when we started this thing off, and then they disappeared off the face of the map until today, where they had a couple of good games. And Wildcard, I want to see them have that consistency like you're saying, Glitter, and we'll see if they can do it, obviously, because we have more games coming up tomorrow. But let's take a look at our overall standings now and see how things have wrapped up after our first day of our second weekend of Super Weekend. And we're going to see here, Loops, they've taken the #1 spot.
They did, and I think it comes down to those chicken dinners. Remember, at the start of the day, we mentioned it, they didn't have any chicken dinners. Well, guess what? If they do, with the placement points alongside with the kill points that they're able to get in 135 kill points, that is huge. Just look at Team Kesso in 10th place. They currently have about 142 points. Loops Esports, Glitter, could be almost in 10th place just on kill points alone.
That's insanity. That's honestly, they're just constantly impressive. But if you do notice, Wildcard, like I said, even after just this 1 game, has managed to bump themselves up on the leaderboard to 6th place. This is talk about making sure that you want to be comfortable coming out of the Super Weekends. Wildcard is definitely starting to do that for themselves. And then moving here on to the second page, we do see a lot more teams finally breaking the overall triple-digit total points. However, definitely looking to see what SWAT 69 switches up going into our second day of the Super Weekend. Like we've said a few times now, they didn't play last Super Weekend, and so this is their first chance to really start getting some points on the board for the potential to compete in our grand finals. I think they probably would have had to have averaged 6 points minimum a game to get to the 78 threshold that had been set by Konina Power, and they just haven't been able to do that yet.
I mean, yeah, you're seeing now UDR Killers, like they're probably happy sitting in 16th place right now with the way SWAT 69 are playing. It's like they won't even be able to catch up. If they average 13 points a day, that's looking at 39 points, and they're going to be behind. Well, I'm not going to do math on air. That's a lot. 93 to 39. You can do that at home. One of you maybe can crunch numbers for me since Glitter has so many degrees. Let's take a look, though, at our top 10 players overall within the entire tournament, though. And Kirill, he's taken his position back. Adder did take it away from in the last few days, but today alone has made this star really shine bright, Seven.
Definitely, and I think just go ahead and look at the knockouts that man has had. 89 knockouts in comparison to 79 from Adder. And overall, I think it's something we mentioned was how Korea was able to maintain the good form even when Loops Esports wasn't performing that well. Well, guess what? When Loops Esports perform well, Carrillo performs even better. He's just gonna go ahead and step up to another level that we're just not able to see from a lot of players. And not only that, Adder being able to maintain that second place, I think that's huge. Remember, that's one team that we talked about. They're really not that known for that fragging team. They're known just for playing a little bit more passive, sticking to their tactics. And for them to be able to have a player in second place for fragging, I think that's huge for them. And then for Loops Esports, in Daden, another player in the top 3 in regards to fragging, 70 kills out of him. I think now we're able to see why Loops Esports has so much potential here in regards just to kills alone.
I mean, a very, very scary team as we've been seeing. One of the few teams there with multiple players within the top 10. And also, speaking of scary, it's time to take a look at our predictions. And I'm a little bit scared of how it worked out for me with Cloud9. I'm not going to lie. I think Glitter, we both had Cloud9 in this one. Yeah. And I don't know how it actually turned out in the end of things. We're going to take a look now at our overalls. And you can, we'll see here. 468 points. Hot Jukes, though, overtaking him with 488. And Glitter, I'm not going to lie. I think after the first time. What's up?
He overtook me last time. He's been first place. He maintained first place. Congrats,
Well, the thing is, you're always number 1 in my heart, Seven, so I always think you're in first place.
Aww. Somebody clip that, please.
Please, no. Please, I don't need to rub in my face with that all year long. But yeah, that's how it's been going for us. Maybe not as good, unfortunately for some of us, as we were hoping. But that's it. It is what it is, right? That's the nature of the game.
We've got tons of time still.
Yeah, we got 10 more matches come up in this Super Weekend. We still have 10 more matches in League Play Week 3, 15 more matches in Super Weekend 3, and then we have the finals going off, which is across 4 different days, 6 matches a day, 6 times 4, 24. Ooh.
Are you doing math?
Trying to. That was actually a surprisingly hard one. I try sometimes, but obviously it's all fun and games for us here in our talent predictions. But overall, it's been a pretty good day. I mean, Dave's going to call me a hater, but I still want to see SWAT 69 step up a bit more than what they've been able to show us today if they really want to have a chance to make it through. I mean, well, Seven, let's ask you, into tomorrow. No, you're not even just yet. Going into tomorrow, what does SWAT 69 need to do tonight to prepare?
Tonight, they need to find a way to even just get better placement. Because if they're able to get better placement, the kills are going to come. So they need to go ahead and work out in their rotations and in their execution for strategies. If they're going to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive, which I haven't really seen that out of that team, how are you going to go ahead and be aggressive? If for example, you're going to go ahead and crash into a compound, how are you even going to go ahead and do that when you're just not used to doing that? One team, I know you were talking about SWAT 69, but one team I'm actually going to be looking at even more since we got a chance to interview one of their players in Shifan is going to be Nova Esports. Yeah. I want to see how this change of tactics during a Super Weekend is going to go ahead and affect them. They did a little bit better today than they did in the previous first day for Super Weekend Week 1. I wanted to go ahead and see how they're able to go ahead and perform, how they're going to be able to adjust.
Well, maybe just like PK, they need to get their reps in, need that time to get those games under their belts so they can prepare and use that new strategy appropriately. Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for joining me, but I have to kick you out of the show now. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Get him out of here.
I am.
There we go. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for our first day of our second Super Weekend. We still have more actually come up tomorrow at the same time every day, 11 a.m. PDT. Also, big shout out to obviously all of our other commentators come in and the production crew here from ESL doing a phenomenal job during the show. 11 a.m. PDT. We'll see you tomorrow.
you ready? Are 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 you